welcome into our preview of the DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Basketball World Championship. I'm Jesse Cofield, and I'm here to tell you a little about the event, but also introduce you to some of the competitors who will be battling it out for the top prize of $1 million and a ticket to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. There will be 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it's going to take their best lineups to bring home the top prize. And now let's talk strategy. I'm joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. Guys, this is a unique contest, okay? There are only 100 entries spread across 50 unique users. So Kenny, how does GPP strategy change for a much smaller event like this, or does it?
You know, I don't really know if it changes all that much because in the end, right, you're still looking to maximize your score. We had, I believe, 290 points last year in the FWBC, or FBWC. So I do think that you still want to take your shots. You still want to take your chances on some value plays here that you think could be good. But yeah, I mean, I think in any smaller contest, you do see a little more value there, taking a safer route. We've seen it in other world championships and other sports, just simply playing the chalk. Sometimes you have to do it because, there's little options, especially in the postseason. There's not going to be that many options out there that aren't super chalky that are going to pay off for you. So I think I would sort of play it like a cash game and maybe take one or two chances. I think that's generally the strategy with about 100 people in there.
Jules, what would your strategy be?
The last thing that Kenny just mentioned was the best thing that he mentioned. That was his best point. This is, 100 lineup field. This is more of a cash lineup with a couple of tweaks at the end for your real leverage plays that you feel very strongly about. And I know we'll talk later, about people potentially having multiple lineups in here. And I think that has a lot to do with how you play it. Are you a professional DFS player that has 5 lineups in here? Do you have 2 or 3? Or are you happy to have qualified and want to play it as safe with your one lineup as possible to guarantee yourself some profit here? Not guarantee, but play it safer and give yourself the better shot at just making some big bucks. So it's how many lineups you have. It's, what amount of money would you be happy coming out of this with? And that kind of helps guide you as to how you want to play this. But yeah, my overall thoughts are, if you're in this, there's 100 lineups. You're going to want to build, maybe 6 guys in your lineup that would be in the majority of cash lineups that night. And then just kind of flip 2 spots that you feel really strongly about and hope those players go off.
Well, this tournament is also unique in that it's taking place over 2 days. So you have a couple different slates to manage here. It's a total of 6 playoff games, 2 Saturday, 4 Sunday with late swap. Jules, how does the 2-day nature of the event change the strategy?
It changes things a lot. Because this isn't even a slate where we have, 7 o'clock games and 10 o'clock games if you're on the East Coast and you're waiting to see those late ones. This is just one game at a time throughout the whole thing, and you're waiting for the next game. Now, it is the playoffs, so that rapid rush of NBA injury news that we deal with at DK Live all season is now gone. There will be no load management. There will be no questionable with an ankle. Guys are playing, the stars are playing, and you want exposure to as many of those stars as you can because big players play well in big games. Their minutes are going to go up. Star power is a good thing on these slates. So I think that you can, for the most part, build your lineup out how you want it, but you might want to leave yourself an out. If you see yourself sliding down the standings and you're not exactly where you want to be, maybe you switch a couple players at the end and say, I need some low ownership guys that can kind of boost me up the standings. Maybe you're doing really well. You're in the top 10 and you want to make sure you stay there and you have a couple risks in your lineup at the end. Maybe you switch that to some chalkier players to just kind of stay in the top 10.
Kenny, what's your take on how this being a 2-day event changes things?
Yeah, I think what Julian said is pretty true. When you look at the teams on the second night, right, or the second just general slate of the tournament on Sunday, you look at teams with a lot of injuries coming in, and frankly, I mean, there's a lot of value to be had just across the board. When you look at teams like the Knicks and even the Lakers, maybe to an extent, there's a bunch of mid-price guys that you could swap out for if you do want to take a little bit of a chance. But, on the other hand, too, you do have teams like the Knicks carrying an injury to Nerlens Noel. I mean, how healthy is he going to be? The 76ers game is going to have plenty of injury news on both sides of the ball. There's going to be plenty of guys coming in with injuries. We also know the Sixers in general, things pop up with them late. And the Jazz I'm looking at as well. I mean, I don't know really what we know about how much Donovan Mitchell is going to play or if he's going to play, and just the rotation. What's the rotation going to look like in Utah? So I think with a lot of questions there, it does open up the possibility that you can take a little bit of a chance and then just pivot off of it if you find out that there's going to be someone else taking the position of the guy that you thought was going to play a lot of minutes. So I think it gives you a lot of needed flexibility on a slate with, I think, a lot of a sneaky slate loaded with injuries, frankly.
Julian, does the definition of value change in NBA DFS during the playoffs?
It's completely different, 100% different. Value in the regular season is the Sixers coming out 30 minutes before tip and saying Embiid, Simmons, and Harris are out. Oh my goodness, we have to scramble and get all these Sixers in our lineups immediately. Now, the definition of value is, all right, I really need to find a guy for $4,000 that I can trust to get me 20 to 25 DraftKings points, and it becomes very difficult to do. Whereas that's a daily occurrence on a regular season slate. So it's completely different. You can also maybe trust your stars to give you more than they generally do because their loads usually increase in the postseason. So you want to play it safe. You want to find good value. You don't. Rotations also are trimmed, so you need to be careful of, oh, this guy's $3,300 and he ended the regular season scoring 25 DK points a game. That guy might be out of the rotation altogether. So you have to be very careful and play guys that you trust are going to be in these rotations.
Kenny, do you agree?
I do agree with what Julian said. I mean, I think that those value plays, the guys that you see on a 3-4K who, just get a boost in minutes because of injuries or whatnot, or teams want to, get their young guys some more run. That just doesn't happen in the postseason. I mean, you saw even in the play-in games, guys like Goga Batadze and Jakar Sampson, who were DFS value heroes down the stretch. I mean, they hardly saw the court. So they're coaches are going to lean on the guys that are trusted, the guys that have gotten them to that point, and guys that, have playoff experience a lot of times. So I think that does change things in terms of, there's going to be fewer guys that are low priced that are guaranteed a lot of minutes in terms of, unknowns. But also, I mean, you look at a guy in the mid tier, right? You look at last year with Jamal Murray in the winning lineup, you have that sort of upper mid tier to mid tier where there's a lot of stars in there and there's a lot of guys, maybe a Julius Randle who could be mid price, maybe 7-8K. And, you do have plenty of minutes, plenty of usage, and that is value, right? That's different. You're not seeing that in the regular season. You're not seeing a guy with a big name, with a lot of track record scoring DK fantasy points that is in the mid range. But that's exactly what you have here on the slate. So value definitely does change. The value plays are maybe a little bit more expensive than we're used to seeing. And, maybe the names are a little more household known that are down there at 5 or 6K.
Let's talk about a guy who's pretty good at this. DraftKings user Raging Phillip has won this tournament in back-to-back seasons. So 2 questions, Kenny. First, how hard is it to pull that off? And second, do you think that puts more or maybe less pressure on him to perform well this weekend?
I mean, I do think that there's less pressure if it were me in that spot, just knowing that I have the secret sauce, so to speak. He has the strategy. He knows what strategy to come into this. And I think that a first timer might have a lot of pressure on them because they're overthinking everything. They've never been in the spot before. It is a big stage. But for him, having done it before, I think that he like we were talking about at the top with, just kind of figuring out your cash game targets, figuring out your high floor targets, and then your couple pivots. I think that he should have a pretty good feel. A lot of this too is like innate, it's a gut feeling sometimes with these picks. The downside for him is I don't think the names are going to be quite the same, or the players he might have trusted last year are not going to be as trustworthy this year. And that could, ultimately maybe you have allegiances to guys or guys that you might overthink things in that way. But I do think that he's in a pretty good spot here, having done it. I think the pressure's frankly off if it's me. And I do think that this would put him in a pretty good position going forward.
Jules, he's done it twice in a row. Is it just kind of like anything else is just icing on the cake?
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the 2019 Warriors or whatever that are coming in minus 400 to win it all. This is a large field. Everybody that is in this field deserves to be in this field. Anybody can win. You've won. The fact that you've won 2 in a row is already an unbelievably difficult combination to come up with and even imagine. So I'm sitting back. counting my cash that I've hopefully managed well from the previous 2 years, and thinking about how great it is to be here again and even have this opportunity.
All right, guys, including the defending champ, Raging Phillip, there are 5 players who max qualify, meaning they each have 5 lineups in this contest. We talked about this a little earlier. Julian, how big of an advantage is that? Like you were saying, you don't have to necessarily play it safe with some of these lineups. You can kind of go out there.
I mean, 5 people with 5 lineups, that's a quarter of your field right there, 25 lineups. It's a massive advantage. You get to get exposure to different games. You can game stack your favorite game. You can put your cash lineup in here. You can do a stars and scrubs. You can do a balanced lineup, and it just gives you, I mean, it's every advantage in the world. You have literally 5 times better chance than your average Joe with 1 ticket into this. So just the flexibility to be able to have different builds, even if you just have 2 lineups and you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this or this, and it's the day that the tournament starts, just being able to throw, multiple ideas against the wall and see what sticks, a massive advantage.
Yeah, Kenny, massive advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing here is you don't have to just bet on the same guys. I think that a lot of times if you have 2 lineups in here, there are a lot of similarities between your 2 lineups. You're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good feeling about this guy, and I'm going to put him in both of my lineups, and he's a high floor guy. And then, all of a sudden, the lock that you thought you had, he flops, and you're done for, right? I think that this 5 lineups allows you to, maybe you feel really good about a guy, but you don't have to put him in all your lineups. You can put him in 2 or 3, and like Julian said, you can go to different games. And again, I think that we a lot of times have really strong convictions, especially if you've gotten to this point. You have pretty strong convictions. You think, you know what you're doing, and, you never know. There's unpredictability in the postseason. A guy can get hurt. A guy can, maybe not see the minutes that he was once before, and a coach can go with like a 15-year veteran, right, in his place. In that scenario, you're saved if you have 5 lineups, because like you can just pivot off of different types of games. And, like Julian said too, you can have different types of lineups with stars and scrubs. You can just decide to completely fade some of the high price guys, go for just complete mid-range options, which again could get you a lot of points here with the names that we see in the mid-range. And I just think that the range of outcomes here is so wide, and I think that in a with so much on the line, and with 100 entries, it is a huge advantage to have that big percentage of the lineups.
Thanks for the insight, you two. Okay, guys, we already mentioned Raging Phillip a couple times, who's the returning back-to-back champ of this event. So why don't we hear from the man himself, as well as some of his competitors, as they describe their own style of play for a big tournament like the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championships, soon hopefully to be 3-time champion. Here's what I know. People bring different things to the table, and I think you have to be humble about or realistic about what your skill set is. I'm much more about sort of think it all through in detail, make the decision, and the levels of thinking are deeper than people would expect. You can't just take the output of a model and win. You constantly have to keep improving because the field is getting better and better. My way has worked for me, but it plays to my strengths. So it did work out last time. We'll see if it works this time.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol, just talking about the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So there's always this competing opinion of what is more important to have in a daily fantasy sports player or a daily fantasy sports lineup. Is it sports knowledge, or is it like data modeling and statistics? And I think you have to be excellent at both. I mean, that's the only answer. I probably lean more towards the knowledge of the sports side. A certain player is going to get more playing time, or they're looking for a player to take a more aggressive role on offense. And that's something that's going to help you out as you're picking your lineups, especially against the guys that are very, very projection based. But the statistics matter, right? Every shot matters, every rebound matters, every steal matters. Always had a natural kind of inclination for sports statistics, for math, for games like this, and this puts it all together.
As mentioned, Raging Phillip has taken home the title and the $1 million grand prize in each of the last 2 years. But this is the 7th edition of the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So here's a look at all of the previous winners of the event. This year's field is strong, with DraftKings Tournament of Champions winner Petty Theft 89 qualifying, as well as 2020 DraftKings Fantasy Football World Champ The Whistles Go Woo, who has 4 seats. Another familiar name in the field for anyone who follows DFS is Alex Baker, aka Awesemo. Here's Alex and some of his competitors explaining what makes the FBWC and the DraftKings Championship Series so special.
Hey, I'm Alex, also known by my DraftKings handle of Awesemo. When it comes to the DraftKings Championship Series, I'm really going for the glory. You can win a lot of money throughout the year in normal tournaments, but you can never win the title of being the best that year. I have a little bit of a target on my back because I've been playing so long and I've had a lot of basketball wins. I think other people in the daily fantasy tournaments see me as kind of a villain, I would say, because I think a lot of people, they're sick of seeing the same names at the top of tournaments. So what that means for me is I really gotta keep my game sharp. I think it would mean a lot to me if I was able to stand on top of that podium at Charlotte. If you told me that I could never play daily fantasy again, but I would definitely win the FBWC, I might take the FBWC. The DraftKings Championship Series, that's the king of competitions.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It just brings everyone together at the end of the year. 100 people, great prize pool. Still haven't got that title, though. I need to get that title this year at the FBWC. You're not just going to win this thing with projections. You're going to have to do some other stuff. You're going to have to watch some games. You're not going to get the job done just clicking that projection button. You could have a little bit of a rivalry going between the projection people and the game watchers. I like to go to battle with the projection people. They're just turning the projector on and they're running their teams. I don't like that. DraftKings Championship Series is definitely the king of competitions for me because it's like a feather in the cap type thing. You want to be the best. This is the champion of basketball this year. There's only one person that can win it.
Take a look at some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. It offers a top prize of $1 million and is part of the 2nd season of the DraftKings Championship Series. The winner of this event will earn a seat in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions for another shot at $1 million. That's all part of a total prize pool of $5 million guaranteed. There were 100 seats available, which were earned by 50 unique players, with a single player being able to earn a max of 5 seats. This year's event takes place in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is a live event. Aside from the DraftKings Tournament of Champions final, which was held at the Super Bowl, this is the first DK Fantasy World Championship event to be held in person since the 2019 Fantasy Hockey World Championships in Nashville. One of the fun things about DraftKings is getting to know some of the competitors and their interesting usernames. Take, for instance, the user that goes by Squirrel Patrol DK. Why Squirrel Patrol? Well, let's hear it from the man himself.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol. Why Squirrel Patrol? Is named after my dogs. So when I'm signing up for DraftKings, I'm just sitting there and she's literally coming up the stairs, yelling at the dogs, easy there, Squirrel Patrol. And I'm like, oh, Squirrel Patrol, that sounds funny. So the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship is the king of fantasy basketball just because of the field here is the best field I've ever seen. The live events are incredible because you get to meet the faces behind all of the competitors you've been competing against in tournaments the whole year. Yeah, so that's a great question. Like, who are the best fantasy players in the world? And that gets a little bit less than good natured sometimes on Twitter, right? Like sometimes people will say like you're not that good, and it gets to be a little bit of a back and forth. Raging Phillip, that crazy animal has won it 2 years in a row. I'm coming after you, Raging Phillip. If I win the FBWC, I'll try to think up some kind of squirrel dance I can do, but I don't know what it'll look like. It could be frightening.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship coming up at the end of this month. My parents came here with the traditional American dream, 5 cents in your pocket and raise it as much as you can. I think DraftKings Championship Series can be a perfect example of the American dream, right? For me, giving back and giving to charity is always something that I've always tried to do. I've been able to celebrate a pretty successful career even before all this sports gambling, and I've always made sure to give what I could away. At the FBWC, whatever I end up winning, 1% I'm going to give to the charity of choice for the shadow competition. I will be rooting for you, and you should probably also be rooting for me. Here's my FBWC whistle go, woo!
This year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship serves as the 9th qualifier for the 2nd season of the DraftKings Championship Series. At the end of the season, the best of the best will compete for $1 million in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. Over the course of the season, we will mint 100 millionaires while dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests. And the man who oversees the whole thing is DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations and Commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series, Johnny Avello. He recently caught up with our own Adam Kaufman to discuss just how unique this concept is.
I am Adam Kaufman. It is a great thrill, as always, to be joined by Johnny Avello, who is, of course, the commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series. Johnny, how are you?
Hey, Adam, I am doing fabulous. Thank you.
So we got a lot to get into here over the next little while. Of course, it's all about the Championship Series. What is it in particular that makes this event, this entire series of events, so unique for skin in the game sports fans?
Well, there's a lot of money to be won in multiple ways to qualify, whether it's DFS or sports betting, or how about if it's casinos your thing? We're adding that to the Championship Series for 2021.
So year one of the Championship Series, as we know, was incredibly successful. Maybe was obviously altered along the way in a lot of ways with the coronavirus situation, but DraftKings able to rebound in such a great way, make it such an incredible series of events. Looking ahead to year two, what makes it even potentially that much bigger?
Well, we want to show our patrons how much we at DraftKings are committed to this series. Last year, we created approximately 50 or 60 millionaires. This year, we're crowning 100 millionaires.
So first Tournament of Champions, like I said, it was successful. The big thing that people were playing for, in addition to the money, was the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay and, of course, watch what was a lot of fun there in terms of that game. What is it in terms of specific events, maybe opportunities along those lines that people have to look forward to and put on their calendars this time around?
Well, we haven't announced the TOC venue yet, but we by no means ever do anything in modest proportion. So expect something quite sensational when we reveal it.
Any details that you can share about season two? Never mind the Tournament of Champions specifically, but just along the way.
Just that the venue will be spectacular. We're still working on where that's going to be, but just tune in and listen for more details.
So DK will be giving out more than $150 million over the course of this series of events, obviously. Now, you've been in business a long time and part of this business for a long time. Is this the biggest prize pool that you can remember being part of here?
I've always thought that $1 million was a big deal. Therefore, the answer to that question is yes. This is the largest, grandest, and most sizable amount of loot ever given out that I've experienced.
Hard to process that amount of money, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So as we look ahead to the immediate future here, you've got this event or this weekend, a qualifying event in Charlotte's, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Now, aside from the Tournament of Champions, of course, being held at the Super Bowl, as we talked about, this right here is the first live final for DraftKings since back in 2019. It's been a little while. How important was it in the mind of the company to just get people together again and enjoying a live sweat?
Well, let me expand on the tournament this weekend. It'll be our largest basketball world championship ever, with $5 million in total prizes. Now, about the live finals. Making wagers and doing contests digitally is easy, it's efficient, and of course, that's a big part of our business. But there's a special excitement and exhilaration that happens only in a live event.
You mentioned earlier, or alluded to anyway, the Casino and Sportsbook Tournament of Champions. We've been talking so much about daily fantasy, of course, but lumping the three of these together, what more can you tell us about those other events?
Well, for the sports book, there's the Pro Football Pick'em, where you select games against the spread. And then there's the Pro Football Survivor, where you simply select one team to win each week. And if they win, you advance. Both contests are now available to enter in 8 states, and that's growing. The casino tournament, I can't tell you a lot about yet. It's still being prepared, but just keep your eyes open for the launch.
We know this is exciting, all of it, everything we've been talking about, but what else can we look forward to for DraftKings and from DraftKings over the next few months?
Besides this week's basketball championships, we have an NBA Finals Game 1 only tournament in July, and then there's the $4 million guaranteed Fantasy World Golf Championships live at the Northern Trust starting on August 19th. Really, really exciting stuff, Adam.
With so many of the best DFS players in the same room this weekend, we're definitely going to see a number of different approaches and strategies on how to tackle this $1 million contest. Right now, let's hear from 2 of this weekend's competitors as they break down their style of play. Here's Big T44 and Osimo.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It's 100 seats. It's the best players in the world. I'm definitely more of a street fighter when it comes to my approach. I'm not super strategic. I'm going to just go in there and play the plays I like. I'm going to go in there swinging. So many ways that you can be successful instead of just pulling up the stat sheet. Okay, this guy's projected for 43 fantasy points. That is definitely not my style. I find my edge just from watching the games. I mean, every single night I'm watching the games. I'm following the info. There's no set in stone way. You can go a ton of different directions to be successful. I just love the competition. I want to win. I know it's cliche to say it, but I want to win. I want to be the champion, and that's what I plan to do.
The DraftKings Championship Series, this is the ultimate one because it takes all the best players from each championship and pits them together to find out who's got the best stuff. Basketball is particularly competitive because you got to know the stats. You got to know how other people are playing. Honestly, like with me, what you see is what you get. I'm probably going to take the same strategies I've been using all year and use them in the WFBC. And hopefully I can ride a little bit of a lock on for the top of the leaderboard. You got to get past me if you want to win these tournaments. So that's a pretty big obstacle, at least I would like to think.
Some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. There's $5 million in guaranteed prize money at this event for the 50 unique users that qualified. That includes $1 million to first, plus a seat at the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. The $1 million first prize is just one of $100 million contests that will be part of this year's DraftKings Championship Series. This is actually a 2-day event covering a 6-game playoff slate, 2 Saturday night, 4 Sunday with late swap. Of the 50 qualifiers, 8 have earned multiple seats in the event, with 5 players max qualifying with 5 seats. Back in December of last year, I had the chance to talk to David Bergman, otherwise known as the Whistles Go Woo, on DraftKings after he won the $1 million top prize at the Fantasy Football World Championships. Well, he's back again, this time qualifying for the live basketball final in Charlotte. And here, David tells us about his journey to the FBWC.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. The DraftKings Championship Series is, of course, about the money that you're going to win in these events. Because let's not marginalize that. We're talking about some pretty big prize tickets. But it's also the journey. I am chasing it for the feeling of accomplishment. I've always believed that doing what you love is more important than chasing any money, because the money will follow if you do what you love. I think the DraftKings Championship Series is like having a really fantastic meal that you're gonna go ahead and eat. You've got the appetizers, which is just getting to the big game. Then you have the setting the lineups, which is like starting to eat the main course. The games begin, you're there. And then at the end, if you're not succeeding, maybe you don't have your dessert in the meal. But if you are succeeding, you may get that cherry on top. DraftKings Championship Series, the king of competitions. Want some? Woo, woo!
I'm Raging Phillip, the two-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball champion, going for a third championship. Winning my first FBWC was great because I felt like it was a statement. I'm good at this. Yeah, I want to win this one. I want to win 3 in a row. Well, I was hoping to trademark the term DFS three-peat, but apparently I'm too late. Like at the best, my chance is 10%. That's a crazy, assuming I have a crazy edge. But yes, there are definitely rivalries in the FBWC. I don't really want to read this tweet about how you got knocked down, but you're going to get back up again, buddy. You're not that good. Maybe you got knocked down because you needed to get knocked down. It just is annoying as hell. The DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championship is the king of basketball championships.
That's going to do it for our preview show. Be sure to stay tuned all weekend on the Dream Stream for coverage of the FBWC. I'm Jessie Cofield. Thanks for tuning in.
Hola, DK Sim Fam, and welcome into the DraftKings YouTube channel. My name's Jeff Ulrich. It's a beautiful Sunday out. We've got sports going on everywhere, but the sport we're going to be covering today is basketball, specifically the Fantasy Basketball World Championships going on DraftKings right now. It's a live event in case you weren't familiar with it, but joining me here today, Matt LaMarca here with me live, and as you've seen, it's been a big weekend here, obviously on DraftKings. The FBWC is off and running, and today is day 2 of the event. The games are starting 1 p.m. Eastern time, so we're going to give a little preview of day 2. LaMarca is going to break down the slate for us because he's the basketball guy. I'm just the beauty of the pair, obviously. So first thing we're going to do, Matt, and thank you for joining us, buddy. Hope you had a good little sleep last night. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard right now, and let's talk about some of the names, the lineups here, guys that stand out, things like that. What stands out to you just looking at the big leaderboard right now? Obviously, we got 100 people in this event. Obviously, we got Big T 44 at the top. He went all in last night. Why don't you give us a breakdown of just like what you think his position is right now, and what you think kind of the optimal position to be in is? Give people a good overview of where the contest is sitting.
Yeah. So, Big T, unfortunately, I think is pretty much drawing dead. I think if we had Big T on the show, he would pretty much tell you the same thing. Having Kemba Walker, having Blake Griffin, those are pretty much elimination squares right there. And the 2-day format does make this a different type of live final that we've had in the past, right? Like there are some different levels of game theory going into play here. So I don't necessarily hate the fact that he loaded up yesterday. He's the only person in this contest. He had 2 entries that both used all of their player minutes for Saturday. And if yesterday's 2 games shot out, that was going to give him an edge in this field. So I don't think that it was necessarily a bad idea. It just didn't work out for him. There are definitely some players that were less aggressive with the games that were in play yesterday who are now in a better position to advance. But again, yeah, the game theory stuff here for today's slate is going to be really interesting to track.
Right. And just to cover, so were yesterday's games more of what you classify as kind of bust games, like both of them for fantasy purposes?
Yeah, I mean, Portland provided some value for sure, but Portland was not the side of that game that was particularly high owned.
Right.
You had Yusuf Nurkic was 40%, so he
Yeah,
was
I saw that.
chalky. But Nurkic came through. He gave fantasy owners more than 6x value, so like that was good chalk. But then Damian Lillard, who was 9,300, was only 10% owned, and he went for nearly 60. So.
Right.
Portland came through for the most part. It was the Nuggets and the Celtics that really let people down yesterday.
Yeah.
Outside of Jokic, nobody on the Nuggets really provided a ton of fantasy value in this contest. And the Celtics were an utter just disaster with the exception of one player who we'll talk about in a minute. But, like Kemba Walker, less than 20 DraftKings points. So basically, if you rostered him, which 28% of the lineups did, your fantasy weekend, your fantasy championship weekend ended with Kemba Walker.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of late swaps and pivots people make to try and either take advantage of the plays that they hit on yesterday or overcome some of the guys that they missed yesterday. But for the most part, those two games were somewhat disappointing last night.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the first thing that stuck out to me as well. Kemba just being a huge bust, 28% owned. Michael Porter Jr. was another play that fairly heavily owned, 43%. He had 39.7. He's 7,400. Decent return, but nothing's crazy. Like you said, like Matt said, Nurkic and Lillard there, really kind of the top end plays from yesterday. So are there any lineups like that kind of stand out that are up above in the standings that you might think like have a good shot? I know we've got, a couple guys, if we're going down the lineup, I know there's, Bryden 75, 96, PMR remaining. So 3 players left today. We've got a couple other guys, Squirrel Patrol. He's got 4 players left. He's got 206. Any of those guys have a chance, you think, or you think it's still like they just have too many busts right now?
So the guy that I'm going down to is 14th in the standings, Oxen Duck, the number 5 lineup for Oxen Duck. He had the maximum number of seats you could get in this tournament. And that allowed him to roll the dice last night on the Time Lord, Robert Williams. And Williams was a really interesting play because I think we all knew he was underpriced for the production that this guy can give you. He's like a 1.3 DraftKings points per minute kind of guy.
Right.
But the problem is he's dealing with this turf toe injury. So he played just 14 minutes in the Celtics play-in game versus the Wizards. We didn't know if he would necessarily be able to tough it out against the Nets yesterday, but he did, and he racked up nearly 44 DraftKings points, so almost 10x on his salary at 3% owned. So that puts anybody who had Williams, especially this Oxen Duck lineup, avoided all the busts yesterday. And he had Nurkic, and he had Lillard.
Yep.
So he's got 22,000 or so left for his remaining 3 roster spots.
Right.
He can just play the chalk. And if the chalk comes through, I think this lineup holds up in the end.
Okay. Yeah, no, good observation about Matt. He does have a lot of salary left, obviously. So I had Monte Morris there, 19.5 points. Not good returns, but again, these are really cheap players, right? So let's just take a look here. If we're going back to, past years, we've had some of the previous winners of the event. We'll get a little graphic up here for you guys in a sec. 2015, we had Goulet at 307 points. Ponosaurus, 310. Chipotle Attic, 341. D-Money, 361. Then Raging Phillip, 2019, 2020. Defending champion, he had 334 and then 341 last year. Now, Raging Phillip is interesting. I believe he has 4 lineups in. Is that right, Matt? Do you know?
5. He had the max as well. Yep.
Okay, so he had the max. He sits in 9th right now. He's got a point guard and a forward to play. He's got 204 points. He's only 27 points back. He does have like you said, like Matt said, he's got 5 lineups here. I think he's got 1 lineup that hasn't even, he's got 1 lineup. He's in last right now with one of his lineups. Hasn't even started a player yet. So he's got the full slate to go today. But what do you make of his chances just overall? And that maybe that lineup in ninth right now.
Well, the lineup in ninth, I think, is done. I mean, Anthony Simons ended up being a nice value play, but
yeah,
Blake Griffin at 4,400, giving less than 15 DraftKings points, unfortunately, I think is pretty much going to eliminate him.
Yep.
Of all his lineups, I think the one that has yet to have a single player go is probably his best bet. Like, that's one of the luxuries of having the maximum number of seats is
right.
He can look and say, all right, I know that my top 4 lineups are probably drawing pretty thin. He can get real weird with this one if he wants. And if, we get a different type of day than everybody is expecting, then this lineup could shoot up the leaderboard. So if I had to put my money on any of these lineups, it would be the one that hasn't had a single player go yet.
Yeah, again, and that's just the nature of the beast, right? You get a couple slower games, especially that Boston game. You get a lot of busts. It's just better to have the players remaining. You're just in a better spot. So we'll have to see where that lineup ends up. Pretty interesting spot, but like Matt said, don't love the chances for the other lineups. So if Raging Philip's going to go and do the three-peat, it's probably going to come from some crazy stuff going on today. So keep an eye on that one. And again, this brings up a good point because we're obviously he's got a full slate to go, but he can also do late swap, and late swap is unique to the event this last couple of years. So maybe again, maybe there's other lineups, and you mentioned this already. Lineups that has exposure to some of these bust plays, like a Kemba Walker. These guys are going to be taking risks and probably changing up their lineup on day 2.
Absolutely.
Any lineups on the leaderboard, specifically that are going to be like going heavy on the late swap, or even just like identifying some plays here that you think could be enticing for guys to make.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see how aggressive these guys get with the late swap. These are all players who are very good DFS players. Yep. And to me, that's one of the biggest differences between, like a pro DFS player and a casual DFS player is the pro wants first place. They want to win, and they are going to make decisions that give them the best chance of winning. So if that means going with a quote unquote worst play to make their lineup unique and give them a chance to get to the top, they're going to do that. And I think that we'll see a lot of lower owned plays because of that. Like, for example, if we were just doing a Sunday slate, like the regular Sunday slate on DraftKings, I think Joel Embiid is going to be super popular today.
Yep.
He's less than 10K, great matchup versus the Wizards, who he crushed during the regular season. But in this contest, if you're behind the 8 ball a little bit, you can't really play Embiid, because he's not going to vault you to the top. So I think we could see pretty even ownership, to be honest, throughout a lot of today's plays because of that dynamic.
Do you think it might even get to a point where like these guys, like Embiid is going to come in like lower than people think, and he actually might end up being like, a good play to come on, or do you just think still people will just have him locked in? Or
I mean, it depends. A lot of people did lock up both the center and the utility last night. Like, for example, that Oxen Duck lineup that I mentioned, used Robert Williams and Nurkic, and both guys were excellent plays. So like, you don't have to worry about him having Embiid.
Yep.
So I do think that there will be some opportunities for Embiid to still help some people today. And I would expect him to be, one of the more popular plays. But again, I think, all these guys are going to be honest with themselves and say, do I need to get a little creative here, or can I win if I play the chalk? And if their answer to themselves is no, I can't win if I play the chalk, they're going to pin.
Yeah. And to that point, it might be guys thinking about, it might be like a business decision. Do I want to give myself a better chance at a top 10, or do I really want to go for the win? Right. And fade Embiid. So that's probably what a lot of these guys are thinking about today. Might see a little bit lower ownership on Embiid than people think just because of that. But let's talk about some of these plays that they could pivot to. Is there like a specific pivot off of Joel Embiid you like maybe in the higher end salary, or is there just a boomer bust play that you have pegged here who you think is going to make for like a potential like tournament winner here, like a guy you really like?
Yeah, so I think center's really interesting because you have Embiid at 9,800, but you could play Julius Randle at center. You've got Rudy Gobert. You've got Clint Capella. You've got Jonas Valanciunas. You could even play Anthony Davis at center. So there are a lot of different directions that you can go with at the center position for pivots. I would say Capella is my favorite of the Embiid pivots. You don't think about that Hawks Knicks matchup as being like a particularly good one for fantasy, but outside of Philly, none of these teams are in good spots today. You know, like the totals on these games are extremely low. Like we've got 213.5, 213.5, 217, and 227.5. And the Philly game is the 227.5. So if you're not playing guys in that game, matchup is kind of becomes irrelevant. And we know that Capella is like an elite per minute fantasy producer. He's pretty cheap for the kind of production he has given us historically at 7,500. So I kind of like him if I wasn't going to be playing Embiid, but you know, like maybe you pivot to LeBron. I think LeBron's pretty risky in a normal setting, but if you need an upside play, low owned LeBron, sure. Every single time I'll take low owned LeBron.
Yeah. And again, and I mean, most of the, I assume like the injury issue and people figuring he's going to have still limited minutes is the big kind of drawback from LeBron. You're taking kind of a risk on that injury.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So lots of low, it sounds like there's lots of pivots out there. I like the Capella call. He's obviously like a high points per minute guy, obviously for basketball. He has been most of his career. So going to be interesting to see which players the pros kind of pivot to, because I think like Matt's dead on. There's going to be a lot of pivots today, guys going for the win, trying to give themselves a chance. Let's take a look at the shadow contest now, though, as well. Obviously, there's a shadow contest. You can follow along. You know, it's the same slate as the FBWC. So 20K in prizes up for grabs. There's a free roll. There's a share of 10K for everyone who beats the FBWC winner's score. So again, if you beat that winner's score, you get an extra 10K to potentially share. So this contest was really cool by DraftKings.
Great contest.
What's that?
Yeah, it's a great contest.
It is. It's really cool, and it gives you a good sweat. Like if you have a high end lineup and you beat that score, you can get potential even more money to go out to. So lots of great free rolls like this. Every time there's a big world championship, you can get involved. You don't have to qualify necessarily. Lots of stuff going on like that. So always keep an eye on what's going on the DraftKings schedule. Any lineups at the top that stick out to you here? Yeah,
it's a lot tougher to sort through these
definitely,
contests.
And just give us one or just even what you think of the leaders lineup or something like that. You know, we're not going to go through. There's like over 3,000 lineups in this one. So,
right. So it's tough for me. We've got 5 lineups tied for the top, all with 0 minutes remaining. I don't think that you can win this contest.
Yeah. 275
no players from
275.25 is the leading score right now. Probably not going to get it done. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm looking. I'm just trying to find Robert Williams' ownership here.
2.6%.
2.6%.
Yeah,
I think a Robert Williams team wins this thing. That's my that's my call. You know, like a 10x play at less than 3% ownership. When we're doing this contest next year, and we're going through, you know, the players who were low owned that won people money this weekend. Yep. I think Robert Williams finds his name on that list.
Trying to find a lineup with Robert Williams that has like 3 or more players left. I'm actually having trouble, but he's very low owned. So if you do have 3 or more players left, you got Robert Williams, you know, you're in a pretty good spot. I mean, I can't even find one here in like the top 200 right now. So those Robert Williams, here we go. We got Workhorse 32 in 116. He also had Durant, Powell, Campazzo, Smart. The rest of his lineup, maybe not so hot, but you know, if you got Robert Williams and you're close to the top right now, maybe you got 3 or 4 players left. Definitely good position, like Matt said. So, all right, for those people, let's get to some today talk. We only have about 5 minutes left. For those people still rethinking their day 2 lineups, let's get to some picks. Who do you like at guard? Let's start off there.
Yeah, I think the easy calls today are going to be to play anyone on Philly. You know, like when in doubt, go with Philly. Okay. So Ben Simmons for me is the easy choice for top guard on the slate. Worst season of his career, to be honest, from a fantasy perspective. Career lows in in points per game, rebounds per game, and assists per game. But he has played really well against Washington in 2 games this season, at least 45.75 DraftKings points in both games. So at 7,100, you will gladly take that kind of production.
Yeah, and a pretty solid matchup there, right? So let's go to, I mean, unless you got like some kind of like flyer there for guard, you can throw that out. You can just come back to it, but let's just move on to forward. Because like I said, we only got a few minutes left. People want to hear your thoughts. You got a forward you really like?
Forward's much tougher. I think that forward's the weakest position on today's slate. Julius Randle is the guy if you're paying up just because of the insane minute volume that he sees. I mean,
Right.
he's played at least 43 minutes in 3 of his last 4 regular season games. So now that we're in the playoffs, like, is it possible that Tibbs just plays him 48 minutes? You never know. If you're looking to go a little bit cheaper, I do like Jaren Jackson Jr. He didn't play a ton versus the Warriors, which was a little bit surprising, but still a very good per minute producer. And I love his talent. I think he bounces back here tonight. And then like, if you want some cheaper plays, it's definitely a position you can punt. I like Royce O'Neal. I like Jay Crowder. I like Danny Green at small forward. You could even throw a flyer with like a Davis Bertans at 3,900. So I think forward's more of a value position than a pay up position for me.
Yeah. So, and do you think Randall's probably going to be the chalk there? Most people just locking in those minutes?
Yes, I think so.
Makes a ton of sense. So we talked about center a bit, but I mean, give us your top play. You know, you can throw like a GPP but give us your top play as well. You know, obviously we had Nurkic with a huge night last night, but is there someone else that stands out like that today?
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about the game theory perspective, right? Like we're factoring in all that stuff. But if I'm just looking at today's plays, the guy that I want is Joel Embiid. You know,
right.
like
yeah,
at less than 10K against this Wizards team. He's played 3 games versus the Wizards this year. He went for 52. He went for like 65. And then in his other game, he went for less than 40. And you're like, okay, well, I guess he has some bust potential if he can get less than 40. But he did that in 20 minutes. He did that in 20 minutes. So if he plays, 35 minutes, I really think he gets to 60 fantasy points today. And anytime you're talking about 6x value for a player that's nearly 10K, it's just very tough to pass that up.
Yeah. So let's put you on the spot here a little bit. If you're recommending, fade one, play one, Randall or Embiid?
I'm playing Embiid and I'm fading Randall.
Yeah. I thought that's the way you're going to go. Like you said, those high-end plays, if you can get that kind of value, like Matt said, over 5 or even 6 value, generally they become the must plays. So Joel Embiid, obviously in a very good spot as well against Washington. Okay, let's wrap this up quickly. First of all, give me your favorite value play, or 1 or 2, whatever. Just guys are pure value. Obviously, value. We're talking more just cheaper owned. Value can be anything, but let's talk about the cheaper guys. Give me a couple cheap guys that people can slide in.
Yeah. So again, I think forward for me is the value spot right now. That's sort of where I'm seeing the best, points per dollar type production among the cheap guys. But I'll throw in Seth Curry. He's 5K. He has been like a really good points per minute contributor recently. 0.89 DraftKings points per minute over the past month. Should play 30 minutes or so tonight. I really like him. You could throw Derrick Rose into the mix at the guard spot. He's become a pretty important part of the Knicks rotation.
Right.
Nerlens Noel, 4,100 for the Knicks. Going to play a lot of minutes against Clint Capella tonight, I would imagine. And then all the forwards I mentioned previously,
right.
Danny Green, Jay Crowder, Royce O'Neal, Davis Bertans.
Yeah. Obviously, Noel kind of more boomer bust, but he plays the big minutes. Another big fantasy point producer guy. All right, man. We got a lot of info there for you guys, so that's awesome. Keep looking, updating that leaderboard. You can follow along. But let's get to the really important question, guys, because at these live events, they're very cool if you ever try and qualify. Many of the competitors, though, right now, they're in Charlotte, North Carolina. Not only do they get to watch the game at a big party today, but they get to do awesome stuff. Or they got to do awesome stuff, like as part of the experience earlier this weekend. They got to choose between 2 experiences: driving NASCAR cars, obviously NASCAR cars, around the Charlotte Motor Speedway, or they get to go whitewater rafting at the U.S. National Whitewater Center. Did not know that existed, but I do now. Which one would you have done, Matt? You going whitewater rafting? You're driving that car. I think
that
I know
is
the
pretty.
answer.
That's a pretty sick choice. I think I would have done the cars, to be honest.
Yeah.
The whitewater rafting sounds really fun though too. But the cars for me, I mean, how many times are you going to get that experience?
That's true. Yeah.
You're never going to get to drive like that. You can do whitewater rafting elsewhere, but I'm never going to get a chance to drive, 150 miles an hour on a NASCAR track ever again. So that's the route I would have went.
I personally would have been more inclined to do the rafting, but I think I actually would have gone with the cars for the same reason. I'm not going to a NASCAR race outside of this event, so it's one of those things. Yeah, you maybe just take the opportunity. I don't know what the split was, but maybe something we can update later. But we got to wrap up, guys. I really appreciated Matt LaMarca showing up. He's got a busy day, I know, but the FBWC preview, you can follow along with this leaderboard all day. On during the Sims, after the Sims, of course. But we got another Sim coming up. Panthers Seahawks coming up next. Matt, get out of here, get some rest, buddy. Brandon Cristal joining me. I'm going to be hosting this next one. So stay tuned, guys. Welcome back in, DK Sim fam. We got our first Madden action of the day. My name's Jeff Ulrich. Hope you enjoyed that FBWC preview that went on with Matt Lamarca. Obviously, follow along on that leaderboard all day. But let's get into the Madden Sim action right now. As you can see, joining me on the other side of this sim, Brandon Cristal. He's got the TVs up. He's got the matchup up. We got Carolina and Seattle. It's a pretty high-end matchup, quite frankly, to start with. How you doing, BK? I haven't seen you for a bit. Hope you're doing good. And give us your thoughts on this one quickly, man.
Well, I made a contest about an hour ago. I meant to do it last night. I was at the Nuggets game, and so I was like, let me do it. Get a lot of people time to sign up, and then of course, I'm doing other stuff during the game, and I just lose track of it. But I actually thought about it twice yesterday. So instead, I do it at 9 o'clock here Mountain Time, and I gave it a Mountain Time name, right? Or I acknowledged us being in the Mountain Time, called it Greg Olson's Revenge.
True.
And I'm conflicted because whenever I do a Seattle game, and I've done a lot, I always captain Chris Carson, but DJ Moore has been really solid as my Carolina captain. I've done like 4 Carolina games in the last 2 weeks. So I went ahead and captained DJ Moore. That was the way I decided to go. But is it really Greg Olson's Revenge? I think it was a better situation to go from Carolina at the point they were at to finish off his career in Seattle with Russell Wilson. It didn't obviously end in a championship for him. But anyway, I thought it'd be a cute name. Seattle should be better in these sims than they are, and Carolina is better than they should be. So it should be an even game.
Yeah, DJ Moore definitely has gone off. I know the last Carolina sim I did as well. He just went nuts. So BK's got him in his captain, DJ Moore. I got Christian McCaffrey. He's 13.4% owned. I stacked some Wilson and Metcalf with them, so I kind of like this lineup. I'm not gonna lie.
So you went Wilson and Metcalf stack. I always, not always, but I'll often roster both Seattle running backs, sometimes at my own peril.
Right. Oh yeah, you love Chris Carson. That's right.
We got 82 people in there. Yeah, for a late start. Must be said he's in first. I'm tied for 21st right now. So everybody else that has anybody has both defenses, I guess. Someone has 15. They're in first. Somehow the Seahawks D has 15. Everybody else has 10. Wait, what? Doesn't even make any sense. Oh, because two people captained the Seahawks D in the whole contest.
Yeah.
Mark and Zach. All right, we'll see if it holds up for you. I'll take the under. I do think Carolina will score.
Okay. There you go.
How is your golf lineup? You being the golf expert, I'll give you the rest of my lineup as it unfolds throughout the game. But because I took a shot at you the other day, and I want to own up to it. I was like, well, who's Jeff picking? Because I want to pick the opposite after what happened with the Masters. And Koff is like, that's a ringing endorsement. I'm like, no, you should do what Jeff says. I'm just not going to. But I got to think your golf lineup's in better shape than mine is. I was in good shape the first couple of days, but then my big money guys like Shoffley especially obviously didn't even make the cut. And Siwoo Kim. So, and Leishman too. So yeah, I'm a disaster. Connors, Woodland, and Hovland, that rounds out my 6th. And those are obviously all good plays, especially Woodland with where he's at, my fellow Jayhawk. Are you in first place in all your contests? You gonna win a couple $1 million?
No, but I do have 6 of 6s in my 2 main lineups. Definitely should have one solid cash here. Really need Ustazen to come through for me. If that does, I should vault up some leaderboards. Got a nice bet on Louis too, so that's kind of my exposure.
Nice.
It was, it's solid lineups. I got 1 6 of 6 that's not doing well. Like I got like Harris English and Bubba Watson. Bubba shot like 5 over today, so really annoying when you get 6 of 6 through and then the guys just implode on the weekend. But yeah, it's pretty solid so far. Like I said, see how things shape up today. It's so swingy. Guys can go 5 under, 5 over, and vault you one way or the other. But
So I didn't watch as much as I wanted to. I watched a lot in the morning yesterday before the leaders got going. And then I was at a graduation party and then had to head over to the Nuggets game. So I didn't get to watch the end of Phil's round or any of that. But I saw the stretch where he was at did he get all the way to 11 under? Or he never go better than 10 under?
I think he only got to 10.
So he's at 10, and then I see, I guess it was probably the 13th, where
they both hit in the water.
Yeah, Louis puts it in the water, and you're like, oh, he's right-handed. And obviously, guys can shape their shots the same way, even though Phil's left-handed. But the very next play, Phil dips it in the water too, and I'm like, well, all right. And so then I kind of walk outside, I come back, and Phil had given back another 1 or 2, like in back-to-back holes. I'm like, geez, this is a tough stretch. But the fact that he was able to to hold on. I am pulling for him big time. I'm a big Phil Mickelson fan, always have been. In fact, I probably should have been wearing all black instead of my red Tiger Woods polo in honor of Tiger. But, still tipping the cap to LT Gray, hoping he's getting better because we'll love to see him in some majors here again down the road.
Yep.
But as much as I like a lot of the young guys, you look at the leaderboard. I've seen Brooks Koepka win plenty. I like Brooks Koepka. We have the same initials. It's great. There's not anybody in this field today that I'd rather see, and Gary Woodland's Jayhawk, that I'd rather see win more than Phil for all the reasons. For how great of an ambassador he's been, for how good of a player he's been, and then for the fact that we get to see the oldest golfer to ever win a major win. So I'm pulling big time for Phil. Are you there with me, or you just want to win money?
I mean, I just want to win money. Plus, Louis Oosthuizen's like one of my favorite golfers. So I'm definitely on the Louis train. We got Seattle here with an early turnover, just a banging play over the middle. Trey Flowers with the recovery. But yeah, look, I'm not going to be like mad if Phil wins. I agree. It's history. I mean, Phil is one of I think I said on these Sims, I would rank Phil in the top 5 golfers of all time. I mean, I think he's that talented. I just think he had the poor luck of going against Tiger his entire career. So, or he could even add more majors, but it's not like I'm gonna be mad if Phil Mickelson wins. It's crazy. It's an amazing accomplishment. Win a major over the age of 50 gives me confidence going up, when I get older. So, yeah, no, I'm not.
You'll maybe win a golf major over 50.
That's right. Yeah, and I can just get the clubs out and start banging.
You'll get better at picking golf over 50. You'll get better at picking golf over 50.
That's right. But yeah, no, it's an insane accomplishment. I know most of the golfing world is going to be on Phil today. Like I said, I definitely would prefer seeing Usti get a second major, but it's just going to be a good day. It's just going to be fun to watch either way. So hopefully, I know some guys in the chat must be already there for me not recommending Phil Mickelson. Sorry, pal. Sorry I didn't do that. Sorry I didn't recommend a 50-year-old was going to win the event. But I'm just glad some people have got some sweats going, and yeah, people doing good. Mark,
and the one contest I'm in with my friends' that I'm in 13th out of 15. I was, sitting there first, second, third, first couple days, or day and a half. I don't know if anybody has. I can say nobody has Phil, but the people on the leaderboards have Phil. Let me double check.
Phil is really low this week, so
no
again,
Phil there.
If you didn't play Phil, it's not like you're alone.
No, but if you did, you're probably in the money.
Oh, absolutely you are. But again, I mean, look, we still got a round of golf to play. I mean, these things can turn around fast. So we'll see. I don't think Phil is going to shoot 8 over or anything today, but
no, is it Phil and Koepka together?
Yeah.
Or paired together?
Yeah.
Well, so you have a guy who's obviously been great the last couple of years, especially in majors, and he's won 2 of these, right?
Yep. Yes, he has. Brooks Koepka.
No, so he's won 2 of these. His knee's obviously feeling better than it was against at the Masters. And so if it were Phil against somebody else, I'd like his chances more. I'm not saying I don't like his chances, but he's basically going to have to go shot for shot with a guy that's been doing this at a super high level the last couple of years. If he's up there against even Victor Hovland or another younger player that hasn't won, that doesn't know what it takes to win, the moment might be too much for them. But for Koepka, he's just playing with another guy who happens to be one of the couple best golfers of the last 20 years.
Yep. I almost wonder too if these guys being together, like Louis is only 2 shots back. You got Streelman 4 shots back. You could even see someone else go really low. Although I think it'll be one of the top 4 players. I almost wonder if those 2 guys playing together is going to work against them today. So much focus on each other. Sometimes
you're talking about Phil and Brooks. I mean, they're certainly going to have the biggest crowd. We don't know what the crowd size is down there. I guess we could ask Reed.
It's going to be all over the last
pretty full,
regardless. I mean, Louis
for sure. Yeah, however many people are there, it'll feel like Sunday at a major, as it should, which is great. But you might be right, because Louis and Streelman will kind of be ahead of it. Although I will say this, we know how if you've ever been to a golf tournament, you know how golf tournaments work. There will be plenty of people watching them too, because they'll be setting up in anticipation of Phil and Brooks on the next hole, right? So if they're teeing off at 1, you might have a bunch of people that are running to 2 and then running ahead to 5 and running ahead to 7,
True.
Trying to get in front of being in good position. So it'll be pretty crowded with those guys too, but there'll just certainly be less pressure, you got to think, because knowing the guys behind them really have the bulk of the crowd, because there's plenty of people who are just going to try to walk with them or, follow them. So you might be right. And I guess having a Louis ticket or having him in your DraftKings lineup you're in, potentially good shape. I'm with you though. I don't know if anybody's coming from behind, and maybe Streelman more than Oosthuizen. If Streelman were paired with Phil, I would feel great about Phil. But Brooks paired with him, it'll be a miracle, and it'll take the course may work to Phil's advantage to some degree, and that if he doesn't have bad misses, and Brooks does. Not that that's really his game. But.
Yeah. Well, both these guys are, capable of spraying it off the tee. Brooks obviously starting to look better off the knee surgery, but it just takes for you to lose your driver on this kind of course, like for 3 or 4 holes. We saw it yesterday. Usti was spraying it a bit. That's why he's not in the lead right now. He certainly missed some putts as well, but Phil and Brooks, they get a little off key at the top. It doesn't take much on this course. So, like I said, it's still wide open. These guys are only separated by 2 shots, the top 3. 3 shots. Actually, yeah. How about Streelman's only 3 shots back? So we got top 4 like very much in contention.
Yeah, I guess if I was going to rank him though, I would definitely not expect Streelman to fire a 62.
I don't think anyone expects much for Streelman, but again, maybe that's works in his favor here. Streelman's a guy. He's got a couple PGA wins. He had 1 win where I think he birdied the last 7 holes at the Travelers Championship, so he can get hot.
Sure.
But yeah, definitely, he's the long shot. Get a punt here, 3-0 Seattle. Couldn't convert on that turnover. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Either way, a ton going on in sports, NHL playoffs.
Let me ask you this, because I'm pretending to be Mr. Hockey, but you're certainly much more Mr. Hockey in real life because you're from Canada. So by birth, you have to be.
It's true.
But also, I know how much you love it. I'm going to have 2 hockey questions for you. The first is a question about Canada. Do we know, I know they have until June 1st, do we know anything about what that 3rd round will look like with whoever the Canadian team is that wins? And will they end up playing in Detroit or Chicago or somewhere, Buffalo? Or are they going to get to play their games at home and let these American teams into Canada? Have we heard anything one way or another?
I have not heard anything yet, to be honest. I think they're kind of just going to deal with it as it comes. So I don't have anything definitive there. I may have missed something, though, I admit. Haven't been keeping up necessarily. I've just been focusing on the series. So, but I think they're going to try and do it. I just don't know if it's going to be possible. Yeah, that's my answer. Could end up.
So it depends on the team, but if it's Toronto, aren't you trying to put them in Buffalo?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
There's got to be Toronto fans near there. I guess I don't know. Is it still a 2-week quarantine if you cross the border?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's still quarantine rules for for Canada. So
let me say this. I got to think there's plenty of hockey fans that either can't afford it and or are unemployed because the pandemic cost them a job too. And so if Toronto were to make it to essentially the conference finals of whomever they're going to play against, wouldn't you probably, if you love your team and it is somewhere close, drive and get an Airbnb or VRBO and be there for a few weeks in case they go to the Stanley Cup Finals? And especially, again, if it's Buffalo, if they put them in Phoenix or, South Florida, that's different. And I don't know why they would. I would think that you'd want to put them, if I'm the NHL and I'm going to give tickets up, I'm putting them in Buffalo or Detroit without question. Assuming that those buildings can house them. And obviously Buffalo certainly can because there's no conflict.
Yeah.
Do the Pistons have a new place that is still different than where the Red Wings play, or are they all in the same building now? Because I know the Pistons moved from the Palace of Auburn Hills. I feel like I should know this. Chat, help us out. Or you may know, Jeff, but
I actually don't.
Okay, but whether it's 9,000, 11,000, whatever the number. Look, we saw it looked like a full house in Brooklyn, but maybe it's 15,000. There's going to be 15,000 at the Garden today to see the Knicks. And so my other hockey question, and we'll see what happens with the NHL in Canada. My other hockey question is, what do you think about these Avs?
So I do think the Pistons and the Red Wings share an arena, so I don't know how that would work. But with the Pistons being there, but as far as the Avs go,
the Pistons don't worry. The Pistons are not in the playoffs. Let's.
Oh, that's right.
They're the worst team in basketball. So
I don't know why I even considered that. That's a good point. They're not even close. They weren't even close. The Avs are just ridiculously dominant right now. The Blues were lucky to even make the playoffs, so you don't want to get too ahead of yourselves, but the Avs were dominant in the regular season too. They started slow. but you look at advanced metrics like expected goal rate and 5-on-5 and stuff. This team is just dominant, man. They're going to be such a tough out for anyone. Even a team like Vegas, I think they just match up really well against. So
yeah, I mean they beat him 5-3 in the season series. It feels like with the Avs, and even losing Nazem Kadri might help them. I brought this up last night to somebody who covers hockey better than me, but this is just common sense.
Okay.
Is that Kadri hasn't been anywhere near as good as he was last year in the bubble, right? He had a 16-game stretch with no goals. And even though he did what he did, which is stupid and certainly potentially dangerous, right? We don't know how bad Justin Falk's hurt. He missed the game the other night. And for those of you who didn't see, Avalanche forward Nazem Kadri, who has a very long history of headshots and cheap shots, especially Toronto and Boston series. He got kicked out of both of those a couple years ago in back-to-back years. He took a shot to this dude's head unnecessarily, because it's almost always unnecessary, and now he's out 8 games. But my point was, and tell me if you agree or disagree, they were able to withstand that, even though they did get the power play goal, just one with the super power. That's my guy, DJ Moore.
Wow, DJ Moore going off again in these sims, man. This dude is on fire. Him and Tyreek
He's the best
Hill.
receiver in these sims right now.
Play.
I know. It's crazy.
Yards.
But so by him doing that in a game that they were able to hold on and win, knowing his nature and knowing him saying that I would do it again, because he's obviously not learning from his mistakes, they might have saved themselves from it costing them a game down the road, because he does it in a different spot. The game's tied, or they're down 1, then the score's tied on the power play, and then they fall in overtime or whatever. So does that make sense? That it's almost addition by subtraction, knowing his volatility and the fact that he's not being productive. It'd be one thing if he was scoring a point a game and you're like, oh, that hurts to lose that. But he wasn't doing anything on offense, and all he could do is potentially cost you a game. Am I overthinking it?
I mean, not necessarily. They certainly have looked fine without him already. And then, like they do have pretty good depth. I mean, I think they want Nazem Kadri. I think they're probably going to need him back for the playoffs to do something. But I think it's a fairly good point. I mean, he hasn't been I don't see Nazem Kadri's being like, oh my God, the Avs lost Nazem Kadri. They can't win the cup now. It's like, yeah, you'd like him in there, I guess, but it's not that big a deal. I mean, it's like you said, he hasn't really been that effective anyways. So, and he keeps making these boneheaded plays, which, again, seems to just rile up the other teams and stuff like that. So I think it could help him. They could get him back for the last 2 rounds. He could be rested. Again,
that's a good point.
Different role.
Yeah, you get a guy that is rested, maybe I don't say learns from his mistakes, but realizes, okay, you've got a chance to play for a cup or win a cup. I need to go figure out how to score goals, because inevitably someone's going to get nicked up. You can't go on a run through 4 playoff series without having some of your more impactful guys banged up, regardless of your team. And so, but if the Avs stay healthy, they feel like they could win this whole thing, which would be cool.
I don't even think that's a hot take at this point. I mean,
yeah,
Avs obviously the favorites, but yeah, the Kadri thing was kind of unfortunate, but it could definitely work out in their favor in a weird way. I could see that. So.
Yeah, so I went to their first 2 home games, and I went to the Nuggets game last night, and they obviously peed all over themselves in the second half and just had no answer for Portland's pick and roll and for those threes. I mean, Portland, they knew they shoot 42 threes a game. They shot 40 last night, and Nuggets coach Michael Malone was talking about, look at that, beast mode. Is that Chris Carson?
No, that's a tight end.
Oh, Greg Olson. That's why I called it Greg Olson's revenge. Look at him, showing his old teammates what's up. 2 catches, 44 yards. And so last night at the game, obviously it was a disappointing end if you're a Nuggets fan. They give up essentially home court advantage now. It's weird to watch them in games that matter this much with only 2 really good scores, with Joker, who's obviously going to be the MVP, or certainly should be, and Michael Porter Jr., who went 1 of 10 from 3, so he's 25 points. But it seemed like, best I could tell, and I was just kind of checking in on the ends of games, a fun first day of playoff basketball. I hope we get it again today, too.
Lots of games today, obviously, going on. FBWC Championship going on. If you guys weren't in the Shadow Contest, you can still follow along. Went over some plays with Lamarca just before the sim. Yeah, like Denver, obviously busy time and to be in Denver sports right now. Obviously, got two
No
teams in
doubt.
the playoffs. One potentially
No
going to be
doubt.
making a playoff run.
Deep run. So
I
I'm
see you
supposed to go to
guys in-
Chicago. Sorry, I'm supposed to go to Chicago on July 9th. And if there's a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, assuming all these series go long-ish, because they'll set the Stanley Cup Finals dates in the middle of next round, I think. But so I would have to cancel my flight to Chicago that day because I need to cover Game 7 and go do it. We're just going for a concert and see some friends, so it's not like it's a huge event. I'm not missing a wedding or something.
Right, but still,
Maybe next year I'll be about the Flames chasing the cup.
The Flames,
be wild for you there.
Oilers up here,
Or the Oilers.
Oilers a better.
Oh,
chance
you don't live
to
in
chase
Calgary?
Calgary's
You don't live in Calgary?
No, I live in Edmonton.
Oh, well, now I feel bad.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. I mean,
You know, Gretzky and Messier used to play for the Oilers.
I did know that.
Okay. Maybe people in the chat didn't know that they played together. Won, what, 4 cups?
4 cups, and then Mess won one without Gretz 1 year. So
You just,
5 cups
in
the Oilers
Edmonton?
franchise, but no luck since
Why did
then.
they send him to L.A.? Because the league made him?
Nope, because the owner was basically bankrupt and he sold them for money. Got $20 million.
He should have sold the team and kept Gretzky in Edmonton.
He should have, he should have just exited himself because he was such a loser. But
That would happen these days. These days, the leagues are smarter. Like, no, you're not doing that.
No,
like, if it doesn't make sense, like, you can sell the team.
It was definitely a move that you could only have executed back in the 80s, selling a player for money. But he did. Bruce McNall, the former owner of the Kings, got a steal, quite frankly. So, yeah, Oilers offense so far. Jordan, our producer, asked me in the chat. Shutout in the playoffs, basically have 1 goal through 2 games, so not a good start for them against the Jets. We're just going to fly right into the second Q here, guys, because why not? Had a DJ Moore 65-yard touchdown and a Seattle field goal, Seattle driving here.
That was it. Who do I have? How am I doing? I'm in 18th place out of 82.
I'm definitely not doing good because I faded DJ Moore and I have Christian McCaffrey in the captain spot. So
The argument, who just, or I don't know if it's an argument, more of a statement from Jordan, our producer. Gretzky trade ended up introducing boosting hockey in California. Not just California, the whole warm part of the United States, basically. In that, obviously Dallas became not only a solid hockey franchise, but a great hockey city in Texas. The hockey growth in Texas has been huge. A lot of that's been people moving there. But Phoenix, where at times it's been good and they've had good crowds. San Jose, right? Anywhere that's warm. Florida. There's 2 teams in Florida. And obviously Tampa's been really good. So,
well, we were talking about this yesterday. I mean, Austin Matthews is basically probably a product of the Wayne Gretzky trade. I mean, he, I don't know if maybe Austin Matthews, an American-born player, is gets produced in America,
right?
Without Gretzky helping grow the game and interest there, right? So,
right.
Yeah, Gretzky definitely had a big impact on where the game is at today. Absolutely, man. Throughout the United States,
Maybe
California, Arizona. All right, DK Sim fan. Hope everyone's awake. I see all your comments. I don't know why people are mad about DJ Moore. I mean, he is the wide receiver 1 on Carolina. See some people want to talk NBA playoffs. This game hasn't been too bad. I mean, we're about to get another touchdown here because, oh, no, we're not. We're going to get sacked. I thought Russ was going to run it there. We're going to get another field goal here, 4th and 9.
Yep, another field goal.
Smash that like button. Thank you for bringing that up. Let's get over 100 likes, guys. Really appreciate it. We got a big Sunday of sports here. We got NBA playoffs going off soon, NHL, PGA, Madden Sims.
Yesterday, Koff and I did a NBA Classic and then did all 4 showdowns. But we're not doing that again today because he didn't have time. One of his kids' birthdays. I think it was littlest. So we'll do a showdown or 2 later, but it's not as fun as doing all 5. And I go, this could be the last time we can do that. And then I look both next Saturday and Sunday have 4 games scheduled.
I mean, the people want to talk some NBA playoffs. So, do you want to give us your opinions? Do you have enough? You've been paying enough attention. You can give us some opinions on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think the Lakers are gonna play either the Nets or the Bucks.
Okay.
I think the Clippers are a tinderbox, and whether they end up losing to the Mavs in this first round, it just isn't coming together for them. As much as I like Tyronn Lue,
Yep.
Playoff P isn't as good as his nickname might be. And Paul George and Kawhi just feels like he's not as dominant as he was a couple of years ago when he was with San Antonio and even with Toronto when he led him to a championship.
Okay.
So, yeah. Did Daniel say that Koff won't be watching a Brooklyn Lakers finals? Well, that's fine. It's a good series. If Kevin Durant and James Harden and Kyrie can figure it out, we can get enough help from their supporting cast to get there. Everyone's going to watch that finals against the Lakers, except Koff. Well, he's not eating pizza. He won't be eating pizza, and he won't be watching good basketball. I just don't see if Brooklyn can figure it out, and today will be a good indicator of how they play together. A little. They're going to need a little bit of time, but they just have too much between those three guys on offense and enough pieces around them that they can play off them and play enough defense. Like, defense, most of the time, is really about effort, right? So they can use their athleticism and just get effort from Harden and Kyrie. We know KD's a willing defender most of the time. And the Bucks, the one thing you noticed with the Bucks yesterday is that in crunch time, because Giannis isn't a good free throw shooter, the ball's in Holiday or Chris Middleton's hands. They can't trust Giannis to have the ball, get fouled, and then go to the line. And I don't fault him for it.
Do you who do you think's coming out of the East though? Do you like, if you had to, like, gun to your head?
It's chalky, but I'm gonna go Brooklyn. Also, the gun to your head's always a funny thing. Like, who's holding a gun to your head saying pick a team in the NBA Eastern Conference? It's a funny expression. I use it all the time too, so I'm certainly not being critical. It's just a funny expression. I think it's Brooklyn. It's just, I can't pick against three likely Hall of Famers who still are in their prime and have so much good basketball left despite all the injuries, and there's lots of injuries now. When those guys are right, they're right, and you're talking about 3 of the 10 best players and 2 of the 5 best players likely.
Yeah.
Right? It's LeBron, it's Steph, it's AD, and it's
Yeah.
Kevin Durant and Harden are your 5 best players in the NBA, and Giannis is right there too. So you can pick the order.
Crossbody, open field.
Oh man, what a throw! Is that Robbie? Oh no! Is that Thomas?
I think it's Ian Thomas. I was pretty sure that was Ian Thomas.
Hawks getting hawked. Oh, that's in I don't know if you're talking about Fantasy Hawk or the Atlanta Hawks. I saw Nate McMillan complaining about the Knicks, but I guess because of the size of the crowd or something.
I think the Lakers are probably more ripe for an upset this year than the Nets. Although the Nets obviously have to play a quality team in the Bucks, but gonna be good playoff series, man. I'm kind of pumped for the NBA playoffs this year. People love NBA Twitter, NBA playoff Twitter. So
I also think if the Lakers play the Jazz, it might be a better series than the battle for LA. I realize if the Clippers get there, then they will have earned it. And you've got Kawhi and Paul George.
I think either series would be good, right? Like the Jazz or the Clippers. That's why I think the East is going to be super interesting.
Yeah. The Sixers are the one. The Sixers should have figured out a way to land James Harden, and then it would be really compelling. But they didn't. And as great as Joel Embiid is, I just don't think there's enough. I mean, who's taking your clutch shot other than Embiid? And I don't know unless he's near the basket. I don't want him shooting a game winner from anywhere except around the rim. So it's Tobias Harris, I guess, because it's definitely not Ben Simmons.
Right. Freaking Ager says Glass slept in a tent behind Kaufman's house last night. That doesn't.
Does it prove that?
Did that actually happen? I couldn't have missed
proof.
that. Could I?
I want video or even photographic proof.
Think we would have heard about that. Who knows? Rich says New York's going to beat Atlanta.
Yeah, but Rich also says Brooklyn making it to the finals would be bad for basketball. 3 stars coming together, then miss 3/4 of the year, and all of a sudden they're in the championship game. I understand stars can kind of force their way out of a situation they don't want. We saw James Harden do it this year. But teams don't have to put them with other stars. right? Houston could have traded him somewhere else. They could have traded him to Philly. I guess he was 2 stars there, but they didn't have to trade him with. I guess Brooklyn put together the best package of places Harden said he'd go and not make it difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've seen the super teams so much in the NBA over the last little bit. Like, I feel like people are just like used to them by now. I mean, we had Houston, not Houston, sorry, Miami, with Wade, Bosch, and Braun, and then obviously the Warriors. So I don't know. Is it really that different than what we've seen the last little bit? I mean, I don't necessarily like it either. Like, I would rather.
No, it's not stylish.
What's that?
It's not stylish. Sorry to cut you off. It's just not stylish.
Okay. Stylish?
Finish your thought. Sorry. Yeah. Like it's not. It doesn't look cool. Kevin Durant going to Golden State wasn't cool.
Exactly.
Nothing cool
No, I
about it.
agree. I agree, man. Absolutely.
This is a little different because he didn't. I mean, he signed where he wanted to sign. It was just him and Kyrie, and they signed together. And then they trade for James Harden. So I'm not putting that on KD. But I loved KD. I mean, I still am a big fan. And he and I have had some good interactions. It stems from being stuck on a bus at the All-Star game in Dallas in a snowstorm. It was just me and him talking for like an hour. It was really cool. And then I got him to do a little video for my wedding. But it's not like we don't talk. Like we're not Dallas. And I told him, I was like, man, I actually said, you can't beat him, join him. And he goes, you too be. Like, well, call it like I see it. And then he won 2 championships and 2 MVPs. But still, not stylish. But I cut you off, so I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
Oh man, it's a good Kevin Durant antidote. You got to drop that. If you ever talk to a high-end superstar, man, you got to get that in. That's worth dropping. Was that before he? When was what team was he on?
No, that was year 2. I mean, we're talking like 09.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, we're in Dallas in like 08, 09, whatever that spring was.
Yeah.
When the snowstorm happened. And we went, so they do like the day of service thing, the community service thing that you always see the video of. We go to this school in not the best part of Dallas. And we're on a big bus, like, because you could go, there was like different charity places you could go. And the Nuggets PR guy, we were the Nuggets station at the time. He's like, just hop on, Brent. So it's me, the Nuggets PR guy, Melo, KD, and the Thunder PR guy, Brian. And we get to the event. Melo does like one thing where he pretends to like help paint something, takes a picture, and immediately gets into a town car and goes to a Nike event. Like he was there 5 minutes. KD was there for the whole hour. I mean, it's not the longest time in the world, but he's like doing stuff. So then we get back on the bus. It's 4:30 in a snowstorm on a Friday in Dallas. And we were trying to get the bus driver to go through Whataburger. But so it's now just a Nuggets PR guy. He's asleep. The Thunder PR guy. And me and KD are awake and just kind of shooting the breeze. So he still follows me on Twitter, but when I direct message him, he almost never writes me back over the last decade or so. Nonetheless, he did, like I said, do a little video for me for my wedding. For a video that never actually got put together. It was an idea that I didn't execute, but I sent the video.
Well, there you go.
Anyway, but spending an hour with somebody that young in their career and then saying hi to him every time he comes through Denver, it is what it is. But it still wasn't cool to go to Golden State when he could have stayed in Oklahoma City or just gone anywhere else and done it on his own. What's funny about the big 3 idea is look at Rodman signing with the Bulls.
Right.
And Charles Barkley says he wouldn't have done it. Then he ends up in Houston with Olajuwon and Drexler.
Yeah, of course he would have done it.
DK, look at your DK stack.
Metcalf breaking through for 31-yard touchdown there. Yeah, all these guys say that, and then they get the chance and they actually go and do it. So I always find the Oklahoma City thing funny because, I mean, they basically had a super team there, but for some reason just nobody wanted to stay together, and they thought, they could do it better elsewhere. So everyone's had I shouldn't say everyone's had success. Only Durant's had success outside of that. Harden could be on the verge of it, but anyways, we got a touchdown here, 13-10 lead for Seattle.
So who are you picking? Do you like Nets, Lakers too? You want to go to the field?
I mean, I legitimately have not been following basketball enough to make an educated decision, but I'll just say I think Brooklyn probably gets there. It'd be nice to see Giannis just pull the Bucks there, but it'll probably be Brooklyn. And I have no idea who's going to come out of the East. I said I like the Jazz, but that's like a very lukewarm take. I'll say Jazz. Nets. Why not? Go against the LA teams.
Why not?
Probably be a bad NBA final for the league if we had Brooklyn Jazz, but why not pick it? In terms of people watching, I think they obviously want the Lakers or even the Clippers, but
They'll watch Brooklyn. If Brooklyn's in it, it'll do an okay number. It'll still be better than the Stanley Cup Finals in America. I've looked at those numbers. It's crazy how low those ratings are. Even when there's good teams in big cities and big hockey teams, Penguins, Capitals, Rangers, Kings, they can't get more than 6, maybe 7 million people on NBC, not NBC Sports. And Thursday Night Football draws like 13 million every week.
yeah, exactly.
I bet the TV ratings in Canada are higher for the Stanley Cup Finals.
Probably.
My bold prediction or bold statement.
Although the NBA, I don't know if the NHL, how much the NHL finals get watched, if it's like two like random American teams, but
If it's Tampa and whatever,
yeah,
Tampa and San Jose,
like Tampa and Dallas last year. I mean, people probably
Tampa
watch
and
it 'cause
Dallas.
there's nothing else to do, but people still watch hockey.
I want to see what the internet says.
Yeah, look it up. Interesting factoid, to be honest. If Toronto got there, everyone would watch it, or if the Canadian team got there, any Canadian team, quite frankly. There's Curtis Samuel, 10. Yes, that's right. I always forget the numbers here. DJ Moore's 12. Yes, that's right. Curtis Samuel.
Here we go. Stanley Cup television ratings finals. Wait, what? No, this is still American. This is hard to find.
Canadian, we're a hard nation to pin down. Very spread out. Maybe hard to get ratings.
So this is a while back, but in 2010, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, according to the internet on CBC, only got 3.164 million viewers. Game 6 was the most watched all-time Stanley Cup game. Okay, well, let's see what that was in 2010. Oh, so it's almost the same as is this in Canada or in America? I thought it was in Canada. No, that's American television. It's Canadian. It's very important.
3rd and 16, Carolina. One timeout left, 39 seconds.
2011, Game 7, 8.76 million viewers, trailing only the men's gold medal game. How many people live in Canada? Like 10 million?
No, like 40 million or something. That's
40
still a lot.
million.
It's like a quarter of the country almost,
Yeah, I guess if a quarter of the country's watching.
Who was in the finals 2011?
Great question.
Was it a Canadian team? I don't know. Probably not.
2011 Stanley Cup playoffs. Bruins and Canucks. So.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Canucks.
Yeah.
You get a Canadian
Edmonton and Carolina in 2006 got 9th most, 5.29 million.
Yeah. Which again.
Oh, here is the most all time in Canada. Biggest viewership, according to the internet. Montreal and Chicago, 1971. Montreal and Chicago averaged 12 million viewers in Canada. And back then, there probably weren't 40 million people in 71.
No, definitely was not. It's more like 20.
It was a 20.6 rating. So that means, all right. But it's pretty eye-opening. Like, so let's not do last year because there was a bubble. Although Game 6 did get 6.46 million people. The year before, Washington, pretty big city, Vegas, upstart. The biggest games, 5.2 million viewers in a country of 330 million people, give or take. Yep. 5.1 million, 6.7. Year before, Pittsburgh and Nashville, so you got Pittsburgh. The biggest game was 7 million in Game 6.
Yeah, and Sidney Crosby is a pretty big
draw, but
yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to find. I mean, Blackhawks Lightning got 8 million for Game 6.
Okay.
Penguins Preds got 7 million for game 6. I mean, I'm trying to even find 8, let alone 9. 8 million. I just said that. Blackhawks Lightning. Yeah, like, it's cool that the Avs are going to have a good run at this and maybe their third cup and I get to cover it. You just can't. I mean, we're probably boring people to death on the Sims, not intentionally.
It's kind of interesting info for me.
But quick poll, everybody in the chat, are you going to watch the Stanley Cup Finals actively? Not like if it's on at a bar or your friend's house, you'll glance at it. Will it be destination viewing where Stanley Cup Finals are on? Because I'm not going to lie, it's not for me. Depending on the matchup and what I'm doing, I might games 5, 6, 7, or if I see it's going to overtime, I'm absolutely in a tied third period, close third period. But most years I'm not doing it, so I'm not going to pretend like I'm above the common, viewer here.
I think for the average sports fan, unless your team is in the Stanley Cup Finals, it's probably not like appointment viewing. Like you said, if it gets down to game 7, you'll get more people tuning in, or it gets really close, or maybe there's some kind of historic thing, like a guy's getting his first ring, they'll tune in. But it's like, and especially this year, it's going to be in the middle of the summer. People are going out again.
Right. Now it's even later. It's going into the first week of July, around July 4th.
Exactly. So. You're really going to take a day off at the beach to stay in and what? Probably not, right? Unless your team's in, like you said, if the Avalanche are in, or
your team's in, that's different. But that's the same in just about every city. Like if we go and look at Nashville or Vegas's TV ratings, I'm sure
there's going to be there's going to be the hardcore hockey fan who watches it anyways because it's the Stanley Cup Finals. But I think for the average people, anyways, we're going to fly right back into the second half here, guys. I'll go through some of the stats.
Here, let me juxtapose that against what the NBA Finals does, because I don't want to pretend like the NBA Finals. Most bowl games outdraw the NBA Finals.
Absolutely. So, in the States? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a shorter version of what the NBA Finals does here in recent years. Again, we'll take the bubble out of it because we know numbers were down across the board. But even that being said, the lowest number was 594 in game 3. Everything else was over 6 million. Games 5 and 6 had almost 9 million. The year before, though, Raptors Warriors. So you have a Canadian team. 15 million, 13 million, 14, 13, 13, 18.34, 18. 17 the year before. How about this? Warriors Cavs, so LeBron against that Cavs team where the Warriors won 4-1. 20 million, 18.7, 19 million, 20 million, 19 million, 24-4-7 in game 5.
Yep.
Cavs Warriors the year before, game 7. This has to be the highest rated game of all time. 31 million viewers for that game 7.
Yep.
26 million for a game 7 a couple years earlier. Heat Spurs. 28 million game 7 Lakers Celtics in 2010. So your casual basketball fan is just greater in America because more people have played basketball and just are aware of it.
Oh, for sure.
Also, you only need to know about 7 guys if you're watching a basketball team. If you're watching hockey, you need to know both goalies and their top 3 lines and all their defensemen.
Yep. No, it's a good point. Basketball, way easier to just slip on in on like, oh, LeBron's playing or Steph's playing.
Oh, wow. Bulls Jazz, 1998. Game 6, which I want to say is the push-off Brian Russell game, right?
It is, yeah.
Jordan knocks down that jumper. 35.89 million.
Is that higher than the Steph LeBron game 7?
Yeah, every one of those. So every one of those games, 29 million, 26 million, 26.3, 18, 15, 18 for some reason. 30.6, 35.8. Yeah, that Steph LeBron was 31. So that's your highest of all time. It looks like 35.98, 89, 35, almost 36 million. Yeah. Lakers Pistons had been the previous all-time high at 21 million, 1988, game 7.
Lakers Pistons, interesting. I'm not shocked to hear that that Bull series got a ton of viewership. Obviously,
lowest game 7 of all time, 2005. Other than it didn't go 7 last year. Yeah, lowest game 7. I say all time in modern TV viewing. 11.9 million people watched Spurs Pistons here in America.
Spurs Pistons. That makes sense, actually. Got basically a couple small markets. San Antonio. San Antonio's a great team, but didn't have like the national appeal of Lakers or New England that ever. So
no. But so all right. Now let me just
we're about
do
to get a long
regular
touchdown
NFL.
here. But
Is
you're
that
on top.
who's that?
Oh, no, we're not.
Lockett?
Lockett tripped up at the 10.
Oh no.
Didn't have
Yeah,
the burners.
Lockett.
Needed Metcalf there.
So let me just 35 million is your biggest NBA game of all time. Michael Jordan, Game 6 against Karl Malone in Stockton. This is just looking back at this year's TV ratings in the NFL in a pandemic.
Okay.
See if I can get some of these numbers. Super Bowl had a down tick in viewers.
Russ. Inside the 5.
Let's see. It was only the 7th time it was under a 40 rating. Those other ones that I was telling you were like a 18 rating. Those basketball games.
Right.
Oh, this is a stupid recap. They're not giving me numbers. Just give me point ratings. Anyway.
All right. Russ
I'll
shotgun.
find that makes more sense.
Let's see if we can
Here,
get
let's
him
see if
done.
this one.
Stuffed again. So
Okay. Super Bowl did 91 million viewers. Championship games, 44 million and 41 million.
Yeah.
Every game of the playoffs, 26, 26, 34, 35. 20, 24, 24, 26. That's the opening round. Week 17, 23 million viewers for Bears Packers. 13 million for Pittsburgh Cleveland in the early window.
Russ rushing
Like every
it in
week.
there.
It's crazy. 22 million, 22 million.
It's
22 million.
the disparity between NBA watching and NFL watching is ridiculous.
And then you throw hockey in there, and that's when they're like, "Oh, the big four sports." Well, let's not leave baseball out, just so people aren't thinking we're not talking about the national pastime. Seattle asserting itself a little bit.
But yeah, the NFL. I mean, talk about so much money being thrown around in terms of, it's not the biggest sport worldwide in terms of participation, but in terms of money, it absolutely is. So.
All right, so the least viewed World Series of all time, Los Angeles Dodgers, averaged 9.7 million. 1978. So who's in the 78 World Series? That's the most viewed of all time. Yankees, Dodgers. Well, New York and LA, and no one else had anything going on in that fall. Football wasn't as big as it is now. But check this out. So this is when baseball was in its heyday from a TV viewing. Most viewed World Series of all time, 44 million in 78, 42 million in 80, 41.3 in 81, 38.07 in 82, and 79. So in that 5-year stretch,
right,
baseball was at an all-time high.
Okay.
2019 here. So let me do Cubbies. Cubs has to be high. So Cubs, Indians, Game 7 had 40 million viewers. So that's still less than the NFC and AFC title games.
Yep.
The Cubs breaking a 100-year curse. Let's do the Red Sox breaking their curse. The Red Sox, 04. Oh, they beat the Cardinals in 5. Never had 28 million, and Game 5 was the most.
Wow. Boston not getting much national love.
But on average, the last few years, 2 years ago, Nationals Astros, 13.9, 12.1, 11, 12, 10, 11, 16, 23 for Game 7, so that was cool. Year before, Red Sox Dodgers, Boston and LA. Can you get bigger baseball markets? Especially Boston, 14 million, 13 million, 13 million. They're doing the same thing that Thursday Night Football's doing, the World Series.
That's rough, man. Just shows you, baseball, obviously. That is pretty eye-opening, man. Like, that's a big dip from like you said, their all-time highs. So I'm not shocked. I mean, like, by the time baseball rolls around, NFL's in full swing, the NFL
College
dominates.
football.
You got the fantasy going on, people like that, betting. It's big.
Yeah, so I just pulled up all the college bowl games. Not everyone, but the top 10 all draw about the same as the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah,
Now, this isn't a year when nobody watched any college football.
It's huge. It's a huge build-up. Same kind of thing. People love betting on the one-day events and following their favorite college teams.
But how about this? Ohio State Clemson actually had a better rating than Alabama and Ohio State. Slightly. Both semifinals, Notre Dame and Alabama, which I get, and Ohio State Clemson had better ratings than Alabama Ohio State. Slightly, but still.
I mean, people might have a little bit of Alabama fatigue, could be that.
Also, one of them was January 1st, and I know that it was obviously a pandemic, but people still found ways to get drunk on New Year's.
Yeah.
And Monday the 11th, you just had other stuff, like your life had started back up to some degree.
DJ Moore, only second catch. He had the 165-yard touchdown up to 79 yards now. He's gone
not
quiet.
great as my captain today. Although Carson
NFL, Danielle, our producer, says NFL as a league is more valuable than basically the next three biggest sports leagues in the world combined at this point.
Sure.
He's probably
That's not
about
the
right
next
on
three
that.
biggest in the world, for the record. That's the next three biggest in America, because what are the EPL values?
I think I'm pretty sure the value of the NFL is more than the EPL.
No. I'm saying that the EPL's value is higher than those other three American sports.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
saying, I'm just
I
changing the
agree.
word world to America.
Yep. You are correct on that. And again,
Yeah, so
soccer
NBA and
is-
EPL isn't. NBA and EPL together has to have a higher value than NFL, I would think, but maybe not. I'm not going to call you a liar, Daniel. I'm in 55th place, by the way, in ours. DJ Moore, 23 points in the captain spot. I guess that's respectable. He's not getting no babysitter bill award. Chris Carson may have a look at it. Or Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey better do something here in these last 9
Yeah, I
minutes.
captain Christian McCaffrey. I need him to get going.
74% owned in ours. 13% captain. I'm sure those numbers are similar in the big contest. I can look up what Jordan sent us.
All right, here we go.
This is a fun day. This is a fun day in the EPL though, with the relegation stuff.
Oh, is it a big day? I do not follow EPL at all. The only time I pay
I just saw
attention to
people
soccer
tweeting
is
about
World
it.
Cup, Euro Cup. That's it.
How about this? They just announced that there's going to be 48 teams playing in Qatar now.
Really?
So it totally changes the qualifying. Yeah. All of a sudden, teams that thought they weren't going to get in are going to be like, oh, we can get it.
Weird. I didn't know that. They
And no
announced
one's
that,
going to
like-
watch. I mean, did we talk about this, about the times? I think you and I talked about how weird the times are going to be, but that will still watch it.
Yeah, the times, for the World Cup in Qatar, you mean?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the
it's
time
gonna
of the year.
It's
But
going to be crazy.
5 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, what time is it, like, when does that event start? Like, what month?
Here, I'll tell you. So it's November of 2022.
Yeah, so a weird time of the year as well for soccer, kind of. Usually in the summer.
The very first thing you look up as I start to write up Qatar World Cup, the very first thing that comes in Google, deaths, because of all those people who
Sure.
died building the. Some
Yeah, right.
Really good, sad stories out there. So 3 a.m. Mountain Time for you and I, November 21st, 5 a.m. Eastern. That's the very first game. So Qatar against whoever's in their group. And some people call it Qatar, so I don't know. Then the games most days will be at 8 Mountain, so 10 Eastern, and noon Mountain. So manageable for you and me because we have flexible schedules.
Sure.
Now, I'll be covering Broncos practice most of those days at noon, so
Right.
presumably.
It'll be an interesting thing to kind of work into the schedule there in November. I mean, during the NFL season, like I said, World Cup generally like a summer thing. So I don't ever
For sure.
remember the World Cup being on during.
But it's on these weird times, so except for the games on now, the games on Sundays are going to get smoked, right? These games
Yep.
are kicking off at noon Mountain when the early NFL window is 11, and the first round is November 21st. The round of 16 is December 3rd. I don't know if they're going to fudge that a little now with the 48 teams, although maybe not. And then you get into the quarterfinals, December 9th. I guess we need to look and see where Sundays are. But December 9th, December 10th, semifinals December 13th, finals December 14th. That's probably a Saturday. Let's double check. I like iPhones being able to jump ahead super easy in calendars. 2022 World Cup Finals is on a Wednesday at noon at 2 Eastern. So maybe the number will be okay. You're going to take your day off work, and that's coming right before you're taking off normal vacation time.
Yeah, the hardcore soccer people take days off work, stuff like that.
Oh, sorry. Those are semifinals. Apologies. Semifinals are Tuesday, Wednesday. Finals, I was looking at the schedule wrong. Saturday, December 17th. That's actually a really good day, but it's at 8 a.m., 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern.
I don't hate
But
that.
that day is probably like the start of the crappiest bowl games, and the NFL will even put a couple games on that day. Unless, depending on how the schedule works, that's Heisman Army Navy game, and still.
Yeah. I wonder if the NFL will skip that if it's the World Cup final day, though. You know, I don't know.
Because the game's so early. You'll do it like so if that game
After.
kicks at
right.
8 our time.
Right.
If that game kicks at 8 our time, I read this wrong again. That's the third place game. Monday at 8 a.m. is the World Cup final.
Is the
Monday,
final. Okay.
8 a.m., December 18th. Mark it down. A week before Christmas. All right, that was a long way to get there.
Okay, so Monday is the final. Okay, so
Monday, December 18th, 2022. USA against Belgium in the finals.
Is that December 23rd or 24th? I mean, Belgium,
No,
yes. USA.
No, that's just December. Yeah, the other championship. No, December 18th, 2022. 8 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay. All right, we did have a Robbie Anderson touchdown there just right before the end of the queue. We got Seattle.
Okay, hang on. I need to call another timeout. That is definitely a Sunday. That's definitely a Sunday.
A Sunday. Okay.
Yes.
World Cup final.
Sunday, December 18th. Right before you get ready for your NFL, you can watch a World Cup final.
Really? On a Sunday, hey? Competing right ahead.
Yeah, but it's 10 a.m. You'll watch it. I'll watch it. 8 a.m. our time. We'll watch it.
I mean, I'll be doing NFL stuff, but
We'll definitely be doing NFL stuff, but it's not like I'm not going to pay attention to the World Cup final.
I guess I'll have it on in the background. You're right.
But
No,
right, I won't be going anywhere. I'll be getting ready for a Broncos game.
Yeah.
Also, who goes to a bar at 8 a.m.?
Well,
Daniel watches cricket matches at start.
I mean, I think all of the English people will, if England is in. You know,
if your country's in, or if it's too fun, there's plenty of soccer fans. Look, the growth of soccer in America, and I'm sure in Canada as well, there's plenty of soccer fans that'll find their way to a bar.
Oh, tons. Yeah, absolutely, man. Lots.
Especially at 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 100%.
It is interesting. It's going to be interesting to see that, how that works out, though. I already have plans, totally. But yeah, like I said, I mean, the World Cup generally isn't on when the NFL is on. So I don't know.
No.
The whole Qatar thing, honestly, if we're being dead honest, why the heck is the World Cup in Qatar? It's the stupidest thing.
We know why. We know why.
We know why. We all know why. But like, holy cow, how to kill your brand. Now you got to go against the NFL. It's not even a soccer place. Like, what a dumb thing to do. What an absolutely insanely stupid thing to do to put the World Cup in Qatar. It's 1 billion degrees there in the summer. Just politics ruins sports.
Executive Sessions is having fun with me reading all these TV ratings and TV time. He thinks because Kenny pissed me off about building a team. I haven't asked you that. I guess I will before we get out of here.
What?
Would you start your team with a quarterback or a left tackle?
Quarterback.
Oh,
Look,
okay.
I think
right. So we covered it.
Yeah.
I'm going to add you to the list of every single person, either in the chat or that we work with, that all say quarterback. Kenny's the only one that says tackle.
I mean, I am of the opinion, like the outside of quarterback, you got to build the lines next. But like, I'm gonna start.
Sure.
You give me a choice of any quarterback in the league versus any lineman. Yeah, I think I'll take Patrick Mahomes. Thanks. Call it a day.
Well, how much better did Joe Thomas make his quarterbacks in Cleveland all those years?
Yeah, good point.
Right, and how many times did Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and even Mahomes last year with terrible tackles in the Super Bowl kind of made it a game?
He still got to the Super Bowl, right? So.
Well, he had the tackles before he got there.
That's right.
He had Eric Fisher.
Most of their injuries
he had Eric Fisher until they actually
that's
and
okay.
Mike Remmers is a bad right tackle, but a terrible left tackle. Touchdown. Is that Chris Carson?
I think that's Hyde. Yeah,
good. I got both of them.
Touchdown, guys.
Look at me.
So we are getting
into the top 60.
Had Robbie Anderson there on the last passing touchdown for Carolina. Carlos Hyde there on just a rush, shotgun rush.
Lawhawk is leading our contest right now. DK Metcalf in the captain spot, and he has Hyde, so he's probably going to keep leading. Bone Dog, 84 seconds.
DFS Queen, where's the Kaufman contest? I have no idea what Kaufman's doing. Sorry,
He's got a kid's birthday going on right now, so Kaufman
okay.
contest is not a thing. Sorry, guys.
I guess maybe he's on a losing.
No last minute. No last minute. Are you working another game today, or is this it? You one and done?
This is it for me. This is it.
You're gonna just go sit down and watch golf all day?
I was gonna take a whole day off, but our producer Drew had a spot open. this one was nice and early. I got to help my guy out. Drew's obviously awesome, does the producing, the schedule. So, and I don't mind jumping in. I mean, it's like I said, it's early in the day, so still get the whole day out. What do you got on tap? You got another one after this, or?
No, I've got a haircut, a much needed haircut.
Oh, a haircut. Big day.
And then our little neighbor, I say little neighbor, she's 18. Her high school graduation party / Avs Blues game 4, both at the same time. So I will either be walking back and forth from their house to my house to watch the game, or just put it on one of their TVs. And they're moving on Wednesday. So it'll be our last time to really hang out with them. They came over Friday, so and that's it. But I am pulling very hard for a sweep because covering Nugs and Avs playoffs, the games happen at night. My wife's out of town the next few days for work, Monday through Thursday, and it's really jacking with my work schedule, so I couldn't do any Sims Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep.
And with when I'm having to use our nanny because I need her at night, and then I got my own softball playoffs Wednesday. Can't miss that. Oh, Mo said, BK, you should have done a last-minute NBA contest. I just wasn't thinking about it, guys. Sorry. Go get drunk again, BK. Much cooler when you're drunk. That was last Sunday. I was in rough shape. It was the first time I've been drunk since the Wednesday before the Super Bowl, the Miami Super Bowl 2 years ago.
So then you came on, you had to do a Sunday morning sim right after the fact?
Yeah, I mean, I was awake. I was fine. I was recovering.
You were here in
I don't think I was
spirit,
drunk
right?
on air. Yeah, I wasn't drunk on air. I was recovering.
No, obviously. Hungover on air. That's fine.
Yeah, I was definitely hungover on air.
Everyone's been hungover.
I was in better
at
shape than my
some
wife.
point.
Yeah. That's the thing about you. Look, how old are your twins now? They're 5 or whatever?
4, yeah.
4. They're not, well, are they super early risers?
No, not actually. They're solid sleepers. They're not super early risers.
Yeah, and you get to
they
that.
have problems going to sleep like right away, but they're
Sure.
They've been well.
But like that's the thing that you have to weigh against. And, we don't have a night nanny and we don't have a live-in nanny currently. So
Yeah.
the baby doesn't care that we were out drinking until 2 because she woke up at 3 and needed a bottle. And so I just put my head down when I needed to give her a bottle. Then she woke up again at 6. Because that's her
No days
routine
off, man.
most nights.
No days off.
Last night it was 2:00 when she woke up, but I had just gotten home, or like 2:30, and I had just gotten home because after the game, drove one of my buddies who's a sports writer here in town. He didn't realize our light rail system is operating on like a skeleton crew, so they stopped running at 10:30 because they're running on pandemic schedule still.
Yep.
So I dropped him off, but on the way we stopped at one of our old favorite bars and just had a couple pops to not only feel normal, the bar looked normal. It was full. It wasn't like packed. It was full. People playing pool, people playing darts. It was great. Little dive bar. Felt totally normal. You gone to a bar yet? Are you allowed to?
Nope.
No,
Not
no
open
bars.
here. I mean, I'm not someone who like goes to the bar much anymore, even if they were open. Like, there's a fumble.
Oh.
Yeah,
LB, Bobby Wagner. Johnny on the spot. That should do it. That's going to ice the game.
That is pretty much gonna ice the game. I'm not a big alcohol guy, anyways. I'm not like against it.
No,
I'm
you're
not,
missing
like,
out, but good for you. You're going to live longer. Or not.
I mean, look, I'll partake in other things, but I just don't like things that give me headaches.
Someone's got a bunch of meth around. You're the guy.
Not that. It's all legal.
Kidding.
Only legal stuff. But no.
Don't do it. Don't
Yeah.
say no, kids.
Again, I'm not against it. I don't not drink. I just drink very irregularly.
Yeah, I get it. You're just everything in moderation. I'm not mad at you. The best thing that happened to me in the pandemic was my wife being pregnant because she didn't. We would have gone through 2 bottles of wine a night.
Yeah, save money on alcohol. There you go.
Instead, I just
Spend
had a
it
little
on
glass of
DraftKings.
red wine for my heart health and keep it moving.
Oh yeah, no. Look, again, like drinking red wine, whatever. That's fine. I mean, I don't.
Sure.
I just.
So, all right. So you are planning on taking the day off. Now you sort of have the rest of the day off. Are you just literally telling your 4-year-olds, "I'll see you after hole 18"?
No, I'm probably gonna be with them for the next couple hours for sure. There's no way they'd let
Well,
me.
because what
go
time do
home
the
at-
leaders tee off? Same as yesterday, so we got like 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly right.
Give or
So I'm
take.
gonna be. I might miss the first couple holes of the leaders, but then I'll settle right in.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, this doesn't tell me. I gotta go to my ESPN Plus page because it tells me what time the featured groups. Probably other places that tell it too. But.
2 minutes left in this one, guys. 10-point lead. Oh, we might get a garbage touchdown here for DK Metcalf. Not quite. Couldn't split the D's. Carolina taking timeout.
Wow. I just looked to see what's coming up next. It's gonna be all Rossi all the time. Look at Rossi being the team player here.
Yeah,
Rossi and Tara Lynn back to back, and then 2 more Rossi games.
DK Metcalf there, guys. 3 yards away from the bonus. Yeah, we got a bunch of Rossi and Tara Lynn coming up with Rossi in the next sim. Give us your player of the game quickly here, man, and we'll wrap this up right at the end.
Give me 1 second. I had it a second ago. Oh yeah, DK, your guy, your captain, right? You captain DK? Oh no, you captain Christian. Captain 40 or only captain 12% in ours. I'm sure right around that I could scroll back up, or Jordan can throw me the numbers again. But DK coming through, under 50% owned in general, and you get 32 points in the captain spot.
Oh, we're going to get a late one here.
Russ was 96% owned. Who's that? Carson?
Chris Carson.
Is Carson going to shift the...
That'll shift it.
No, it might shift something, but Carson's... I didn't realize how low his points were.
Yeah, definitely didn't have many points before that play, but if you had Chris Carson...
No. I'm still giving it to DK. Big day for DK, and then Christian McCaffrey, very disappointing. He had 50 points a couple games ago. You captained him. He's 75% owned in ours. I think he was 74. Metcalf 48% in the flex. Carson 21% in the flex. Yeah, it's but Carson's not gonna have anywhere near enough points. So DK is your crusty crystal player of the game, and Christian McCaffrey is the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. So yeah, we said Rossi and Tara Lynn. I guess I'll run down real quick. Coming up 2 Eastern, Saints and Lions, Rossi and Tara Lynn. Then they're back for Titans and Raiders at 4 Eastern, 6 Eastern, Steelers at Bucks, Rossi and Lamarca. Kaufman comes up for 1 to give Rossi a break so he can eat dinner, see his family. Texans at Falcons, so Kaufman, Lamarca there. And then Lamarca, the triple header as well. Madden after dark, Pats at Dolphins, Rossi and Lamarca.
Yeah, we got a big schedule of Jason Rossi coming up. He's going to be on 4 of the last 5 games. Tara Lynn coming up with him after that. We are going to get one more Carolina drive here, so potential for some garbage time action. See what's going on here. Less than 2 minutes to go. Carolina's still 1 timeout. BK taking a little break and giving us factoids, like the ratings and of every major sport. I kind of like that stuff, to be honest. It is interesting. MLB taking a major dive, but got to go rescue his dog here for a sec. I think she needed him. Anyways, let's see what Carolina can do. Smash that like, DK Sim fam. Let's get up over 100. We're at 666 right now. Ooh, we were at 6. We had 66 likes and 6 dislikes there for 1 second. That was scary. Smash some likes so we can get away from that number, please. Let's get over 100. DK Metcalf sitting 3 away from the bonus. Probably not going to get there unless we got some kind of turnover, weird play going. But our guy Daniel dropping some more DK announcer player cards in the chat. Love it. All right, Teddy going for a little downfield action. Picked. More points. Quentin Dunbar, interception. That's going to do it. More points.
If Rodgers, I'm looking at this card now. Peyton's not my favorite player, but he was fun to cover. Hot take, Rodgers or Broncos. Have we put those in the, can we put them in YouTube or not? Probably not. It doesn't have the capacity.
No, YouTube won't let you post stuff like that, like pictures, I don't think.
Too bad. Number of sims, sub 100. No, I'm way over 100.
I think most of us
I think. If I'm doing, I guess I could figure it out. I got to be close. Maybe I'm under 100. My favorite NFL player of all time is probably still prime time.
Deion Sanders. Deion, eh?
And then he gets traded to the Cowboys my junior year of high school, which is pretty cool.
Right, that's right. We grew up in Texas, didn't we?
Yeah, and so I tried to.
Well, I mean, Deion Sanders
wristbands and cool socks.
I like that choice of player. I mean, dude was electric. Played both sides.
Yeah, we both played corner. Our styles were a little different.
a touch, right?
Hot take. It says hot take. Rodgers to Broncos June 2nd. So here, I guess, did you tell everybody that Daniel's making trading cards for us? He's making our own. He's making DK Sim announcer trading cards.
Yeah.
So June 2nd, let's pretend Rodgers gets traded June 1st or 2nd. I want to be up in the mountains camping. So I'm off all Memorial Day week here from that Monday through the following Sunday. We're going to be up not too far from town. Like I could get here. If Aaron Rodgers has a press conference, I'm taking the old family truckster and heading down and going to the Aaron Rodgers press conference. My wife would understand. But otherwise, unless he doesn't have to get traded June 1st, though. Just because there's that designation, that's probably when the market will open up. Maybe. They're going to drag this out. The Packers are going to try to make teams a little desperate, drive the price up if they decide to trade him, which they should. At this point, it seems untenable or unfixable. But I don't think it happens on June 2nd. I think it happens like July 31st, like as camps are opening up.
Okay.
July 25th.
Okay. So pushing back the date a little bit. That's okay. Still thinks it's going to happen.
They want to make it uncomfortable for Rodgers. They want to put some of this back on him to do even more of making him look like a jerk.
Fair enough. You still think it's going to happen, though, Rodgers to Denver, right?
Rodgers to somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, because once you open up the bidding, now here's the thing: is Rodgers can be an a-hole about it and not report or whatever and screw up the trade.
Yeah.
The price tag will be a couple ones, couple 2s and 3s, and probably a player. So as long as you can meet their minimum on a player, unless it seems like we're giving you 3 starters. You know, they may be like, sorry, you're going to the Jags or whatever. They're not going to the Jags.
Or that's your option, right? That's your best option.
Yeah, like you're right.
Anyways, guys.
But I do think it's happening. I think he will not be a Packer this year.
I actually agree with that take. I don't think he will be either. I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown here, and then we'll get you out of here for a few minutes and come back in. 2 p.m. Eastern, we got Saints at Lions, Rossi, Tara Lynn coming up. 4 p.m. Eastern, Titans at Raiders. We have Rossi and Tara Lynn. 6 p.m. Eastern, Steelers at Bucks, Rossi and Lamarca. 8 p.m. Eastern, Texans at Falcons, Kaufman and Lamarca. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, Pats at Dolphins, Rossi and Lamarca. Rossi back. So you got the Jason Rossi show coming up. 4 Sims going at you. We got a bunch going on here. Obviously, this one, you know, we had DK Metcalf with a pretty solid game. Seattle taking care of business. Leader in the little free roll we put together. Russell Wilson actually in the captain spot with 40.8 3 points. But BK, man, this was fun.
Yeah, man.
Sorry
for reading all the TV ratings, everybody. But now you're caught up. So when y'all have these conversations around the Stanley Cup and NBA Finals, you can drop some knowledge on your friends when you're sitting at the bar. As bars open up in America and hopefully Canada soon enough.
This is like a good opening, segment. If you're going up to meet a new person, a new friend at the bar, you can drop this kind of knowledge. This is why you come to the DK Sim Chat. Anyways, guys, up next on the Dream Stream, Warren Sharp from the SharpFootballAnalyst.com joins Ross Tucker podcast. They're going to analyze the 2021 NFL schedule, get some good professional advice there, unlike my advice. And then that's going to be followed by Rossi and Tara Lynn for the Saints at the Lions. Have a good one, guys. We'll see you soon.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. They've got a monster offer, by the way, with the NBA playoffs going on. I am so fired up for Warren Sharp from Sharp Football to join us momentarily. Look, I pretty much do this every year, right? I get Michael North from the NFL on, and he talks about why the NFL schedules what they did and how they do it. He was on last week, and then nobody actually breaks down the schedule better than Warren Sharp. So you have the guy that makes it, and then the guy that breaks it down. Back-to-back episodes. Doesn't get any better than that. Warren is everywhere. He's got podcasts. He writes for NBC Sports, got his own website. It's hard to go anywhere now and not see Warren. And I can say that I remember when he first came onto the scene. It's a new week, which means I've got new winners that I want to give out. By the way, David Martirano, I need your address, bro. If you want that Jaguars-Eagles press pass, I need your address.
hit me up, ross@rosstucker.com. We'll have a new Spread the Word winner via social media. So just engage in any way with @RossTuckerNFL or @RossTuckerPod. I'll pick somebody on Friday or Thursday. You'll win a signed press pass or football card or picture, whatever you want. Probably can't get that much money for it, but who knows? $6, $8, whatever. Spread the word winner via social media I told you about. Sponsor confirmation. I'll be telling you about Level Select CBD. I'll be telling you about ExpressVPN. You take advantage of any of those, just make sure you forward me the email after you buy it and you take advantage of our code, because then I'll read and respond to whatever question you email me. Whatever it is, my favorite color, how I met my wife, I really don't care. Just send it to me. And then the YouTube shout out. This is the big one. People pay money for these cameo shout outs. I just did one for a fantasy football dude. You guys get them for free. All you have to do is subscribe to YouTube and comment on one of the videos. It's that easy and it's that great to be joined by my buddy, Warren Sharp. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
So, Warren, I kind of touched on it earlier. You obviously still have your outstanding website, sharpfootballanalysis.com, sharpfootballstats.com, but now you're doing a podcast at The Ringer. You're writing for NBC Sports. So tell me what you got going on just in terms of branching out, but also still having your core site.
Yeah, it's still the same in terms of, when I'm giving out sports betting recommendations for the NFL season, that's up at sharpfootballanalysis.com. But all my content is now up at NBC. So the couple of articles I wrote once before the schedule was released and then immediately after the schedule was dropped in terms of analyzing the schedule iniquities, those are up at NBC Sports. My book, though, I dive into a book, as you know, and usually come on after I'm done with that to share some of my big takeaways with you guys on your show. That's going to come out in July, and that'll be available at Sharp Football Analysis.
That sounds like one where maybe we'll get you on the Even Money podcast, Warren, the betting one, which is very popular these days, as you know. But I wanted to get your schedule thoughts. You mentioned the biggest inequities. I want you to start with just explaining what you think that they are, because then I have some follow-up questions as well. But you do this every year. You analyze the entire schedule and spit out what you think are the areas where the schedule lacks balance from a competitive standpoint, correct?
That's correct. Look, we know in terms of when they're releasing the schedule, we understand who is going to deal with the weaker strength of schedule or a stronger strength of schedule based upon who you play. But that's just one discussion point entirely, who you play. There's another way to look at the schedule, which is the timing of when you play these teams. And we don't know that until the schedule drops, but that is almost as important, because let's put it into this perspective, Ross. And I know I'm really interested to hear your take on my thoughts versus Michael North, because he's the one putting the schedule together. But you have some teams with this 17-game schedule that they just dropped that are playing 6 opponents this year out of 17. Those opponents are on extra rest. They have extra time to prepare for a certain team. There are other teams that play 0 opponents that have extra rest to prepare for them. So it's the equivalent to baseball with a 162-game schedule. Some teams would play 0 opponents that have extra time to prepare for them in a baseball season, whereas others are playing 56 opponents out of 162 games with extra time to prepare for them. We would say that's unfair. We would say that that is not just. And that's what we're dealing with in the NFL. So there's a variety of things that I look at in addition to rest inequalities. I'm also looking at things like short week road games. I'm looking at negated bye weeks and a variety of other things to try to figure out where there are certain teams that are getting the short end of the stick.
Got it. So I guess this is where I start to have some questions. So I agree that does not sound fair. My question is, what data do you have that backs that up? Like, what do we know about 1-loss record over time of teams with extra rest, extra time to prepare versus not?
So there is a, in terms of looking at this point spread, there is a value that is associated with significant rest advantage. If you have a stronger rest advantage in a particular game, it is worth a certain amount on the point spread. But here's the thing in my mind, Ross, that digs even deeper than this, because it is in the past only a 16-game season. And for a variety of reasons, you have teams that win games or lose games. You have coaches that are or are not able to take advantage of situations around them. It's not as if like, well, we have 2 extra days or 3 extra days of rest to prepare for this team. We're going to use those optimally and come up with an even better game plan to defeat the opponent, right? But just because they aren't able to use that and some teams screw up their opportunities does not mean that it is fair. And, you know, I read Peter King's article. He interviewed me for his article. We talked for about 30 minutes about the schedule, about the guys that are making the schedule. And you could tell just in reading the article, there are a select, I think it was like 70 games that are like high valued games that they have to freeze, that they know that they want on networks. They care mostly about the TV. So they plug those games in first and then they work backwards around it. And some of the things that they're like backfilling and swapping out at the last minute are like one team has to play 2 straight road games to start the season, and they might swap an opponent in the first game because the schedule spit out that they would have to travel too far in both of these 2 different road games. Like that's the type of inequality that they're trying to smooth out a little bit is, you know, 3 straight road games. Well, we're definitely not going to have 4 straight. You know, we're definitely going to try to minimize some of this, but they're not focusing as much on the fact that, you know, the Tennessee Titans, for example, are playing 3 teams this season that are coming off of Thursday night football games, which means they have extra time to prepare multiple days for the Tennessee Titans. Plus, they have to play a team that's coming off of a bye week. You know, there are teams that don't play any teams that are coming off of a Thursday night game with this extra mini bye to prepare for. So the Titans are playing 4 teams like that. The other teams are playing 0. It just does not make sense. And just because the Titans can't take advantage of that and the Titans can't beat, you know, some of the teams I'm looking at the list, they're playing the Patriots, the Steelers, and the Chiefs this year, all who have extra time to prepare for them. You know, if the Titans lose those games, you know, that's we would consider that to be obvious because the Titans aren't going to be as good this year. But just because the Titans can't win those games doesn't mean that that's fair for them to deal with that.
You know, it's interesting because this is maybe, Warren, just because I've been trained this way, and I think I've talked to you about it before. But first of all, as a player or coach, like you'll never hear a player or coach ever bring it up or ever use that as an excuse, at least not publicly, right? I'm pretty confident privately they complain about some of these things. I will say, though, and this is anecdotally, this is why I asked you if there's evidence that we know that it makes a big difference, because even a short week, right? When you play a Monday night and then you play again on Sunday, I never really felt like we weren't prepared for that next game, because the NFL work week typically is Monday, you review the game before. Tuesday is the off day. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is the preparation for the next opponent. And then obviously Sunday is the game. So in my mind, whether it's a Monday night or a Sunday or whatever, by Wednesday, you're kind of even there, I guess. And even the rest thing, you know, it's 6 days later. It's hard to feel like that playing Sunday afternoon versus Monday night made a difference in the rest. I guess the one I could see the most there, Warren, would be the impact it has on the coaches, because Monday is a huge day for the coaches getting everything ready for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for that next opponent. So I guess in my mind, more than the rest, which I'm sure there's some impact, although I never really noticed that, and even more than the preparation for the players, it really would seem to me like it's a lack of not having the same amount of prep time for the coaches. Is that fair?
It's absolutely fair. Look, I work for a variety of different teams. I talk to these coaches behind the scenes. One of the reasons why I even threw into my analysis looking at road Sunday night and Monday night games is because those guys on a variety of different teams have told me that is difficult for them. Getting back late, anything that screws up, these guys are creatures of habit. Anything that screws up that process is a problem. Now, a lot of the work that I do and the advanced scouting work is done in advance of those games anyways. So like I'm submitting reports prior to even them playing their final, the game right before their game that I'm submitting a report for. That said, though, they still have to incorporate that and come up with their strategy and their game plan and what they're going to start working on with the players. Now, so number one, from my experience, not having played in the league, but working with the different coaches and different coaching staffs, they do care about even small things like that, let alone, having other teams with even more time to prepare for them. But number two, you made a point there, which I don't disagree with. In some cases, if you're talking about the difference between playing on Monday and playing on Sunday and your personal rest, being a healthy player is not change that much. You don't really notice that big of a difference. And of course, I don't think any coaching staff is going to have its team believing we're at a disadvantage as we get ready to play our next game, right? They're going to get everybody thinking we're going to beat these guys. We've got the right game plan implemented. There's no issues here. There's no excuses. Go out there and win this game. So mentally, you're thinking that you're going to be fine. The issue is not probably for the healthy players as much as it is the injured players. If you're dealing with an injury, every single extra day that you have to rehab and prepare and get that injury ready so that you can play 95% versus 70% versus not even play the game at all. Those are major advantages. So I think especially later in the season or for players that are injured, those rest days do matter a little bit more.
I read Peter King's story this morning as well, Warren, and where he referenced you and the outstanding work that you do. He also, earlier in the article, he mentioned the NFL has some type of total rest metric or something. They have something that they use to try to make it as equitable as possible. So I guess the net here is Michael North, and I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the interview or watch it on YouTube or whatever, but he makes it very clear. I even posted this on social media over the weekend. Goal number one is revenue. Goal number one is to get the best ratings possible. And they're trying to do that without inconveniencing teams as much as they can. The buys are between week 6 and 14. So there's not the early one. They don't have anybody doing 3-game road trips. I guess my question is there's going to always be a balance there, right? I don't really feel like they'll ever have a perfect schedule. What do you think is unacceptable that they should be able to put into their computer system and maybe even hire you to do it so that it doesn't happen?
Well, first of all, he is right. They have done a better job of factoring it in, right? The net rest inequality has improved, but the fact that it still is where it is and it's improved is a scary thought as to what things were, 2, 4, 5 years ago. But the bottom line to me is that there still is too much inequality in this schedule in terms of rest. Look, you are dead on. We are never going to have a perfect schedule. When you want teams to play on Thursday night games and you want teams to play on Monday night games, nothing is going to be perfect, okay? But you have to do a better job than what we're doing right now. You cannot have teams like the Chicago Bears play 6 teams that have extra rest to prepare for them, whereas other teams have 0 of those games. There has to be more of a balance within the course of a season. I'll give you a couple of other examples. The Philadelphia Eagles are the only team this year to have to play 4 games in 17 days, with 17 days separating the first and the last game. They're the only team that has to do that. Now, in the past, there's been more of those instances, but why even allow one this year, right? Why not just get rid of that one team that has to play that? And guess what the Philadelphia Eagles also deal with? When you're playing the 4 in 17, you're playing a Monday night to start, then you've got a Sunday. So that's a short rest week right there. You know, they play on the first time that they play the short rest, the Kansas City Chiefs, the defending Super Bowl runner-up. Then they have to play a Thursday night game to close this schedule up after a Sunday. So that's another short rest. You know who they play in that next short rest game? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the actual team that won the Super Bowl. So they're playing both teams that went to the Super Bowl on short rest during this 4-17. And then they follow that up with 5 road games in 7 weeks. They are only one of 7 teams that have to play that type of a schedule, 5 road in 7 weeks. So putting those back to back is a little difficult to comprehend as to why we have them as the only team that's there. Then I'll talk about the Dallas Cowboys briefly. You know, look, the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions have the inherent edge of playing and hosting a short week game. They do it every single year on Thanksgiving. We know that hosting a short week game is the single biggest edge that you can have in terms of an NFL schedule as to when they are planning out your game. It is so difficult for that team to go on the road on the short rest and win that game. ATS wise, straight up wise, it is a massively difficult thing for you to do. So the NFL this year said, look, we'll give Dallas 2 road Thursday games because that's really the only way you can offset it. If you're not going to get rid of those Thanksgiving home games, you got to send them on the road for a short week Thursday game. But you know when they gave them these Thursday games? Week 1 against Tampa Bay. Well, week 1 is not a short week. They have as much time as they want to prepare for that. They actually get an added edge after that Thursday game because then they have 10 days to get ready for their week 2 game. Then the second game that they gave them on Thursday was the week after Thanksgiving, which means they have a whole week to prepare for a road game in New Orleans. This is something that the NFL could change and say, look, Dallas, we know you get the edge of having a Thursday game at home every single year. We're going to send you on a road for a short week Thursday game. But they have never done that. In the history of Thursday night football, Dallas has never gone on the road and played on a short week, Sunday to Thursday, and been on the road for that game. So that's since 2006 they started these Thursday night games. So they should be able to fix that as well.
You know, one of the other things I saw you wrote about, Warren, was the Colts primetime and how many away primetime games they had. Now, I don't know this, but I wanted to give you some information here. And for all I know, you work for the Colts. I don't know. But I remember when I was in Buffalo, I was told once, and I think maybe it's changed, but I was told once that the Bills requested as many Sunday 1 p.m. home games as possible, and that they didn't want primetime home games. They wanted primetime away games because the Bills have sort of a regional fan base. You know, they're from Rochester and all over upstate New York, and their season ticket holders told them it's arduous for them to come to a Sunday night game, Monday night game, etc., and then have work the next day. So I don't know if that's the case with the Colts or not. I have no idea, Warren. I'm just throwing that out there to you as a possibility and submitting that there are teams at times they don't want, they want road primetime games because they want the exposure, but they don't want home primetime games sometimes because their fans don't like them for whatever reason. I don't know if that's the case with the Colts. I just thought that might be something that would interest you.
Yeah, and no doubt that probably has happened in the past to certain teams. And I could tell you that some of the teams put in these types of requests, right? Like I know Peter King reported it. I knew before the schedule even came out that the Dolphins were going to request to play after their London game and not take a bye because they wanted to bye later on in the season. So I knew that like several weeks ago before the schedule even dropped. But I could tell you for a fact that the Indianapolis Colts want to play these games at home. They have not requested to play elsewhere. And, you know, they just sit back. There are certain teams out there, and obviously I'm talking to them, that have requested things in the past that have never gotten them and are so frustrated that they just don't even bother to say anything anymore. And they sit back and laugh because they feel like there's nothing that they can do about what is happening with this schedule. They feel like there are certain things that are unequal with the way that the schedule is being issued, and they've tried to address them in the past, and nothing has changed in their opinion. Now, I will say that some of these things, they didn't realize the actual measurement of them until I came along with this study. Like when I did this study last year for the first time and looked at the last decade of schedule inequalities, like when I was talking to Peter King, he's like, even people within the league aren't looking at some of these metrics that you've been looking at. And they were like, wow, this is something maybe we should consider a little bit more. So some people, even within the league, as they're making the schedule, aren't necessarily looking at things to the level of detail that I am. And in some cases, they might have the same exact reason for thinking, well, it's not that necessary because of like the instance that you suggested. Well, does it even really matter? Like, is it actually measurable? But the point to me is that we already know the league tries to strive for equality. They're going to elevate their best teams on the primetime games. Their main goal is revenue, as you indicated previously. But why do they put the number one teams against number one and number four against number four and because they're trying to balance things? Why do they give the worst team the number one overall draft pick? They're trying to make things a little bit more balanced. And you can't tell me that when you divvy up the schedule with this rest inequality as it sits here, even in a one season instance, not zooming out, but looking at just this one season, that we could say that every single team has as fair of a shot as everybody else based upon the rest that they've issued. And I know it's never going to be perfect, but it can be better than even what it is right now. And that's what I would encourage them to do, is look more at these metrics and try to make a schedule that's a little bit more fair and balanced across the entire league in a single season as possible. And whatever rest metrics that they're plugging into their schedule, it did help compared to years past, but it has not helped enough. There are still too much imbalance, in my opinion.
Warren, this was awesome. You are awesome. I can't wait to see the YouTube comments, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, or anybody over on any of our patrons or email. I'll be really curious for people. A lot of them listened and watched Mike North and you back to back. And this is what I like to do. Like this is what I had to do in Princeton. And you read the one guy, then you read the other guy, and it's like, okay, what do you think? Where do you stand? You hear the arguments on both sides. Check him out, sharpfootballanalysis.com, sharpfootballstats.com, @sharpfootball on social media. He's got an unbelievable book he comes out with every year. I love it. We'll get him on to discuss it again after it comes out on the Even Money Betting podcast, because there's a lot of good betting info in there. He is the man, Warren Sharp. Thank you, Warren. Really appreciate it.
And thanks for having me, Ross. And I would also encourage people, if you want to get more information about what I was regurgitating here and discussing with you, the article is up at NBCsports.com. You can go to edge.NBCsports and you can check it out right there. You can read all the different teams that have a rest edge or at rest disadvantages. I mean, it's right up there. I've got charts and graphs, and I think it would be really eye-opening for a lot of people.
Awesome. Thank you, Warren.
Thanks for having me.
Gosh, we are on fire right now with our guests. We are. I mean, Micah Parsons, Matt Nagy, Michael North, Warren Sharp. Wait till you see who we have later on this week. Unbelievable. Please spread the word, and please consider Level Select CBD. Pros like golf legend Ricky Fowler, 15-year NFL quarterback Carson Palmer use Level Select CBD sports creams and roll-ons to get the relief they need. Now, Level Select CBD is sponsoring a free-to-play daily fantasy golf contest. Head to DraftKings.com, make your picks in the Level Select Golf Classic for your shot at $5,000 in cash prizes. Level Select has 3 different levels of CBD, so you can find product that's right for you. Visit levelselectcbd.com. Use promo code DK30 for 30% off your entire order. That's DK30 for 30% off your order at levelselectcbd.com. Eligibility restrictions apply. See website for details.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Let's start today with some news out of Denver. First, they reportedly were going to trade wide receiver Deshaun Hamilton, but he tore his ACL working out on his own before they can move him.
That is unbelievable. They were going to release him, and then before they released him, Bry, they got some notes. They got some calls in being like, "No, we'll trade for him. Probably just a late round swap of picks or conditional seventh or whatever. But it's something. Something's better than nothing. Sand, foam, something." When I say that, Bry, you know what that is? I say that at least 3 times a year. And do you know what it is?
Wait, say it again?
Yeah. Sand, foam, something.
No.
From old school. When Vince Vaughn is talking about the party at the house, and he's like, "We need foam," or we need something there. And they're like, and the guys, what's the guy's name? Luke Wilson's like, "Sand?" He's like, "Yeah, sand, foam, something." Anyway, you might know what I'm talking about or no?
I do. Now I do. I remember the earmuffs throughout that movie.
Oh, yes. Earmuffs.
Yeah.
Earmuffs. All right. So they were going to trade him. They tore his ACL. Here's what will make it even worse. They won't pay him. He was working out on his own. I highly doubt they'll pay him. Speaking of that, next Tux take, Brian.
Tux takes.
Speaking of that, the Broncos also signed tackle Cameron Fleming and released tackle Jawan James after he recently tore his Achilles working out on his own. And did he get any money?
$0.00. And by the way, he had like 21 million more, quote unquote, fully guaranteed. 0. I mean, I cannot even imagine what will be going through my head. I can't imagine. Now, on the one hand, Bry, you know, the offseason program doesn't start until mid-April. So these guys could have had these injuries. They could, you know, this stuff can happen when they're working out on their own January, February, March anyway. Or, by the way, you get like 6 weeks between the end of the offseason program and training camp. So, and you're working out hard during those 6 weeks. So you're ready for training camp. So you can tear your Achilles or ACL doing that too. It's just unfortunate that these guys tore it during the period where they could be at the facility and get their whole salary for it. They got to figure something out because otherwise, if they're going to stiff these guys, you might have more guys not doing stuff on their own because they're so worried about it.
Tux takes.
Some other moves include the Chiefs swapping late-round picks for former first-round Vikings cornerback Mike Hughes, Washington signing veteran special teams Bobby McClain, while longtime stalwart Ryan Kerrigan said goodbye to the team on Instagram last night after 10 years in burgundy and gold.
So, number one, Mike Hughes kind of flamed out with the Vikings, but he was a first-round pick for a reason. So that is why a team like Kansas City is willing to take a shot on him. Bobby McCain was a captain for Miami last year, so Washington scooped him up. Can't even tell you how much respect I have for Ryan Kerrigan. 156 starts out of 160 possible the last 10 years, especially the way that guy played. I say this all the time, Brian, when people ask who I look up to or whatever, any guy that battled in the trenches and lined it up pretty much every Sunday for 10 years, hard to express in words how impressive that is. Tip of the cap to Ryan Kerrigan, absolute stud. Can't wait to see where he goes next.
Tux takes.
And finally, the NFL announced late last week that players and staff who are vaccinated no longer have to wear masks.
That's awesome. That's great. I think the primary reason is they're trying to incentivize everybody to do it, which I think they should. I think based on everything I've read, all the data I've seen, I'm far from an expert, but it certainly seems like the vaccine is working. And the more people that take it and have it, the better off everybody is. So I think the NFL, they're not allowed to mandate it. That's exactly what they should do. They should. You're not going to want to be the only guy wearing a mask at practice or in the meeting room, right? I mean, you're just not. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I'd also say shout outs are in order to Pizza Boy Brewing, delicious, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Those are all the I Think We're Done Here members of Patreon.com/RT Media. Love our patrons and love the series we're doing on the College Draft Podcast as well. Check that out. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Alrighty, welcome in, DraftKings Dream Streamers. It is your Madden Sunday, May 23rd, 2 p.m. Eastern, simulated Madden football dream stream. It's me, Jason Rossi, and with me today, what is this? Not a try box in that number 2 one chair. Let's be honest, she's the one chair. It is Tara Lynn.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, Tara Lynn, what's going on? What's cooking?
Oh my goodness, the stress over here on this end. I just tried to make a contest and then I got it.
Dream Streamers. It is your Madden.
Oh, and we're having some feedback. Having some feedback. Okay, so I tried to make a contest and it just locked. And I had a great lineup, but yeah.
All right, you just pull a BK then. Whoever scores, you just say you had that person in your captain spot.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, so I want to start off by saying last night when I was with Kaufman, I was ambushed by Glasheen. It was a whole thing. A lot of fun for all that were there, but I tried to make contests on the website of DraftKings.com for the first time. I usually use the old application on the phone, like a true millennial. Or is it Gen X now? I don't even know what's younger. But anywho, is it Gen Z? What's the young crew?
I would say Gen Z.
Are you a Gen Z?
No, I'm not. I'm a millennial, so I'm a little older than the Gen Z peeps. And the Gen Z, can I just make it known? I think Gen Z is a little weird, so we'll just keep it moving from there.
Take shots as we start. Cool, we're here for 2 in a row. But I tried to make it, and so came up with a dummy title. Like 40 people entered. I'm embarrassed. Smash Land. I heard you made a contest because you thought we didn't. I swear I did, Smash. Just did a really bad job. That is what you get from me, baby. I'm here for 4 today, so gonna have a subpar day. But Tara Lynn, Jason Rossi with you. We got producer Jordan extraordinaire. We have Daniel on the 1s through 1 millions, Jimbo and Ops. So we have the Detroit Lions and the Saints. But let's be honest, it's Sunday.
The Saints.
Oh, you got a song?
I just whenever I hear the Saints, I just want to sing "Oh, when the Saints go marching in," you know.
Oh, by all means, Tara Lynn, this is your cup of tea. All right, I'm just gonna drink a ton of water throughout these 2 sentences.
All right, what do you think about this matchup today, Rossi?
I don't know. I don't know what to think, Tara Lynn. I don't know, but I'll tell you my lineup.
Hear it.
All right, let's see. In a game that's going to involve players that no longer will be on their teams much longer, I have in my captain spot, I went Michael Thomas, wide receiver extraordinaire for the Saints. I went Alvin Kamara, and I also went Will Lutz because I love kickers. For the Detroit Lions, I have TJ Hawkinson, Kenny Golladay, new Giant, as well as Kerryon Johnson because he's kind of a vulture. And if there's one thing about me, vultures be swarming.
Caca.
Oh, you! If there's a vulture today, I want you making the call. So everybody.
I had Golladay and I had Kamara too in my lineup that. People think I'm lying because they didn't get it in time, but I had them in there, so we were on the same page.
I don't know if that's a good or bad thing for you, but shout out to Daniel for these cool-looking unis. What do you make of these Detroit? These are from like the 40s right here. No logo helmet, plain blues. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy a good throwback uni, but not looking as sharp as the Saints. I like the Saints uniform.
Okay, you like it? What is that thing called? What is the symbol on the Saints uniform? Do you know what that's called?
Oh, what is that called?
I'm gonna call it a Tisdale, even though I know that's not what it is.
Yeah, a Tisdale?
It's not a Tisdale, but anybody smart person in the chat, drop in. I know Daniel is gonna be cooking up for Jordan, but I want to see somebody in the chat tell us.
I feel like if anyone knows, it's Daniel.
Daniel literally knows almost everything.
Everything, yeah. Where I know basically nothing, Daniel knows it all. Does he have it?
Fleur de lis.
Ah, Fleur de lis. Okay, I feel very classy and fancy now.
Yeah, the Fleur de lis is a symbol that deeply ingrained in Louisiana history. Thank you, Jordan. Look at them, the 2 of them. Look at these 2.
Yeah, look at these 2 smarties. Thank God that we have them controlling us today, right?
Yep. Oh, and here we go. Of course. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks for poo-pooing the yum-yum there. Not reading that one, but yeah, you can check all about the Fleur de lis as we see the Saints here. Drew Brees, quick snap, delivers it out, caught there. That's my guy, Michael Thomas. But let's see the chat. Chat's already flying here. Tara Lynn dropped the Sunday peeps, and then everyone just gets all fired up.
Yeah, the people are fired up today.
Yeah, because listen, Tara Lynn, no 3-person booth, no weaving, no nothing. It's straight Tara Lynn action here. So Tom's microwave, should I say? So what's up, TL?
Yeah, no zigzag and no bip bopping. It's just us two today. I don't have to worry about competing with Kenny. I don't have to worry about competing with Kaufman. So I was really happy. I was telling Daniel and Jordan before this, I'm like, yes, thank God. I just have Rossi today because he always brings the positivity, where the other two bozos, I mean, they just try to like dampen my day, and I let it happen every time.
That ain't gonna happen today. It's Sunday. There's no dampening on a Sunday here, folks. We're quote unquote working, and we're gonna love it.
Yeah, we got the Lions and the Saints. Are you kidding me? You got us again the next sim? Like, what a great Sunday.
What could be better? Tara, says Matt Silverman.
What's up?
Matt Mantelli says, what's up, TL?
Hey.
The freak of nature, great energy in the commentary. Love it, freak.
Love it.
Good afternoon, brother. We got some crowd noise. Reminds me of Punch-Out, says Jordan Mooring. Do you know the game Punch-Out, Taryn? Do you remember that? It's an original Nintendo game.
No.
Okay. After this sim, for the whatever amount of time we have in between, just go on YouTube and just watch 40 minutes of Punch-Out videos.
Huh. All right. I guess I'll add that to my schedule today.
Yes. Very busy. Whatever you were thinking of doing, like if there was any entertainment in your life, sorry, cancel. Work.
Punch-Out videos.
Please.
Is Glash still sleeping in Koff's basement, the freak of nature? Apparently I missed that too.
So last night, I'll tell you the stories. We have the Saints on the drive here. Last night, Koff, I did early sim, and then I did the 8 and the 10. We did the Fantasy Basketball World Championship pre-show with Lamarca. And Koff jumped in, I guess, during the 6 p.m. sim, saying he has a huge surprise for the 10 o'clock. Nobody wants to miss it.
Oh yeah, he was talking it up yesterday because I produced during the day, and I even went into the Slack channel, and I was like, yo, like, what is it? Like, you can tell me, right? Like, we're on the same team here. He's like, ha ha ha, Tara Lynn thinks that I'm gonna tell her I'm not, and try to make me look dumb in Simland.
This is an issue. Koff has issues, but they probably went a little something like this, like, oh, Tara Lynn thinks she wants to know. Well, I guess she thinks she's more important, but no, you'll all have to tune in tonight at 10 p.m. Adam Kaufman, Brandon Glashy. Who did play-by-play from that game, by the way?
Kaufman did.
Of course, okay. So, anyway, he does the big tease. We get to 10 o'clock. He waits till the quarter break. I'm just sitting here, and I corner my eye because we're in a Zoom chat. I also have, next to the Zoom chat, I have the YouTube chat. Behind it, we have our Twitch.
Right.
So I'm sitting here, and I kind of, in the corner of my eye, like I can see you, like you can see me, but you're up in like a top corner. So I wasn't really directly looking when he stepped away, and then somebody else stepped in, not knowing somebody else. I thought he just threw a sweater on. Boom, it was Glash. The first time 2 members of the DK Sim fam in the same place during a sim.
Wait, I literally hate them. That was their surprise, and they couldn't have just like let me in on it.
They probably thought, oh, we can't tell Tara Lynn, she's gonna want to come. They must have thought badly we'd want to be there.
They were like, we're not inviting that clown. We're just gonna keep it with us two.
It was very intriguing. It was funny. I'll give them that, and good for them. Good, obviously buddies inside, outside of work. Any goofy sim tension, not real, but probably real. It was wild, and it was easy on me. I didn't have to talk as much. I just got to sit back and watch.
Hey, love that for you. You get to relax.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, after dark, long day of work, quote unquote work again.
Yeah.
As we're having beautiful weather here in Boston, by the way. So hopefully wherever you guys are, you're having some good weather. If you enjoyed last night. Yeah. Where are you? You don't have to, not address, but like city-wise.
So I will not give anyone my address.
Smart.
I live in South Boston, so we get the beauty of having like the city and the beach. So I got to make it to the beach for a couple hours this morning.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, it was really nice. But like you said, it looks like the dark clouds are starting to roll in.
Yeah, like I said, we were talking right before, Jordan, there's a catch sideline, going to go out of bounds. Drew Brees another completion. Yeah, it was like literally like 90 degrees here in Boston. So I was out in my like sister's backyard, pop the top, get this this white pasty piggly body, get a little bit. But yeah, perfect day to go to Southie Beach, as I like to call it, even though, well, there's technically two. Where were you? Were you at Malibu or?
I was over at M Street Beach.
M Street, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Nice area.
90 degrees and sunny here in Miami. Freak of nature. You live in Miami. Good for you.
Freak. I hope you're bringing us outdoors. Bring us mobile. I'd love to hear that. Like, we're getting to that point of the year anyways, next week being Memorial Day weekend. Sims aren't going anywhere, by the way. But yeah, definitely check out, definitely tell us like where you're at, because I'd love to hear this stuff. And that's going to be a touchdown pass. Drew Brees hooking up with him. Is that Traquan Smith?
Oh.
Not in my
lineup.
lineup.
Not have him in my lineup. Did you have him in yours?
No, he was your captain though, right?
No, but I could say, yeah, sure. He totally was. Hey, yeah, let's just keep it between us. He totally was.
Oh my God, Terrell's dominating. Yeah, so there's your first touchdown there. Smith coming in at 27.3% owned in the free showdown. Catch back up here with the chat. Jordan Warren says the speed run of the original Mike Tyson's Punch-Out takes a little over 20 minutes. So there you go.
Cool. I don't know if you saw in some like football news. I mean, there's not really much going on right now, so I think they're obviously focusing on more fun stories. But Drew Brees and Russell Wilson actually got together the other day and did basically like a practice throw session. Ooh. Pretty cool. Yeah. They filmed it, and he was just working on his accuracy with Drew Brees. I thought that was kind of cool.
Listen, if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, that's what you like to see, regardless of what you think of Drew Brees. He is Mr. Accuracy. So, and Russell Wilson and him both quote unquote undersized quarterbacks, like 6 feet and under.
Right.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Why not? Why not learn from the master? You know.
I like it. Good, and you know what? Good for these guys now. You know, because a lot of people taking some flack for like all these teams getting together and having these big practices in the current state. But it's like, listen, get out there. Let's get back.
Get out there. As long as you're, staying safe, why not?
Vaxes, get your vaxes. Get what you got to get done. Let's go. Let's get this world back together.
Yeah.
Amy, oh, look at this. Mark saying, I'm in Cape Canaveral. You guys are warmer there. It's nice and 80 today. But I'll be honest, Mark, I'll take 80 over 90 because here in where we live, it's just gonna click the rain button. Like Mother Nature gets ticked off when it's that warm. There's a fumble by Stafford picked up though in the backfield. It's gonna lose some yards. That's the one thing. We get super hot weather here in the Northeast.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time before there's like a day of thunderstorms, which it looks like it might not be a day. It looks like a few hours, but it's coming.
AD Poker saying Wilson running routes for Breeze. Yeah. I started thinking too, I'm like, this is an interesting duo. Obviously, I feel like there are a lot of friendships in the NFL, NBA, all of it, obviously. But I was thinking, is this maybe like the Saints' little plan? Like next year, could we be seeing Wilson to the Saints? My mind went there.
Hey, honestly, he wanted that trade. That is that's Tarolin, reporter Tarolin checking in.
Reporter Tarolyn's checking in. Goofy Tarolyn is like going to be mostly here for the sim, but then you'll get like reporter Tarolyn, and she'll pop in every now and then.
Ollie the Snowman says it's 92 in Virginia. Says it's super humid always here. We haven't had rain for like 2 months. First off, Ollie. That was a pick. That does not sound healthy because I know what droughts are like. So hope you got all your water with you. And by the way, this is a good time for me to remind everybody: drink your water, stay hydrated.
Yep.
Positive thoughts always.
Positive thoughts. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
102 likes. We got 214 watching. Can we get some more smashes here? It's a Sunday. I could be outside enjoying the weather, but guess what? I said, hey, weather, don't need you. I need Simland. So I need more likes here.
Carolyn is sacrificing tan lines.
Yeah.
So let's go. Get the likes going here. All right. I've already told you I'm looking to be a sexy fire hydrant by next weekend, just red and short. So we got plenty of nice weather to come. We'll get there. But yeah, let's get that thumbs up going. Start the day off. It's the way you can say, hey, thank you. That's really what this thumbs up means. Hey, thank you guys for doing this. Or even if you're mad, if there's a vulture, your lineup stinks, you still appreciate it being here.
Yo, so Jordan, producer Jordan, what's up? He's in Slack saying, Rossi, how much water do you drink on an average day? But going off of that, I kind of want a competition to see who drinks more water, you or LaMarca.
Oh, I didn't know Lamarco was a big water drinker.
Oh my God. Look at Carolyn begging for likes. Wow, whatever, Hunter. Yeah, I'm begging for likes.
It ain't a beg, bro. Just a simple question. Give us a like. It's question mark. To answer Jordan's question, looking at this real quick. So I drink one of these, like, I don't, if you can see this on camera, I'll show it on camera too, but it's 101.4 fluid ounces. So I basically have probably like 130 ounces a day is my guess is, because I drink one of these a day, and then I usually have a glass or two of water later. It depends on my day. Saturdays, for some reason, I've noticed a little my dry day. Don't drink as much. Because I usually don't have one of these, because I have like a 3-day window with the same bottle, then I buy, other ones. But
oh, okay. I was gonna get one of those huge jugs of water that says like you should be drinking this much water by 12, by 2,
Yes.
by 4. Basically, it lines up with Simland, but I don't know if I need that pressure in my life. I had a water bottle too that would text my phone basically being like, you look thirsty. And then I would get all fired up and I want to find my water bottle. So I don't think I need that.
the water bottle texted you?
The water bottle, it was this, basically Bluetooth water bottle that synced with your phone. Government probably was like checking me out in there too, checking on my water intake. But it would text you to remind you to drink your water.
So this some sort of Shark Tank device? Like, this sounds like something that was on Shark Tank.
Yeah, it was on Shark Tank.
I must
And
have
the
been.
guys would make fun of me for it in the office because they would be like, why do you even have that water bottle? Like, you're not even drinking it. Because I would like take 2 sips and I'm like, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
I guess I'm not cool. I guess I'm throwing this $50 water bottle away.
Yeah. Kaufman would be like, that's a waste of money. And I was like, yeah, it is, but whatever.
Yeah, well, first of all, don't ever tell anybody what they're doing is a waste of money. Just you don't buy it. First off, that's my way of thinking. But all right, first time saying on Twitch, by the way, end of first quarter, still 7-0. It was just Traquan Smith with the touchdown.
Great game.
Saints back on the drive. Rossi, he goes, will you temper your water drinking today so you don't have an accident during one of the 4 sims? I'll say this first time. Never had an accident.
Okay.
If I need to, I will just leave and go to the bathroom. I'm not ashamed to do it. But no, I'm not going to, because today it was so warm earlier and like Tarlin was outside, so gotta drink that water, bro. Always gotta drink that. But Jordan asked a couple questions here. He asked first, says, oh, Jordan, must have been smart water. But like that. He wonders, which DK commentator you think drinks the most Dunkin' coffee? So I don't drink coffee at all, so definitely ain't me. You've been around some of these people in real life.
It was me, but I switched over to Starbucks, actually. Dunkin', I've given them so many chances. I'm still like a Dunkin' girl at heart. And my, our boss, like Pirate, every time I would go in there, he'd be like, you're really coming in here again with a Dunkin' coffee? It's trash. And I'm like,
shots.
And then I was like, should I change my coffee to impress my boss? Just kidding, I didn't think that. But then I finally found my favorite coffee ever at Starbucks, actually like pretty recently. So I've switched over because I'm sick of getting these Dunkin' coffees and I just don't drink them. So they just mess up my order all the time.
So let me ask you this. So my wife is a Starbucks drinker, but she, due to her work habits, has been switching over a little bit to Dunks only for convenience.
Right.
So do you have a Starbucks go-to beverage?
Yes. So I get the Grande Iced Americano. It's all espresso. So that's why sometimes I'm like twitching and I'm like so excited to take on the day. It's all because of my Starbucks coffee. I probably should have drank that when I did the 3-man booth with Lash and Ducey. I didn't that day. That's why I feel like I was off my game, but I drank it today. And I get extra cinnamon powder in it, so it stabilizes your blood sugar, and I like cinnamon.
Ooh,
and that's Carolyn's coffee TED Talk for the day.
Like it. Column coming out tomorrow. Abby Rizzle says, Kakowski Rossi. I like you. How you doing, Abby? Look, it says, the freak says, Rossi rocking this farmer's tan with sweater vest. You know it, baby.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, please. I am a disaster of a human being. So please, that would be an upgrade of mine. People wondering if Ducey's on the other side of your brick wall, Tarlin.
I see. I knew that was going to happen. Damn it. I knew when I chose this background, I was like, the people are going to think I'm hanging with Juicy, and I don't want that ever tied with my name. But no, people, I had to move out of my room because it's kind of a hazard in there right now. I'm moving out to a new apartment. I've created some sort of, it's just treacherous in there. I trip all the time.
What do you got going on in there? Is it an obstacle course?
I'm just like not a good mover. I'm not a good organized person. I wish I was. I tell people I am, but I'm a liar, so I'm not. And I've really tried to get this moved down. I'm like, okay, jeans, sweaters, all this stuff, but I am like kind of purging and getting rid of the stuff I don't wear anymore. But yeah, that's why I'm rocking this like DraftKings live from New York City. This was in 2018 shirt today because I can't find any of my proper DraftKings shirts to wear. So that's what we're working with today.
All right. We're getting it all. We're getting it raw and real here today with Tara Lynn, Jason Rossi with you. Smash that thumbs up. We have a big run there. DeAndre Swift just took it 46 yards. Tom's micro says, it's a hazard, LOL. Her words.
Yep, it's a hazard. The freak of nature, if I go to my local Starbucks and order a Tara Lynn, will they know what it is? The freak of nature, if I ever get to that point in my life where Starbucks has an order for me, I made it, baby. What's up? But yeah, not right now, though. You just have to order the regular and appropriate way. Sorry.
Yeah, seems like it's going to take a long time. Sean Preston says, yep, hit 48 to 50, and you ain't going to drink that much Rossi. I'm sorry, that much Rossi. Drink that much water if you want any sleep, Rossi. Well, maybe, but also it depends on what your day looks like, Sean. If you're an active human being, you still need to, you got to reboost that water. You lose a lot of it every day.
Yeah.
So live that life. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes anybody happy.
Yeah, just live your damn life.
Tom's microwave says Ducey drinks the most coffee. I don't know.
Yeah, he actually always does have a coffee.
Yeah, it could be. So here we go. A couple other. Daniel dropped a couple questions in here asking, what is your favorite sports team, Caroline? I don't know if people have ever actually drilled you down on some of your fandom or lack thereof.
I know. The people want to know. Well, just Daniel. Favorite sports team? I love the New England Patriots from Boston, obviously. So they're
Just move on, because then people are gonna start saying, "Oh, here we go, my Patriot bye."
Yeah, whatever.
By the way, I just want to let everybody know. Imagine if we were all emulating from, let's say, New York, and I know you got Boston, or let's use it. Let's go somewhere random. We'll go with like Kansas City. And we're like, oh, we all love the Royals. The Chiefs is we're going to get a field goal here of Prater. But, like, we love the Chiefs. And we like, it would be annoying there, too, right? But Boston's won a lot. You hate them. It's fine. But that's just where we're from. I don't think anybody chose. Did you choose to live here? Is this where your parents were from? Like,
yeah, this is where my parents are from. So, yeah, I kind of just ended up here, people.
There you go.
Shout out. Yeah, if you want to yell at anybody, go yell at Francesca and Peter for staying in Massachusetts, okay?
Shout out to Francesca. What a name.
Yeah, I know. Great name. And then she just kind of like took two names and put them together, and there's me, Tara Lynn.
Are you named after two people?
No.
Oh.
That's why I'm like, what the hell? Where did this come from? But I mean, I like it. Nobody has the same name as me, so it works.
That is cool. Energy 311 says TL is pretty refreshing for The Sims. So big shout out. I agree with you. It's nice to have some like new perspective, some new blood, new voice.
Yeah.
It's not like out of the blue. It's not like, oh, who's this person? Like Tara Lynn's been here since day one. So.
Right. So hi people. Thanks for that comment. That made my day.
Smash Lana says TL makes Jason D. Rossi giggle in ways Billy D never could.
Huh.
Sometimes it happens. Sorry, Billy. Let's see what else. Who else is chatting up here? Here we go. Obi-Wan. What are you talking about? He says Rossi's a straight-faced liar. He doesn't mind. Mind what? He says no accountability or man card. Well, yeah, of course I don't have a man card, dude. I unplugged something the other day. I'm gone. I think I get my man card revoked for like a month.
Yeah, what?
I unplugged an HVAC system, and my wife called a guy to come and check on why something wasn't working. It was because I unplugged it.
Huh.
When I never even looked. So yeah, don't worry. I got it. He'll come back maybe like mid-June. I'll check on the man card again.
That's funny.
Yeah, here we go. We got Saints again on the drive. Is this really? Again. Also, we're going to monitor, just so you guys know, throughout the day, we're going to be checking in on the World Basketball, or the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. We have great guys here. Jordan's checking it out for us as well.
Did you watch the Celtics versus the Brooklyn Nets last night?
So I saw
one debut.
I saw most of it. I was also doing a sim. That was when the Glash Kaufman thing. I watched the parts where they were winning, so that was fun.
Yep.
Early, and then just too much power on that Nets team. It's gonna be tough to win a game.
Let me tell you, I'm a Celtics fan, but as you know, we cover all the sports here at DraftKings, so I was just obviously favoring the Nets, and I was like, am I cursed? Because that first half, I was like, oh my goodness, they're going to blow it, and I'm going around telling everybody, being extra cocky, saying, hey, the Nets are definitely going to pummel the Celtics. But yeah, they came back. They needed that little meeting with Steve Nash, and then I feel like I saw a whole other team.
True. It's just, and that's so weird. I think that was the first time last night that I was like, Steve Nash can kind of coach. He actually 100%. Had to and I get it. Durant also stunk for the first quarter, and then was like,
oh yeah.
But I shouldn't say stunk, just was cold coming back. But man, that's going to be an interesting series. Obviously, right now you got the Wizards and the 76ers, which I said is like the least amount of sexiness of all the matchups that are in the NBA playoffs. But we'll see. And, because today obviously the opening, so we'll check in on that game as well. And you guys let us know what else is cooking. I know there's a lot of early baseball. I know Red Sox, Phillies is I care about. Also, totally random for people that may or may not care, but Jesse Winker for the Cincinnati Reds has hit like his 50th home run in straight games. I'm a Reds fan, so take that.
Wow.
Nope, no reason. Never. Only been to Cincinnati. It's because my dad, when he was younger, was a Reds fan. So the fandom.
So then you just followed him. Okay. Yeah.
It was just like it was around me at all times when I was a kid. Yeah, Jesse Winker. This guy is just. I'm trying to think of how many home runs he has now. This guy's literally. I feel like he's hit a home run in the last 5 days. This is me. This is me trying to drum up some interest in baseball.
Yeah, I'm seeing if anybody in the chat is liking this baseball talk, or we're just crapping on the Patriots over here.
Yeah, that's all. I knew as soon as you said it, I'm like, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, shouldn't have even said it. Wait, the Wizards are leading the 76ers? I've been cocky about this one too. I was like, there's no way that the Wizards are gonna, Joel Embiid, there's no way that they're going to take him on, huh?
Now, so far, 62-61 at the half. Wizards over the 76ers. Westbrook with 10, Beal with 10. Let's try to see Tobias Harris has 28 points. Are you kidding me? What? Interesting. Tobias Harris, who would have thought? So that's going to be someone, Jordan, we should keep an eye on, because I wonder how many people rostered him. And again, someone's going to win a lot of money this evening as part of the DraftKings World, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
Yes. Wow, that's going to be interesting. Congrats, whoever has Tobias. I wasn't even thinking about him.
No, but I wasn't either. I would have. He's obviously.
Oh, that guy.
Price point is probably there, but never would have thought, okay, here's the guy you're going to go with.
Right.
I'm going to just look at where's Embiid. Embiid's got 9. Simmons with only 4. So some of the bigger names you would have thought of. Dwight Howard already playing 14 minutes, 7 points. Interesting. I don't know what I only see New York Goat's last comment. He just says, please prove me wrong, Rossi. Yeah, thought so. I'm not even going to read above because I can only imagine what it means. Captain Blood says, Rossi, don't forget Glash has a WNBA contest going.
Oh,
I'm currently in 3rd.
Glash.
First of all, how would I know that, Captain Blood? Second of all, congrats.
Glash is, I like to make fun of Glash, but he's killing it. So proud of him. But yeah, just for Simland purposes, I'm still going to always make fun of him.
Oh, absolutely. Congrats to him and everything he's doing, which is awesome. But yeah, so here we go. Wizard, as you mentioned, 21% rostered. So 21 entries had him out of 100. I guess you're talking about Tobias Harris there, Jordan?
Tobias Harris.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah, so that's not bad. And I like how he has to put 21 out of 100. Like, Jordan, I know you think I'm dumb. I'm not that dumb.
Yeah, Jordan, I know you think I'm dumb too, but...
Obi-Wan says, Rossi can always count on my dislike. Obi-Wan, dude, come on, man. You don't have to like me, but how about for Tara Lynn? Can you turn that frown upside down?
Turn it.
Also, first time kind of giving us a heads up, says Tobias Harris was eating because Joel Embiid sat for the majority of the second quarter. Good to know.
Good to know. Why did he sit? Injured?
Maybe just rest because they're probably going to play in the whole second half.
Right.
I'm trying to see now New York GOAT. I kind of feel like I was rude to you, so I'm just looking here as we're going to get to the half. 7-3, lightning game in here. New York GOAT says New England got caught cheating more than once so they could put an asterisk next to anything they ever won. Enjoy that thought, New York GOAT. You can sleep at night with that. That's cool.
Thank you.
We've already had this whole facts and stuff, but I don't really care. You can call New England cheaters. That's fine. Whatever. That's great. I enjoyed so many Sundays and won a lot of championships as a fan. I ain't going to take it away. And listen, New York GOAT, I'm guessing you're a Giants fan, and good luck to the Giants, bro. They won 2. They got the number. So here we are at the half. Darylyn Azak, Jason Rossi. Pleasure to be with y'all on a Sunday. Give it a little.
Yeah.
Give it that old.
Yeah. If you don't like the Patriots, like us and smash the like button.
Yeah, we won't talk about them. It just came up naturally.
I don't need to talk about them right now. I can talk basketball.
Yeah, we can talk whatever you like. It's a Sunday. Football, simulated football. What goes better? Come on, it's like peanut butter and jelly in here. Jared Cook, 5 grabs, 55 yards, leading all receivers. That one catch for Traquan Smith was the touchdown for 7 yards out. So that's it. Matt Prater got a field goal, so hopefully you hashtag stack them kickers. Again, apologize for the horrible naming of lineups. I botched it. It's life. Things happen.
Do you always put a kicker in your lineup? Is that like your go-to here?
It depends, Darylyn. There's been some games where I've done both. It all depends on how high I'm paying up for like the top line guys, because most kickers are in that 4,000 range. So if I see at the end of if I have 2 spots left and about $8,000, I'll put the kickers.
All right. I like the strategy.
Yeah, you gotta listen. They're usually guaranteed a few points. It's very unlikely to get a goose egg out of a kicker, but
yeah. I usually I put a backup quarterback in my lineup just to piss people off, just to say, hey, I beat this so many people and I had a backup QB. So you guys are suckers and I rule.
Trolling. You're just trolling the chat.
Yeah, I'm only going to do it probably for like another week or so because I got like a lot of enjoyment out of it, but then like I'll stop doing that. But it really just brought me to new heights in Simland because the people were so mad that I had a backup QB in there and I still beat like 4 people.
Yep. Honestly, next sim, just do that. Just play 2 backup quarterbacks. Abby Rizzle saying TL live from Ducey's Brick City. Before you comment, then she goes, hair and makeup on fleek today though. Fire emoji, trophy emoji.
Wow, thanks Abby Rizzle. This is probably like my lightest day of makeup, so I really appreciate you saying that because I wore like my full like news reporter face the other day. Got a lot of hate in Simland for it. They don't really like my DraftKings reporter look. Okay. But so I decided to like rail it back and I was like, why am I putting in so much effort for these bozos out in Simland?
You know what? Just be you. Be natural, be you.
Right.
Abby Rizzle says, Rossi, you look disgusting today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that very
Daniel
much.
goes, ouch. I say it all out of love to people. I don't know if people really get my sarcasm. I'm very, very sarcastic. And that's how me and the guys at DraftKings obviously ended up getting to be so close because I walked in there before and I hadn't come from a situation with working with all guys. I came from news, so it was pretty diverse in there. But then I walk into DraftKings and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's all guys. I got to be like one of the boys. And then we all kind of had this banter with each other. So I carried it over into Simland.
There you go. I love it. I appreciate it. Listen, we just want you. It's all you got to bring. Executive sessions. TL got the juice. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
Yes.
Are you talking about me, Derek? I don't know what he's talking about. I always I'm trying to catch up. What is wrong with Rossi? Why is he drinking out of 9 cups? What do you mean? What do you mean drinking out of 9? Oh, he's being super professional today? Couldn't be more PC? What are you talking about? Bro, this is the same person you get every day. Happy Bristle, that was He says, she actually said distinguished. I said disgusting.
Yes.
Sorry, Whistle. She says you look distinguished today.
Man. You do look distinguished. You don't look disgusting. What?
No, that was my insecurity.
That's you in your head, Rossi.
It's all good. I know what I am. Beauty.
PG, let me read this. PGZ Man 666. Hey, sweetheart, remember we bozos pay your modest salary. Yes, totally, PGZ Man. Thanks for, making me realize that I shouldn't be calling you all bozos. I mean, it's really Kaufman and Glash that are my king bozos. I say bozo, though, with love. Bozo's like me saying, like, hey, beautiful.
Yeah, like I was just about to say, first of all, just read that comment back, PGZ, man. Let's be honest. First of all, two things. People have to get a little bit of a reality check when people say that. That's like when people like say like they listen to like or they watch TV and it's like I'm paying celebrities. It's not really that. Obi-Wan, yes, I cannot read. I don't have glasses.
Yes, no.
When you look at the word distinguished very quickly and you most likely believe somebody's going to make fun of it, you think it's disgusting. Two, modest pay, dude. First of all, come on, you don't know Tara Lynn. Did you just hear her? She's moving, and she's moving on up. All right.
I'm moving and grooving over here.
New York GOAT, dude. I appreciate you. You're throwing things into the winds, bro. Just relax. Just enjoy the sim. Don't worry about if the Patriots are cheaters or not. We're not doing this.
Nope.
We're not doing this, bro. If you want to, let me just say it this way, and I'll just say this to anybody ever. If you want to sit there and believe that's the only reason the Patriots ever won anything is just because of cheating, that's cool. All good with you. It's all good with me. And facts are facts, and even if you believe, even some things that are factual, it's all good. But I appreciate you being here, most importantly, and helping us pay our modest salary. DFS Queenie says, leave Rossi alone. No one was picking up. Well, Obi-Wan is, but I like that. I appreciate Obi-Wan. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. And yes, Abby Rizzle, I appreciate you. I do need glasses. It's really bad. It's been a long time coming. I'm thinking this week, Carolyn. I'm thinking this week.
Is the week that you get glasses.
I think so. End of month. So what I do for a living gets busy, but it's been a pretty down month with some stuff. So I'm like, I might just take like Thursday afternoon, finally go get some glasses, and then you'll see some distinguished looks. All right.
Yeah, it's gonna be really distinguished. I'm happy for you. I wear contacts because I'm blind as a bat. So yeah, and I wear glasses when I want to give my eyes a break. I ate a lot of carrots as a kid, but I apparently didn't do anything.
I don't think it works directly that way, but so you get to correct my eyesight. If I just eat a bag of carrots a day, I'll be okay.
Right.
I love it.
I truly thought that me just downing carrots all the time was going to give me amazing eyesight, but it didn't do anything.
I love it. I love it so much. Simon Slays 2 over on Twitch says, sun's out, fun's out. Let's go, baby. Like that.
All right.
Energy says, cheating and Tom Brady. What are you talking? What's with all this? Listen, guys, another thing I just want to say, my heart's broken. All right, I'm a broken-hearted fan. Tom Brady left the Patriots and just won with his new girlfriend. All right, so that's why I'm not even worth even talking about any Patriots cheat, Patriots this, because listen, I'll say it right now. I hope they do cheat again, because if whatever it takes to win. All right, I said it. I don't care what they do. Do it again, Bill. Do it again. Tape practices.
Someone's gonna clip that.
Who cares? I'm gonna go on a rant. Trip players on the sideline. Tape things from the Bengals. Don't care, just win. That's what it all comes down to as a fan.
Win.
New York GOAT, everybody in there saying things. Simon says energy. You'd all be happy if your team was winning. So if I said whatever your team is, New York GOAT, the Giants, if I said, the Giants are cheaters, do you really care? No, as long as your team wins. Just win. And pay my modest salary. As Daniel says, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Get it.
Woo! I like that quote, Daniel.
Jordan says you can't even just go get reading glasses from Target or something.
Yeah,
I'm scared of those glasses, dude. I'll be honest. When
your local drugstore, you could go get reading glasses.
I'm scared though. I'm scared that those will throw it off, because I have an actual stigmatism and some issues. So I'm if I go get those easy ones, I don't know. Throws me off.
Yeah, just get the professional ones then, because you're a professional. Why dumb yourself down here?
Appreciate that. Thanks for the pick me up. What is it? Oh, Simon Sledge. Yes. Oh, I forgot that's you, dude. Dude, you were a riot. So this dude sent me. So I was talking about Oasis. I want to say it was a week ago, just talking about like Wonderwall. Wait, I forget exactly. I'm talking about like seeing the band in concert, Carolyn.
Okay.
And Simon Slays, I'm really having trouble, too, goes, I'm recording a video. And I'm like, oh, sweet. I thought he's like a YouTuber, like does covers. Dude literally during a sim just plays Wonderwall, rips a cover, gives shout out to the DK Sim fam. Yeah, drop the link, dude. Or you can, it's at Carolyn Azak, right? Is that your Twitter?
That's my Twitter. All
right, yeah, drop her a tweet. Carolyn Azak. If you don't know how to spell it, neither do I, so just Google it. What else we got going here? I like it so far.
Hunter, this sim is dry, LOL. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree, but you have Alvin. I mean, well, us, like, we're killing it, but, like, the actual sim, a little bit of a snares. If you have Kamara, though, you're doing well.
Yeah, somebody's got to. Listen, people are winning no matter what. Somebody's winning some cash today.
Cash,
baby. Got to get it on a Sunday. New York Goat says, thank you, Rossi. Much respect to you, bro. Look at that. That's all I have to do. Is you're a Patriots fan, just say, don't care if they cheat again. So you kind of cover your bases. Too funny.
Wow.
Yes, Jordan, yes, he goes scared to see things in sharper vision again. Yeah. I don't even know when I got, like, that's a weird thing when you have bad eyesight. Nice run here. It's like a toothache, right? Like, you kind of know when you had a toothache. And then it kind of goes away, and then you go to the dentist 6 months later, and like, yeah, you have a really bad cavity. You're like, oh, I know when that happened. But, like, eyesight, you don't know when that starts to go bad.
Right.
So you have, how long did it take you to go from glasses to touching your eyeball on the daily?
Yeah, I got to touch the eyeball. I think I broke just wearing the glasses probably like high school. I want to say like my sophomore year of high school, I got contacts. And my mom was like freaking the hell out all the time at me because she would like show me these videos. And I'm like, you really think I'm just, I don't know, stupid, or I really could care less about my eyeballs. She would show me these videos of like girls sleeping in their contacts because they were too lazy to like take out their contacts and they would be stuck to your eye. She's like, is this what you want? Look at this. You better stay on top of your contacts or you could end up with no eyeballs. And I'm like, all right, Ma, I get it. Like, I promise you, I will take out my contacts before I go to bed. Were there some times where I left my contacts in and I was like, ha ha ha, Ma, woke up and I still have my eyeballs. Yes, I did. But yeah, the whole touching of the eyeball thing, it got me a little bit nervous.
That's a touchdown right there. And Kenny Golladay scoring first touchdown for Detroit. But yeah, that's what makes me nervous. And Jordan says, playing hockey with glasses lasted one game for me until they broke. And I switched to contacts. That's all true. Oh, look at this. Daniel says, my eyes get very irritated with contacts. Oh, you guys make me nervous. A lot of people, one person when I went to the eye doctor, like, do you want to just do LASIK? I was like, whoa. Let's see what glasses are like first. I don't want to jump to no surgeries. That's just me, though. Justin Craven saying basically when I get glasses, I'll be able to see every blade of grass. I thought I'm going to be able to see all my face issues, too. Every pore.
Hunter, Amendola TD calling it. I forgot about Danny Amendola when he left the Pats.
It's not been great for old Danny since. He had a nice couple stretch games here with Detroit, but
yeah, and then he kind of just fell off.
Yeah.
And then he got really emotional on social media. He was dating, now she dates Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, who was that?
Oh, the female?
Yeah.
Oh, what is this? This is hilarious. Did you just see what Daniel posted? Sorry, it distracted me.
Wait, I didn't see it.
Wait till you see this.
I'm still working off one computer. Let me go to the black screen.
I only got one computer. What do you think? I'm 17 monitors here?
Yeah, everybody else does. Everybody else has like 25 monitors, and they're like, oh, you don't have like another monitor? I'm like, I'm waiting to move. Lay off.
You got one. You're fine.
Oh my goodness. I wish we could show similar.
You might have to tweet that, Carolyn. You might have to grab that, tweet that. That's a good one.
I have to tweet this. Is this like could this be my NFT?
We're all looking for that NFT, and there it is.
Is anybody looking for my NFT? Daniel just created it, and we're going to split the profit.
Dude,
wait, Sim Veteran, you're all bozos. I love that. I
just
put
like
backup QBs in my lineups. Yeah.
I like it. Number of Sims, sub 50. Love it. Good stuff, Daniel. That's really good. Nice job. Dan the man in the house. Love it. By the way, again, 10-7 here. So it was 7-0 off the first drive there by the Saints. It was a long one, capped off by our guy, Traquan Smith, on the one catch he's had. And now we're winding up the third quarter here, and it's 10-7. It was Kenny Golladay from Matthew Stafford. Stafford, and a new Los Angeles Ram. Going to be a very highly touted guy in fantasy in the daily. See kind of what he can do with the Rams. First time with a lot of pressure on him. Terrell and Azak, Jason Rossi with you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day. Hope it's just the best Sunday yet. And this is just a little addition, maybe a little of the whipped cream on your it's Sunday, if you will, literally and figuratively. We're not the cherry on top. Save that for the people in your real life. But here, hopefully, we're just a good addition.
Right.
Unless you don't like whipped cream on your ice cream, then maybe we can just be like the chocolate syrup. And if you don't like that, whatever you like. Even though I'm not a big chocolate syrup guy.
I'm not a big chocolate syrup guy either.
Yeah. I like, I'm trying to think. I haven't had a sundae in a long time, but I would say I would probably like caramel. I'm down with caramel.
Ooh, I like caramel too.
The cherry and ice cream, by the way, I don't know where that came from. Very weird. I don't like fruit with my desserts, but I don't know. It's not really a big part of it, but I don't like fruity cheesecakes and stuff like that. Are you into that?
Yeah, I would say I do like fruit, for any type of dessert. Big cheesecake person, but if I'm going to do a dessert, there's nothing better for me than a warm chocolate chip cookie with ice cream on top of it.
Oh,
but it has to be warm. I don't want your cold chocolate chip cookies. I want a warm chocolate chip cookie.
So if Terrellyn's coming over, put a couple of Chips Ahoy in the microwave for her.
Yeah.
You'll know the difference. Yeah, so there you go. Again, so catching up 10-7. Golladay touchdown. Matthew Stafford slinging it. I don't know this question, J-Man. I'm only going to ask you because maybe Jordan or Daniel know. Was this DraftKings in Europe? I honestly don't know. I'm going to say no.
We've expanded our offices, but I'm unclear.
Yeah. Uncle Buck says Rossi would rock the old lady librarian glasses with a matching chain around his neck.
Wow.
I'm going to be undo my hair, teenage 80s movies. I'm going from quirky, nerdy looking dude to sexy man at night. That's what the glasses are. That's what everyone says. I'm going to be glasses on.
At night.
Yeah, that's what you've seen all those movies. She's All That, where it's just, the girl wearing glasses all of a sudden takes the glasses off. It's holy smoke, she's beautiful. It's what? Wait a minute. I think that's the same look, and she was equally as beautiful 10 minutes ago in the movie. Oh, dude, you brought it up, PGZ, man. That's exactly what I've seen that. So in Final you a horror movie person, Darlene?
Horror movie?
Yeah, do you watch horror movies, scary movies?
I like murder documentaries.
Oh, so you real.
Yeah. I really do. And some podcasts too, if you've ever need a new podcast. I like Making a Murderer. That was a Netflix show. Just kidding. Not the podcast. Trying to think of the podcast right now. What is the... I had to stop because I was starting my day with it. I'm this is getting weird. I shouldn't be starting my day listening to a murder podcast. It's called My Favorite Murder. Just came to my brain. Happy Sunday. Yeah, it's called My Favorite Murder. And they and they dissect the biggest murders that happened.
Dude, so I was just bringing up Final Destination to see with an eye.
I'm talking
I know it's fake, but look, this is. My wife was into true crime podcasts for a while until she would literally have not tremors, but she would be nervous every night about stuff. I'm you cannot listen anymore. Goodbye. I'm shutting the podcast off. Go listen to a book about something. Get this out of here.
Right. I brought up Making a Murder because I was just telling. I used to live in Wisconsin for work, and I was Yeah, Wisconsin, where Christian DeAndre is. Do you guys know him? Sometimes he's in the Simland. Yeah, so I used to live in Wisconsin, and I was 2 towns over from where Making a Murderer was.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, little creepy and weird. So just like imagine like watching that and like that's where I was, and I didn't fit in, and I felt highly scared every single day. But yeah.
Oh my God, there's all these cards now. Daniel just dropping cards.
Yes. Oh, Damian Williams, my favorite. Murder is dope. I listen to it all the time. It really is dope. The 2 people that lead the podcast, these 2 women, they're highly hilarious. And then they do like live shows about it. They got super famous just from doing this podcast, and they dissect the murder.
Unreal. Unreal. It's, yeah. Ugh. Man.
Rossi should be in like some mafia movie or something. I kind of agree. Yeah, you should be. You should be like that funny guy that's like.
What, in a murder movie or just like in a movie? What are we talking about?
Just a mafia.
I don't think I come across as a mafia person.
Yeah, I feel like your alter ego could be like you in a mafia movie.
Just me wearing just like a V-neck way too low, a lot of chest.
Yes.
I could make it happen. Don't get me wrong. Maybe I could turn that. Let's see what else. I'm trying to recatch my chat. I have Mafia movie. Oh, touchdown, gets in. How did he get in? He got tackled at the 5-yard line. But there it is, Alvin Kamara. You talked about him before, Terrellin, doing his damn thing.
Alvin Kamara is really putting in work today. I hope that you people in Simland had him in your lineup. And that was so bizarre what I just watched. I feel like they were all just like dancing around the field for a second.
Let's see. Does he crack it here? Oh, yeah, the ball looks like it did just barely crack the goal line. So there it is. Alvin Kamara gets in.
Hey.
Yeah, oh, by the way, good show, Daniel. Yeah, what are you doing listening to weird podcast choices? You should just be listening to the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Come on. You know that.
Okay, I really should listen to the Pop Culture Pile Driver. I should listen to Unreasonable Odds.
Nope. That's fine. Don't worry about that. No, I'm kidding. Yes.
Don't worry about that.
How about this? If someone that knows how podcasts actually work, all you really have to do, Terrellin, is subscribe to them, download them when they come out, hit play, and that's okay. Then you don't even have to listen to the whole thing. Just get to play it. Get the download, the sub, the play, and leave a 5-star review. That's
a lot of people have been sliding into my DMs because we know I'm kind of like quirky, funny, weird, saying that I should have my own podcast.
Everyone
so,
should.
Who knows?
Listen.
Yeah, just like I like listening like all different podcasts. They're really interesting.
They are, and there's so many different perspectives, and you don't have to like everyone. Like I know what my podcast is and what it isn't. I believe the best thing about my podcast is that you can get a different topic all the time, but you get the same type of style of people talking about different topics. So you might not like some because you might not care about the topic. This week, we talked about the year 2003 music. So you look at the Billboard Top 100, look at the year 2003. We just kind of went over some of the things that happened that year, did a little review. We talked about all the sports champions from that year. So it's just a little rewind, pop culture wise, of the year 2003. So maybe people like it, maybe they won't. It's all good. Terrellin wants to dissect murderers, literally.
Oh, Jesus. No! I shouldn't have told people this. Now people are going to think I'm weird.
They already did.
Yeah, they totally did.
Going back. Jordan Warren says, we have tear gas training in the Navy boot camp. They told you if you have contacts in the tear gas fuse the contacts to your eyes. So take them out. That is scary.
Oh my God. That literally sounds like pure hell.
It really does. All that training. I have buddies that are cops and they had to do all like the pepper spray in your eyes. Like, no thanks.
Nope.
Tom's Microwave says, I live in Wisconsin. Terrellin says it the right way.
Thank you. Because when I went on air the first time, I didn't say it the right way. And let me tell you, viewers were not happy. I was like, I just got here. Give me a break.
First time playing Fortnite saying, what's a podcast? Was I hashtagging? Oh, I love those commercials. First time, thanks. He does say Rossi water break. Appreciate you, bro. Terrellin, Azek, Jason Rossi with you. It is a 4-point lead for the Saints. 3 minutes of play. The Lions nipping on the heels of the red zone. There's a catch. Going to be close here for Hawkinson, getting very close to the bonus. Ducey and Buke's debate show. Nope, Jordan, don't need that on my timeline.
Yeah, do you want my ears to bleed? How about no?
Don't need that. Abby Rizzle says, Rossi, I kind of feel like you will look like the dad from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids with glasses. Oh, Rick Moranis, sign me up.
Okay.
I don't think I'll look anything like him, but I appreciate that shout out. Don't think I'm more short and stout. Yeah.
Over in the land of the NBA, we got Washington Wizards 81, Philadelphia 76ers 88. Yes, let's go 76ers.
Yeah, I thought that would be a sweep, but I'm still, hey, let's see what happens. It's going to be a fun series.
Yeah, and we got Beal and Westbrook cooking now, so.
Cooking up.
Westbrook 14 points in Beal with 19.
Hawkinson 11 yards from the bonus. Look at this. We got a lot of action here. Reality and in Simland. DFS Queen, I appreciate you. She goes, Rossi is sexy in ways you will never understand. Being a dude uncle. And the Howard Rossi. I just appreciate that. Just appreciate it. And you can always, now you have to like tear me down a little bit. I'm never going to swear. DFS Queenie, I'm not going to swear. Oh, look at this. Freaking Nature. Great combo. TL and Rossi. Smash that like button. Appreciate you, bud.
Let's go.
See if the Lions can get this thing going just like the 76ers have in the second half. We will update y'all on the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So even I know you're not in it, maybe you guys didn't qualify, but you can still, it's still interesting to see. Somebody tonight is winning. Cool. Somebody tonight is winning a ton of money. Like the stress that I would have as a fantasy basketball competitor, I would be so nervous. That's going into the end zone, Terrell, and touchdown. Is that Hawkinson? So he hits the bonus as well.
Ooh.
Huge, baby. There it is. So touchdown, TJ Hawkinson.
Let's go. Jeffers back in number 1 place. He dropped to 4th, but yep, he has Hawkinson in his captain spot. Shout out to Jeffers.
Shout out. There's your guy, Mint. We'll just go Mint. Says, come on, Amendola. Don't goose egg this sim.
Yeah, Amendola, what are you doing?
Might be Tara Lynn's Babysitter Billy Award. We'll see.
Probably. I feel like he's been babysitter. Yeah, like you said, like he had like, you know, some noticeable stretches with the Lions, but then no, he was killing it more on the Patriots. But then he started to get weird on social media. I don't know if you noticed that. He started dating Olivia Culpo. Now she dates Christian McCaffrey. And he was like cheating on Olivia Culpo and then putting these weird, crazy messages on Instagram about her. Allegedly. But yeah, so I don't know. I think he got too in his head. And he was known as like, you know, one of the hottest guys on the Patriots. I think that went to his head. He got a little cocky.
Listen, let's be honest. When two very attractive people get together, one of them's still the more attractive one. That's the hard part about when you get together. That's why you gotta, you know, like most people that have dated me, they date down. They date people like me, and then some of them marry me. So you know where you stand in the relationship. When it's just two overly attractive people, it must be very hard.
Oh my goodness.
Always date down. Justin Craven says UPS got a little backed up with the side. Dude, don't worry about it. Justin Craven, you are Batman. You are the true. Where is she? You are the true Batman in my eyes. So you just don't worry about it. Here we go, Drew Brees. See if they can get a field goal on the board to make this push it to overtime. Almost 3 p.m. Eastern here again. Hope you all doing well. Having a great day. 106 receiving yards. 11th catch of the day. Woo! Hawkinson, amazing day. He might be your Tarolin terrific player of the game. We'll see.
Yeah, I think he's, first of all, I love that. He's going to get the Tarolin terrific, I think.
Don't give it away too soon, though. We still got a minute left.
Yeah, we got to keep the, you know, we have to keep the surprise.
Yeah, keep the viewers locked. They almost intercepted there. So we're going to have a 2nd and 10.
Lounge Talk podcast. What's up? Jones, for his price, should win Babysitter Billy Award. He's playing like he has diarrhea.
Hey, listen, don't be mad. He might have had a bad night. He might have had some bad chicken. Well, Ben there. Good old Uncle Sal knocks on your door. There's Breeze. Has a man, so they're in field goal range. Ball's going to be south of 30. Will Lutz, great kicker, so we'll see what they do.
DFS Queenie, I feel for you. I went one player too many with my 76ers stack, DMU Embiid. I know, I really thought Embiid was going to pop off today, but Tobias Harris, he's your guy. How many points does Tobias have right now?
On the court-wise, he's got 33.
33, wow.
He slowed down just a little bit. Embiid's still 19, and we still got a quarter play, but they might slow him down. They're up by 8, but we'll see. Again, 79, 89, and 97, if I could read, to 89. The Sixers lead the Wizards. Now, basketball, obviously being from here, Celtics, is there any other allegiances? Do you care for another team?
Not really. I really do like following the NBA, but no, my allegiance is with the Celtics.
Another Boston fan, typical. They cheat too when they won.
Not like so crazy.
Let's see what we got here. Chilling a slow day at work, says Justin Craven. Slow enough to catch the second half. Been fun. Thanks, Rossi and Tara Lynn. Oh, thank you, Justin. Thanks for being here, dude.
Yeah, thanks.
See what else we got here. Jason Myers saying Kamara, let's go. Said he faded Embiid last minute.
Dang.
Hopefully you filled your roster with players that are good, because sometimes you can fade somebody, but doesn't mean it's going to make it any better just because they're not having a great game.
Right.
Yeah, I like the Crowder cap. Oh, interesting. People throwing out there, Smash throwing out some lineups. His call, we're going to get Lakers, Suns. This game's going to go for a tie here. Booyah. Good. Will Lutz, 17 all. Still some time here, though, for Detroit and their throwback unis. Simon Slez says OT. Yeah, looks that way.
Yeah, looking like it.
27 seconds. Still got 3 timeouts. Crazier things have happened. Still hasn't started raining here, which I'm a little disconcerted with.
I keep looking over to my left, and it's looking a little creepy-esque outside, though, getting dark. So I'm like, is there a storm coming or what?
Let's just have it happen. Just rain now. Jordan has to go.
Just do it.
Jordan
Stop teasing it.
Yeah, Jordan already told me he has an outdoor dinner later. Can you just rain now so it doesn't rain on his legit parade?
Yeah, he deserves his outdoor dinner.
Yeah, everyone does.
Maybe I want to eat dinner outdoors too. Like what?
Yeah, like people want to go outside. Let us. All right, let's see here.
Let us out.
We're gonna run the ball. So yeah, we're basically playing for. Don't even call it the timeout. All right, good. Because I don't want to. Don't even waste our time. Let's just get to overtime. We'll see what happens.
Don't waste our time, okay?
Yep, we're gonna go straight to it. As PGZ Man says, Rossi, instead of getting glasses, just increase the size of the font. Don't think that's gonna solve the issue, but I appreciate it. Everyone gets, there we go. Rick Sharp saying, everyone gets a little extra Tara time.
Wow, thanks, Rick Sharp.
Little TT. All right, here we go. Straight to overtime. You know the rules here. First team to score a touchdown wins. Technically, if it's the opening drive, they kick a field goal, then we play on.
Who will it be? What do you think?
Who's going to win or who's going to score?
Who's going to score?
All right, gut call tells me the Lions score with TJ Hawkinson. What do you say?
Wow. I mean, TJ's going off today, so I'm going to go with that.
You're just copying me. Don't like it. Weak.
Just copy. I'm a big copycat.
Hey, Tara Lynn, Jordan Warren. If you're going to watch a Punch-Out video, I recommend Game Grumps' hilarious commentary for those two. So giving shout-outs to another YouTube channel.
All right.
I don't know if Tara Lynn's
I like to laugh, especially on Sunday, so it better be funny, Jordan.
Yep. There you go. That's a threat. Scotty Too Hottie says the Sim Gods want more Tara Lynn. That's why we're here in overtime. But guess what? You get more of her in less than an hour when we're back for the 4 p.m. Unfortunately, you get more of me as well.
Sim Gods. Yeah, you get Rossi too.
Sorry. There's only so much we can do. Listen, Sundays. The Sundays are going to be stacked with 1 or 2 people for the most part going forward.
Maybe just one. Because
Just
no
one.
one.
Carolyn, I said it last night. I think I'm going to one day try for all 6. My family's going to.
No.
I think I'm going to do it. I got to do it.
I would actually really enjoy that, and we should like make it like, but we have to like promote it and make it a thing.
I don't think DraftKings cares that much about me personally, like if Koff did it or Glash maybe, but maybe. We'll see.
I'm gonna make them care about you. I'm gonna be like, listen, guys, this is serious.
It's just a big deal. This guy's sacrificing his day. Yeah, it's what, and I said it would be cool if I got a different co-host for everyone. It was just wild the whole day. We'll see. Schedules be schedules, and things will get tougher on weekends. But you guys get, no matter what, you'll be getting some Sims. Matthew Graney says, if you hesitate, that's not your gut, Rossi. Well, I was toying with my gut. It's a big gut, so I had to kind of like think about it. Sean Preston says Rossi's in the boot, so I stacked the kickers. Kind of working. Yeah, dude, you
Love
might.
it.
Oh, bad kind of swing pass. Can he break it through? Almost. He got a couple yards there. There's Marvin Jones. Smash Lana says in the shadow contest for that Fantasy Basketball World Championship, says, I've got 177 with Randall, Noel, and Gibson left. Feeling good about it. Good luck, Smash.
Good luck.
When I said doing all 6 Sims, I just see Obi-Wan. F that. It's gonna be called the Obi-Wan. It's gonna be me and Koff for all 6. How about that, Obi-Wan? We'd love you.
Oh, does Obi-Wan you're not a fan of Kaufman?
He's not a fan of mine. Not a fan of Kaufman. Even though last night he was very, very nice to us. He was
okay.
With Glash there and like the funny, like he was all in. He was very happy. 6 Sims, forget about it, says Obi-Wan.
Forget about it.
That's me practicing for my future Sopranos role.
Kareem, I hate schedules. Just show up to a sim and commentate. Yeah, but Kareem, what if we all showed up to like one sim? We can't have all 8 of us commentating until Daniel figures out how to put all 8 boxes up there yet, you know?
Bro, I need to get in Kareem's head if he thinks that way about things in life. Like, who needs a ticket to a game? Just show up.
Yeah.
Concerts, we need that. Reservation?
Just show up there and say, get me a table.
Hawkinson with another grab. He is having one of the greatest days in Simland I've seen in a long time. 12.
I know.
12 catches? It's a dozen. It's a dozen, Carolyn. That is a lot of catches.
That's a dozen.
Speaking of which, are you a donut fan?
No. Why do you guys like to talk about donuts so much? No.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm offended. Second of all, I'm not either. But there's this world-renowned, local renowned. Is that him again? The Bakers? No, it's Galladay. But there's this local donut place that is like off the charts, wins all the awards locally. So I went there today and got a dozen donuts, and I brought it because we were having like quote unquote like a family bagel Sunday at my sister's with like kids running around and like sprinklers and stuff. It's really fun.
It sounds delicious. I like bagels.
Okay, so I'm in on bagels too. But long story short, it was just like going in there and like asking for a dozen donuts just felt like so, I don't know what the word is. Like I never, like those are 2 words like, or like a term I never use. Can I get a dozen donuts? Like I'm not a donut purchaser. So it felt like I was like when I first turned 21, I remember like, can I get a, whatever adult beverage or something? It just felt weird. So I felt that feeling today. I went to my wife. It's like, that just felt like I did something weird.
Did it make you feel old?
No, but it's just I never do, but I guess maybe. Old. Should I feel old?
Can I have a dozen donuts?
Yeah, it's just like, hey, Dad, Sonny, can I get 4 of the buttercream and glaze and chocolate? And that's the other thing. I don't even know what donuts are. I'm so illiterate. I'm just like, oh, that one's got sprinkles. Yeah, give me 2 of those. Oh, the glaze one. Yeah, they like that. By the way, Hawkinson, another catch. Now he's got the Baker's dozen.
Wow. Carolyn, terrific player of the day.
Oh, into the end zone. Galladay with the walk-off. Sing it. All right, so that's going to do it. So is Hawkinson going to be your Carolyn terrific player of the day?
Yep, Carolyn terrific. Who's your, well, you should have like a Rossi, this guy stunk. Like, no. What goes like?
It's all right. Babysitter Billy's my podcast.
Babysitter Billy.
That's fine. So who's gonna get? Is he giving that to Amendola? Who are you thinking? Anybody else you want to shout?
No, I'm giving it to Amendola.
It's not good.
Babysitter bozo of the day.
There you go. I like that. Well, don't say the day because we still have another game, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, right. Babysitter bozo of the game. Danny Amendola, and then Hawkinson for Terlin, terrific player of the game.
There you go. I dig it. This was fun, Terlin. You know how much fun it was?
Great.
You just earned yourself another sim.
Wow. Thank you so much. It's my day.
Yeah, and your mediocre salary comes with it. Let's see what else. I'm just looking here before we get to it. Leaderboard here for your Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Danny Green, 38% owned in your top ownership in the current game. Embiid at 29, Simmons 27. We talked about Tobias Harris, 21%. Russell Westbrook, just 4%. A lot of people feeling it.
Wow, not a people feeling Westbrook?
Yeah, the guy's a walking triple-double.
Yeah.
Don't forget 3:30. That will be coming up in about 20 minutes. You have Lakers at Suns. That's going to be fun. We can keep an eye on that during our 4 p.m. sim. Hawks at Knicks tonight. The Knicks back in the playoffs. Madison Square Garden is going to be legitimately
lit up.
It's going to be insane. And then you have Grizzlies at Jazz. Yeah. I love watching Jazz games, but Ja Morant, playoff Ja, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, playoff Ja. That's exciting.
There you go. We're going to make it a thing. You got to get some excitement. First time playing Fortnite, says Rossi's Fat Cat, 6-bit stinker of a sim. Dude, it wasn't that bad. And by the way, my cat just showed up right now. He's not, I don't know if he wants to go to the bathroom. I don't know what's happening.
Your cat is something else.
He sure is. Tobias Harris, 30-plus points in the 21 lineups. That is big time.
Yeah.
Right now, Big T44 came into today leading, dropping outside of the top 5. So things are moving and shaking throughout today with the basketball, so keep them monitored here. We'll get back to you on it. We're going to both be back, in, like we said, in just about a little under 50 minutes or so. So go get yourself some water. Go get yourself a drink. Go get yourself a snack. Fuel up. Tara, what do you got there? Is that a Capri Sun?
No, it's not a Capri Sun. What am I, 10?
I don't know. After what you said earlier, the way you explain your mom talks to you, but that's a different.
No, I didn't want to have 2 coffees today because then I would be like way too wired. So I got a Venti Iced Guava Black Tea Lemonade from Starbucks. Get it. It's the Tarolin drink of the day. So good.
All right, there it is. Go get yourself one of those too. All right, we'll be back in about 50. Shout out again to Daniel, to Jordan, our guys. It was a real good one here. Up next on the Dream Stream, Pat Mayo and don't even get me to try to, is that Jake Seeley?
Yep, Jake Seeley.
Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Discuss the landing spots of the new batch of NFL rookies and place them in the 2021 fantasy football rankings. And we'll be back with Titans Raiders. See you guys in a little bit.
Mayo Experience.
Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Football Rankings. The rookies. Now that they have landed post-draft, it's time to figure out how valuable they are going to be in both your season-long fantasy football drafts and on your teams, and in Dynasty, because those are 2 separate discussions that we want to go through right now. Where do these guys rank amongst the rest of the NFLers that you also have a chance to draft from so far this season and going into the year? And then, if you just have rookies available and you're doing a Dynasty draft, where do these guys rank? So to help me break this all down, by the way, smash the like button out there right now. And in the comment section, after you subscribe to Mayo Media Network on YouTube, because there's tons of football content coming for you very, very soon. So if you enjoy fantasy football, both betting, DFS, and season long, and I guess Dynasty now, we're going to have our own separate Dynasty show. You're going to see me talk a bunch of Dynasty because, I play in 1 Dynasty league. That's about it for me. And it's a whole lot of time. And 1 is all I can focus on right now while I got other stuff going on. So I brought in Jake Seeley from theathletic.com to do it. So Jake, if I was to ask you the question, what I asked the viewers out here to put into the comment section, if it's not Najee Harris, who do you think would be the second best rookie in fantasy football redraft leagues this year?
Well, who are you saying is number one then?
I would say Harris would be number one. So who would be number two?
Oh, so okay. The way you phrased it, I thought you were saying Harris. You were saying if Harris wasn't number two. So I would actually this year specifically, it's Harris would be number one. I agree. Number two, I would say it's Chase, kind of easily. But if you're talking rookie only dynasty, as in who I would take number one, is a different discussion, as you kind of just mentioned. I'm taking Kyle Pitts for your argument that you make all the time about having Kelsey or Kittle or even both. The fact of, if you knew, let's throw other people into this draft. Let's say we knew Nick Chubb was in this draft. We knew Travis Kelsey was in this draft. We knew Tyreek Hill was in this draft. For the leg up of what you would get if all these guys end up being what we expect them to be, and Kyle Pitts is Kyle Pitts, he's deserving of the first pick. Obviously not super flex or true quarterback. So yes, it's Harris. Yes, it's Chase, and then Pitts for me at number 3. But if it's rookie only and you're looking for that, I'm going Pitts.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this from, let's say, a half-point PPR perspective, because there's no way you can be all things to all people, and then it'll just get redundant talking about players. Oh, well, in Superflex, they're like this. I think just keeping it the half-point PPR redraft, half-point PPR dynasty. I think we can have that discussion about players right now and see who moves up and down, whether it's redraft for 1 year only, or if it's just rookie only dynasty draft going forward. So something like Pitts, you say, would be potentially number 1 for you, or potentially number 2 in terms of a dynasty rookie league. In terms of redraft, though, now being on the Falcons, everyone just is kind of penciling him, much like we did with TJ Hawkinson a few years back. Like, oh my God, he's going to fit into this Lions offense. He's going to be incredible. But rookie tight ends usually aren't very good year one.
No, but there are, I think there's 4 or 5 instances where, Kyle Pitts' initial number opened at 749.5 receiving yards, and I think there's 5 all time. The last one to do it was Evan Ingram, and then you have to go back even further than that, and one of the guys, you go back into like the 40s or 50s, somewhere right back then, a name I didn't even know. So it doesn't happen often, but you look at the situations where it had happened. Evan Ingram, injuries that year, a lot of injuries. Yeah, it was essentially the number 1 wide receiver for that team by the end. You look at some of the others, Shockey's in there. Shockey didn't have that same injury situation, but was able to put up big numbers because he was Shockey. But you're looking at a combination of, one is, it's not hyperbole to say he's at a, generational talent, as much as that term gets thrown around, because he was, I jokingly said this to you before when we were doing, shows back before the draft. He's a wide receiver masquerading as a tight end. He is, as a wide receiver talent alone, deserving to be in the conversation with the big quote unquote 3 this year. So you have him playing tight end. The good news about it too is he's not an exceptional blocker. He's a good blocker, which is actually a good thing, because you don't want him to be so good that they ask him to block too much, but you want him to be good enough that he doesn't come off the field. He should be stepping into the number 3 target share last year, which, if you look at it, yes, Julio Jones missed games, but you have Russell Gage, getting over 100 targets in that game, or that season. If you give 100 targets to Kyle Pitts, he should finish as a top 5 tight end easy. If you give him 80 targets, he'll still be inside the top 10, potentially top 5. So yes, it rarely happens, but rarely do you see a talent like this. If you want to go Hawkinson, you brought his name up, I'm okay with it. But once you get past the big 4 and you get talking about Pitts, Hawkinson, Tanyan, Fant, Logan Thomas, those kind of guys, I'll chase the upside at that point, because what are you doing at tight end? You just want somebody to finish top 5. You're not looking to get the 8th best tight end.
No, you're trying to roll the dice on upside, but I think that I would even try to do something. I just wonder where the cost comes in, I suppose, is the problem. I think when you just look at objective rankings and you're like, oh yeah, he's number 8 tight end this year, or he's number 7 tight end in the rankings. That doesn't mean that if it's like, ADP number 61 or something like that, he's a 5th round, 6th round, 7th round pick. Like, I'll take Hunter Henry in the last round, and maybe he's the skeleton key in New England. If he's not, I'll drop him and pick someone else up. I just don't think that Pitts will vault into the very top tier. And I don't even think it's a big 4. I think it's a big 2. Then there's a 3 and maybe a 4. Kelsey and Kittle are on a tier by themselves. Waller is probably right after that. And then it's Andrews. And even with Andrews, like, he is the classic, almost like a Zach Ertz type tight end as it pertains to fantasy. In real life, they're nothing alike, obviously. But he's going to give you like 7 good weeks a year and probably 10 bad weeks a year, where he's just as good as every other you can pick up.
Yeah, and that's the concern too, is that obviously now you have another factor in the passing game. If you look at whether or not Marquise Brown is the number 1 or the number 2 at this point. It's just another factor in a passing game. As much as Roman talks it up and they want to pass more, it's still one of the lowest volumes of targets and attempts for any team. So I'm with you on Andrews. I said big 4 as more as like they're the consensus top 4 would have been the better way to say it. I agree with you. It is the big 2, Waller by himself. And then I would say Andrews, maybe Hawkinson. I'm worried about Jared Goff with Hawkinson dinging him a little bit. Mostly also because if you're looking at that team, very much like the Chiefs, is who you're going to stop. You're going to stop the tight end, but they don't have a Tyreek Hill, and they don't have a Patrick Mahomes, and they don't have a lot of things. So you can actually just sit there and take away Hawkinson and force Goff to do everything else. So I'm with you. I have Pitts at number 5 for that reason, because I'd rather go with him. But your second point is extremely valid and extremely important for people in drafts. If he's going in the 5th, 6th round, it's tough to justify doing that on what the return on investment is, because even as the 5th best tight end, that's 5th, 6th round. He has to be a generational, game-breaking rookie tight end to return that value. Maybe he shocks us all and gets even to 900+ yards and 6 or 7 touchdowns, and then it's fine. It's worth it. But where you brought up other names, like, I'm a big, this, I love Adam Trotman for last year, and Trotman's walking into a situation very much like a lot of these opportunities where there's targets there now and there's opportunities there. You could talk about Ferkser. I'm a little lower than most people, but people like him. Blake Jarwin's healthy and Dak Prescott's back. There's others. Go back to Higbee. Higbee now has Stafford and no Gerald Everett. Everybody's excitement about Higbee last year should be now rolled over into this season.
That was the name that I was going to point out as sort of like the bottom of that rest of the tier, because I think you have your 2 guys. Then you have Waller, just his, especially in half point or even full point PPR, his floor is going to be so good. And then you have Andrews, where you do fall in love a little bit with the upside, because you see where it is. Like, how many drop touchdowns did Andrews have last year? 48. So, catch half of them, and all of a sudden, you're back up into that conversation. I don't know if Pitts can take that leap. I think he's closer to Tyler Higbee than he is Darren Waller, in my mind, at least.
I would say he's closer to Darren Waller. The floor is more likely because of what we know. So that's where the difference comes in. I do think that there is a scenario where we're at the end of the year and we're talking about Pitts did finish as a top 5 tight end. However, with a lot of these guys in this range, you're not paying the likely cost, and his floor is in the same conversation, these guys. That's where I'll definitely agree with you. By the way, love the new backdrop.
Oh, thank you. The new backdrop looks a little bit like the old backdrop. If people are just tuning in because they haven't, they've seen a bunch of golf up on the channel for me, and now I'm back talking football, and you guys have come back. Number 1, thank you very much. We're going to have a ton, even more exclusive content up on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast feed. So go rate and review over on Apple Podcasts over there and subscribe to the channel. And if you see a golf show or whatever show and you don't want to listen, download it anyway. Only helps out the cause to bring you more fantasy football content with the best guests around to make up for my lousy suggestions when it pertains to the NFL. Even if he comes 5th this year, he's the 5th overall tight end, and we look at points per game. I still think that he's closer to Higbee wherever Higbee shows up than he would be to Darren Waller if Darren Waller comes 3rd. I think it's like the quarterback thing I think it's like the quarterback thing that we see every year. You're going to have your 1, 2, or 3 guys that are way up there and way better than everyone else at this sort of scarce but very flat position. And then like 5 through 14 is going to be pretty similar. It might not be the same consistency week to week, but total numbers at the end of the season, I think you'll see that.
I can see, I see what you're saying, but I do think there's a scenario where he gets to 900 yards and 6 touchdowns, 7 touchdowns even. And in that case, he is behind Waller, but barely, and he's in front of Mark Andrews. So that's where I say it's like, I think it's a realistic expectation if it's what we expect. If we expect that he is, and definitively is, the number 3 option. Obviously, rookie tight end. Obviously, it's going to depend on if they want to stick with running a lot of 3 wide and keep a 3rd wide receiver out there with Hayden Hurst blocking and running other routes, and Pitts doesn't get out there, which just seems laughable for what you just invested in Pitts and when you have a talent like that. But if they run him out there, kind of similar to, go back to the Gronkowski, Aaron Hernandez days. And one of the things we started to hate at times was seeing Gronkowski block a lot, or even Tampa Bay, when Tampa Bay kept asking OJ Howard to block. And we're so angry. We're like, get him out there. That's going to be the Hurst situation. We don't have to worry about that. Hayden Hurst and Mark Andrews, he's blocking all the time. So if he's the 3rd, again, this is what I'm going to go back to. Forget the 100+ targets the Gage had. Forget if he gets 85, which is a beyond reasonable number. 85 targets, Kyle Pitts walks out as a top 5 tight end, in my opinion.
Is there any other tight end that you think that we should have on our Raiders, both in Dynasty and in season long? Who's the guy that Pittsburgh drafted?
Pat Fryermuth.
Yeah, Pat Firemouth? Perfect. Well, let's just call that
Firemouth.
old Firemouth. I don't know. Like, is that have any relevancy to 2021?
Yes.
Oh.
2021? 2021, I could see him having some second half relevancy. He's on. This is the flip side of him. That dude's a nasty blocker. This dude's planting people in college, and I mean big linebackers in college. The concern with that is obviously he's ready to block in the NFL, and the Steelers might not go with him right away of being out there as the clear tight end. It's probably more next year, and then of course you're also talking about a team that goes their 3 wide receivers before they even start considering the tight end. So I'd say more 2022 for him. Tommy Tremble, I'm a big fan of his. You talk about a lot of players in college and you're saying, if they just cared more about running their routes, so they tried a little bit. He's the opposite. He's the dude that you need to rein in. He trips over himself sometimes because he's running so hard. He needs to be reined in and stop giving 100% all the time and learn how to find spaces instead of just going balls out every single play. But that Carolina situation is another where we're probably talking about him for 2022. Jordan, we've been asking the Texans to come out with a tight end forever, but again, rookie tight end, who knows if Watson's the quarterback or if when. So I say really none of these guys until 2022, even McKitty. McKitty could be the replacement for the Chargers, but again, Parham's probably got a little bit left in this year. So yeah, all the rest are 2022.
Parham and our main man, Jared Cook, with the Chargers now.
Yeah, no, good. I was avoiding his name on purpose.
Yeah, not a great situation to be in. So yeah, tight ends, rather like of the non-Pitts tight ends in a dynasty draft, first 3 rounds, do you see any of them going?
You see Fryermuth slip into. I just did one over this past weekend, and he was late second. That was a tight end needy team, so mostly you'll see Fryermuth, Tremble, and maybe Jordan. Maybe McKitty slip into the late 3rd, 4th round, but probably just those big 3. Well, not big 3, but Fryermuth and Tremble, and then maybe Jordan. But that's kind of it. More round 3.
Let's switch over to the running backs. I mentioned Najee Harris off the top. He goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have a vacancy, I heard, at running back. So for season-long purposes, half-point PPR, you put him up there. We know that the offensive line woes in Pittsburgh have not been good. Maybe it's contributed a lot to their running backs not being exceptionally good fantasy performers. Can Harris overcome the offensive line? Does he have the full role? And where are we looking at him in redraft leagues? Like, is he a fringy 1st-round pick? Is he a late 2nd-round pick? Like, how excited are people for Najee Harris?
So let me start at the top and say, yes, I have, and excited depending. So now I'll answer the questions in full so people know what I'm saying. Yes, he is that talented. Yes, he will be the every down running back. This is something that we've talked about before. We know the Steelers want to do this. We know Tomlin wants to do this. You will call it name dropping or whatever it is. I've talked to him in person because he's from Hampton Roads, who has continuously said that time and again back when James Conner was the guy. He wants his guy. He wants somebody out there getting 20 touches. Najee Harris can do that and more. He's a great receiver. He's better than Josh Jacobs before him. The offensive line woes are overrated. They matter if you're trying to break a tie. Like if you're saying, I don't know whether I want to go Chris Carson or Myles Gaskin because they're kind of like high-end RB2s, mid RB2s, and one offensive line is top 5 and one's bottom 5. Okay, you broke your tie. In situations like this, there are numerous running backs who have finished as RB1s, top 10 running backs with bottom 5 run blocking teams. There are plenty of running backs who haven't even finished inside the top 20 on top 5 run blocking teams. It's a factor, but volume is king at running back, and volume is king when you're talking about a talent like Najee Harris. I've taken him on the 1-2 turn. I have him as a locked-in RB1. The only reason he's not where I had Ezekiel Elliott and Saquon Barkley as top 5 running backs as rookies is because of the offensive line and because the names in front of him are established, are great, and on good teams. He's on a great situation. If he finished top 5, I wouldn't be shocked, but he doesn't need to be there. And the good news to your final question is, where do people see him? There's so much divisiveness out there about the offensive line and so much concern about it that right now he's still going in the middle of the 2nd round. I've actually seen him fall to the end of the 2nd round. So get him while you can because he's going to be an RB1.
How much do you think people are scared off or at least hesitant to rank him highly based on what happened to Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year?
There might be some, but people looking at that are looking at the wrong thing. Again, it's situational. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, you know this. I was on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and then I was one of the first people to pull back off once they started falling into the middle of the first round, because you have to take everything into context. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was on a great situation, on a great team. I loved it. I was taking him in the second round, and then you saw what they did and the way that they were treating him and say, all right, second round, that first round turn is probably where he still needs to be. And to be honest, if you looked at it before they brought in Le'Veon Bell, he was returning about RB 14, 15 value, which was fair. This is a different situation, though. This is at even the best case this year. Darrell Williams is still going to be a factor. Edwards-Helaire is James Charles before him, with Jamal Charles before him, without Jamal Charles' upside quite yet. He might still have it, but it's at that 15 to 17 touch range. Is Alvin Kamara. There's not a lot of games where Alvin Kamara is busting 20-plus touches every single week. And that's where he has to break through, and that's where the upside comes. The downside is the touches. The converse side to that, as I go back to the volume is king, and that Najee Harris will probably touch the ball 20 times. He is walking into 300 carries. So,
well, okay, if he walks into 300 carries, then I think we need to do a deeper dive on what sort of receiving role is he going to have? Is he going to have the Bell receiving role, or is he going to have the Connor receiving role, which is fine if you're going to get 250 plus carries and the goal line work, because you're just kind of backdooring your way into 5 targets a game just through osmosis of being on the field. And I wouldn't downgrade him at all for that. You just kind of project that out, and you're looking at like 35 to 45 catches. That's fine. If you're going to get that many
Jonathan
carries.
Taylor.
Yeah, basically the Jonathan Taylor effect when it comes down to it. But if he doesn't, what really separates him from someone like Josh Jacobs?
Well, so a couple things is Josh Jacobs is actually not too far from him receiving wise for that conversation. We're talking about 25 to 35 at best, and we're talking 30 to 40 for Najee Harris. So the bigger difference is the guaranteed work. You see that time and again with Josh Jacobs, and the fact that we don't understand it. We can pound the table all day long saying, why don't the Raiders give him more opportunities? But they just won't. And he's great on a per touch basis. We've seen it. We've seen the upside when they do give him 25 touches, and then he can finish as a top 5 running back any given week. But the Kenyon Drake signing is concerning, whether they're going to give him some of the carries, whether they're going to treat him as the pass catcher like he was a few years ago before this change to Arizona, whatever it might be. Everything the Raiders keep telling us is that Josh Jacobs is not going to be a bell cow. And then if you look at the two offenses, yes, Pittsburgh passes a crap ton, but that's going to change a little bit this year. They're going to go back to more of the run, and you give me 20 touches a week with Najee Harris, who, again, I just said it before. The very first thing I said about him, he's better than Josh Jacobs. So you give me the better running back on the better team. Offensive line concerns are the same for the Raiders. They just jettisoned a lot of people and are turning to youth. Maybe that's an upgrade, and that's why they're doing it. And they believe in it, but the Steelers believe in their offensive line. The Giants didn't address theirs, and the Giants believe in theirs. I'm not going to say there's not questions for all these teams, but if these teams tell us that they're confident in what they can roll out there, all we're asking the Raiders and the Giants and the Steelers, all we're asking them to do is to be a middle of the road run blocking team, and then these talents will take over.
I'm just trying to figure out the tier where he goes in, because obviously he's going to be the number 1 of the rookie running backs in terms of redraft for 2021 only. At least, unless your boy Etienne is going to play wide receiver with running back eligibility, and all of a sudden he's Ty Montgomery.
No, we'll get to him. So you're talking about redraft tier only?
Yeah.
So I have him. I'll just give you my rundown. So obviously you have your big 4 or 5, depending on how you want to do it: McCaffrey, Cook, Barkley, Henry, Kamara, all in that group. Although, we could have a conversation about Kamara on a completely different show. Then you get into like the Taylors, Aaron Jones, Ezekiel Elliott, Nick Chubbs, Cam Akers. And boom, that's where I stop.
No, hold on. I would throw Eckler into that category too, in half point, just based off his receiving.
He's in the next group for me. He's in the group.
Well, you're wrong, Jake. He should be in the top group.
So my next group actually stops at Eckler, and it's 5. It's Harris, Dobbins, Mixon, Gibson, and Eckler. I would put in that, not in that specific order, but that would be the 5 in my next group.
See, I don't know if I have the confidence in Harris. I think he's more of the Miles Sanders, Dobbins, Swift, like that kind of guy. I maybe it's to be seen with Miles Sanders, but if Jalen Hurts is going to be the starting quarterback, I just see so many opportunities for running lanes for him in that offense, and he can be everything that we thought that he was going to be last year.
No, because the problem is everything that the Eagles have told us this offseason is they don't trust him as a pass catcher anymore. Every sign is pointed to that's not going to change from what we just saw from last year. And that's my concern, is that Miles Sanders is turning more into what Kenyon Drake just was with the Cardinals and what Josh Jacobs is now, is they just don't want to use him that way. And part of it was his own play last year. He had his own faults in the passing game. And we can, I've been one of the people that have said, I'll go get myself a bunch of Jalen Reagor. I'll go get a ton of Jalen Hurts, who I have as a QB1. I am buying back into the Eagles, especially with Devontae Smith. And if you look again, what this team has done, the Eagles have pointed to everything of saying, for everybody crapping on Jalen Hurts' passing ability, I know we're not talking about him because of rookies, but the offense was an offense made for Carson Wentz. He stepped in at the end of the season. What happened with Lamar Jackson when they changed the offense to be for Lamar Jackson? It's the same thing the Eagles are doing this offseason. Everything's to be built the offense around Jalen Hurts. More short yards, more intermediate games. You got a big play threat that can open over the top, which is deep ball. But, again, I know that's not his prime skill set, but I say all that to say the compounding issue is everything they've done in the backfield also points to, let's get him some receiving options that aren't Miles Sanders.
Maybe. I'm curious to see how that ends up rolling out. And I know that Harris is going to go ahead of Sanders in drafts. At least that's my initial impression from what I've seen so far, that I think I would just kind of pass. I just don't know if I'm as high as Harris as I guess you are right now, and maybe I'll be talked into it by the time it comes along. But there's even more guys. Like, what is everyone just out on David Montgomery? Like, just that was a one-year flash? No, thank you.
Well, a couple things with David Montgomery is walk through the easiest 5-game slate of defenses you ever run, defenses specifically. No Tariq Cohen, who's back, and another situation where you're changing the quarterback, whether Andy Dalton starts 1 game or 4 games or 0 games. Justin Fields is coming at some point. There's just a lot of questions like David Montgomery getting 20 touches a week again, and David Montgomery again. Volume is king. I was on David Montgomery being excited, like, hey, the volume is coming because there is no Tariq Cohen, and the schedule is on top of it. You and I talked about that for weeks on end heading into that of getting David Montgomery. But volume is king. It doesn't mean that David Montgomery was a better running back. He was just in a much better situation. David Montgomery is still the same David Montgomery. When it comes down to Najee Harris, I brought up Jonathan Taylor. If you knew Jonathan Taylor was in this draft and was Jonathan Taylor, of course the question is out there. He has to show it at the NFL. But we go into this every single year. We've been doing this for, you and I have been doing this, but just people in general have been doing this for decades. And you always get the pushback, never played it down in the NFL. No running back, no rookie, no whatever has ever played it down in the NFL. Ezekiel Elliott finished top 5. Saquon Barkley finished top 5. These running backs finish where they are because they're that damn talented. Jonathan Taylor, with not starting a full season, finished inside the top 10. Najee Harris is on the Jonathan Taylor level of talent in a good situation despite the offensive line. I have him as RB1. I'll keep him as RB1. I'll keep taking him as RB1. And to be honest, I know you said that you might not want to, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But if you don't take him around the turn of the first round, by the time we get the draft season, you're not getting him. So that's just a decision you're going to have to make.
Yeah, I am pre-making my decision that I'm not going to do that.
That's fine.
We'll get to the dynasty part of this. I'll list it in the time codes and everything as it pertains to these running backs. But I want to keep rolling on the redraft right now. So Etienne is lining up at wide receiver in minicamp. I don't know what that means or how that affects anything.
You're going to call him that all year long?
I mean, I talked to Emery Hunt. He confirmed with me that is how you pronounce his name.
He himself said his name is Etienne.
He is trying to make it easier for you simple Americans to try to pronounce a name en français. Now, it's
because there shouldn't be there shouldn't be a third syllable. There shouldn't be. It should just be Etienne if you're actually doing it right. So he's not even pronouncing it the right way either.
Yeah, Travis Etienne. So Travis Stephen. We can just call him that if we want to. It's just like Americans who say foyer instead of foyer, and it's really it's like nails on a chalkboard.
I was gonna say, I actually say foyer if it makes you feel any better. But
you should, because that's what it is. What was the other one? Paul was telling me there was some guy's name. There was some UFC fighter. His name was like Benoit. It's like, no, his name is Benoit. Come on now. Like, what are we doing here?
Benoit.
So Travis Etienne from the Bayou,
yes,
where they parlent le français en Louisiana. For redraft purposes, how do he and James Robinson actually shake out in redraft leagues? Like, are we still buying James Robinson? Like, do we get him at a discount and he's going to be good? Or is this just completely smoke and mirrors and Etienne is going to be the guy who's actually the running back that you want this year?
I'm going to keep calling him Etienne until he changes his mind. But we'll call him Travis on the show. How about that? We'll just stick with, we can get his first name right. I am taking Travis. This is the immediate comparison I made during the draft. And a lot of people have made it, so I'm not the only one because it's the easy one to make. But I'm going to go deeper than just saying it's Kamara and Latavius Murray, because he's not Kamara, but James Robinson's also not Latavius Murray. He's better. So what I keep saying is Etienne said, you should expect a Clyde Edwards-Helaire-like season. And I think that's what you're looking for here. You're looking for 600 to 700 rushing yards, probably I'd say at least 50 receptions, if not more. And the lining up at wide receiver for all these people like, oh, what the hell is Urban Meyer doing? I don't know if you saw when I tweeted it, but it's like, this was the people that were like, we need David Johnson to run more routes. We need Le'Veon Bell to run more routes. They're doing exactly what we want. More manufactured touches for a talent. How is this a bad thing? So Etienne, mid-low RB2, maybe some upside for more. And if you go back to James Robinson, he's not dead. He's not dead and buried. Is he what he was last year? Everybody who had him in keeper leagues and Dynasty are super excited and now super disappointed. That's understandable. But he's not completely going away. Where Latavius Murray is more of, oh my God, could you imagine if he has the job to himself? And we've seen it before, but it's very hard to play him on any specific week. This is where you can say James Robinson, I could roll out there as an RB3 most weeks because he's still probably going to get, you know what this is probably, it's like if you reverse the roles for Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb, as if Kareem Hunt was the lead and Nick Chubb was the backup.
Okay, I like that comparison, but what do we think that's going to happen in this Jacksonville offense, I guess, is the same thing too. Are they going to be bad enough that there's enough touches to go around? Because in that circumstance, I know they were able to do it with James Robinson last year, despite not being good and kept feeding the ball anyway. That I would think in the passing game that there could be substantial upside here if this is actually how they're going to use him.
Yeah, I think there is too. So that's really what I keep going back to is that mid to low RB2 with upside that I could see him knocking on the door, not quite into the RB1 level, but because of those receptions, it's just going to be a little bit more inconsistent than a Kamara, but it's definitely that upside where you could say, you know what, I'm happy at the end of the year because I drafted him in the 3rd, 4th round and he finished as a 2nd round value because the passing game with Trevor Lawrence is going to be great. Like if Trevor Lawrence bombs in the NFL, just cancel the NFL. Like just stop. He's that good. There's another one that is not hyperbole. You know how much I hate, and I say that every single year, generational talent, but I made 2 guys tier 0 to make that point. I normally do tiers and I do tier 1, start like a normal person, but Trevor Lawrence and Kyle Pitts, I did tier 0s to point that out of that. We don't see these kind of prospects very often. It's very rare. So Trevor Lawrence coming to this offense with those 2 in the backfield, when you have DJ Chark, you add your boy Marv, you still have Laviska Shenault, you still have Colin Johnson, who was going to break out potentially this year before they added Marvin Jones. There's a lot to go around here. We don't really think there's going to be much of a factor at tight end, whether it's Tim Tebow or anybody else. They've actually even talked about Colin Johnson playing some tight end. But the point here is that this can be an offense that can support 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and maybe even a 3rd wide receiver when you're talking about Trevor Lawrence, because the defense has improved, but it's still not going to be one that slows down the game so much, especially with the speed of an Urban Meyer offense where we're worried about it being they only ran 47 offensive plays or something like that.
Alrighty, DK Sim fan, we're back at it. Tara Lynn Azak, Jason Rossi for another one. That's right. Get the 18, baby. Tara Lynn, it looks like this time were you able to get a lineup?
Dude, I'm trying right now. I have a minute, and because it makes me refresh. Then I got to go back. I don't know why it does this to me every time, and it gives me like anxiety, and I'm just trying to work through it.
Listen, there's plenty of reasons to have anxiety in this world. Do not let the Sims bring you down. It's only a place of safety, confidence, and good times. Again, as Tara Lynn will struggle and not get a lineup in, we all know she's really probably not trying. She's probably looking at some sort of like designer clothes or some crap. Oh, you got in?
What?
I don't know. I just imagine. Like, designer clothes. I think like Koff's probably looking at like articles from like 2003 about the Celtics. Like, this is what I believe people do when they're not in sim.
All right, let's just hear your lineup.
All right, that's a good call. Well, I gotta wait the lineup lock, but I can't tell you my captain's Derrick Henry because why?
Okay.
Why the hell not? Henry, definitely. I feel like he's one of those guys that if you might as well just captain, might as well spend up. If he stinks for you, whatever. But if you're gonna win, he's probably gonna be the reason. Having him in there, lineups are locked. But what's
in your captain spot?
So I went Derrick Henry in the captain. I got AJ Brown and Corey Davis with him. I'm monitoring weather. It's a very odd day here. I have Hunter Renfrow, Jalen Richard, and Henry.
All right, I think I got it in.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Excuses are already piling up, baby. There it is.
Nope. I'm pretty sure I did.
Yep. I smacked those. I've never seen that username before. What's up, dude? Yeah, we'll see here. We're getting the game loaded up here. Tara Lynn has no idea what are you using the web or using an app?
Dude, yeah, I am. It's
the web?
I really think no, I know I did it.
Here we go.
Now I just gotta find it.
Well, when it goes from like upcoming to live, I will give you that. And the other thing I'll just tell you is it completely throws me off on the website. I'm telling you, I've never used the website till last night. Koff was trying to show me and tell me why it was a lot better. Didn't work. Didn't work for me. Threw my whole thing off. Obviously, our contest, the official one with us, is called 4 p.m. sim. Boring.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I got it in Tater Haters.
Oh, what's
Tater? So how do I find it?
Nice jingle. I don't know what that would be for. Maybe for spectacles or something. But I think it's under contest. If you look at your top tab, it says contest. It should be in there.
Okay, yeah. Hell yeah, I got in. Now, how do I like using the app better too. So then how do I get to my app? How do I get to my lineup? Well, I don't have my phone near me because I left it charging. Because my phone's always dead. Fun fact about me. Write it down, Sim fan. My phone is always dead.
My wife. There's nothing more. I charge my wife's phone. So I don't know what your relationship status is for your future, Tara Lynn, but you just find you a person that can plug in your phone for you. That's what
you know what? That's a goal for me. I need to find a partner that will plug in my phone for me when I just kind of throw it on the couch and I just leave it there and it's on 2%.
That's it. That's literally what you need. That is what the real heroes don't wear capes. They plug in their partners' phones. All right, we'll get to some of the action here in stimulated Las Vegas. Tara Lynn, you got to be excited about football in Vegas. You got to be excited for these little clubs. Have you seen this? These clubs they're putting in the end zone.
You know what? I feel like all of you, all of my coworkers, you all act like my dad, and they're like, oh, because even Emerson said the same thing. You know, Tara Lynn's gonna be at Raiders Stadium at one of the little clubs.
Tara Lynn, we're gonna body you up in the protein shake. We're gonna shake it up, and then we're gonna fly you. Southwest Airlines or whoever, probably more comfortable in JetBlue, and we'll get you into Las Vegas.
We're gonna get you there. Hey, I'll report live there, so DraftKings should send me there. And
my little chinchilla.
Chinchilla. Okay, I found my lineup. Do you want to hear it?
I want to hear you sing it, but yes, let's go with it. What do you got?
Okay, fun fact, I'm actually a fabulous singer. I did years of vocal training, but then it fell off because I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be the next Christina Aguilera.
You
Along
weren't.
with tap dancing. I already told the Sim fan that the other day.
Oh, interception off the top here. There's Derek Carr.
Let's go.
All right, so what's your lineup?
Derek Carr?
Derek Carr just threw an interception. What a fool.
Okay, well, listen. He didn't make it into this lineup. I had him in my other lineup.
Oh, burn. All right, what's this one look like, though?
All right, so captain, I got Ruggs.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got D. Henry.
All right, there
Got a
you go.
little Jacobs. I always like doing a little backup QB, so I got some Mariota action, and I got some J. Smith, and then I got Titans.
If only injuries return on. You never know. There's Derrick Henry making a catch to start it. Rossi and Tara Lynn back-to-back executive sessions with the fire emojis. That's true. So this will be Tara Lynn's last of the day. So get the questions in, soak her in, man, because then she's off to God knows what. So good, Dan.
I'm off. Get some dinner.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking. I'm not a big takeout guy. That's a big catch across.
What?
Yeah, I really enjoy cooking for multiple reasons.
Are you even a good cook? I feel like you just cook like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Who calls that cooking? That is not cooking. Macaroni and cheese is not cooking. Peanut butter and jellies is like making a snack.
That's how I picture you cooking in the kitchen. You're like, oh, it's gonna be a great dinner tonight.
Hey, honey, what do you like to eat? I got the chunky peanut butter or the smooth. Do you want jam or preserves? No, I actually don't really like peanut butter and jelly. Weird take. But Henry, as my cat is all in my business, gets into the end zone. So there you go. Starting off strong, Derrick Henry. He's in 1 gajillion of lineups, 83% owned. Darren Waller is 56, 49 for Jonnu Smith. Ryan Tannehill, 45. Henry Ruggs, both have him. He's your captain, 44%. Wow, that is something right there. So, yeah.
Oh, I have to call Captain Blood. He said the hilariousness of DraftKings employees not knowing how the site's apps work is overwhelming. Maybe DK should make it easier. Okay, kind of see your point. Maybe I should have covered it up a little bit more that I didn't know where to find it. But the live in upcoming, it's a little confusing. I'm so used to using the app, especially when I'm in the office and I'm in a studio recording. I'm always just kind of referring to the app. But now we're work from home. I didn't charge my phone. So now I know how to work the website. And it was just like a little learning curve. But now I'm always going to use the website now. I love the website.
Yeah, I'll be 100% honest with you. I've never used the website. Like, I've never, ever gone to it before last night. I just always use the application, so. But, Captain Blood, I see your point, but at the same time, it's all about adapting. And I can tell you one thing about Tara Lynn. I can't guarantee it about myself. Adaptable. She's going to learn it.
100%.
You only got to fail things once when it's Tara Lynn. Not that she's failing. You know what I mean? Just one mistake, you're done.
Hey, Sim Chat, I went from just doing live hits in the studio to updating headlines every day in the studio, and now I'm calling Sim. So pretty adaptable and producing them as well. So for all of you out there that says Tara Lynn's not adaptable, no one has said it. But if you're thinking it, you're wrong.
Told you. Adaptability, one of the best qualities to have in an employee if I ran a company. So shout out to Tara Lynn also just for doing this, rocking it, being here. Again, that is a good shout to you, by the way. Not only, most people would go the other way, right? Like be a producer, then have the chance to go on and be part of the on-screen or whatever, on air, wherever you are. See, Tara Lynn came here from on air, wants to do some producing, wants to know it all. I like that. It's a great quality.
Yeah.
And we got a great crew as well. Good, adaptable, strong-willed, smart human beings. And Jordan, our extraordinary producer. We have Daniel and the ones who won millions, Inside Your Internet and Mine, Jimbo and Ox. Great crew. Yeah, don't say anything bad about Daniel. I'll find you. I'll know it. And I was just about to say, if you're talking about like ordering food, I was going to use maybe my Uber Eats here for the first time in a long time, but I don't know. I'm very debating, and I know. Yeah, Daniel says I'll find you. My wife will be jacked if I tell her we're gonna order food tonight. So I have to think.
Wow, okay. You gotta cook.
You know what it is, Tara Lynn? First of all, I don't fancy myself. I don't consider myself necessarily like a good cook. I don't want to come on here. I believe I am a quality cook. I put together some good meals. But I will say, I really like cooking because it's something to do. I know this sounds weird. But like I enjoy like the activity of cooking. And I really, really like to know what I'm eating. Like I know every single thing that is going in this temple because we're all temples, just different shapes and sizes.
And you know, like whose hands were cooking it too.
Good point, right?
Yeah, I get a little skeezed out sometimes when I like go, like I'll Uber eat something, I'll try something new, and then I'll go on Yelp and I'm like, oh Jesus, I just digested that, and they said that it looks like no one washes their hands in that establishment. What have I done?
That's pretty good. I am 1000% someone that stays as far away from reviews as I can for anything because I don't like to be persuaded before a decision. If I feel like it's worth my time, a movie, music, that was a full back dive, so there's a little vulture action. Anything like that, like I try not to, but sometimes like, and I think that there's a weird, like, I feel like we're a little bit of bullies here in the great North America because I feel like if somebody says something negative, then a lot of people just jump on that, and that like almost, like don't you feel like that's a part of our society now, especially with like the Twitters and let's just say the YouTube comments, that like sometimes somebody will say something and it's like, oh, that's the cool thing, let's all jump on that. It's like you can also have an opinion of your own and think about it.
100%.
And like it's okay to not agree with everyone if you actually believe it, but that's just my 2 cents. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe tonight might be a takeout night. Maybe because I got the 6 o'clock, I got the 10 o'clock, the cooking window smaller, a little time with the family. We'll see.
Oh, I feel like definitely it's going to be a takeout night then. You don't have time.
Yeah, and I've also kind of already eaten like crap earlier. I mentioned those bagels, and I just had a couple of chips. I haven't had chips. This is what happens to me, Caroline. I have something hits that. What is it that we have in it? Like I told this story about when I ate way too many cookies. Jordan, real quick. Jordan says Uber Eats website or app. Jordan, I'll tell you right now. Is there an Uber Eats website?
Yeah. Is there an actual website?
I don't even know about it. I only know about the app.
Yeah, got the app. I love apps, appetizers, and phone apps.
Yeah, I'll sign up for the apps. Yeah, Daniel says I think there's a website. Not many use it. Daniel is right now currently looking at the bandwidth of UberEats.com.
Huh.
Let's see. Taralyn, I fell victim to. Oh, well, listen, dude. Captain Blood, it happens, bro. You just gotta be careful. Always know where you're putting your money.
You have to.
Yeah. Oh, my guy, Obi-Wan, don't agree with you at all. Simpec. Thanks, dude. It's okay. Obi-Wan, I'll cook you up a nice dinner, dude. You want a nice meal? I got you. We get the Titans on this drive here. Scored the touchdown early with Derrick Henry. He gets the ball again here, pushing the line. But back to the point here, Tarlin. So we joked about off the top, though. But you are down. Are you like into the idea? It just doesn't matter, man, woman, child. Are you into the idea of like going to a sports stadium and to have like a club-like atmosphere in any part of that? Is it strange? Is it cool? What are your thoughts on it?
I think it's really cool. I think it adds excitement, and obviously they're doing well with their marketing of it. I mean, you want to go when you see it. And I don't know, it's just fun. And isn't that what we need to have this year? It's fun, because last year had a lot of ups and downs, more downs than ups. But also, I always wanted to go to, I talked about this with Emerson too, because he's, Jacksonville diehard. I want to go to their stadium, and they have the big pools there, rent out like the cabana pools. And he said it's really not even that expensive.
Well,
if you get like a group of like 10 people to go.
I wonder if it's going to change now, though, with, Trevor Lawrence and like a lot of buzz around that. We'll see. Yeah. I'm in, though. If you need a tent.
All right. Hell yeah. Like, we should all go there, report live from the pool.
How cool. That would be cool. That's like Arizona had that, I know, in their stadium for baseball. I don't think Tampa Bay used to have like the Rays and the swimming. I don't think people swam in those.
No, I don't think people dove into those unless maybe they were having a bad day. They decided to.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, now there we go. I see Daniel making a card for me now. We have the Tara Link card last. Sim veteran. I need glasses. Nickname Desmond's cat father. Number of sins 100 plus. Appreciate you. Homer Team Patriots. NFL favorite player. Any kicker. Every kicker. Shout out. Hot take, Celtics will make the conference finals without Jalen. Hey, that is true. I did say it. We'll see.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting to really fall off of that, but I just feel like sometimes these teams that need something to shake up, I think an injury can do it. Saw it in Cleveland last year. They beat, no, Beckham went down. They got real good. Also could have just been timing. And off to him. Into the red zone. Dom, what's up, my man? He says, hey, Rossi and Tara Lynn. What we got here?
Wow, now I'm starting to think like maybe I should. I do love the Celtics, but maybe I should like hop on the train of them, making it.
Jump on. There's plenty of room on the bandwagon because people are flying off.
Is there room? Can I join?
Oh.
I mean, Robert Williams did have a huge night last night, so that kind of made me start thinking differently.
Listen, it's going to just take one couple hot games against these Nets. Get the Nets a little frustrated. We're at the end of one here. Taryn Azak, Jason Rossi, happy Sunday. Hope you guys are doing well. We're having a great day. Smash that thumbs up. Drink tons of water. Look at this. I got double going here. Double water. I put the water in here if I want it cold because it's a little hot. Got the tons of water in here. Tara Lynn was slugging down the Tara Lynn. Oh, she's got some water too. Little electrolytes.
Down Tara Lynn. Ice is gone. I love... Wait, I'm looking at myself in the YouTube screen. Whenever I'm talking, I forget that, like, if I'm here, like, you people are just getting a zoomed in version of my forehead. I need to back it up. I don't like my face that zoomed in. But drinking some essential water. Yeah, Daniel, at least warn me. Like, be like, hey, your face is, I can see your pores.
No, I want it like this. This is how I want it to sense. All right, we're all up in your grill. Like that.
All up in the grill.
Yeah, you gotta see. Did I brush my teeth today? Did I get anything? I had a couple of chips. Anyways, yeah, so in this game, though, it was Derrick Henry touchdown. They are with the ball again, 2nd and 9. We get back here to the second game. Jordan, Daniel, Tara Lynn, Jason Rossi. You guys, Jimbo, you can follow Tara Lynn at Tara Lynn Azag on all social media platforms, right? You're on the...
Yeah, give me a follow. I'm on the gram, I'm on the talk, I'm on Twitter.
Yeah. You could ask her aunt what her Facebook login or Facebook info is as well.
Yeah, my Facebook's probably not that fun. I really don't use it, but yeah.
Here it is. Let's see. Yvonne asked, hey, Rossi, does a receiver get credit for a catch when it's roughing the passer call? Yes. Jimbo, can you just confirm that with me? But I'm pretty sure I saw those points go on the board a few minutes ago. Here's the handoff to Derrick Henry, getting his way closer. There it is, Brian C. Let's get him out of the way now, people. We don't want to do it all day. He says it depends. Oh, if it's accepted or declined. Good call. Thank you, Jim. So if it's declined, let's say, Jim, what is it? Well, explain it. So if it's, let's just go either way. So if it's accepted, the points are not given. If it's declined, they are. Wait on Jim. It says correct. All right. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you, pal. Jimbo working hard today and chatting it up with us. There's Humphreys, the Humpty Dance, getting it close, down to the 3. Let's see what there was somebody just asked something. There's something about you. Oh, Brian C. saying about the brick wall. Let's get it out of the way, people. Tara Lynn, not in New York, not in the 3x3 brick apartment with Kenny Ducey. And he's not on the other side.
No! Everyone stop saying that.
3rd and 3 here. In the gun. Quick pass. Touchdown. Humphreys goes into the end zone, of course. Don't have him. Not happy.
Nope, me neither. Not happy about it.
Yep, Smash Landa said, Henry's so chalky, I need a Humphreys TD. Well, there it is, bro. Also monitoring. There's a Lakers and the Suns happening right now. LeBron playing, not suspended. It's 38-29, Suns early. Any year ever, you would think that that's like a 1-8 seed and the Suns would be the plucky upstart 8 seed. But no, they're the 2 seed here in the playoffs this year.
Hey, what are your thoughts on LeBron? We talked a little bit about this the other day, about LeBron not being suspended.
Absolutely ridiculous. That's what it is. I think there's a bias. I think it's a really bad look.
For the NBA, yeah.
I think any sport, whether it would be, if you want to look at the poster child, the NFL, let's say that's a Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, just for a couple names. Lamar Jackson, like those guys, if it was the same thing, they should be suspended. Anybody on my team, your team, anybody's team. If you break the rules, don't hold a certain standard. And again, it would have been 1 game. They could have simply done it in the Sunday afternoon game. Plenty of ratings to go around. I don't think people are going to just like, oh, LeBron's not playing, I'm not watching.
100%.
So, should have done it. Absolute bias towards LeBron and probably trying to just worry about the bottom line instead of what was right.
Also, the timeliness of it, so bad. As we know, Atlanta Hawks coach Nate McMillan, he got fined the other day for basically exposing, saying, hey, like the NBA wants the Knicks, and that's what the NBA is going to do. And then he was exposing different biases. And now we have LeBron just getting a pass, and he was so outspoken about COVID, and he was even outspoken about the bubble. But now, oh no, it's fine for LeBron. Yeah, I just think it's not a good look.
I agree. I really do. Just so we know, the Whistles Go Woo, like that name, has a 16-point lead in the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. LeBron was not in any of the 100 entries for today's championship. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, nobody. And again, these are the best of the best in fantasy basketball, duking it out here to win tons of cash. Someone's winning a lot of money tonight. I'm just gonna be so jealous.
Tons and tons of cash.
Humphreys saying 30. We came in at 31.7% owned. 14-0 here, Titans. Yeah, I just don't like. If it was me or you, and we did something that DraftKings didn't like, I'd completely understand if they were like, "Hey, Rossi, gotta bench you for a few days." I'm like, "Okay, got it."
Yeah.
Like, but then if it's like, I don't know, like Emerson does it, like I wouldn't feel right if they, Emerson, no big deal. We need you, buddy. Being the highest paid.
He is the highest paid, so I mean, I do see that happening.
I'm gonna check that W2. I'm gonna find out for real. That's a deep ball going nowhere. Someone asked, let me go back here. Things are moving fast. Tara Lynn and Rossi, what are the best new apps out? Do you have any applications you have purchased on your phone recently? Executive Sessions wants to know, and if you like it.
Executive Sessions, if you're having trouble sleeping at night, I highly suggest the Calm app. I think it's a little pricey, like $40 for there was some sort of like deal going on for the year, and I tried it out. There was like a 2-week free trial that they did, and I honestly loved it, but I usually go to bed listening to the sweet sounds of Michael Scott, but then they switch it over to Peacock. I don't have Peacock. I have all these other freaking stream. I mean, how much more streaming things do I have to have? I have Hulu, Netflix, it's all too much. But yeah, I started using the Calm app, and I have to say I do wake up feeling way more refreshed.
It's good to know.
I know the difference.
Check out a product called Charlotte's Web. That's how I've been sleeping recently. Not an app. Sorry, just throw it out there. Just letting you know. Someone else asked, Sean Preston, Tara Lynn, what's your absolute favorite meal of all time? I'll switch it and make it more dark. If you were going to have your last meal, you're on death row, what would Tara Lynn want? Same thing.
Oh my God. Could it be like 2 things?
Of course. There's no rules.
Okay, so I love, there's this Italian place called Capo in South Boston. And I love their bolognese pasta. It's absolutely delicious, and like my mouth is watering right now because I'm so hungry, and I went to go cook toast before this just to hold me over, and then I forgot that I threw out everything in my fridge, and I don't have butter, so my toast is just chilling there. So yeah, we do bolognese pasta from Capo, and I am such a buffalo chicken girl. Like, I love spicy things, so I would definitely do a buffalo chicken pizza.
There you go. Good to know. Good to know.
Carving it up before death, you know?
Okay. Well, yeah, you can't take calories, don't come with you. So here's a big question. With your buffalo chicken pizza, do you like it to be pizza sauce, cheese, the buffalo chicken and blue cheese on top, or how do you like it? Some people, I'm just curious. Actually, I don't have to set up. I think you know, like the other ways of doing it. So, like, what's your ideal buffalo chicken pizza?
I love pizza sauce on it.
Me too.
Like, I don't, like, some people, like, they're like, no, like, not the pizza sauce, but I really do like it. I like, back where I grew up, it's called Town Spa Pizza. It's a nice barroom pizza. I really love the way they do their buffalo chicken. I get it crispy. So good.
I like it. Yeah, I don't like the buffalo sauce as the sauce of the pizza.
Yeah, it's like, do you want my mouth to fall off?
Yeah, it's just too much, and I like too much zing. And I also like it like the whether it's breaded or grilled chicken. I like it like already doused in buffalo sauce prior, and slap those puppies on there.
What's your favorite type of pizza?
Veggie fan is either veggie or there's this one pizza. It's a white pizza, which I'm not crazy about, but it has shrimp on it, from Regina's. It is one of Regina's Pizza here in Boston. And I don't know, I think it feels like it's outside of the city now. But that's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But overall, like, if I'm going to, like, I also am a big Sicilian, so I'm like a square, veggie, not, like, there's very few, like, I'm very particular, Carolyn. I'm not a huge pizza guy. But when I do, I'll eat, like, way too much, like what I did this morning with bagels. But yeah, I think I'd have to say, like, I'm toying around it. Like, I do love a buff chick, but I think I'd have to say, like, a really well done veggie, not like sliced up and like kind of messy, like a nice, well put together, non-soggy veggie is fire.
Fire.
Kelvin Bates, first of all, he said, big shout out to you earlier. Now he says, I love Tara Lynn. He is just full blown smitten. That's going to be a touchdown pass. Speaking about smitten, just like Kelvin to Tara Lynn, there is Terrell Williams getting a touchdown from Derek Carr. Let's see what else we got going here. Javier says, if Chris Paul does not come back, it will cost we thousands. I think he means me, but it could be more. People playing him. Oh, I saw filet mignon, and then my chat just jumped. Does Glash call Daddy? What's going on? I'm jumping around. Salty Cajun, Rossi, you feel good about Kyle Pitts this year? I will just say yes. I think he's a stud in Florida. I like him. There was a weird stat this week, Carolyn. I don't know what you feel about when people do this, like the overhype. But there was, like, he was named the number 4 tight end in the league, and he hasn't even taken a snap. Thought that was a little extreme.
Yeah, a little extreme. Sounds like what like Kaufman would do with himself, overhyping himself. So that's like, yeah, no, that's a little extreme there.
Yeah. Oh, Sean Preston, who asked the question about your meal, he said filet mignon, perfectly cooked lobster tail with loaded baked potato with asparagus steamed. Love that.
I'm starving. Oh my God, Sean Preston. Thank you for that comment. Now I want to eat like a queen after this.
Very well. I'm sure our guy Jordan, who was talking about he's going to be heading out to go get some food after. Hope he has a great time doing. Hope you all do. We get 14-7 again. A Derrick Henry touchdown. It was a Humphreys touchdown from Ryan Tannehill, and Terrell Williams just scored for the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's see what else. Chat is on fire. Love to see you guys all here. Sean Preston, Brian, Fidel's, Derek, Brian C. Congo. What's up, dude? Executive Sessions, always love it. DK Troll. Don't like that name.
DK Troll is, yeah, what the? It's giving me evil vibes in there, DK Troll.
Oh, he's got like a Jason Voorhees mask there.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing. La Loser James needs 2 screens while Booker takes a double team. I like that. MCAR. La Loser. Is that a LeBron? Ha! Got him. Also, I know there's a ton of the golf championship going on as we speak too.
Yeah.
Not a big golf person.
No, me neither. We need like Jeff for that or Reed.
Or just people that are like, I'm sure Koff would just tell you about it. Because he probably has like 5 contests going.
Yeah, like who's ahead of the leaderboard there? Isn't it Mickelson?
He was the other day. I don't know if he's still. I can tell you right now.
Yeah, let's hear it. Is it Phil or no?
It is Phil. You're right. Still in lead with 2-stroke lead, by the way.
Wow. I'm having a day.
Brooks Koepka right behind him. Let's see if he can catch him. I don't see our guy, as I like to call him, Rochambeau, our DraftKings official golfer. Where is he? Not looking good here. I don't even know if he made the cut.
Yo, no, there he is. Ryan McDonald wants to know.
What's up?
Did Glash stay in Kaufman's tent last night? Is it true? He was definitely at his house.
Glash, I heard, stayed in Kaufman's tent, which was a tent inside on his couch. I heard they had a little sleepover and told ghost stories with flashlights.
Wow. So they went from complete enemies to having little sleepovers in tents in Kaufman's living room. You just never know what will happen here in Simland.
It's true. I love the one thing I will say, like how giddy the two were to be in the same place at the same time while doing a sim.
Yeah.
If you're ever bored, go back and watch last night's sim, the May 22nd sim, and it was just it was like a play date. It was play date status.
That's ridiculous. Going back to golf, producer Jordan just dropped in. Mickelson is going for his 45th career PGA win.
Oh, yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's why Jeff loves him. I mean, that's outstanding.
Dude's been, I don't know how old he is now. He's got to be over 50, I want to say. But what a legend. What a legend. Just won his first green jacket a few years back after all this time. And hey, it'd be cool. Good story if he wins this. And I'm sure it'll be helping a lot of people with their odds. I'll just say that. I don't know what he was coming in. But
Wow, yeah. Phil is 50 years old.
50. Good on him. Daniel saying Glash was shooting hoops in his dreams. And Rossi was the odd man out. It's my life, Daniel. Oh, please. Jordan, we're already talking about a basketball game. It's going to go down soon. He says, would love to see a Turkey Bowl football game involving the likes of Glash and Kaufman. So much competitiveness would be great. Oh, I'm already laying claim. There's going to be a basketball game soon. It's going down.
It's happening.
World's opening back up. Here in Massachusetts, we're opening up. Is that rain? No. That's my neighbor watering things that's like hitting my window, which is strange. Anyways, sorry, I'm very big on the
rude neighbor.
That's fine. He's watering my plant technically, so I'll take it. Oh, what he's doing. Anyway, so there we get a field goal from Goskowski, former Patriot, current Titan. 17-7. We're going to go to the half with that. It's the wonderful and lovely Taralyn Azak. Jason Rossi with you. You can follow her at Taralyn Azak.
Yes, you can.
It's not stalking if it's on the internet. Just kidding. Just clicking the word follow is fine. And we got Daniel, we got Jordan, we got Jim. We're having a good one here. Hope you guys are enjoying your Sunday. Again, Derrick Henry off to a great start. You paid up those big old price point for him. He's paying off for you thus far. He has the lone rushing touchdown in the game. It was a passing touchdown from Tannehill, who has a 98 yards through the air with the score. Derek Carr has the interception as well as a touchdown, 81 yards. Derrick Henry, 52 on the way to the bonus, Taralyn. I will turn to you. Will Derrick Henry get the bonus in the second half?
Yes, because I have him in my lineup and he knows that he better.
I like that, and good on you. I like that positivity. Obi-Wan letting us know CP3 back on the court during the game. Love it. DK basketball game, and Rossi's the towel boy. Hey, listen, Obi-Wan, watch out, dude. Defender. No one's getting by me. Obi-Wan, you want to come? Want to play?
Obi-Wan.
Brian C says, T-Lane, you're stuck on an island. Other than your phone, what are 3 things you must bring? Ooh. Well, not must bring because you're stuck on an island. What are the 3 things you would need to have there? You don't know you're going there, but.
Okay. So I have my phone.
Phone's gone. No, you already got it. Yeah, you're fine. With 3 things. Yeah.
But my phone's probably going to die on the island too, but there's no outlets on the island.
You can you can make it a charger. You got 3 things.
Got 3 things. Okay. Well, I would say, I would bring a pillow because I know my head is not gonna. I'm stranded. Well, whatever. I have the pillow with me.
Pillow. Got it.
I don't want to have my head on a rock. It's probably hot on the island, so I don't think I need a blanket by any chance. I would definitely bring deodorant because I'm a big smell person and I wouldn't want to stank it up. And I can watch Netflix on my phone. Well, who knows the Wi-Fi out there? It's crazy. Wow, this is a crazy question. I really I've heard people ask this question, but I've never been asked it. This is funny. If someone rescues me, I don't want to have severe sun damage to my skin. I don't want to age, crazy. I already get some Botox here and there, so I don't want to ruin all the work that I've already put in. So probably some sunblock.
There you go. There she is. Saved. DFS Queenie threw in a AK-47.
AK-47, yeah. Hell yeah, DFS Queenie. I probably should have brought that. Like, what if someone invades the island?
A fire starter and water filtration. So she went a lot more tactical. You went a lot more potentially practical.
Practical. Yeah, I just figured water filtration, that's smart too. Wow, DFS Queenie's honestly prepared, and if it's the end of the world, I need to go like find DFS Queenie. I feel like I'll survive.
Yeah, but we're all bunkering in with DFS Queenie, whoever she allows in, of course.
Ryan C. Carolyn, you need to survive. Ask the Netflix or Sunspots.
You say that.
I mean, that's totally true.
You say that, but you never know.
Just never know. Yeah, she's dead in a week. Hell yeah, I am DFS Queenie. I never was saying it, but like, I always say like Darwin's survival of the fittest. I'm not surviving.
Oh yeah, I'm long gone. We'll be seeing you. I'm not that guy. As we all know, I don't have my man card, so. We got the second half going here. Titans up 10 with the ball. Derrick Henry 52 on the ground. Tarlin pushing some positivity his way, believing he will reach that bonus after a broken tackle start here. A Congo cab. Rossi, how about a Julian Edelman poster to replace that cat that was staring at me the whole time? Nah, bro, that my wife did that. It's beautiful. Look at that. I probably have to reset up, so I am ordering some new stuff for the little home setup here. Even it's weird times to be doing it, but I am finally. So looks like we'll maybe seeing some different stuff in here soon. We'll see. You know what? This actually brings an interesting question as we get a deep pass. As a man, what a catch on the sideline down to the 32-yard line. Over almost 140 now for Ryan Tannehill. Jonnu Smith on the catch, new Patriot. Daniel, I guess this would be a question for you. Desmond shows up in SimFam's dreams and nightmares. A question for you, Daniel. If I got a green screen, could I use that here in SimLane? Pondering. Think about it. Like, could we put like backgrounds behind me? Would that be a doable thing? Sure. I like that. I like the not yes. It's not like 100%. Oh, I think it's downpouring now. Up where I am.
A little iffy out there.
It's just very windy. Whenever I see wind and complete dark skies, I must believe. Zoom can handle it. I like it. I like it, Daniel, because I got a little green screen coming too. So maybe I'll start. Maybe I'll make my own brick background as well. Everyone should. Oh, look at this. Brian C. Hey, ladies and fellas, let's smash that like button for these two wonderful goobers. It's been called worse.
Wow. I've been called a brat, a schmuck, bozo. Now I'm a goober.
I like it, yes. But dude, smash that thumbs up. Shout out to Tara Lynn for being here. Gotta love that. Tom's Microwave, why was she watering plants if it was rain was expected? Because she was a he, and I don't know, dude. You know how neighbors be. Oh, it's a deluge here. So good, get it out of the way so Jordan can go enjoy his dinner after.
Yeah.
Let's see, wait a second, what's going on here? Brian says Patriots defense is gonna frustrate the hell out of Brady. Pats almost beat KC if Tara Lynn's Hoyer didn't throw a pick six. You big Hoyer guy?
No. I put Hoyer in my lineup because I told you I like put backups in there just to, just be petty. And I said I support the Balds. So yeah. So like semi-supporter of Hoyer.
All right. Gotta love him.
He's already been through enough. He's lost his hair. He needs some support.
Oh, come on. Guy looks good bald.
Yeah. Pulls up the bald.
Does. As a run, there's a guy Jacobs getting some. Oh, that was Rashad with his first carry for 1 yard. So 3rd and 7 here, 5:20 left here in the third quarter. Brian C says a gobber now, but I think he still means goober is better than a schmuck, which is better than a bozo, which is better than a fat loser. Who says such things? Whoever
Why are we on fat loser?
Yeah, that and Brian's at the bottom of the barrel. Shouldn't use such foul language. Horrible. Horrible, Brian, so you don't do that. And Buddy Lease has a pretty goober, though. See, there you go. He's getting a little pick-me-up. Seriously. Feel you, Daniel. It's going to happen. One day, we're just going to turn, like, all these random, like, configurations differently, and Tyrell's going to win the contest with a backup quarterback.
I'm already manifesting it. That's what's going to happen here.
Tom's Microwave says, I'm a goofy goober. Look, everyone's a goober.
Everyone's a goober.
John Bretson, if you're a goober.
Madden disrespects the Raiders.
Well, I think the country kind of disrespects the Raiders.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone disrespects the Raiders in Gruden.
Yeah. Gruden with that, like, so what is he have, like 8 years left? A jillion million.
Oh, that ridiculous contract. I mean, are they regretting that contract?
I think this will be the year we find that answer.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I really loved him, though, on Hard Knocks, where you really saw Gruden, and it was so entertaining to watch.
Oh, he was awesome. I do I see, it's weird. I really like him. So I want him to kind of be successful in the NFL just because you'll get more Gruden. You'll get more time. You'll be on more shows.
I do, too. I saw, like, a different side of him, and I really liked him on Hard Knocks, and I was like, let's root for this guy.
Yeah, and he was so good with, like, Monday Night Football. I just like hearing him talk. I like his passion for the game, but an unsuccessful Gruden, that's not as fun. Like a team that's okay. No, like Knock If You're With Me when he's doing the knock on the table stuff. That was good.
Yes, like hyping us up. I loved that. And I feel like he really treats his team as his kids, too. So it was, I don't know, I'm rooting for Gruden. Don't come for me, chat.
No, don't worry. We got Congo in there. He's excited about this. Big Raiders guy. You know what's interesting? I was just thinking, for this year, there's still no news yet about Hard Knocks. You know, they did last year. They split the two LA, the Chargers and the Rams. And
yeah,
it was kind of a tougher watch with all pandemic. And they were going through all the qualifications to make sure everyone was healthy and safe and everything. It was kind of odd to watch it in a bubble, literally and figuratively. It's going to be very funny to look back at those years of sports. I guess a year and a half. But this year, I'm trying to think who it could be. Because the rules are, if you made the playoffs, you don't have to be on. If you're a new head coach, you don't have to be on. So, and like obviously other teams can. Like a lot of people are rumored that Dallas could be doing it again. Even though I don't know if that would happen, but could be. Kind of want to see.
Who would you like to see?
I'd love to see the Titans. I know they're a playoff team, but I'd love to see it because I think Vrabel's such a character.
Yeah, he really is.
In this team, like Derrick Henry, I feel like there's some character on this team as well.
Personalities.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another one, like Arizona potentially with Cliff Kingsbury, Kyler Murray young. They got J.J. Watt over there now. A lot of like A.J. Green, DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know. I feel like there's some there. I'm trying to think if I was the NFL, like if I'm actually like really want to see a team, like who is that?
Yeah, picture yourself as the NFL. You're not Jason Rossi. Who the hell's that guy? You are the NFL. Who do you want to see?
Patriots. That's who I would put.
All right. Well, you and DFS Queenie on the same page.
Yeah, because it would be amazing. Because they didn't make the playoffs for the first time in like forever.
Yeah.
And Belichick, there's no way they'll do it, but maybe. I don't know. If I'm the NFL, that's what I'd want to see, especially this year with all the changes and knowing Brady's coming back and all the trials and tribulations they went through.
The hype. It would be so interesting. I feel that everybody would want to watch it. Mac Jones, Cam Newton, Stidham posing on IG every day with his wife. Like, I want to see what's going through Belichick's head. And Cam Newton is so entertaining to watch. If you go over to his social media, too, he shows what he's doing in the offseason, and he's really putting in work like he showed last season when he was out there with Howard and really just putting in the work. So I would like to see that, too, on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of stuff here. We're going to get another Gostkowski field goal at the tour with just a minute left here in the third. It's good. Stack them kickers, Tarlin. Stop wasting your money on backup quarterbacks.
All right, maybe I got to change my I told you, the pettiness is going to get old, but it's my shtick for now, okay?
It's okay. Listen, live that life. DFS Queenie says the new and improved Belichick just might let them in. See how he's getting to the end. That could be.
We'll see.
Urban Legend says this is just no. No one cares about the Patriots outside of Patriots fans. Don't know about that, but Urban Legend. Who would you like to see, Urban Legend? Again, you run the show. You get
Probably the team that he likes.
Well, let's see. Everyone throw in the team you want to see on Hard Knocks. You get to watch, I think it's about 5 episodes behind the scenes from the beginning of training camp or the end of training camp through, preseason, all that. Who is the team you want to watch on your HBO platform or HBO Max app this coming August? Who do you want to watch?
Drop it in the chat. Fidelis coming in first. Dropping it in 49ers.
Okay. That's a fascinating one. Jimmy G. Now they traded up to get Trey Lance.
Right.
Okay. Don't dislike that one. Darwin over on Twitch has Hard Knocks, Jets, aka the Replacements 2.
Yeah.
Jets would be kind of
Edmund. Yeah, Jets would be interesting. Edmund's dropping in Giants. Buddy Lee Seahawks.
Ooh, Seahawks. I like that one. Pete Carroll. Oh.
Hang time. Green Bay Packers. I like that. That's actually a really good one. Wow.
I completely agree. That's a great one, regardless of what happens.
Yep.
DFS Queenie does say, she goes, I hate the Patriots. That's why I want to see it. So there you go. Packers, another one as we get to the end of the third. I like this. I like it. Packers. Yeah, Parker's getting a lot of...
Oh, yeah. Now I want the Packers.
Yeah, I think I do now. You guys just convinced me. Good pull by the DK Sim fam. Appreciate y'all. Hit that thumbs up. 20-7 as we head to the fourth quarter. Carolyn Azak. Let's see how close she is. Get in there. Get closer. 20 again. You got 2 Steven Gostkowski field goals. You got the touchdown by Henry. He's at 76 now, Carolyn. His average is there. He should be able to do it, but we'll see what the rest of the game script looks like. Raiders, it was just a Derek Carr who threw an interception earlier, threw one to Terrell Williams in the second quarter. That's our score. Urban Legend threw out, I don't know, it was Mark Underwood said Broncos, like that. Urban Legend says, obviously I want the Jaguars. Good call.
Wait, I'm glad that we did this question because that is all. I feel like I should have said that. Yeah, with Tim Tebow.
That is a good call. There's a lot of good ones. Like, I think now that we say, like, keeping the Patriots involved just for the argument, I think it's still, like, worth it. I think the Patriots would be super exciting. Completely agree with these. The Jags would be great. The Packers would be outstanding. Miami, says M. Roach.
Yeah.
I think those are the big 3, though. And I think, obviously, they're not going to make the Jags do it. New coach. Packers went, playoff team. And the Patriots, I just don't think Belichick would do it, but you never know.
I would like to make an announcement.
Oh.
All right. I am in. I'm going to act like I have my phone. I am in the Tater Haters Tater Slashing Mashup by Slop 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 contest. Carolyn, she had a backup QB, obviously, in her lineup. She is number 30 out of 32 people. So those 2 people I'm beating. Ha 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 ha. That's all I have to say.
Look at you. Look at you. That is pretty amazing. So Carolyn, flexing on him.
Flexing.
Hang Time Podcast and follows up, says, hey, Carolyn, how you doing, beautiful? I don't know why people don't use that word for me, but...
You are beautiful. No matter what.
So you were...
Why is Jordan asking about your cat?
Who? No,
Jordan's asking about your cat. Oh, you're going to grab...
I got to grab something in a second. Trying to... Now you're just tearing down the fourth wall here, Carolyn.
Sorry.
You're fine.
As a true actress, I should know better.
By the way, earlier you said I didn't want to be you didn't think you were, or whatever. You didn't want to be the next Christina Aguilera. You weren't going to be. You know you're going to be the first Carolyn Azak.
You know what's so true, Rossi? I needed you back in my life then. Like, who knows? I could have been a superstar. But then I wouldn't be in Simland, and that would stink.
No, you'd be both. You could do both.
Okay, yeah.
You could be a major, multi-million-dollar, multi-platinum recording artist and be friendly, because I would, at 13 years old, I would have been your like hype man, and
Yeah.
I'd be making all the sweet royalty checks, and we'd both be here.
Yo, Mark Underwood, TL. The goal is to be in the top 5%, not the bottom 5%, LOL. Yeah, Mark, but I was explaining, but maybe you didn't hear my explanation. So I have my own little shtick now, because there's like people like Ducey who's like, I gotta win and beat everybody. I'm number one. Like, that's all he talked about the other day. He was so excited to beat everybody in the contest, but I'm going the opposite way. I just want to beat a few people by having a backup QB, because I think it's hilarious. So that's my little way I'm going about it, and then I'll get more competitive. But yeah, I don't mind being in the bottom 5%. What else do we got here? Hey, Rossi, how you doing, beautiful? See, Rossi, you are beautiful. Hang Time Podcast was calling you that. Yep, he said thank you. Rossi's playing with his cat, or he's doing something, I don't know. Yep, other football Jedi, Rossi the beautiful. Love to see it. But let's run down what's coming up after me and Rossi, because you don't get us all night. I know that you wish you guys did. I have to go eat dinner, or I'm going to pass out in a minute now because I didn't get to eat my toast. I have no butter. I threw everything in my fridge, so great. But 6 p.m. Eastern, we get the Steelers at Bucks. Rossi is going to be there again. We got Lamarca coming in too. Maybe they'll do a contest to see who can drink more water. Is it Rossi? Is it Lamarca? I don't know. 8 p.m. Eastern, Texas at Falcons. We got Kaufman and Lamarca. Then we got Madden After Dark. 10 p.m. Eastern, Patriots at Dolphins. Rossi and Lamarca. So you get a lot of Rossi tonight, people.
That's the truth. Tell me about it. That's why I think I'm gonna have to order dinner tonight.
Yeah, you're not cooking.
It's all. We'll see. We'll see. Thinking about this a lot, and I have to be very careful, because if I bring it up to my wife, she's gonna be so excited about potential of ordering dinner. We'll find out in the next 15 minutes in real life. So we get.
Yep.
Order here, but appreciate all the beautiful comments, picking me up. I don't know why we would shout them out, executive sessions. If Ducey was here, you can talk about him then. Emma Roach says, Derek Carr sucks so bad, he can't hit open receivers. Dude, you got to check the Madden. We don't talk about this enough, but really do, every so often, I would do it every day just to double check. Check out that Madden Sims info page. Like Zach Thompson, they put in so much time over there. It really gives you a good breakdown of all these players, so you can really look at this. The reason we do more banter and conversation here is because we're at this point, we think, all right, you guys know the games. Anything super exciting happens, we're going to shout it out, like AJ Brown making a catch across the middle. Cool. But they really, Derek Carr is not good in that. He's just not. So always keep that in mind. Anytime you see Raiders, it's tough. So just check out that page every so often. Especially if you're going to play in
Weezy Wabbits, who in Flip is commentating this. It's Tara Lynn and Rossi. It's a great dynamic duo. Welcome.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. And second of all, what do you mean? Who the heck? What did you expect to hear? Adam Kaufman. It's Kaufman and Moose. How we doing today? NBA, my contest locks in an hour. Please enter my contest. All jokes aside, no, but right now, speaking of that, Mickelson still in that lead. I don't even know if he's teed off. I don't even know the timing of everything. I hit a link. Didn't even do that. Lakers trailing Suns by 8 at the half. 53-45. Good defense by the Suns. Again, we are monitoring the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Give you a little update before we get out of here. As Tarlin mentioned, I'm basically leaving you for 2 hours today, the rest of the day. Get a little bit of me time.
He said that Booker was going to be a problem with these Lakers, and he's proven it. He's leading the team 17 points. So this is a good game. Kaufman was like, "Oh, I'm not excited for any of these playing games, playing stupid, blah blah blah." I honestly think that it's been May Madness. It's been kind of exciting, some of these games. Yeah, some of them stink, but a game like Lakers Suns, it's a good game to watch.
Oh, I like the idea that it was fun. I get things are a little different, but I like it.
Yeah.
Tom's Microwave, J. Ross, the boss. Use that one. Football Jedi, Taryn and Rossi. Great mix.
Love that.
Appreciate you.
Oh, and then Brian C., Thielen and Rossi, best male-female duo on this side of the internet. Honestly, it truly is. Like, we get good vibes. We're on the same page. If it was me and Brandon Cristaldo, this would be a really boring sim, and I think the lights would go up.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Taryn.
I like to fire shots at BK and Juicy. Love them, but I like to fire shots at them.
Hey, listen, I'm just glad to be here with you. It's a good time. I will say this, too.
Yeah.
I will just say this. No disrespect to anybody and all that. But yesterday it was funny. Carolyn, on the producing side, again, versatile, hungry, good worker. Just like our great crew with Jordan Daniel. She's starving. Jimbo.
Hungry. Yes, hungry for food and hungry for work.
Look at this. Jordan, really quick. He says Booker also went unrostered in the people going for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship contest out of the 100. That is wild.
Wow. Really? So people slept today on Booker and Tobias. Wow.
Yep. And also LeBron. No LeBron. Which I guess I can kind of understand, but interesting. I got you. We'll talk about that. That people, first of all, my point here though, yesterday Carolyn's like, hey, do you want to message me some of the stuff you're thinking about talking about?
Yeah.
Carolyn, I appreciate that you think that's what we do, but certain things, if there's certain you know who was really good at that with me for a while, obviously before we got really comfortable with each other, was Zach Thompson. Zach Thompson would send me articles, be like, hey man, I think we should talk about this. And I'm like, love it. Because that's my style. I used to produce while being on air and radio and some video stuff. And I'm always about a little more going into things with a little more of a plan. But hey, Simland, it's fun. And the chat where it's a two-way conversation in a sense. They can to it.
Emerson hyped me up. He messaged me the other day, said he was really proud of me because he's known me from when I first started at DraftKings. And I was actually really nervous about doing Simland because, like I said, I was okay, I will do it because I like to take on new stuff and I like to learn, and all of you too, you're so knowledgeable. I'm this will just help me. But I was nervous as hell because I come from news, sports headlines, sports news, all that. And I'm used to writing a script. I do my research, I write out my script, I put it in the teleprompter and I read. So I'm not really used to ad-libbing, but I'm getting in the mix now and I'm feeling it.
Yeah, first of all, it's all about because if you have, I think that side's harder than this side. I think, I guess it depends on your nature, but free willing, talking kind of off the cuff, but in a generated area, I think is a skill. And not as easy.
He even said it's going to help you. Yeah.
Absolutely, just that off the cuff. By the way, that was a 4th down run. Love the gutsy play call by the Titans. They ran it with our guy Derrick Henry. So they get the 1st down. Now they're just going to take some knees, and we're going to get out of here. So, Caroline, why don't you pull up your lineup again? And because we're gonna beckon you a request of your Carolyn terrific player of the game, as well as a babysitter Billy. Humphreys also had 8 catches in this game. And I want to give a shout out while she does that. Starting tomorrow at noon, it's going to be Bucks and Cowboys because that's how the NFL season is going to start. So we are going to be running the entire season. It's going to take about 6 weeks, 2 days, 2 games, I believe. Daniel's been breaking down the math. And we are going to run through the entire season. But here's the best part. You can play in our free 5K pool. That's right, free 5K pool. You can pick who's going to win divisions. There's all these different questions in there. Get up in that right away. Don't be shy. 6 weeks, 3 days, 2 games. That's how long it's going to take us. So it's going to start tomorrow at noon as we get our final knee here. So go enter that free pool. Answer the questions. Do it now. Honestly, game's over. You're going to have some time before the next one. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Buckets J, this is the worst. Bleep. Buckets J, ever since Madison left. Oh, yes, we do miss Madison.
Wait.
I wouldn't say it's the worst.
Okay, I'm going to just say something, and this is with all due respect, and I'm sure Madison would feel the same way.
Madison.
With all due respect to Madison. Since Madison left, the whole thing stinks? Really?
Yeah, what?
like I've been a producer in different levels. I know Daniel has been, I don't know Jordan, all of his background, but like when people have departed, whether they're doing or somebody else is like, I don't think the wheel keeps on rolling here, my friend. I love Madison. She knows it. Still chat with her at least a few times a week, whether it be commenting on each other's Instagram stories or a text. But I'll just say this. Let's keep this ball rolling. Let's keep the positivity. It is Sunday, Buckets. It's Sunday, my man. You can't be bringing that. Yeah,
Positive Sundays, baby.
Yeah, come on. It's positive vibes here on a Sunday. Speaking about positive things, who's getting the Tarolin Terrific Player of the Game?
Tarolin Terrific Player of the Day is going to my man, D. Henry. What's up? 1 rushing TD, 21 receiving yards, 94 rushing yards, 4 receptions. Everybody else on my team stunk.
All right. How was Mariota? Didn't get the bonus though, Henry, but close. And who's going to be your babysitter, Billy? Tarolin's hungry. Get her out of here award.
I'm starving. Like, I'm delusional now and everything's just, I'm so hungry. Can't wait for a pizza. Wow. The wind is crazy outside my window. I was going to give it to Mariota because he did nothing for me, but who are you going to give it to?
I'm trying to just think when people are in this one. It could be Jacobs, could be Richard. Let me just go back to our top ownership here.
Yeah, Jacobs really didn't do much.
Yeah, but who is the top 5 owner? I got it right here. There's my card. So funny, Daniel. You could go Darren Waller. Darren Waller is going to get it.
Okay.
There you go. Just to let people know before we do jump. NBA remaining games, obviously tonight. You got Hawks at Knicks, going to be electric in MSG. That's
electric.
9:30 tip. Grizzlies at Jazz. Top ownership for the current game. We have Jay Crowder. A lot of people on Crowder, so you can see where these. Again, these are the experts. These are the finalists, 100-player pool here to win the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Jay Crowder, 36%. Chris Paul, 19%. Bridges at 8%. And DeAndre Eaton at he's coming in at 6%. LeBron and Booker not rostered. The whistles go woo. Yeah, wild. The whistles go woo with currently leader with 289.75. We have Pretty the left. Pretty Theft, if I could read. He's got 2 entries. One of his entries.
Can't read.
Third. He's trailing, and then we have Garns. Garns, right? Am I saying that one right? I'm going with it. 222.
Garns.
Yeah. So there you go. We'll be monitoring this throughout the evening. Again, I'm going to be joined by Matt LaMarca in a few minutes. Make it an hour. Tarolin, awesome job. This was fun. I had a blast.
So fun. If you're watching the Hawks and Knicks game later, watch out for Trae Young, people.
Ooh, watch
I know
out.
he's going to make the tonight.
All right, like that. Tarolin will be back behind the scenes, in front of the scenes this week. So big shout out. Follow her at Tarolin Azak. She'll have some more fun, exciting things coming your way real soon. But this is a real pleasure. I really appreciate you being here. And to what Emerson said and what everybody said, love it. Love the adaptability. Love what you're doing. So just appreciate you being here, and go get yourself some good grub.
So fun. Thanks, everybody. And thanks, Rossi.
Shout out to Jordan, Daniel, Jimbo, who was with us all day. These guys working hard on a Sunday. So give a thumbs up for them. And up next on the Dream Stream, Pat Mayo and Jake Seeley continue to discuss their landing spots for new batch of NFL rookies and place them in the 2021 fantasy football rankings. And I'll be back for Steelers and Bucks with LaMarca. Drink your water, say positive things on Twitter, and just keep a smile on that face. It really takes a lot of muscle there. It looks good on you too. We'll see you soon.
Javonte Williams landed in Denver. That seems like a really good spot for him, although MG3 is still there, who I can't believe is still in the NFL at this point, but they'll give him carries for whatever reason. How does he fit into this mix in terms of redraft? Is he closer to a guy that you need to go out and actively draft and be like, oh, Melvin Gordon's going to be washed, and then all of a sudden Williams is going to have this job, and it's going to be glorious? Or is he in the backpack with, I don't know, Michael Carter and Trey Sermon, of guys that you might draft on speculation but might just not do anything?
So I have them all in they're all in the 30s for me, all those three names, because they're in the mix with like the Zach Mosses and, you know, a Kenyon Drake or a Damian.
I have a hot take. Don't draft any Bills running back. Easy.
If I'm going to take a flyer, it's going to be on Zach Moss. You know, I poo-pooed the excitement for him for last year, but now this is going to one of my articles that I do every single year. Is like last year's trash. Is everybody hates that backfield now? I'm not saying get excited about a Bills running back, but if you give him as my RB4 now, yeah, sure, why not? Or if I go wide receiver heavy as my RB3. But the Javonte Williams thing is, go back to Miles Sanders. This is somebody that you could see taking over by the middle of the season. He's not going to be the day one starter. He's going to get some touches, but his talent is great enough that even if Melvin Gordon doesn't get hurt, that he could push him aside and become the lead. But it wouldn't be a complete push aside either, where Melvin Gordon, unless he did get hurt, is still going to get some touches. So I'll say this twofold. You have to know your league, because at this point, we can all sit here and say, let somebody else draft the Miles Sanders. Let somebody else draft Javonte Williams and then go buy low. But then you have the people out there who spend the 7th round pick on Williams, know the upside, and don't ever want to trade him because they're like, ooh, that job could come. So it's going to be your decision in knowing your league. Do you let somebody else take him, then try to go buy low? Or are you in the type of league that if you want him and you're hoping that's what happens in the second half of the season, you're just going to have to stash him on your bench for at least 6-7 weeks?
How about Carter and Sermon then? What's the
Carter?
I see what the upside is for these guys. What's like a realistic scenario for them? Do they take over midseason? Do they ever take over? Does Sermon just get thrown into the carousel that is the San Francisco running back tree?
So Carter, I think, could be swift. I think that's what we could expect for this year, especially because he's the most talented running back already in that backfield. Very similar opportunities as a rookie as you would expect. Questionable offense at times, obviously, and we don't know what Zach Wilson's going to do and the changes that this team made. But there is potential with him. I thought Carter was on the same level as Williams. Is a completely different running back style, but underrated because of how good Williams was. So I think that Carter is one that I've been getting in a lot of drafts early. Sermon, it's funny as you get people I've seen already on Twitter. It's like fantasy is either you love him or hate him. Doesn't seem to be a middle ground. He right now, like Carter, he is the most talented running back in that backfield, but it is the San Francisco 49ers. Mostert is the guy for now. There's some rumors out there that Mostert might be a post-June cut, but if he's on the team, it's going to be Mostert. What we know about Kyle Shanahan is what I say about he's the Midas touch. He could turn me into a capable running back, maybe averaging like a half yard per carry, but he just does it with every running back. He made Jeff Wilson a thing. Jeff Wilson is not a real thing. He made Jeff Wilson a thing. So you look at this backfield, he can make Elijah Mitchell, the other one that they took, he can make him the thing because he's that good at what he does with running backs. But Trey Sermon, if he's even 15 touches a week as the lead, it's the 49ers. You're talking about an RB2. But you're going to get probably your shares of him or not, depending on your draft. Somebody's going to love him because they're going to see that and see what I'm talking about for the positives. And then you're going to be people that hate him because who the hell knows who Shanahan's going to go with. I'll say now, if you're drafting and you can get him at a reasonable price, draft him now, because if Mostert does get cut, his price is going to rocket.
Any other running backs that you think deserve a discussion of, not necessarily like draftable, but all the other running backs that seems like that are left as rookies right now that would be drafted in season long are all plus like end of round guys, like 12th round, 14th round, that kind of thing. We don't need to dig into them right now. I think it's better to talk about the dynasty implications of these guys. So when we're thinking about this from a dynasty perspective, how do the rankings change at running back?
For everybody we've talked about, or just in general?
Just in general for running backs overall. Like, are there some running backs that we didn't talk about? You're like, oh, well, if you're in dynasty, bit of a different story then.
I would say, well, even in redraft, Ramondre Stevenson for the Patriots, they just got their new Garrett Blount. If you still play a non-PPR like an old person, he might be somebody to consider, especially with Damian Harris's injuries. And I know you said late round, but he's somebody too that I have him in my top 10 of dynasty. The more interesting ones that I think the two that are kind of getting overlooked is everybody wants this year's James Robinson. So first of all, there's not going to be a this year's James Robinson. James Robinson is the anomaly. James Robinson is 1 out of 25, if that. But Javian Hawkins is somebody I liked a lot pre-draft. I was surprised he wasn't drafted, especially in today's NFL where they have a Cohen and a Nyheim Hines. Nyheim Hines is a great one. Javian Hawkins is stepping in a situation where he can make the opening day roster. You look at that backfield with Mike Davis and essentially nothing else, the Quadri Olsen, but you want somebody who could have Nyheim Hines value. Again, we're not talking about top 15 running back, but Hawkins for redraft and especially in Dynasty too, he's in the mention. And then the Bengals let Giovanni Bernard go. He's not back. They haven't brought him back, and they drafted Chris Evans. Anybody behind somebody who has an injury history or who could walk into a share. And I know there's P. Ryan and all that. P. Ryan's kind of a guy, that worked out for them. I don't see it happen again. I think Chris Evans should be one that, again, redraft late round, obviously, but in Dynasty, I've been taking him in the mid-late third round just to say, you know what? He's arguably, I'd say definitively, arguably, the better talent than P. Ryan. And if something happens to Joe Mixon again, he could be the lead.
Would the rankings at the top change at all, Dynasty versus redraft? Like, would you go Etienne over Harris?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just
Harris is by far the number one. The only one that changes for me is in redraft, I have Carter over Sermon. If I'm chasing pure upside, I mean, in Dynasty, you could still say it deserves to be Carter over Sermon. But if you're going pure upside, I mean, think about if Sermon's the guy. Forget about this year. Let's just say Carter's the guy this year, getting 15 to 70 touches, and Sermon barely sees the field. But 2022, it's all of a sudden it's Sermon's backfield. You're going to be having an RB1 in your hands. So in Dynasty, I would go for the upside in Dynasty of Sermon.
Jamar Chase seems pretty clear like he is the number one redraft wide receiver off the board amongst the rookies, probably the top wide receiver Dynasty rookie wide receiver off the board as well. So how big is the chasm between him and the rest of the wide receivers that were drafted this year?
I would say almost a tier, even though the talent-wise in pre-draft, I put all three on the tier. Devontae Smith, Waddle, and Chase are all tier 1 for me. If you and I talked last year, if you want to talk about what I did with my running backs last year, because running back was so deep last year, I had tier 1 and then I had tier 1.5 for Akers and Edwards-Helaire because they were just so good, but not quite that top tier, but they're better than everybody else. So I say that to say, like, if you wanted to kind of do that here too, Chase is tier 1, and then you could say Waddle and Smith are kind of like 1.5. So he's on his own level. Maybe go back to the tight end comparison you were saying for before. It's kind of almost like Chase's Kittle and Kelsey, and Waddle and Smith are like Andrews and Waller. Or no, they're Waller. Forget Andrews. They're Waller. They're there, but they're just not quite there.
All right, let me throw out some names for redraft then. Jamar Chase or T. Higgins?
Jamar Chase.
How confident do you feel in that?
At a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
6.5. Only because Higgins is established. It goes back to talent, and Chase definitively is the better talent. Chase is going back with his quarterback, so we already have the rapport situation is taken care of. There's obviously questions with any rookie. So if I had to rank the Bengals wide receivers, it's Chase, Higgins, Boyd. If you told me it finished Boyd, Higgins, Chase, I think they're going to be very similar to the Carolina Panthers last year, where all three of them finished inside the top 25.
Well, that's really interesting then. Does that make Jamar Chase the top rookie wide receiver in redraft then? If we're not talking dynasty, just redraft, you try to find someone who has potential to be not only the number one, but number one, like, let's say Chase is the number one with the Bengals. It does seem like the other two are going to come along for a high percentage of the target share, a high percentage of the receptions, a high percentage of the yardage, just along the way, like separating from those two. And I mean, it's possible, but it just doesn't seem very likely where that could potentially happen with, I don't know, Devonta Smith seems like he has a pretty good, if he's the number one, he could run away with being the number one, just be a better fantasy player for this year.
And that's where I think their numbers could be pretty similar. Smith, fewer receptions, but similar yardage and touchdowns, with Chase having, obviously the yards per reception. But I think their numbers could be similar. And where I'll say in redraft is it's not that I would ever take Smith over Chase. It's I would take the rounds, plural, discount. I would take rounds discount because Chase, already seeing it, Chase is going as a top 25 wide receiver.
Are you
already.
serious? He's a top 25 receiver, so you're telling me that people are drafting Jamar Chase over like Cooper Kupp?
I was in a draft the other day, Cooper Kupp. I was in a draft the other day where he was sandwiched between Mike Evans and, I'm trying to think, was it Robert Woods or is it somewhere around there? So that was top 20. Brad Evans had the same. We were just talking to him earlier today. Same thing happened to him. He was in another draft where it happened. He's going inside the top 25 in a lot of drafts because it's the excitement of Chase. The Vegas line right now is 1,099 yards and 1,099.5, and his touchdown is 7.5.
That seems like a nice under on the touchdowns, just factoring in injury into that.
Yeah, well, you know that. That's the smart thing to always do is you factor in injury and you take a lot of unders. There's some easy overs out there already. Like I'm going to smash Harris is at like 909 and 949 on some sites. I'm going to smash that everywhere. But yeah, that seems like a nice under on the touchdowns. But that's the excitement for Chase. Chase is another. He would have been top receiver last year. He would have been top receiver a lot of years. He's that good. And now you have him back with Burrow, and now you have him in an ascending offense that looks good and looks explosive. But again, we factor all this into T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, and this team in general. And I'm with you. I'm going to take the multi-round discount for Devontae Smith, who is walking into 100-plus targets. He is going to get 100-plus targets. It's going to be him and Rager with Goddard, maybe Ertz, and then it's still Fulgham and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Greg Ward and all these other random dudes out there.
I think I would still take like Brandon Cooks, regardless of who the quarterback is, just knowing he's the only guy in Houston.
Yeah, I think it depends on the quarterback. If it's Davis Mills on day one.
I think even so. I mean, that's a target share of like 50% for him.
Well, they also drafted Nico Collins, who is like Will Fuller's replacement. He's a rookie. He's Will Fuller light, but they're going to have other options.
Do you call him Will Fuller light because his body muscle percentage by not being on steroids is lower?
That's what I did.
So who are so if we put Smith and we put Chase up at the top in terms of redraft wide receivers, how close is, just trying to think of guys from last year, like Gallup and CeeDee Lamb? Like, is there a huge distinction between those guys? Everyone on CeeDee Lamb a year or two and everyone's off of Michael Gallup now?
Yeah, everybody is a super on CeeDee Lamb. I just brought him up on our podcast today for that point, is that we talk about this off-season hype and steam, and you start getting this, this talk on Twitter, and now you get this consensus and all this group think and all this. And I wrote about CeeDee Lamb. I said, look at the first 5 games. Look what CeeDee Lamb is as a pure talent in and of himself, and all that stuff. And all of a sudden now CeeDee Lamb's pushing inside the top 15, and it's guaranteed to happen and stuff like that. I have CeeDee Lamb kind of in this group with my boy, that Deontay Johnson, DJ Chark, healthy Odell Beckham, Higgins and Chase and Debo and Sutton if he's healthy, which is a big question mark, but I'd put them on the tier above Sutton. But he's kind of in that group. So I think redraft, that's where you start thinking about it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Again, you know how much people love rookies, and it's funny, we do this year to year. Nobody really wanted to go that heavy on rookie wide receivers last year because of what happened. And then Justin Jefferson happens, and now everybody's saying back on it. They're going to find the one. Chase is going to be Justin Jefferson this year. So I think that's where you're going to see Chase is going to get outpriced very quickly if he hasn't already.
Well, I think you just have to look at some of these situations and what's the path of least resistance to getting 130 targets in an offense. And I think that's where you're going to, unless the talent just completely wins out, which it could. And these guys are obviously all very talented. Chase and Smith, especially, even Waddle up there as well. But I just look at him and, Will Fuller's there, Devontae Parker's there, Tua is the quarterback. Like, I don't know, what's realistic for him? Just year one.
I think that Waddle, the good thing with him is it's a quarterback reunion. We had all these quarterback reunions for these wide receivers in this draft, which was a lot of fun. You have Smith, Chase, and Waddle all going back to their quarterbacks. But the Waddle comparisons to Tyreek Hill, somebody asked me this after I did my wrap. They're like, why is it always the next Tyreek Hill? And I'm not saying this to be like, haha, look at me. But I was like, this is actually the first time I've ever said that because it's too easy. People love to, this is why I hate comps. And I tell you that yearly is I hate doing comps because people get thinking that this is going to be that guy. Like if you compare him to Tyreek Hill, it's automatically, oh, he's Tyreek Hill. His skill set is Tyreek Hill. He's not Tyreek Hill yet. And you're hoping he can be Tyreek Hill. But guess what? Even if he is, he's playing with Tua versus Mahomes. Tua, the rapport with him should help and what he'll be in that offense. But as of day one, he's the third wide receiver. Can he step past Devontae Parker with how Devontae Parker looked at times last year? Absolutely. Is he probably a better fit for Tua and what they're doing to build this offense around Tua? Absolutely. But whether or not that happens immediately, I have Waddle down in the 40s with with Devontae Parker and Antonio Brown and Jalen Reagor and Michael Gallup and Marvin Jones. And stuff. Like, that's the group he should be in.
Bateman, Moore, Marshall, Tony. Who else do we got on here that we can kind of bring up? Brown in Washington. Murray Rogers in Green Bay. I think the one that I'm the most attracted to fantasy-wise, and I don't know what the upside is on this. Maybe you can completely talk me out of this. But Amon-Ra St. Brown with no one in Detroit.
That's what everybody keeps bringing up. And he's the slot option. And what do we know about Jared Goff with his connection early on with Cooper Kupp? And, that fits well. The St. Brown situation still is, he's good. He's nice. I think I've said this to you a couple times, bringing up like Randall Cobb, and this works well for this, is that, some receivers do what they do well and can't ask to do more. And that's fine for what they can do well. St. Brown can do what he does well. And it's very much like Randall Cobb. Good slot option. Don't be the number one. And that's why I say don't be the number one is because he's not. It should be Brashard Perriman. It should be, if not Brashard Perriman, Tyrell Williams before him. But we both know those health situations. We both know they might not even be what we've seen before at this point. I say all that to say, if St. Brown does end up becoming the number one focus, he's not Juju Smith-Schuster. He's not Antonio Brown. He's not Tyreek Hill. He's not at that level where if defenses start treating him like a number one wide receiver, that he's going to be able to overcome it. He needs somebody out there with him. So my concern with St. Brown is not the opportunity, because the opportunity is great. Walking into a great situation. The opportunity concern is if Tyrell Williams is hurt, if Brashard Perriman is toast, and just never what we saw at the end of the season with Jameis Winston. If that happens, then St. Brown is just not going to be. It's Travis Fulgham from last year. It was the fastest to say go get him, then I was the quickest to say get the hell off of him as soon as defenses treat him as the number one. Like, there's some receivers that just can't overcome that kind. But St. Brown's in a great situation. Rodgers, Rodgers is back.
I guess the question is, where is St. Brown going in drafts? Like, are people actually drafting him highly, or is he like a 14th round pick?
Yes. No, people are drafting him more around the 9th, 10th is someone I've seen because of the opportunity, because people are in that he's walking into 100 targets because that offense needs him.
He could be walking into 100 targets.
He could be, absolutely. But it's also what are the quality of targets and the quality of his being able to be open on those targets. I'm not saying it can't happen. You brought up the other Moore. I'll take Elijah Moore 10 times out of 10, 1,000 times, because Jamison Crowder, unless it's the shock of all shocks, is off this team post-June cut. They're saving like $10 or $11 million or something like that. And he's stepping into Jamison Crowder's role. So you give Elijah Moore with Denzel Mims in the second season with Zach Wilson now being under quarterback. I'll take Elijah Moore in his situation versus St. Brown in his, because they're very similar situations, similar skill sets, but I'm going to take Moore over St. Brown. Talent-wise alone also.
Talent-wise, you might be onto something. I don't like Goff, but do most NFL defenses have defensive players populated with like D2 players? Because if not, is Zach Wilson going to be any good?
Zach Wilson has certain questions. I kept saying that Zach Wilson reminds me a bit of Daniel Jones, which can be good and bad. You can see the opportunity upside for Daniel Jones, but you've also seen the bad, including some of the turnovers. So, sure, there's an absolutely concerning floor with Zach Wilson. He can ruin the entire offense as a rookie. But at the same time, Jared, I honestly don't see necessarily that big a difference in numbers between Jared Goff and, put it this way, if I'm going to draft, and I know that's what we're talking about, but if I'm going to draft and I'm drafting my second quarterback who's I'm going to chase upside, I'm going to chase Zach Wilson on Jared Goff.
That's a completely fair point. If you're going to chase the upside, I kind of fall behind that. Of the other guys that I mentioned, are there any that stick out to you as redraft guys, or like even someone like Bateman? We can see where the upside can come in, but that offense just doesn't really feel like it's tailored to wide receivers all that well in terms of smashing where you're going to go in drafts.
No, and a lot of the talk has been Roman, and they're going to pass more, and well, okay. Even if they do pass more, we're still talking about an offense that doesn't even pass 500 times in a season. So, yes, it can definitely get better, but you still have Marquise Brown. I think Bateman does a little bit more to hurt Mark Andrews, to go back to our previous conversation, than enough of his own where I want to trust him every single week. I actually have Bateman even behind Terrace Marshall going to Carolina.
Without Samuel around and no like legit tight end that's a focal part of that offense, we saw it last year that you had the three wide receivers all do pretty well, but how much of one of their numbers, let's just say Curtis Samuel, because he is no longer there now, was just propped up by McCaffrey not being around?
Right. Right. And I was going to bring that into the conversation too. You do have to worry about 90 plus targets easily going to Christian McCaffrey. But you also look at this team and, hopefully they want to be the magic bullet for fixing Sam Darnold, which if it happens, just put Joe Brady in the Hall of Fame immediately. Skip past Matt Rule. Just put Joe Brady in the Hall of Fame. But Terrace Marshall, the one thing, I'm going to go back to the thing that I brought up about Tremble. Terrace Marshall's a terrific talent. Terrific. The problem is, similar to another name that I've brought up to you for years because he's the perfect example of it, is Marquise Lee. Marquise Lee came out of USC and came out of college so much more talented than most of the people he was playing against, that he was lazy with his routes. He let people get on top of him. He didn't run them crisp, kind of rounded things off. If you watch Terrace Marshall last year, he's covered a lot, but it didn't matter because he's that damn good. If he doesn't clean that up immediately, he's going to struggle as a rookie. But he's so talented that if Rule and Brady get to him, then he could pass Robbie Anderson and be the number 2 as a rookie. He's that talented. It's a big step to take, but if he's the number 2, again, all 3 finished top 25. So let's say Christian McCaffrey back, all 3 finished top 40. I'd still go Terrace Marshall for the upside over Bateman, but I could see the argument for I basically what we're getting down to is they should be in the same conversation despite one looking to be in a worse situation.
Dynasty wise, if we're talking about wide receivers, obviously Chase is going to be number 1 in that. Who would be the number 2 receiver?
I would lean Waddle slightly over Smith.
Okay, then you would go
I think
Smith.
is going to be Deshaun Jackson.
All right, then who goes like 4, 5, 6, and 7? Like, do you feel good about that order, or is it like a tier of 5 guys and pick whatever one you like the best?
It's a tier of 1, then a tier of 2. I would go Chase and then Waddle Smith. And then for me, it's the next 5. Moore, Marshall, Bateman, Moore, the other Moore. And then Kadarius Toney, because he's buried right now. He's so buried right now. Sterling Shepard, I would put money against him not being on the team next year. The Giants have $107 million invested in 6 players, not including Solder, and not including Sterling Shepard, who's due to make double digits next year. Even if he's healthy, I just can't see the Giants bringing him back. The Toney feels like a pick to replace Shepard next year. So I would go Toney, and then right behind him is the St. Brown, Diami Brown, Amari Rogers. That's probably about it. Everybody, and Nico Collins. Everybody else starts to get real. This was a bad draft for rookies being buried on teams this year.
Quarterbacks in redraft leagues, we're talking about 1 quarterback leagues here. So a lot of these guys run, which is really nice. But
yeah,
do you see any of them as a QB1?
Yes. Trevor Lawrence, no question about it. He runs enough, and we just saw what Justin Herbert did. He's a better quarterback than Justin Herbert. And, you're talking about whatever you want of saying, Justin Herbert surprised people, including myself. I was down on Justin Herbert. I immediately was wrong on Justin Herbert after watching him basically plateau for 3 years in college. But Trevor Lawrence should be able to put up Herbert's numbers easily, if not potentially better, with the rushing upside. Obviously, if he doesn't get the rushing touchdowns, that can knock you down 5 spots in and of themselves. But I have Lawrence just inside the QB1 territory. And assuming, my opinion, that Fields is under center.
Yeah, let's just
let's
pretend all these guys are starting. Let's just do that to make it easy on ourselves.
Fields is a QB1 too.
Okay.
His rushing upside is.
But now when we throw out
terrific.
QB1, we're saying he's a top 12 quarterback. But what separates these guys from Sam Darnold, who's in a pretty good situation all of a sudden?
Justin Fields is as a good, if not better, he is. He's a better passer. He's a better quarterback. Period. He's better than Jalen Hurts. People are kind of getting the Jalen Hurts in their heads and just immediately applying it to Justin Fields. Justin Fields was making all the throws that everybody wanted to go gaga over Zach Wilson for, but everybody just ignored it. It's I forget who it was, but somebody said this, and it's the best thing I've ever seen about Justin Fields this offseason. Every single offseason heading up to the draft, we all want to sit here and say, look at what this quarterback does. Look at what Lawrence does. Look at what Zach Wilson does. Look at what Mac Jones, all this accuracy, all this upside. And it's all what these quarterbacks can be. Never seen one where it's this is what Fields does wrong. Fields can't do this. Fields messes up this. And it's just so baffling. Fields, for me, we go back to, you and I talked about the draft. The easy number 2 for me, ahead of Wilson, ahead of Lance, ahead of Mac Jones, he is the not even close, in my opinion, number 2 quarterback in this draft class. That talented, and you bring in that rushing upside, and you have Allen Robinson, and you have a nice offense with Darnell Mooney. And this is not the best offense, but I don't think it's that much worse or that much indifferent from the Jets. So you bring in that rushing upside of what Fields can be, and you tell me Fields versus Hurts. Fields is the better passer. There's no question about it. So Fields is low end, but low end because of the quarterback risk, because he does struggle at times with some progressions, and he does kind of have the Daniel Jones at times where it get the ball a little bit loose away from him. So you do have to concern about that with the windup, more not as much the turnovers as it is the windup to get the ball back into throwing motion. But those are why he's low end and not already. You know what? I think you could see like a Kyler Murray progression for him.
Okay. And if that's the case, then he's going to be an ultra valuable fantasy quarterback, because I would assume that Kyler Murray is going to be one of the first, 5 for sure, probably 3 quarterbacks off the board.
Mm-hmm.
You're really pounding that water, aren't you?
I'm in a medicine that dries out my throat.
Ah, okay. So you can let me talk for a second now. With Trevor Lawrence in redraft leagues, at least, I don't know if I would take him over Hurts or Brady or Burrow or Tannehill or that. He feels like he's a higher upside player than a lot of those guys, but I think you have to weight some of the downside of being a rookie quarterback on Jacksonville too.
Yeah, and it's funny you said that. For right now, as of today, now these are my rankings without projections. I do my projections for the draft kit and then re-rank. But right now, so Hurts is 10 for me, Brady 11, Lawrence 12, Tannehill 13, Fields 14, Burrow 15.
Okay. So they're all in that, and that's usually like the flat range at quarterback once we look back at the end of the season. They're separated by like 10 points.
Yep. And I have Herbert at 9 ahead of all of them.
Oh yeah,
I have concerns about Herbert.
So. I feel like that would be probably pretty consensus, right? That Herbert would be that high.
Actually, I've seen Herbert go as high as 6 because you have the Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watson concerns.
I mean, is there actually a concern with Aaron Rodgers? It's not like he's not going to be starting somewhere week 1. Deshaun Watson, I get. Rodgers is going to be starting somewhere week 1.
Yeah, but the people are like, well, what if he's on? I don't know. Although he's on the Broncos, that's actually better.
It's not so much. I mean, yes, you lose Devontae Adams, but you gain everywhere else.
You legitimately have one of the deepest one, assuming Sutton's healthy. But yeah, I think that's really my concern with Herbert is the last few games of the season. I just saw some of I'm not for everybody, don't lose your mind. I'm not saying he's Jared Goff. I already admitted I was wrong about Herbert. But you saw some of the signs where the NFL teams started to figure him out a little bit. They started baiting him into some throws. They started to rein him in a little bit. And I'm not saying an entire offseason of Justin Herbert developing can't offset this. So we talk about, I know you don't a lot because it's baseball, but like batters adjusting to pitchers and the pitcher adjusts back and then the batter adjusts back to him. So, the NFL defenses are adjusting. They're figuring out Herbert. They haven't stopped him yet. My only concern is he takes a little bit of a regression. I'm not saying huge, just a little bit. And all of a sudden he's QB 12, which isn't a huge drop off, but I'm not going to be one of the people that invest in him as QB 6. That's what I'm getting at.
All right. We need to get out of here. So very quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 QB dynasty rankings.
Oh, QB. You want them in order?
Yeah. Sequentially,
Lawrence,
if possible.
Yeah. Lawrence, Fields. I'll chase the upside of Trey Lance. And then go Wilson and Mac Jones.
All right, that will do it on the Pat Mayo Experience. A nice tip of the toe back into season-long and dynasty fantasy football rankings. I'm excited to go through position by position and come up with like the short list before we really duke it out when I make my position by position rankings and really go at it, because I'm going to have the biggest losers high on my list.
Travis Etienne.
You just look up how French people say the name, because it's a French name. And then
I know how they say the name.
It doesn't sound like you do. Try to pronounce it the way that I pronounce it.
I did.
You didn't.
Etienne. See,
Jake, tu ne parles pas français, tu ne comprends pas. Ça c'est là un problème. That's the thing. You need to have the rolling. Yeah, you need to have the rolling accent if you're going to parler la français. Anyway, at All In Kid, what do you got going on football-wise over there?
Yeah, so this week is the top 5 quarterback breakouts for 2021. So there you go. You got that. And then that's running backs.
Is it Justin Fields?
You'll have to tune in and see, but there's a good chance he's number 1.
Okay. I'm Pat Mayo. You can follow me at the PME on Twitter. Subscribe to the Pat Mayo Experience. Smash the like, sub to the channel, and do everything you got to do. Way more football coming at you very, very soon. So Get excited, people. It's fantasy football season. I'll see you next time.
Experience. Experience.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers. Jason Rossi. And look at this guy. Matt LaMarca, what's up, man?
Doing good, man. Fun Sunday. You know, lots of sports going on. We got basketball. We've got the PGA Championship. I mean, Phil Mickelson just turning back the clock.
It's unbelievable. What a story. What a time to be alive, as they say.
It really is. Like, not to be too caught up in the moment, but just everybody thought this guy was doneer than done.
Dunzo.
And now he's got a huge lead, and it looks like he's going to become the oldest player to ever win a major in golf. So fun day. I wish the Mets played better, but what are you going to do?
Same for the Sox, man. I feel you there. But we'll talk a little real sports. We'll talk a little simulated sports. We'll talk a lot of everything here. It's Matt LaMarca, Jason Rossi with you. Smash that thumbs up on your way in. We got the Drew Stack in our production. We got Jared in ops. We got a great crew. LaMarca. Yeah, you big Jared guy?
It could only be Jared.
Oh, put a ring on
those. I couldn't get high enough for the end part, but.
Any jingle, I'm in. I got you. I got your back on that. You got the Bucks. We got the Steelers. What'd you do with the lineup in this one, you handsome son of a gun?
So for my lineup, I went with Eric Ebron as my captain.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, a little different. I went Ebron at captain. I went Tom Brady in the flex, Roethlisberger in the flex, so both quarterbacks. I went with Gronk. So both tight ends,
okay.
Deontay Johnson, and Ryan Suckup.
Dude, first of all, I like it. I like the gutsy call. You don't usually see a lot of two quarterback play in general, but I like the lineup. I love the Suckup call. Appreciate you for the kicker shout. I also got Suckup in the lineup. And the more I created this in my lineup in 2 seconds, and I really regret it now looking, but we'll see what happens. Gronk in the captain, Brady, Godwin, Evans, and Suckup. I have all Tampa Bay, so I'm expecting big things out of that passing game. And then I got Jalen Samuels for the Steelers. So we'll see. It's a pretty bad lineup, but we'll see if it pays off.
You've got Litzau already giving me crap for my Joel Embiid take. Sorry, guys. I mean, I can't hit 100%. I did give you Ben Simmons, who scored over 50 DraftKings points at 7,100. So you're welcome for that one, Litzau.
Yeah. Give it a balancing criticism. Balancing criticism, please.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Let's be fair. I'm not going to bat 100. Well, nobody bats 100.
1,000. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, plenty of people on the Mets bat 100, but nobody bats 1,000.
Yeah, listen, you catch him in a weak moment right now. Just to give Kyle a shout, tomorrow, Glash will be on with me at 6 p.m. Kyle, so set your schedules. I'm sorry I'll be there with him, but Glash will be here. Matt, Rays are tied for first 10-game win streak. Don't talk about it, Kyle. Bitter Red Sox,
10-game win streak for the Rays.
Rays, I'm so annoyed by the Tampa Rays.
Why?
It's just they annoy me. They're not that fun to watch. They're not really a good team. But they just get they rip, dude. They just have been, doesn't matter who their manager is. They get through these phases.
Our friend Kenny Ducey got so mad at me because I was rooting for the Rays last year over the Dodgers.
Oh, so
I was like, how could I not root for the Rays? They have 10% of the payroll of the Dodgers.
That's the thing, and it's insane. Is Andrew, our technical director, says Mickey Mouse organization. Seriously, I'm with you. I don't know. They're such a weird team. But
Mickey Mouse organization.
They always literally, and it might be. Maybe they have
sounds like we've got some AL East fans in the building that are just tired of being outclassed by an organization with half the payroll and twice the brains.
Seriously, I'm not gonna hate on it. I can't disagree with that. That's why we had to hire a guy from them in the Red Sox. He doesn't even do the same thing. He's like, yeah, we'll spend money again. Anywho, there's a nice rip on a run. So Kyle, again, just to answer your question. So yeah, tomorrow, and I'll be with the guy we just mentioned, Mr. Ducey. I'm gonna be with him at 4. Sure, he'll be all P and V. He's coming off of one with Christian too, and Christian's just gonna yell at him the whole time. But me and Lamarca here, we're going to team up again in Madden After Dark. He's got Kaufman at 8 p.m. Brady dances back, throws a bullet, has a receiver caught on the sideline. Nice grab there. Evans, just need 50 more of those. Rossi, hey, all it takes is going 1 for 1 to bat 1,000. Good show, Brian.
Math.
Got him. Let's see what else we got jumping. I don't know. A lot of people, I feel like we're talking nonsense in the chat right now.
That's like that famous it's a Mark Twain quote, but apparently Mark Twain never said it. There are 3 types of lies. Lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Ooh, that's deep, dude.
Mark Twain. Not Mark Twain, but Mark Twain.
Mark Twain didn't say it, but he said it.
That's right. Exactly.
Who else is in here? Kyle said, Jason, why do you hate on my team? What's wrong with you? Well, we don't have enough time in the sim to explain what's wrong with me, Kyle, but I don't necessarily hate on your team. That was more fan frustration. So I don't really have hate in the old breadbasket. That's going to be a touchdown. There's my guy, Mike Evans. Look at him being carried by Steelers into the end zone, it looked like. So first touchdown of the game. Didn't it look like it? They were like putting him on his shoulder. Have you ever been lifted on a chair on people's shoulders or anything, Lamarca, in your day?
I've done plenty of chairlifting. One of my best friends, I was the best man at his wedding. He's Jewish, and so we did the old chairlift. Exactly. So that was super fun. But no, the amount of people needed to get me up in that chair, it would take the whole damn wedding party.
Nope. You're going to say that? I don't care if you weigh 10 pounds or 10,000 pounds. There's something about a wedding that everyone's as light as a feather until they drop you. But those chairs just go up. I was lifted at a wedding. It's just wild, but it's going to happen. We'll get you there. Jewish weddings, by the way, great weddings.
Great wedding. I mean, I have a good time at all weddings, but yes, this was a particularly fun wedding.
Oh, they know how to party. We'll get some more going here as we are monitoring the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Aside from our guy Litz just yelling at Lamarca for really no reason. Well, no, I shouldn't say no reason, but not being balanced in his take. Again, Embiid was a good call. That was the guy. You saw the statistics, like you said, the 3 lies of Twain, and I still don't know who could have defended him on Washington. He just didn't play a ton.
He played 30 minutes. And I did not expect Tobias Harris to lead the team in shots for whatever reason.
Nobody did.
It is what it is. I'm not. I will play Embiid if he's the same price in the next game. That's just we can expect him to put big games up in this matchup. So I'll go right back to him. I ain't scared.
I like it. I know in that matchup, I think there was actually surprising ownership for Tobias Harris in this game. I can't remember what it was. In the game that's the Suns, we wrapped up yet there? No, that game's still happening. Jay Crowder is the highest owned in this for the Fantasy Basketball Championship. World Championship. Jay Crowder, 36% owned in this matchup.
I did like me some Jay Crowder today.
Yep.
I don't know how he's doing. I'll be honest. I've been watching the golf more than the hoops this afternoon. So
Suns did win 99-90. LeBron went down hard. There was potential of benches doing anything, but you know what that really looks like, a bunch of people just staring at each other.
Right. I saw Chris Paul went to the locker room twice.
Yes. First half and second half, decided maybe he had some gas. I don't know.
Hey, whatever happens, happens.
It does. So Jay Crowder, just to play along here, Jay Crowder ended with 8 points in 29 minutes, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 fouls, 0 for 7 from three-point land. Yikes.
Yep. Hey, you'll take that volume, though. I mean, sometimes the shots ain't going to fall, but...
No, good point.
He didn't get us there, per se. I mean, he still probably came pretty close. He probably got around Let's see if I can do some quick math
I
here.
have it, but I want you to guess first. Because Drew.
5, 13, 17, 5, 19, 5, 18, 5.
18.5, nailed it. Lamarca. That's not the sprinkler. That's my cash register because he's money.
Yeah, I mean, at 40, what was he, 43?
With the percentage?
4,300, I think. That's not going to kill you.
It's
But
not.
if he made one of his 7 3-pointers, he's a great play. Not a great play. He's a solid play.
Yeah, 4,100 he cost you. Thank you, Drew.
Sean Preston says, Big Saxy, how did Spieth do? I've barely seen him on the television, so I can't imagine he's doing very well.
Not good. We were looking at it earlier because I know nothing about golf. So I love, like, this week I was with BK a couple of times, like, so what you got for golf this week? I'm like, I don't play it. I should have. I usually enter on, because usually me and Moose will talk, and he'll be like, throw this in there on, like, just the Sunday ones. But let me see. Okay, yeah, I'll get you a little Jordan Spieth update as we have the Steelers driving here. 2:20 left to go here in the first. So Phil, yeah, he's got that 4-stroke lead. Brooks Koepka kind of fell off, didn't hold on. Let's see. What are we looking at again?
Spieth's 2 over for the tournament.
And no thanks.
2 over today, 2 over for the tournament.
Yeah, we're all set with him. Not a day for Spieth. Phil, let's go, bud. Have your moment. When does this end? What hole is that? It's got to be close, right?
They're getting there. Phil is through 14 now. He's bogeyed the last 2 holes.
I saw that. +1 today. Oh, yeah, through 14. I see it now. I see everything broken down. Come on, Phil. Don't choke, bro. Don't do anything silly. We're rooting for you. And Spieth did just
This
end.
would be an epic joke.
I don't want to, and that stuff I don't want to see. Not into that. We get, it's still the Madison Square Garden, the main event, I guess, of your Sunday. Oh, nice catch down to the 2. There's your guy, Ebron. So he's probably going to make way for freaking James Conner, that bum. He's probably going to score here.
I have no idea what this guy Litzau is even talking about.
Just, you know what? You gotta Obi-Wan him. Sometimes you look, you read a few, and then you just gotta let him just whistle in the wind, bro.
I don't understand why he's still allowed in here. All the guy does is complain and speak nonsense.
Look at that, giving a push to the producers there, saying boot him. Oh, wait a minute! Touchdown! It's your man, Ebron. Look at that, Litz. Get on that one, bro.
LeBron.
That's
LeBron James. LeBron James.
Ebron into the end zone, opening score. So matching touchdowns on opening drive. Hopefully get a lot of points in this one. Let's get excited. Smash that thumbs up. The freak said it. Great energy in the sim. Gotta love it. Appreciate you. Ashley, Hunter. Yeah, Litz, you're here. We'll appreciate you too. Jordan, Sean, Tom's Microwave, MCar, Congo. Let's go. Mike Bizzle, how you doing, man? Oh, yeah, he was helping us out with some of the stats earlier. Love it. And then we got first time Ollie, the Snowman, Smash, Obi. Good crew. There's many more over there on our Twitch stream as well. Game Center across the universe. Don't forget to sign up for that free pool, by the way. That starts tomorrow. Replaying the NFL or playing through the NFL season in Simland. You can get a part of the 5K free pool. Answer a couple questions. It's like one of those BuzzFeed articles, but better.
Brian C., I don't talk any crap about people off the air if I wouldn't, like, I'm me. I'm me 100% of the time. So.
You're not somebody else?
If I think you're being ridiculous, I will tell you. On air, off air, I don't care.
I agree with you there. I'll be honest with you too. Not really. He said, so people said, he said, like, we talk crap off air. Not really. Maybe something like right after the sim, if something like, sparked our attention one way or the other, and crap or nice, good or bad. But then that's it. Then I shut it down and move on. Like me and Lamarck are going to team up like 4 hours from now. We're probably not, nothing will probably happen in the next hour. We'll re-reference again. Gotta move on. It's like a pitcher. Move on. Give it.
Leone calls me a Marxist chump.
What? You have to go to Google on that one.
Now trying to tell me to do push-ups. Okay.
Oh, Hawk, chill out, guys. Listen. It's all defend who we want to defend, but let's not get silly here today. It's Sunday afternoon. Let's enjoy our lives. Vade Varter saying 78th in the NBA Shadow Contest with 48 minutes to play. Let's go, Varter. Get some. Who you got, Varter? Who's in your lineup? He didn't say to ban him, by the way, so just take it easy, Hawk. Let's not do this. I'm in too good of a mood.
Good, because I'm ornery today.
All right, I got you back, dude. I got you. We're gonna steer that ship.
I'm just tired of everything is rigged. I don't win, so it's rigged. The Sims are rigged. Real sports is rigged. What isn't rigged?
My family's rigged.
Right. I tried to get online and there was a car in front of me. It's rigged. It's ridiculous. All right, that's enough. I'm gonna move on.
Give it up for Marcus. Smash that thumbs up, baby. We're gonna turn this ship all the way around, like we said. Brady tossed one to Evans, touchdown. Ebron, his captain, so he ain't complaining. Got a touchdown as well. Roethlisberger and Brady have yet to miss in their passing, and we love to see y'all. Now Tom's Margrave, weird energy in the sim. It's an everyday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Just listen. Here's the thing I would just say, and I say this every time. So, like, every time, like, the Patriots come up in conversation, it turns into, like, a hate fest in the chat. Like, oh, you guys all cheated, all that. All I would say is, we don't have to, these aren't flames going back and forth all the time. And it's okay if someone says one thing and people can respond. It's all good. Let's all just realize we're all here having some fun. Cheers. Enjoy it. Lamarck, are you a big water drinker? There's a lot of rumors going around about you.
Big water drinker.
So there was a question last time. So me and TL teamed up for the last two. And she said, she questioned how much water I drink in a day, and then said, I wonder who drinks more, you or Lamarca. So do you A, know how much you drink? And
No.
B, you don't, like, give or take, like, is there a certain, like, is there a bottle that's next
So
to you?
I got my Yeti here.
Oh, look at that brag.
I don't know what size it is.
Sure.
But I would say I drink maybe 6 or 7 of those a day.
That's damn good. All right, so yeah, we're probably right close on par. So I'm guessing just looking at that bottle quick, that glance, that's probably somewhere between 16 to 20 ounces. That's my guess. Guesstimate. Yeah, because for me, I drink these, like, I get these, like, tubs of water. It's 100.
Yeah, you got the big boys.
Yeah, because this is accountability right here. This, you know, your status. So this is like 101 fluid ounces. So I said I probably have about 120. Because I'll drink this, I'll probably have like a soda water and maybe one of like my little shaker bottles of, little aminos or something at some point. So I think we're the water boys. That's what we're finding out.
Water boys.
Darwin says, drink too much water will drown your organs. Dude, I'm not getting to that point. Trust me. I'm getting to the point where I was told by my doctor that I don't have enough water in my system. So I was like, oh, well, I'll show you, doc. I'm going to drink so much water, I will be water. Bruce Lee. It's a handoff. Going nowhere. We start here the second quarter.
Drew says, what does your doctor know anyway?
I don't know. Seriously. Let's be real. We're going to make some NFTs here. It's going to be my other thing. What's up, DFS Queenie?
Making some NFTs would be a decent little side hustle, but you wouldn't be timing the market particularly great right now.
No, I'm gonna make them. Like, I'm gonna make one for you, like of you, to try to sell. Like, I want to become on the other side of this thing. Market's hot, bro. I gotta start making NFTs like the dumbest things in the world. Which, by the way, I'm out on NFTs. If anybody was curious. But then again, what the heck do I know? I got moderate salary. There was a joke last sim. and I've never invested in anything right. So I'll just let you know that. I just laughed because I'm a big music guy, Lamarcus, we've talked. And like Kings of Leon did like NFTs, but like with their album. And I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, I don't even understand this anymore. I don't get it.
I like the Patrick Mahomes NFTs because they did give you some stuff with it. Like you got tickets or something, or like a signed jersey, etc.
I mean, on that.
So, that I think has some like, if you made Rossi NFTs and they all came with like a signed photo of you, you could probably sell those for a couple thou pop.
Yeah, a couple thousand, like 35 cents. I dig.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to steer back into this.
It's all right.
I don't want to.
I'll get us out. You get us in, and I'll get us
I don't want to, but I have to go there. I did not fade Julius Randle. If you watched the show today, which you clearly did, you will remember that I said that Julius Randle was my top forward play on the slate, and Joel Embiid was my top center play on the slate. And then when Jeff asked me what my favorite overall play was, I picked Embiid over Randle. So I did not fade Embiid. I just said he wasn't my favorite play on the slate. All right, please continue.
Got it. Facts being dropped. By the way, this NFT thing, are you serious with this, Drew? It says NFT of soon to be deleted Charlie Bit My Finger YouTube video sells for $760,000. What world do we? This is why I don't understand this stuff, dude. So we're gonna delete a video, so now only one dude's gonna have it for that money. Like, how do you ever get your money back from that investment? Like, how are you getting back more than? Maybe I don't know. I just don't understand. I watch so many videos of how to work these things, and I'm like, I'm so out. I'm too confused. My nose is bleeding from doing the math. Man. Oh, Ashley Dari says Kings of Leon here in Austin right after my birthday.
Charlie bit my finger.
Charlie! Just kids being brats. That's all. You want a video of that? Just wait. I'll take a couple film. My kid will, as he gets older, I'm sure I'll have a moment like that. Hang in there, fam. I'll get you. I'll get you for $1 million in a couple years. First time playing Fortnite says Rossi NFT with a signed piece of the Cap painting. I would pay $2,000. All right, now you're making me think about it first time. Obi-Wan wants me to stay away from it. Now you're making me think about it, Obi-Wan. You're making me think about it.
Brian C says, "Who the heck is Charlie?"
Honestly, dude, just an older brother or younger brother. Just some dude, some kid.
Some kid who likes to bite fingers.
To be honest, they were in his way. They were in his face. When you're a little kid, you just bite everything.
It is a nice it would be a nice little way for these like YouTube legends to stay relevant, like the I Like Turtle kids.
Oh, so I bet you that thing's gonna probably sell for like $500,000. This thing sold for $760,000. Like, what is going on? That doesn't even make any sense. And I get Drew's like, I mean, it's an all-time internet video, but still. Oh, Charlie's now 15, Drew says. Okay. So I wonder if he's sitting here thinking, how come I can't get a piece of that pie? Unless they must have been the ones that uploaded it, right? So maybe they are getting it.
Like I said, I basically went viral yesterday with that tweet that I had. So now over 200 likes, by the way.
You're good then.
So I'll let you know once I start getting, different like influencer deals and stuff. What it's like, what the process is like for everybody.
Dig it. Yeah, we'll get you there. Yeah, let us know once you make it. Basically an influencer. We have Brady here. The 27-yard line. 4 minutes halfway through here, the second quarter. Caught on the sideline. Got my guy Goodwin. I just need everyone to catch the ball from Tom Brady. And by everyone, I mean Godwin and Evans. And Gronk, my captain. Hawk saying, I'm all in on Trae Young tonight. Like, all in? Like, everything? Brian C says, I'm going to poke myself in the stomach and go, woohoo! And sell it for $99. You'll see. You can try, Brian. Listen, right now is the time to try to make as much money as you can on the internet. It's a wild world. Oh, yeah, a little kid hit with the basketball. Good call, Drew. That thing's going to sell for a bill. Hot Billy. Brady looking, searching. Got a man, caught. Don't like that. I think that's O.J. Howard. Didn't want him. It's not part of the Rossi team. They're all out. Congo wants a call. We should. See here. Let's see Brady and the pistol. Not a really Brady-like formation. He's looking. Got a man. Caught it. Don't go out of bounds. Does. Thanks. Nothing. Gronk. Can we get the Drew stack? It's Matt LaMarca. The social media.
Drews.
Gotta love that. You gotta stack them Drews, baby. By the way, shout out again.
Jared has considered changing his name to Drew. It would really be.
Is that his middle name, maybe?
No, I think you should change it.
He could just change it in the Zoom window. Just Jared, then just goes to
Jared Drew in quotations wonky.
The other thing I was gonna say, oh, Drew is not my middle name either. Sorry, got the call, Jared. How dare you? Or maybe we should all change our names to Jared. There's some. Oh, just for people, personal update, LaMarca. Well, let me ask you this. We'll segue into this. What's for dinner tonight? We were in that dinner window. Did you already eat?
No, I had lunch relatively later, so I'm not sure. I don't really have dinner plans at the moment.
Okay.
Sometimes I just don't have dinner.
Just let it ride. Just you ate what you ate. Not worried about it. Keep moving. Well, how you doing? Keep it moving. Days too much going on.
Yeah, you know how it is. Like, I eat when I'm bored more than I eat when I'm hungry. I think that's like a big thing for a lot of people.
I was just gonna say,
like, your body doesn't need like a ton of sustenance to survive the day.
Nope.
So I just, like I've been pretty busy. Haven't really had time to think about it. So we'll see. Maybe between one of the Sims, I'll just like heat something up real quick. But we'll get there. I'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, we'll see how the hunger strikes as you go for the next three. You got LaMarca, right? Oh no, you're in.
Yeah, last triple.
Last triple. So wait, you were on earlier today too?
No, well, I was on for the pre-show with Jeff, where I made my infamous Embiid over Julius Randle call that will go down in infamy.
I did hear about that. I did hear about this. It's come to my attention. But the reason I bring it up is because during the last sim, I talked about how I do fancy myself. I love cooking. Scotty Miller didn't get his feet down, so we're going to get a suck-up field goal with 1:08 left. I love cooking. I really enjoy it. And I really wanted to cook because this morning I had one of those weird days. We had like a little family gathering at my sister's. It was like Bagel Sunday. We grabbed donuts, and I'm not a huge sweets donuts guy, and we talked well about that. But when it was there, dude, I'm like just nibbling on a little here, nibbling on a little there, having a bagel. I'm like, uh-oh, this is not usually how I eat or start my day. And now I'm just kind of like feeling it. So we ended up going with going to order food tonight. So I'm not cooking. I'm gonna place an order in like 2 minutes on the old Uber Eats. We're going Chinese tonight. Yeah, we're going Chinese tonight. So I talked to my wife. As soon as I even brought up the idea, she was so pumped. She was like, "Oh my god, this is great!" Like, yes, we should do that. I'm like, oh. It's not that she doesn't like my cooking either. She just loves having cake. I don't know what it is about this girl. I think she
I always find that I enjoy the food when I cook it.
Same.
But it's too much work. I hate shopping for the food.
Yeah.
Putting all the food away. Then you gotta prep the food. Then you gotta cook the food. Then you gotta serve the food. Then you gotta do the dishes. It's like 2 hours of work for something that you crush in 6 minutes.
My kind of dude. I love it. I love cooking. I love prepping. I love organizing my. I don't have a pantry, but I can pretend I have like a closet that has some cans in. But there's something about it. There's all these things that I don't know. Maybe as we get older in this world, you'll find that joy, or maybe you won't. That's totally cool. Like what you like, right? But I don't.
Yeah, I signed up for one of those, like those like
Freshly's or
yeah, one of those things. And they send you the everything you need, and it's great. It really is like excellent if you're trying to not eat so much takeout and stuff, and you don't like to go grocery shopping.
Yep.
It's very convenient. But I just found that it took me twice as long to prep and cook the dishes than the recommended, than what it said it was going to. So if it said it would take me 30 minutes to do it, and it would take me an hour. And if it said that it would take 45 minutes, it would take me at least an hour and a half. And it was too much work. Because it's like, you got to chop up the all the herbs and stuff, and it's like I don't got no knife skills.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
hop on a YouTube video, Lamarca, and let's go.
I've watched plenty of cooking YouTube videos. I know the knife rule. It's one in front and two behind.
There you go, baby. Yes, you got this.
But it's still, like it's easier to watch somebody do it and be like, oh, that's how you do it, than actually do it yourself.
Well, what I just did, I placed it. It says 7:40 arrival, which seems a little bit late, but I'm okay with it. I'm back to 10. And then it says latest 8:15. I've never seen that before. I think we did a sim together, and I ordered on Uber Eats for the first time. For some reason, that's striking a memory for me.
Well, that is my go-to, delivery app. So maybe I turned it on for you. Maybe Uber Eats should be giving me a cut or something.
That's I'm not going to, but
not you. I don't want.
You want what if I put a promo code Lamarca and you get a little something?
Maybe.
Sean Preston says, "Why the hell is a pantry called a pantry, not just a closet with food?" Well, that's what I'm saying.
A food closet.
Seriously, that's really all it is. Hunter says, "I've been on here for 2 weeks, and may I just say, this makes my day every single day with all you guys commenting and chatting along with the Sims." Shout out to Hunter. Because you know what, Hunter? What you just said really explains everybody, but people have been here for longer, so they kind of forget. But appreciate that. Kind of grounding us. This is amazing. It's really cool what we're doing here. Eh?
Yeah. You know what? It is nice to have some positivity. I realize I came in a little hot today.
Oh, gravy.
But we're gonna change things. We're gonna turn things around. It's going to be all positivity flowing through the booth, and hopefully the chatting comments will also bring the positive noise as well, and we're going to have a good time today.
Oh, hell yeah. Brian, dad joke number 1. What do sprinter eat before a race? Or what does a sprinter eat before a race?
Nothing.
They fast. Oh! I've been noticing there's so many Instagram accounts and whatever they'll call reels or highlights, and I see all these dad jokes now, and it's just that's pretty good. But you know what's funny? I wouldn't get that if I was a kid. I'd be like, I don't know what you mean. I would not know what fasting is as a child. So I would call it a grandfather joke. Anywho, David coming in here saying comment. There you go. That's a positive. I'm keeping that as a positive, David. But again, shout out to you guys. Appreciate you being here. Matt Lamarca, Jason Rossi. We are monitoring the World Fantasy Basketball World Championship. There's 2 worlds in there. We got the Drew Stack with us, Andrew, our technical director, Drew, our producer extraordinaire. We have Jared and Ops, killing it, having fun. You can follow this man at Matt Lamarca. He is a social media influencer.
Sensation, some say.
Jeez, I've heard he's on the up. That's what they're saying. That Lamarca. On the up. Goodwin and Evans both 3 catches, 50 yards each, but the touchdown goes to Evans. I'm just gonna take a little peek here. What's my lineup look like? I did not like my lineup. There's way too many bucks. 38th though. Lamarca 38th. What about the sensation? How's the sensation doing?
What are we talking about?
What's your lineup? What you say?
Oh, my lineup. I'm in. Sorry, I'm on the other the bigger free roll. I'm in 14th place.
Oh, sheesh, brag. Oh yeah, because you got Ebron captain.
Ebron
scored.
captain was a strong start.
Yeah, see, those are your scores. Ebron from Roethlisberger, both in Lamarcus lineup. Mike Evans from Tom Brady. Did you have Evans too, or you just have
No Evans? No
Okay,
Evans.
Brady, and then suck up with the field goal. Both got him. Love it, Congo Cat. Appreciate you. He said some people were asking with the Knicks. You know, we're like 26 minutes from there. Like anybody you specifically like there, not that we're going to attack you about it later, good, bad, or in between. Or do you want to keep it to yourself?
I'm sorry. I spaced out for a second. What was your question?
Honestly, that was the greatest thing I've ever seen. You couldn't tell if your Zoom froze. What happened? You all saw it. You all saw it. Lamarca literally just went into another planet.
I just popped. I made a quick peek at the golf.
Yeah.
And just completely lost my train of thought, my ability to listen, so I don't know what she said.
You know what? Doesn't matter what I said. Most important, in the background, is that just like a soft wall for the audio purposes? What am I looking at back there?
No, that's a what do you call them? Blinds?
Oh, those
but for a sliding door.
Oh, so right out. So what are we looking at? What's right beside? So what do we?
I got a deck out there.
Ooh, the sensation, baby. Also got a killer little setup there, like that. I've never seen one like that. Completely blacks it out, huh?
Yeah, it's a blackout. I don't always have the most natural sleeping schedule, so I need to be able to block out the light when I'm sleeping during normal human hours.
Got it. No, but that's interesting because I've actually, me and my wife have talked about the blackout curtains. We have a sliding door probably similar near our deck, but like sometimes during the day or with the little one, it's like, we gotta really get this thing dark, especially in his room. We have to get a new shade there too. So I'm like, I've been doing a lot of research, and whatever that one is works. I can just tell by looking at it. I see no light.
Yeah, it's solid. It's quality.
It's got a nice little halo on the side, so you're not completely like pitch black, but you're not getting any of the light that's going to interfere. I dig it. We have nice run there. So 3rd and 6 here, opening of the 3rd quarter. Lamarca is with us. Sometimes he's abducted by aliens, but either way, we're here together. In this experience. What's going on? Kareem, what's up? I don't know if you're talking to me, but you just said the word. You just said Jason.
What do you call a sim?
Oh, me. Ha! Kareem got me. Appreciate it. Wait a second. Is this true? Hunter says, Rossi, I meant to tell you there is an application called, it's like Restream.
Restream would be my guess.
I was going to say Resting. And it combines YouTube and Twitch chat into one chat, so you only need one tab. It's amazing. Ooh. Let's check that out. Appreciate that.
Bruiser, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, Bruce, always looking out. Always looking out. Appreciate that. Let's see what else we got cooking on here. By the way, we were talking about it earlier. What do you guys eat? We gotta know what the food. What's the food in the Simland looking like tonight? I know Sean Preston. We were talking about like last meals and stuff like that, but I love to know what people are eating for dinner. Drew Stack, what about you guys? And yes, Drew, you would be surprised when my eyes thought I saw. Yeah, Restream. It's a mattress made from paper rooms. Sold by Dunder Mifflin.
That's $1 million idea right there, Drew. You can't just give those out for free.
It's like an NFT. Just dropping it on us.
I mean, think about how many times you're laying in bed and you think of something and you're like, I wish I just had like some paper or pen so I could write this down. Boom. Restream.
They do say the best, most organized people and people with the best ideas have a pen and paper next to their bed.
Yep.
So if you have those thoughts, you just jot something down. You can either A, go back to bed or go back to binging the show You on Netflix or whatever people are watching. You're going to run there. It's not going to get the first down. It's going nowhere. So a 3rd and 1 here in the 3rd quarter. Howard dropping roast beef. Ooh. We talking about like roast beef, like cold cut? Are we doing like a roasted beef loin? Where are we going there? I'm always intrigued.
I'm thinking the beef loin. Jordan with the little corned beef brisket.
Oh, Jordan.
Buddy says some steak, wild rice, and dinner rolls.
Shout out to dinner rolls real quick.
I mean, a good roll is just a very, very excellent side dish.
It's so weird that it's really not even like supposed to be, right? It's just like I don't even know how bread entered the conversation to be like it all like Italian growing up. There's just bread. We could be eating steak tips, like pasta. Pasta is legitimately a carbohydrate, and there'd be bread. When you think about it, like
well, I mean, the bread has a clear purpose in that dish.
Oh, I absolutely understand, but I'm just saying, just the thought process. It's like we're gonna just keep this one, like it's not like an extra vegetable or like a potato of sort. No, we're just gonna bread.
Well, for years, that was considered healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, it was the food pyramid. The bread was the bottom.
Well, because it actually technically to this day, you talk to a lot of nutritionists, whatever, you still need to have your carbs, like whether it be an oatmeal, a bread, or something. Like it's okay as long as it's all moderation and keeping a certain,
Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but you seem kind of like a fitness guy. Are you like somewhat into this stuff?
Okay, that's tough when you're a not in shape person to say it, but I'm very health conscious, I would say. I'm just a thoughtful person, not necessarily always great in my actions, but
well, I mean, I'm just talking from a like a science perspective here, because I'm not great in principle, obviously, at doing any of this stuff either. But when you think about all these different diets, right? The no carbs, the keto, the Atkins, whatever. Isn't it? It's all just math, right? Like it's just all about the number of calories.
Well, not keto, because keto, they technically, which I actually had really good success for a little while. I just don't like the food choices after a while. Here's what it is. They say you can eat as many calories as you want, which isn't necessarily true. You just have to have the certain ratio at the end of it, which really doesn't make sense. So if you have 5,000 calories, but you have whatever the amount that equals like 60% in fat, like it doesn't actually work. But yes, for the most part, Marco, you nailed it. It comes down to a calculation of how many calories you're putting in your body compared to how many calories are coming out of your body. And that doesn't run, doesn't mean you have to do anything crazy. Most people, you want to lose a pound, you have to take down about 500 calories per, like your calories out need to be about 500 a day.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
it
is all great. And that's why I think different people have different success with different diets, right? It's like, if a diet works for you, like, and you enjoy the cutting the carbs aspect and you're taking in less calories that way, that's great. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily like the best diet for everybody. It just means that you don't miss carbs as much as some of the other people.
What works for me is not going to work for anybody else and vice versa, especially different. And our bodies are all different. So like I could have a lower carb tolerance than you could, just like people with adult beverages or people with sugars or sweets or fruits. Like we all are our own person. So some people, like another fad was the carnivore diet, right? Where it was just like meats, bro, just meats and meats and meats. It's like, well, some people can do that, not have vegetables, and other people's bodies react to vegetables. So there's all science. That's why if anybody's ever interested in this stuff, yeah, YouTube's great. Nutritionists, they're the ones that are going to be able to know your body. There's blood tests you can take to figure out what kind of going on with your system. But Darwin says 900 calories equals 1 pound of fat. It's 100% true. It's a lot, and like he means body fat, which is a very dense thing. But there we go. There's your fitness.
Jordan's talking about his dinner now, and it's making me hungry.
I just want to, before we get to that, I just want to finish it because what you were saying is 100% true. When we were kids, or I don't want to speak to your exact, but like, yeah, we could have pasta with like meatballs and bread, like, and I would watch my dad eat, and my dad was in great shape. And yes, he worked out and stuff, but it wasn't like today's like mentality of things. I just think we're just overfed, and I think the food system's a little broken in America. Now I made it political. So what does that dinner have to say? What was it that posted?
He's explaining the way that he's going to be preparing his corned beef with some potatoes and cabbage, and it's making me a little hungry now. But there's actually like science, or not science, but there's reasons to why the food system is designed the way that it is. Like most Like there were the sugar industry lobbied hard to make fat the bad guy in public. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, not to go too deep into it, but there's stuff on and stuff out there that you can take in if you're interested in reading more or seeing more about that.
Yeah, and like one thing you mentioned, what you talked about earlier, that I also was a huge fan. So there was during a stretch of time when I was just frustrated with myself and needed to take control of certain things. I went on what was known as the keto before it was keto. So I actually called it the full ketogenic diet because I didn't know any better. And I also would fast a ton. So when like I met Drew, producer Drew, when we worked together, I think I was doing midday at that time, but I used to do afternoon show. So I'd work from like noon to like 8, let's say. And I used to just not eat till 8 p.m. And then I'd eat from like 8 to like, midnight-ish because I'd stay up and I'd do stuff. And then I'd do like 20-hour windows. So but that's hard. But like you or somebody, it seems like that is something you could probably do on the regular, but you just have to keep your mind busy. You can't think about it.
I would say like 4 or 5 times a week, I eat once a day.
So that's a whole nother thing that people talk about, the 1 meal a day diet.
Which some people say is like the worst thing you can do for your body because it slows your metabolism way down. And also the one meal that I'm eating is usually like a humongous, way bigger than it needs to be meal. But I'm just saying, like, for me, food is more, okay, I'm bored.
Yes.
So I'm going to go snack on some Cheez-Its.
Because you're American. That's what's been ingrained in us for a long time. But I love some of these dinner shout-outs. Also, first time saying steak, corn on the cob, and potatoes. That's awesome. I love that.
Who says all Rossi did was crush teenies in a gallon of water?
That's what I do now. I will tell you right now, no fitness can come on for me. I am real bad today. I had like a donut and a half and like bagel or 2, and then I had a protein bar. I don't even remember. I was just eating nonsense, and I'm ordering food. So today's not my day, but that's okay. You got to balance it. You got to balance life. Everything, you can't do it all the time. It's smart to break at times. Anywho, I'm trying to see what some of these other dinners. We're going to head to the fourth quarter, a 10-7 game. Lightning.
Yeah, I would have expected better from these teams.
Dude, both opening drives were touchdowns. And since then, we've gotten a field goal. What's going on? I'm nervous. Something happened?
Phil is making it interesting as always.
He's choking, dude. He's choking right now.
I wouldn't say he's choking, but he hit it in some tall stuff, and he had to hack it out, and he'll still probably have about a 2-shot lead going to the last hole, but he's making it interesting. That's all I'm gonna say.
There it is. Bob Daddy says home in a Homer voice. Cheez-Its. Mike says, Rossi, go for a late night run when your wifey kid's asleep. Dude, Mike, I need you in my life, bro. Can you just text me? Can you be my
Rossi wakes up and crushes the treadmill every day.
I do. It didn't happen this morning. Didn't happen, bro. I knew it was gonna not be a great day right then. That's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to have days like today. Whatever I think that's for everybody. Like whether your workouts, food, reading, calling somebody. We all have a certain way we want to start our day. Or Lamarca could be just getting that deep breath in. And
for me, my ideal day starts with about 10 hours of sleep. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen very often anymore. Today I only got about 5 hours, so it was rough. You know, I'm no one. You know, that's why I'm a little cranky. If I seem a little cranky, it's probably because I'm just a little tired. But I'm definitely gonna hit another dunk run in between these sims, get the energy levels back up.
Woo! Let's go! I'll smack him over there, smack your face, splash some water on you. There's I was supposed to call him LeGarrette Blount. I don't know what I'm thinking. Leonard Fournette into the end zone, so it's now a 10-point lead. Brady looking for a high five, searching. Nothing. Nobody.
Oh my God, they put the Brady no high five into Madden.
And they kept it, even though that is like 5 years old now. That's the best part.
I didn't know that happened in this game.
It's great.
I don't think I've done a lot of Buck Sims, to be honest, because I normally get the real early games. I used to get the real early games, which were the worst teams. And now I get some of the later games. I don't know. I very rarely have gotten to see the Bucks. So that was new to me.
There you go. You got him now.
Brian says, LaMarco, what is your sleep schedule like? I would say most days it's 2 to 9. 2 to 9 most days.
2 a.m.
Sometimes 2 a.m. to 9 a.m. Sometimes it's 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. But always 2 for the most part. Like even tonight, I'll go to bed at 2. That's just, I stay up, I watch the end of whatever late West Coast basketball game is on. Then I watch something stupid on Netflix or YouTube or whatever streaming service. Maybe read a little and then pass out.
Oh, look at that. Oh, can I give you a suggestion for your post Grizzlies Jazz watch tonight?
Yeah, love it.
Okay, so I'm a huge wrestling fan, as it's well documented, and there's a show called Dark Side of the Ring. Not gonna say
I've heard of this. Yes, the
really
first one was Stone Cold, right?
No, that's the A&E documentaries that are on tonight. That's a whole nother thing.
Okay.
But I'm going to suggest this, just because I'm interested in your takes, and maybe when we team up, or it's good fodder because we can talk about it here in The Sims. They just created a new show spinning off of that called Dark Side of Football, which I don't know, I'm guessing why, but I don't know why it's not getting more notoriety. Like, it's a football show. It's one of those, like, kind of docu-series shows. And the first one was about the Diva, I think it was called The Birth of the Diva Receivers or something like that. So it was about, like, Chad Johnson, Terrell Owens, all that, and kind of went through. Chad Johnson's on the show. Some random throwback receivers are on there too, and I can't remember the name now. And I was like, "Holy smokes! I haven't thought about this guy in forever."
Okay.
But very interesting. And then this week I've yet to watch. So it's Dark Side of Football. This week was about Bill Belichick.
Ooh.
And I know locally Ted Johnson, who does some radio here in the local market, was a Patriot, then a Houston Texan there, like the end of his career, was in the Houston market, said he was asked to be on the show and refused. He's a big Belichick disciple guy. He said that he doesn't know why anybody would go on there because I guess they're, I don't know, exploiting some of the, what a lot of people think of him. Or I didn't have to watch.
It looks like this is a Vice TV.
Yes, Vice TV
production.
Yep.
Okay.
So I love the Dark Side of the Ring ones. Those are excellent. The first one with the Diva football one was a little like, I don't know. And I'm intrigued. I'm going to continue to watch it because I just love those docu style. Like I watch YouTubers who put that stuff together a lot. So it could be something for whenever it's about,
All right.
12:45 a.m.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I'll take a peek.
So yeah, Dark Side of Football, if anybody else is interested. Again, I think it's because football really tries to hold themselves to a certain standard that they're trying to probably not get too in on like this or give any promotion to it or the players. Like I haven't seen much about it.
Right, because I don't know if you remember this, but ESPN, like years ago, had this show called Playmakers.
It was the best show. Oh, dude, that show was amazing. But tell the story.
But yeah, it was like everything that these players could do that was bad, these players did it on this TV show. It was like a dramatization of the league.
Yep.
And the NFL basically just said, no, you take this off the air and you do it right now. And ESPN said, okay.
Yep.
So I don't think nobody wants to go to war with the NFL.
I think Vice could do it. But no, I know you saying
Vice has nothing to lose.
Well, that's the thing. But I think just the NFL, the way they do things, they covered, like, they're not giving this thing any pub, and they probably told every player, like, don't give any attention to this. But then, like, when the NFL 100 comes up, like, hey guys, guess what? But with that being said, it is funny because I remember that show. I remember, like you said, everything that definitely has happened in locker rooms in the past. As they said, like a lot of the creative storylines behind that came from former players talking about like the wild things that would happen from using, performance enhancing drugs to, drugs and all these other crazy things. It was wild. And then, it was crazy. Like as soon as
in wrestling, that's got to be a crazy. There got to be some crazy. Like I remember just reading something about Kurt Angle.
Go ahead.
Reading, and Kurt Angle needed to take like 50 painkillers a day just to get out of bed, and like that. There is some definitely some dark stuff in pro wrestling, and then of course you go to the, like the Chris Benoit types. That obviously is a major tragedy.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson, you guys scored there. He's 37% owned, but Yeah, they're 3 seasons deep into that, and it is amazing, that show. Some of them are like ridiculous, like just the people they interviewed didn't really fit the story, but now they've hit such a great spot, and Chris Jericho does the voiceover for it, so very strong show. And yeah, the one this week was like the collision in North Korea, and forget about what we know about North Korea. Just think about a bunch of Americans going to North Korea in the mid '90s. Oh
man.
Like I only got a little ways through it. I was watching it before Sim, but it's wild. And yeah, they did Chris Benoit, Owen Hart, like sad stuff. But you mentioned that Kurt Angle story is just heartbreaking. Like thankfully he's on the other side of it. He's surviving, thriving. I'm just trying to see the dark side of football. What other episodes are coming up? So here it is. It's wide receiver divas was the first one. Then the dark art of Bill Belichick. And those are only 2 listed. I thought we'd have like upcoming episodes, but I don't see that. I don't know if this was like keeping a secret because I don't want the NFL to like shut them down. Can't tell, but 17-14 here with half of the fourth left. Lamarca, Rossi with you. You guys are doing well on a Sunday.
On Tuesday. Oh, sorry. Wrong day.
I hated that song. I don't know what hate is a little strong. I didn't like it.
It was definitely not the best song. Oh, she was going to tackle to save the touchdown.
We were going to get Mike Evans for a house call. Not so much. Mark, I must say, when I made this Uber Eats order, I was thinking, they'll probably be there by like 7:15 because most of the time when I order things fast, it's been super quick. Now I got a guy, his name is Diamond.
DDP?
No. So go ahead. You go first because I just made an embarrassing mistake. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, is it Diamond Dallas Page?
No, I made he's like I guess that's his ranking. That is not his name. I just looked into a guy's face and said Diamond. I'm like, that must be his name, right? Whoops. I think his name's Jerron. Jerron is making one delivery along the way. All right, that's cool. Still don't know why it's going to take another 37 minutes. Evan just hit the bonus. Thank you, Jared, a.k.a. Drew.
Drew with a J.
Yeah, now his name is Platinum, says Drew. The actual Drew.
With a D.
With the D, baby. Jordan Warren says, I saw Randy Savage and Miss Elizabeth episode of Dark Side of the Ring. Tragic story. Dude, that's tragic. And then that A&E special they did with Macho Man. Oof. It's crazy. The best movie scene I've seen recently is the end of Blue Chips when Nick Nolte, this is also Jordan, is about to resign and Shaq asked him how the spin move was. He was like, you did it real good out there. Didn't see that poll coming up today, but
it's a solid movie.
It is. And like oddly good acting by a bunch of NBA players, aka like the Orlando Magic team.
Surprisingly, that movie had like ripple effects that felt in the actual league.
And
because like the Magic had the #1 pick in the draft that year, or an early pick. I think it was the #1 pick. And Penny was obviously with Shaq in Blue Chips.
Yep.
And he's like, I want to play with this guy. So he was like, I was trying to put passes right on his hand. Every time he put his hands up, I put the ball right there. And Shaq basically went back to the Orlando front office and was like, you got to draft this dude. I don't care what it takes. You get Penny Hardaway on this team. And so the Magic ended up trading Penny. Or they traded, I want to say that was the Chris Webber draft, and they traded the pick that became Chris Webber for the pick that became Penny Hardaway plus some other picks.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure on that. I was a huge Penny guy. And it also, every time you say Penny Hardaway, it just kind of breaks my heart because he's like, I know like Grant Hill to a lot of people is that guy with like injuries and like what could have been, like how much better he could have been. Grant Hill obviously was a superstar, but like, I feel like that was so much more with Penny and that Magic team. Like, if they had kept that thing together, and I know it was tough because they were going against the Bulls, but man, I feel like those two, like, before Kobe, and I don't think Penny reached, obviously, the height of Kobe's, obviously, what he was in the NBA, but I still think that team just together could have just been.
Penny and 3 future first rounders.
Look at that.
For Chris Webber. Now, I think Chris Webber and Shaq would have been sick, to be honest, because Chris Webber for a power forward.
Yep.
As we're going to get a go for it on 4th and 1.
There it is, ball game. But look at this, trying to get in the end zone. Oh, another shoot-string tackle. Second of the drive, but that's going to really be it. No timeouts remaining. So, yeah, as you were saying.
Chris Webber was a great passer for a big man. I think they would have worked really well together. But certainly you can't argue with getting Penny Hardaway 3 first-round picks. Like, he was a perfect fit next to Shaq. And you're right. If they could have re-signed Shaq, that team could have continued to contend for titles. But it's hard to ignore the Lakers when they're showing up at your doorstep with a huge bag of cash. And Shaq obviously had interests outside of basketball. He was a rapper. He was an actor. And we've seen he's very good at all that stuff. So
He's an entertainer. He is.
So it was probably the best move for him at the time, but it would have been fun to see what him and Penny could have done together.
I just think two things I think people always forget about. MJ was good with the Wizards there for a little bit, like legit a good ball player, and Penny Hardaway had a couple strong seasons there for the Suns. But like nobody thinks about that. Penny left the Magic, he was done. So now he hung in there for a little bit, and if Jordan didn't have one of those late injuries, I forget, like somebody else got hurt on that Wizards team. I don't know if it was the Kwame Browns of the world. I forget somebody, but that team was pretty decent there in that last stretch. But that'll do it for us here, LaMarca. So it's going to be Tampa Bay taking the dub. Who's going to be your Matt LaMarca luxurious player of the game here?
Ooh, luxurious. It's got to be Mike Evans. Went for over 100. He had 6 catches. He had a touchdown. Winning captain, captain in the winning lineup. Pretty easy call for me. Mike Evans.
I'm trying to see where I finish now. Come on, somewhere in the 30s. I stink. All right, who's going to be your babysitter Billy Get Out of Town Not My Kid award?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wouldn't say there was like a huge disastrous bust in this. Oh, Juju. Sorry. Yeah. Juju. 1 catch, 12 yards.
60 stinks. That's why. We all know it. It's confirmed now. Juju Smith-Schuster stinks. Everyone, get on board. We all know it's true. Smash that thumbs up on your way out. By the way, not much. Obviously, we're just getting tip-off here. Hawks, Knicks. Feels like the late 90s all over again, seeing teams like that play each other in the playoffs. Just so weird to see like the Knicks in the playoffs and think like it feels like it's been forever since they've mattered. But we do have the 2 contests going right now, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship and the Shadow Contest. So we're going to just do a quick little leaderboard update. Let me get in here. The Shadow Contest, which you can be in. Somebody was saying earlier they were in 38th. We'll see if they're still hanging in there. But right now, as my computer does its thing, LaMarca, just thinking, spinning, winning, wishing. It's like my delivery coming. It's processing. Looks like we have Johnny Wallace, baby. Johnny Wall game with 292 in the top spot. Who does he have left? Nobody. Oh, and he got Harold kind of hurt him there. Oh, that was the percent drafted. Actually, no, he did good. So we'll see. So we'll see if he can hold on. Right behind him, S. Huida, 291. He's got nobody left. So we'll see if somebody can catch these guys, obviously. And then in the big contest, LaMarca, the one that someone tonight, when you're going to be putting your little pretty head down to bed at 2 a.m., like a true psychotic human being, just saying, 2 a.m. for me. Just kidding. Or someone that just works those hours. Someone's going to be winning a ton of money.
Yes, sir.
A ton. I know earlier was our guy. The whistles go, woo, woo, woo. I think he's still rocking that.
He's in second now.
Oh, okay, he's in second. So that's still going to be a good payday, but he could. Can you make the jump back up, LaMarca? What's the lineup look like here?
Yeah, I would say the new favorite here is Garnes 222.
Garnes 222 in there.
He's in 18th right now. He's got 96 minutes left, so he has 2 players still to go.
Yep.
There are some other contenders. I mean, that's what's so great about these things. You never know what's going to happen. You have to literally let every game play out. You know, we all think that this next Knicks-Hawks playoff series is going to be a grinded out slugfest. Maybe these two teams combine for 260 points. Who knows? You know, and that would change everything. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be fun to monitor throughout the night. That's for sure.
Sure will be. You'll be teaming up with Koff. You guys probably talk a little NBA action. We'll talk a lot of fantasy. We'll talk a lot of fun as well. See if he likes a slice of pizza. Who knows? Glash might be still at his house. They might have a sleepover. It could be a wild
Glash
night.
is at my house. Oh, shoot. I ruined the surprise.
Oh,
I'm just kidding, guys. Glash is not at my house. Please don't stick around on the promise that Glashine will show up at my house.
That's what's behind the black curtain there. It's just Glash standing there. Just so you know, Pretty Theft is in first place right now. And as Drew points out, 7th through 9th, I do have guys on the Knicks. But Texans, Falcons, Koff is going to be joining LaMarca. Then me and LaMarca will team up again. Patriots, Dolphins, 10 p.m. You all enjoy your next few hours without me. It was probably the best hours of your day. Get those lineups in. Enjoy some of the NBA. Koff and LaMarca again at 8 p.m. LaMarca, this is a pleasure, dude. You know what? You did so good. We'll do it again.
Let's do it again at around 10 o'clock Eastern.
It's a date. All right, I'm going to hope for we'll just call him Diamond still. He shows up in my food. You enjoy the rest of your time. And DK Sim Fam, we always appreciate you as always. Drink like LaMarca and myself. Drink tons of water. Keep a smile on that face. Think positive thoughts. We'll see you soon. Thanks to the Drew Snack. Jared, bye.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings, and we've got the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, Andrew Berry, set to join us in a couple minutes. So fired up. Look, I've said it a couple times on Twitter and here on the show this offseason. I think it's time to start talking about Super Bowl and the Cleveland Browns. I think they have a Super Bowl caliber roster. I will ask Andrew if he agrees momentarily. Please check out the show on social media. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. In fact, anybody that engages with the show in any way on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I don't care. Like, retweet, quote tweet. I see it all, and you're eligible to win a signed picture or press pass from this past season. I've got the AFC Championship Game 1 still as well. All you have to do is engage on social media or at Ross Tucker Pod, which is the social media handle for all of the different shows. We've been on fire, by the way. All of our shows are the best 30 minutes of on-demand content you can find, either audio, wherever it is that you listen to your podcasts, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you want to watch the show, or if you just want to see the highlight clips of some of the other shows. Steve Fezzik was amazing going through the schedule yesterday on the Even Money podcast. We had Warren Sharp, who is he works for like half the teams now, going through the schedule and equities on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Last week, we had Michael North from the NFL, who does the scheduling, and Matt Nagy from the Bears. And before that, Micah Parsons, the first-round pick for the Cowboys. At any rate, just make sure you subscribe. It's 30 minutes, 3 times a week in the offseason, 5 times a week during the season. We get you the 30 minutes of football knowledge you need every single day. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Well, as promised, we are joined now by the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, coming off an excellent first campaign there in Cleveland, Andrew Berry. Andrew, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Ross, thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
So, obviously, there's a lot of positivity going around in Cleveland right now, and rightfully so. After you guys got to the divisional round, you won a playoff game. Unfortunately, though, I have to start today's show, or at least the interview with you, with 2 really poor decisions on your part. Okay, Andrew? So first of all, why Harvard over Princeton? So just so people know, okay, Andrew and his twin brother both got recruited by all the Ivy Leagues. His twin brother Adam went to Princeton, my alma mater, Andrew went to Harvard. Why would you ever choose to go to the second best school in the country when you could have gone to the number one ranked school in the world for the last 10 years in U.S. News or World Report?
You know what, Ross? I'm already regretting coming on the show. I was going to give you a second chance. I think you can always tell about people based on their life decisions. I was like, no, I'll give them a chance. I mean, it's one mistake going to Princeton, and I'm already regretting that decision as we sit here this morning. But in all honesty, my brother went to Princeton. No, it was a great university. For us, we just kind of had different interests. Football, school coming out, and Harvard was the right fit for me. It was an incredible blessing in my life. Met my wife there, and then playing football there, and the opportunities it afforded me after graduation were fantastic. And quite honestly, I wouldn't have thought about going to an Ivy League school if it weren't for football. It's one of the biggest blessings of my life today.
So, in all sincerity, though, that had to be an interesting decision for you and your twin to not go to the same school. I guess I'm just curious about that sort of life dynamic. And did you think you were going to go to the same place? Was it tough to go to different places, or did you always kind of want to branch out and do your own thing? I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, we actually always wanted to go to separate schools. Now, if it worked out that it was the best fit for both of us to be at the same college, we wouldn't have pushed back against it. But for us, growing up as twins, you're always thought of as a pair. And for Adam and I, we really wanted just kind of like our own independence. Like, we really did make decisions independently growing up. And I think that's also just a credit to my mom and my dad, because even though we were always thought of a unit, they didn't necessarily raise us as unit. They didn't dress us alike, or things along those nature, or along those lines, excuse me. And so for us, going separate ways really wasn't an issue. Probably the funny thing is, a lot of the schools, we did have a fair amount of overlap in terms of the schools that recruited us. And I think, many of the staffs thought that was a little bit lip service. They thought if they got one, they would get the other. But we really were comfortable just kind of, making our own decisions the best fit for us. I know we were both ultimately happy with our college choices.
Yeah, well, obviously you went on to have an awesome career then, and you've been a part of the NFL for a long time since then. The Colts, the Eagles, among the teams you've worked for. The other thing, though, that I just saw a couple weeks ago that is a huge red flag for me. Is it true that you had a baby the day of the draft?
That is true, and I think you're right to question decision making on that one. I tell you what, it was a very memorable draft weekend. Certainly poor planning on our part, but we welcomed our first daughter into the world. Her name's Eden Ruth. She's a huge blessing. Her brothers are slowly but surely getting acclimated to having a newborn in the house. I would say our oldest is doing a really nice job, and our now new middle child is a little bit of a work in progress. But we're incredibly blessed and thankful that she's happy, healthy, and now in our lives.
All right, so you've been in the NFL for a long time now. You know when the draft is. You become a GM. I mean, to me, where is the planning? Where is the thought? Like, that's a red flag. I mean, if you were evaluating a GM candidate, you'd be like, this guy has a baby the day of the first round of the draft.
Definitely questionable decision making, Ross. I would say that as planned as I try to be in my professional life, probably not quite to the same standard all the time in the personal life, but it ended up being a really nice story and working out really nicely. And we're super thankful to have Eden with us.
Well, congratulations, man. I think and all the listeners and viewers know, I'm obviously just kidding. It's tremendous. It's amazing. And I can tell you, our planning for our second daughter was not exactly what we had in the game plan in terms of having our daughters be 17 months apart. That was interesting when I'm holding the 8-month-old and find out we're having another one pretty soon. So
Ross, I'm gonna have to share this because you brought that up. So I'll tell you this: our oldest was born literally the Sunday of the 2017 season opener. So we have a history of this type of decision making. they're 18 months apart. So we were similar to you. And then obviously our third was on the first night of the draft. So, our decision-making certainly is questionable in that regard.
So, congratulations, by the way, man. That's amazing. I saw the picture. So cool. And I have obviously some Browns questions, but before I get to the Browns question, I did want to ask you one thing. I think I read somewhere, maybe shortly after you got the Browns GM job, did you say that you believe Howie Roseman is the best GM in the NFL? And if you said that, why? Why do you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. And I feel fortunate to have worked for Howie for a year in Philadelphia. I just think Howie's skill set, the breadth, like I think anyone who's been in a general manager's position or been close to a general manager's position has probably an appreciation for just the breadth of responsibilities that are on a general manager's plate. I think oftentimes the role is just viewed as like, hey, go pick players in the draft. And really the responsibilities are just a lot broader. I think with Howie, very smart, good with people, highly strategic, and he's a guy who knows, college scouting, pro scouting, contract management, research and strategy, day-to-day operations. And I think it's hard to acquire all those skills, and it's hard to find individuals that are highly competent across all those football operations domains. And I think also just like his track record of decision-making, throughout his time in the job, does speak for itself. Look, no general manager is going to be, especially for over a long course of time, going to be, have a banner year every season. But I think, you look at Howie's track record and his skills, he's a guy that I certainly hold in very high regard.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, I do the Eagles preseason games and stuff, and he's a guy that is kind of, getting a lot of criticism right now. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you, because I think it's sometimes people need to be reminded that that other people like you hold him in such high regard. Well, I certainly hold you in high regard based on what you've done so far in Cleveland. And I guess the first question I have there would be, I've said this looking at your roster the last couple months. I've said it Cleveland radio here on my show. I really believe that you guys have a Super Bowl caliber roster, and that it's time to talk about the Cleveland Browns and the Super Bowl in the same sentence and to not be afraid of that. Would you agree?
I think number one, all 32 teams, their goal is to win the Super Bowl and build a team capable of doing that. For us internally, we don't necessarily think of it in that light, Ross. Our perspectives, we're excited about the guys that we've added to the team and the guys that we're going to enter the offseason program and summer training camp with. But at the same time, our mindset has largely been, all right, let's control what we can control on a daily basis, work hard, get up to speed in our offense and defensive systems, show improvement. And if we take care of the little things when we look up in December, January, February, we'll be pleased where we've ended up. But we really try and keep a much narrower focus, because at the end of the day, I think everybody's very optimistic at this point in the year. And, each season really is unique. Each season's unique. We're certainly excited about the talent that we have on the team, but it takes preparation, hard work, and then a little bit of luck along the way, ultimately to reach the top prize.
It's funny because I think some listeners will hear you say that and say, okay, that's kind of a cliche, whatever. I would just say in all sincerity, as a guy in the media, I can look at your roster and say, man, I don't see a lot of holes. I think they got a really good roster. I think they're a Super Bowl caliber roster. But I can also speak to it when you're actually in it. You really don't look at it that way. No. I mean, you really do look at today, you're looking at guys that you could sign, as tryout guys. You're looking at other areas in the roster. It doesn't benefit you to look at it or talk about it in that way.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right, Ross. And I think the other piece is, rosters, teams will change a lot over the next, May? Over the next 7 or 8 months. I always tell people, you always plan something out a certain way in the spring, but to me, it rarely ever plays out, 100% of the way that you would design it. You really get surprises in both directions. And so I think part of it is just, I think a lot of people in the NFL who have, been through enough seasons and been through enough cycles just realize how humbling of a sport and humbling of a profession that we work in. So really, there's nothing that you can take for granted, and that's why ultimately we focus on what we can control.
Are there areas still that you feel like you need or could upgrade on the roster going into training camp?
Absolutely, and without necessarily going into the specifics here. And in fairness, it's probably a mindset that we really hold year round, because roster building, personnel work really is 365 days a year. And we'll always look to add competition, add depth, because the reality is, like, the needs that you may or may not have today, they could change as quickly as tomorrow, with an injury or some other unfortunate circumstance, or even, quite honestly, with improvement from a player that you wouldn't typically expect. So we're constantly on the search for talent to add to the 90-man roster, and we want to go into August with as deep of a team as we could possibly have.
One of the big things going on, obviously, in Cleveland is, Baker Mayfield. The year he had, I was not surprised knowing Kevin Stefanski. I kind of thought Baker would end up having a good year. I'm sure you get asked about it a lot. I know you guys were one of the first teams. You might have been the first team to pick up the fifth-year option on guys. I think you guys were the first team. Was there anything – was there a statement made by being the first team to pick up the fifth-year option, or did it just work out that way?
I'd like to say that it was a proactive statement, but it really just worked out that way. We obviously felt comfortable with Baker, have felt comfortable with Baker for a long period of time, as well as Denzel Ward, who we also picked up, on the same day. Baker over the past year has shown an enormous amount of growth. I think that's both on the field and then, quite honestly, off the field as well. So we are excited. He's, going into his first offseason where coaching staff, the offensive system is exactly the same, not to mention that there's been very little turnover on the offensive side of the ball. And we're excited about him continuing to make strides under Kevin's tutelage, in this offense, because we think he's a very talented player, think he's very skilled, and, he really embodies, the characteristics that we want within our program. So we're excited about, his potential this upcoming year, and he's been hard at work this entire offseason.
You referenced earlier, I asked you about Howie Roseman, and you talked about the high esteem you have for him and holding him in high regard. One of the things that he's done a lot over the years is when they have a young player, they try to extend them early, really as early as any team in the league. Is that something that you are taking with you to Cleveland, and is that something you try to get done with Baker this summer before the season starts?
No, it's a fair question, Ross. And without, I do have, a typical policy that I won't speak on specific contracts in the media in this setting. But I think it is fair to say that is an approach that we believe in terms of, identifying, pillar guys and trying to retain them as soon as we can. Now, that being said, each situation truly is unique. But, we do want to get into a habit of rewarding our own and, identifying those guys early, no different than we did with, Myles Garrett last year. We did that with Kareem Hunt last year. So I think that that's something that you'll see more often than not within our organization. But that being said, it's not a one size fits all approach. We will deal with it on an individual basis.
I guess however you answer this, people are going to extrapolate it to what you just said about Baker. But is there a cautionary tale with the trades of Wentz and Goff this offseason and the contracts that they signed after their third year? I mean, on some level, right, those have to be data points. You take into account that these teams did these contracts early and then it didn't really work out the way they thought it would.
I think it's maybe a bit too strong to call them cautionary tales, because I truly do believe each individual and then each individual's situation based on the circumstances that are going on in their environment or their organization are different. obviously it's something that we're aware of, and obviously I'm particularly aware of it just with Carson. But I would be hesitant to maybe extrapolate perhaps what happened with those two individuals, for maybe broader implications, moving forward. So I guess maybe the short way to say is certainly something we're aware of, but we'll make the decisions that we think are appropriate, with our guys, based on the data that we have on hand.
Andrew, last question. I'm just curious, did you play against Stefanski? Like, did you have any relationship with him before you guys started to work together? Because it's funny, he came up to me before a game I was calling one time and introduced himself, and so we made the Ivy League connection there, kind of similar how you and I did it at Eagles training camp a couple years ago. Had you guys, I'm sure you've been enough places, had you guys made that connection years ago, or was it kind of your first time being together?
So we didn't play against one another. Kevin, I think we might have missed each other by maybe a year or two. He's a little bit older than I am. In terms of a previous relation, we really got to know each other after the 2019 coaching search here in Cleveland, where he was one of the finalists. Got to know him during the interview process, and then we really stayed in touch from that point forward, and really just kind of developed a good friendship. So that was really actually helpful, when we were both going through the interview process here in 2020, and it did create a level of familiarity before we got into these roles and started working together. And quite honestly, Ross, it's been a lot of fun. I think Kevin's a great guy. He's super smart, very genuine, and he has a great sense of humor. And you spend so much time together, GM head coach relationship. You spend so much time together on a daily basis. That it's great when you have someone that you genuinely enjoy being around and you have a lot of fun at work with. Because look, these are hard, stressful jobs, and when you feel like you have a true partner, in the building, it certainly makes it a lot better.
Andrew, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for having me, Ross. Appreciate you.
Really enjoyed talking with Andrew Berry. I knew I would. And it's funny, he's good. He really is good. Like, he can't come out and say, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I think he's very impressive in the sense that I thought they were notable answers without necessarily saying things that would make headlines. But, the Baker contract stuff, I thought the funniest stuff was when I questioned his decision-making about the baby at the start. Speaking, by the way, and I was obviously joking. I think most of you know that. Speaking of questionable decision-making, how are some of you still going to airports or hotels without using a VPN like ExpressVPN? Brian, my producer, is in a hotel right now using ExpressVPN right now, because using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door, which, by the way, when I was like in 7th and 8th grade, my high school took all the doors off the stalls. I remember distinctly sitting on the toilet doing my business in 7th grade, and in came the 6'4", 225-pound senior captain tight end. He looked over at me and just laughed and kept walking. That was bad. That was a bad feeling. That's what it's like to not have ExpressVPN. Don't be like little Rossi sitting on the john getting made fun of by the senior captain. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/Tucker today. That's expressvpn.com/Tucker. You can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Tucker. That's a true story. My mom actually went to the principal and said, "What is going? Why don't we have doors on the stalls?" And I guess people were going in there and graffiti or smoking or whatever. So I had to poop in public. Anyway, you should probably move on now. expressvpn.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross, biggest moves since Monday morning belong to the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed veteran pass rusher Ryan Kerrigan, 1 year, $3.5 million. They also traded a 2023 sixth-round pick for cornerback Josiah Scott from Jacksonville.
Right. You're not going to comment on the 7th grade poop story?
Oh, everybody's got one of those.
Really?
Everybody, yeah.
Did
Yeah,
your
yeah.
high school not have doors?
I mean,
on the
my
stalls?
fraternity house in college didn't have doors, and I don't know if it was for that reason or if there was somebody just decided it would be funny to take them off. But I think everywhere that somebody has gone, they have been in that situation.
You know what's funny now is now that you say that, I remember being at my buddy's fraternity at Penn State, and they didn't have doors on the stalls. And I think there were multiple reasons why they didn't want doors on the stalls in a fraternity house in college. But I remember it was like, what was actually weird then, Bri, is how normal it was.
Right.
Like you would just talk to the guy while he was taking a dump. Like he's just sitting there and you just like have a conversation, and it was totally normal. Let's talk Eagles. There's no real good transition there. The Eagles are trying to make sure they're not doo-doo this year. I said this on Twitter. I'll say it again here at Ross Tucker NFL. I thought that was a statement signing by the Eagles. And there are people, Brian, that are like, oh, yeah, statement what? Like that they're going to be washed up like Kerrigan's washed up? First of all, I said this on Monday. Hard to explain in words how much respect I have for Ryan Kerrigan. 156 out of 160 possible starts over the last 10 years. Are you kidding me? I mean, he's played through broken hands, all kinds of things for what has been usually a terrible team, or at least not good and dysfunctional in Washington. So much respect for that guy. But here's why I think it's a statement move. The Eagles have been pretty open about the fact that this is a transition year. New head coach, new quarterback. They take a lot of salary cap pain this year. They have a lot of draft choices for 2022. But this signing is proof they are conceding nothing. Nothing. They still believe they can be competitive and win that division this year. I don't blame them. They're top 10 O-line, D-line in the NFL all day. Maybe top 5 O-line and D-line in the NFL if you combine them. You have those two things. As long as your quarterback doesn't play horrible, you got a legitimate chance. And they did some other signings like Anthony Harris at safety or Eric Wilson at linebacker, but those were holes. They didn't have a hole at the end. They just think Kerrigan can help them win. They do have a hole at corner, which is why they traded for Josiah Scott. It was a 4th-round pick last year by the Jags. That's kind of a unique trade. And already trading in 2023, that's as far out as they'll let you go.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of the Jags, they cut running back Raquel Armstead, who missed all of last year with complications from COVID.
Right, and he got picked up, by the Giants off waivers. So Raquel will get another opportunity. This is the part where I remind everybody, as a guy that got cut 4 times, traded once, IR once, PUP once. I think that's like hitting for the NFL journeyman cycle or transaction cycle. It's a tough, unsentimental business. I mean, the guy gets COVID, has issues with it, and then as soon as the Jags can cut him, bye-bye. See ya. I hope he's healthy now. I hope he goes to New York and gets a spot, because as far as I know, he's like the only NFL player that really, really struggled with COVID.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other moves includes the Patriots signing quarterback Brian Hoyer again. Giants signing former wide receiver Kelvin Benjamin to play tight end. Bengals signing slot wide receiver and punt returner Taywan Taylor. And the Washington football team giving Morgan Moses permission to seek a trade.
It's interesting that the Patriots signed Hoyer. I mean, you would think that they're just going to move on from Jarrett Stidham, that would mean, and that they want to have 3 quarterbacks. It's almost like if Cam gets hurt and Mac Jones isn't ready, they want a guy in Hoyer. Or if Cam gets hurt and Mac Jones is the starter, they want a viable backup in Hoyer. But they have signed him I'm sure one of the Patriots beat writers put it out, but they've signed him like 5 times. It's unbelievable how many times they've signed Brian Hoyer. Kelvin Benjamin certainly has the size. I mean, he is a big dude. Now, people say, well, who's he going to block? I got news for you. They're not going to ask him to block. And a lot of these tight ends hardly ever block. He's just going to be able to line up, attach the line of scrimmage, or split out. And he's big enough he can get people's way, but they want him to run routes against safeties and use his size. We'll see if that works out. The Bengals evidently needed a slot guy and really a punt returner. And Morgan Moses, yeah, Bri, that's interesting to me because he started like every game the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, he has been a stalwart for them up front. So for them to give him permission to seek a trade, they clearly want to move on after some of the other moves that they've made, including, they go out and they draft Cosme, they sign Charles Leno. So I just don't think they want to pay Moses what he's due to make. I'm not sure somebody else will either. Seems to me like sort of like the Bears tackles or some of these other guys that Moses probably will end up getting cut. Speaking of getting cut, do not miss out on this chance to download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ross when you sign up to hammer the over. For every 1,500 people that bet the over in the featured professional basketball game, the line will decrease by 1 point. If you're paying attention, Google it, go on the DraftKings Sportsbook app, see how low the total is now. Like, it's free money if you hammer the over now. Free money. That's promo code Ross, limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Speaking of DraftKings, they're launching, Bri, their best ball platform really soon. I think this week or next week, you can start to play best ball on the DraftKings app. So Joe Dole and I are going to give you some advice on especially the rookies, but some of these unique quarterback situations as well on today's Fantasy Feast podcast. Please, please, please subscribe if you haven't already, however you listen to podcasts, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I always like to give some of our listeners that have businesses shout outs because they are patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not.
Well, here we go again. It's great to be with you, Dream Streamers, with Matt LaMarca. I am Adam Kaufman. It's been I imagine a LaMarca marathon, has it not, my friend? What have you been up to?
We're in the middle of a LaMarca marathon. This is number 2 of 3.
Instead of the late classic, it is the LaMarca classic. Really is what it is. The 6, 8, and 10. It's all you, baby. Although at least you, is this? I'm looking at this. Is this like a? It's like a half cough sandwich or something like that, because I'm right. I'm the slab of meat in the middle of a couple of Rossi buns. Right.
That's right.
Right.
That's right where you want to be too, big fella.
That's right. It's terrific. We got the Texans and the Falcons. So, what's your lineup looking like?
So, full disclosure, I missed the deadline.
Guy.
I had the lineup built, and when I clicked submit, it said, sorry, contest is already closed. So I can tell you what
it was. Yeah, sure. What the heck?
It was Will Fuller.
Did you screenshot it the way that BK typically does when that happens to him?
I did not screenshot it because
Okay.
Why would I lie about this? I went with Will Fuller at captain, Deshaun, Duke Johnson, Calvin Ridley, and I can't remember the rest.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
Good.
Now I know why he screenshots it.
Yeah, exactly. Why would I lie about this? So I have Brandon Cooks, Captain Cooks, in that top slot, looking for the old 1.5.
Did I say
times
him
points.
because he was in there?
I wasn't listening. I have Deshaun Watson, Julio Jones, Todd Gurley, a couple of few really pricey plays who tend to return good points for their dollar. Randall Cobb, which is a play that I feel very poorly about. I'm fully prepared for him to get the goose egg or like 2 points or something like that. But he's in about 30% of lineups in our smaller contest, the prime time. The last night's Madden After Dark was wild. Free roll. And then also have Younghoe Koo. Decide to roster a kicker in honor of Rossi being so busy today with 4 sims. Yeah, I'll slide a kicker in there. Younghoe Koo. Flag on the play. Just like that. A hold on the very first play against Jordan Akins. Not great.
Not good, Bob.
Not good. Good to have everybody here with us, though. That is for sure. Just taking a little look-see in the chat. See what the people got going on. So Edo Herzberg, talking about his NBA Classic for the late Classic. Talking about you as well. Says that you are the consummate professional. Says hopefully he can keep the cough woman, clever, focused on Sims and sports, not talking about children,
Right.
DVDs, or movies.
You completely cleaned up what he said. What he said was I was actually a professional, but not at fantasy basketball.
Oh,
right. And that
honestly, it was a little
praised,
hard to decipher.
Right. I praised Randall and Embiid today, and as soon as I did that, he faded them. So congratulations.
Well, it's working out for you, fading Randall right now, because I have him
And
in
Embiid,
my...
it worked. 100% it worked. I'm not arguing those. But it's not like there has been a ton of guys that have really gone off. So
Well,
I take my L's, people. I have no problem taking L's.
I didn't pay much attention, admittedly, to the first 2 games of the day. There was a lot of activity around here, chasing Glash off the porch. The guy, he comes over from Madden After Dark. He thinks he's moving in. So I had to, deal with trying to victing Glash. So that ate up a chunk of the day. But beyond that, I couldn't get myself together early enough. I know it wasn't early, but early enough to really dive into today's NBA slate for the 1 o'clock games. I threw it about 15 minutes before the late Classic locked, the little 2-gamer at 7 o'clock. I decided to throw in a lineup just to have something to follow tonight. Maybe
Okay.
I'll do a showdown a little bit later on as well for the next game, but not nearly as heavily a focused NBA day as I typically have. I know the Lakers lost and the Suns won. That much I know.
Yep.
So that's nice. That's good.
Would you like to know some other things that happened today?
You can tell me whatever you want. Yeah,
Phil
educate me.
Mickelson became the oldest golfer in history to win a major championship.
So I didn't see a second of it, but I did get that push notification. So I was at least aware of that. Good for Lefty.
He
50
played
years young, is he
well
not?
today. I think he shot one over for the day, but literally
73
everybody
today.
around him just imploded. Koepka, implosion.
Yeah.
Louis Oosthuizen, implosion. It ended up being a pretty comfortable victory. Like, he had 3 putts from 15 feet to win the tournament.
Good for him.
On the last green. So,
Well,
we also had the 76ers taking care of business earlier today
Wizards,
against
yeah.
the Zards.
I mean, no surprise. Other than our guy Cobra K, Tate Knox, who's not obviously working this sim, we are graced by Jared's presence, keeping all the manual scoring in check for the people. Tate's a big Wizards guy, and we were doing some predictions the other day. Tate was all about Wiz in 4, but that was just him trying to put a smile on his face. I don't think any part of him believed that would happen. So, not surprised Sixers took game 1.
No. I mean, I think I've been saying that them or the Nets are my 2 most likely sweep candidates, especially now that Donovan Mitchell is not going to play tonight.
I did see that.
Another
to that
big
end,
development. So
Owen here in the chat is asking, Koff, Lamarca, who should I captain in the Utah-Memphis game? So I haven't really looked at it yet. I was going to dive into it.
Is that a fake punt, by the way?
Yeah, we got a fake punt. How about that? I like it. Aggressive AI on the part of, I guess it would be virtual Bill O'Brien still? Is that that would be the case here in this game for Houston?
Billy O.B. The
Sean
punter
Watson
showing off
locked
a
in early.
beautiful little touch pass.
And yes, we see you guys in the chat.
We did miss it.
We did miss it.
Kaufman completely missed it.
I was looking at
Kaufman's still in a haze from getting to spend a lovely evening with Clash.
just in
He's
total
just got that. He's got
disbelief that it happened. Deshaun Watson with a rushing touchdown, by the way. We didn't miss that. Kareem says egomaniacs won't talk fake punt. That's not.
There's
it,
only
Kareem.
one egomaniac in this booth.
Yeah. Also, it's not a refusal. Like we're too good for it. We just missed it.
I like how you just completely were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Well,
I
look,
assume we're talking about the same person.
Between the two of us, I'm not gonna fight you over the like no way, you got the wrong guy. The people know. The people know that between the two of us, yeah, I'm gonna be called the egomaniac. I get it. I'm not gonna hide from it. It's not that I'm an egomaniac. I'm just really great at doing these. Especially when I miss fake punts. 7-0 Houston, halfway through the opening quarter. Joe, what up, DK Sim fam? Koff, my guy. What's up, Joe? I'll always have Joe. You didn't answer Owen, though. Who's your Utah-Memphis captain pick tonight?
Yeah, so the Mitchell being out of the lineup definitely changes the dynamic of that game. I would imagine most of the Utah guys are priced down, given that he was expected to play. So I think you can definitely look at somebody like Mike Conley in the captain spot. If you want to go over to the Memphis side, Kyle Anderson makes sense. Jaren Jackson Jr., I think, is a nice bounce back play. I would avoid, this doesn't feel like a slate to me where you need to go with like Ja at captain or Valanciunas at captain. Like, I don't see one of those guys having like a monster game. that you're going to want to pay up all that salary to have them at the top. What do you think about that?
You didn't mention Gobert, did you?
I didn't say Gobert. He's fine.
I mean, he's logical. I'm not saying he's obvious. He's just right there with Conley. Did you say Clarkson?
Nope.
You didn't say Ingles, right?
All right, we got the whole game covered, guys.
No. I mean, I'm serious.
Play one of the guys that plays for either the Grizzlies or the Jazz.
No, but the
and you're in great shape.
No, but the reason I say that, the reason I asked it that way, was because I think just me looking at it, and I haven't made a lineup for this yet. I'll do it after the sim, and maybe I'll throw out a little last minute NBA for the people. I think I'm more inclined to captain a Jazz player than a Memphis player. That's why I asked it the way that I asked it.
Agreed. And I would have Conley 1, Ingles 2, and then Gobert 3. That would be my order, how I would rank them.
Okay. Obi-Wan, everybody hates Krusty, most hated in Simland.
No, that's not true.
It's definitely not true. That's Kenny.
I love all my coworkers equally. They're all my favorite child.
That's not true. But it doesn't have to be true. Nobody expects you to like everybody the same. That's not how the world works.
That's not.
You just said I love all my coworkers equally.
It's 100% true. Does that hurt your feelings?
No. Like, I don't. The other way. I don't expect you to like all your coworkers equally, and I don't expect to be your favorite. So it doesn't hurt my feelings.
All the same.
Producer Drew, because we have the Drew stack. Producer Drew says Lamarck is my favorite. I wouldn't even accuse him of just saying that because you're here. I would believe that.
Well, it's because I'm willing to work 3 sims on a Sunday and
That's
2
true.
on a Saturday.
You make the puzzle master's life easier.
Yeah. You prima donnas are like, oh, I'll work 1 game during the weekend.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You want to send me off my rocker with anything today? It would be that. You prima donnas. Everyone knows who hasn't worked today versus who has. And it's the same 2 out of the 3 that typically don't work on the weekend. Or at least, like one definitely doesn't work on the weekend. The other one will work 1 day on the weekend. And you got me both days, and you know it. Get out of here with that nonsense.
I just like
7-0 Houston, final minute opening quarter. Hey, Bruins up 1-0.
Every member of the Sim fam is also, I love you guys all equally as well, except for a few of you, and you know who you are.
And you know who you are.
In both directions. Rossi's Fat Cat says, wow, prima donnas. Which host doesn't do double OTs? That is true. It's in my contract, though. You have to talk to my agent about that.
Daniel says, who cares who likes you? Get that gouda. Get that money. Incomplete. Deshaun 53 passing. Almost through 1. Got the Drew stack, Jared. Rossi will be coming on back from Madden After Dark. Maybe I'll tune in a little bit while you guys are doing your thing while I'm working on a little other work. Must be says, I'm not sure Emerson works anywhere.
Hey, Emerson has many irons in the fire. He's working on becoming a member of the PGA Tour.
Sure.
Possibly a part-time kicker.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He's a dog dad to 2 pooches.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a sugar mama.
Who's Instagram famous, he tells us.
An Emmy-winning producer.
That part is true, yes. Of all the things that we talked about, that part is true. Well,
That's
no, he also
true.
has 2 dogs. Watson 53 passing, 26 for anger. Anger getting 26 passing yards off that fake punt. 9 for Matt Ryan, who's 1 for 1 through one quarter. That's it. Hunter says, did Glash end up staying the night, Koff? I mean, we cuddled and we talked about the Sim Fam.
Are you kidding me? Koff's definitely got like 8 spare bedrooms in the compound. He might even have a spare residence. You have a guest house?
I offered to let him stay. I said if just you can that bedroom, there's like that. You got that bath. We're up in the kitchen at one point, obviously pre-sim, and he says to me, he's like, "Hey, where's the bathroom?" I said, "Which one?" You go that way. There's one. You go this way. There's one. 7 doors down on the left. There's another one. There's many options for you. Obviously, Deshaun Watson, 14 on the ground. He is your leading rusher right now, and we'll look at the receiving yards as well. Drew says the pool house isn't open yet, but before Memorial Day, that becomes available to the people. Come rent it. Cobb 2 for 19, so punt play working out so far. 2 for 13 for Fells, and Thomas.
That's the guy who caught the fake punt.
Yeah,
Michael Thomas, the imposter.
We really had we did have a lot of fun though, and I know you were in the chat for a little while as well. Hopefully the people enjoyed it.
I mean, you guys didn't focus on the game like at all.
But you know what? No one cared. Yeah, Glash and I had a really good time. I think Rossi and the Drews, Jared, I think everybody did as well. But Glash and I in particular, I mean, you probably weren't around. We did a little post game Papa Shot competition. The two of us
definitely was not there at that point.
Yeah, that was that's the one part of the sim that earlier today I went back and rewatched just because I wanted to see I wanted to hear Rossi's commentary on top of our Papa Shot game, just for a little chuckle. It's a good time. Good time. Maybe we'll do it again at some point. Maybe we can get maybe the next like bar that we raise there is that we get a whole bunch of us together to do a sim in person somewhere.
I will tell you right now, I'm coming to the compound at some point, and the last thing we are doing,
doors open, fella,
sim.
is a sim.
Is a sim.
I'm coming over, and we're hanging out, and we're sure as heck not working.
Damn right. I'm not traveling to work.
Yeah, I get that. Well, you tell me when you want to make a little trip to the Commonwealth, and from the island.
Would it be weird to fly there? Here's the dilemma that I have: is I have a travel credit that I need to use before the end of the year.
Okay.
And I don't know what to do with it. So
well, what is your? I assume. Well, I guess I don't know. Is your travel credit up to a certain number of dollars, or is it a voucher that you can go anywhere in the country?
No, it's a certain number of dollars.
Okay. Because if it was one of those I can go anywhere in the country,
I wouldn't. I would just fly somewhere really cool just for fun.
Vegas or
and then
California or something.
Well, so that's the thing. I am going to Vegas, but I've already booked those tickets.
Okay.
And I still have significant
funds available.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. And this is just my I don't know geographically speaking. You living on Long Island would when you're flying, you don't go all the way into the city, right? Do you have to go out of a
No, I do.
Oh, so you got to go out of JFK or LaGuardia.
There are smaller airports on Long Island. There's one in Farmingdale, which is very close to me, or in that vicinity. But they do not do nearly as many flights. So JFK and LaGuardia, which are the two major, metropolitan airports, they're less than an hour from my house. So most of the time I'll just train or take a car or something.
Still reasonably convenient.
Yeah.
Rossi's Fat Cat has you pegged, by the way. He says, better take a head count of those DVDs now, Koff, because a few may go missing and get traded for cards.
I'm taking those dolls, if anything.
Take some dolls. Do I have any Mets dolls? I got a Mike Piazza Mets doll that maybe goes missing when LaMarca comes to visit.
He says I'm not wearing prison stripes for nothing.
Will you come wearing your best Lamarcus? That's what I want to know. Still 7.
I'll bring a
Houston.
pair.
Yeah, there you go. I would say, again, not knowing the value of your voucher, it's a very easy.
It's got to be like a 30-minute flight.
So yeah, I mean, to me, like I've never done it. I've always driven or taken the bus or taken the train. I've never flown New York, Mass, because it's just like you spend more time at the airport than you do on the plane.
Right.
Right. It's just a total waste of time to me. If I were you, I mean, it's like a 3.5 hour Acela ride. Like, it's a very easy trip
On the train. Interesting.
Yeah.
I've driven around, and I've driven east of my house and then taken the ferry across.
Gotcha.
But I've never taken the train, and obviously I've never flown.
Well, I'd love to have you out here, and you bet you got somewhere to stay, my friend. Don't feel like you need.
I'm making the rounds.
Don't feel like you need to like start to bug all other members of the Sim fam. You are welcome to stay.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. But yeah, I wanna see the DraftKings office. I want to see the Koff compound.
Sure.
I want to play some golf with Emerson and see if he really is piping the ball 320 down the center of the fairway.
Seems unlikely, but you should experience it for sure.
I would love to get to Fenway Park. I've never been to a game at Fenway Park, believe it or not.
So we'll have to look at the schedule. Are you trying to time that around a certain matchup that you'd like to see?
No, I wouldn't care, per
Okay.
se. I mean, it would be fun to go boo the Yankees or something, but I could care less really who's playing.
Yeah.
And that's about it. That's really the only things I have on my bucket list.
I'd like to see a whole bunch of members of the crew as well that are local. That like it really wouldn't take much effort at all for those of us that are here. We just, I mean, now life is kind of getting back to normal and things are opening up. Obviously, it'd be nice to plan a little something. See producer Drew outside of a Slack channel and his voice in a Zoom call. Guy never even turns on his camera.
Okay,
Sure.
Jared's coming in September.
All right. There we see. Want to meet Jared. I wouldn't know Jared if I passed him on the street right now. Touchdown! Who did? Oh, yeah. Who's got
Hunter
Hurst,
Hurst.
baby? Who's got Hurst?
Hayden Hurst. Hunter Hurst is half of Hunter Hurst Helmsley, a.k.a. Triple H.
Is that right?
I got Rossi on the brain. Hawk says that your kids are going to have to wake you up crying after I eat all the cereal in the middle of the night.
No, that would be Emerson. That would be my favorite.
Yeah,
for him.
joke's on
He
you,
eat all the
Hawk.
Cereal.
I've already established that I don't really like cereal.
What is
And the
your
cereals that I do like are the boring ones, like Raisin Bran.
I'm assuming you must have a go-to snack.
I like salty things. Cheez-Its, pretzels.
Saltines.
Just a cracker? No.
Yeah, well,
I'm not just sitting down and eating a saltine cracker.
a Cheez-It is basically a cracker. What's the difference?
The cheese.
Eh.
What are you talking about?
Drew says, no, that's a cough snack if I've ever. I'm not even saying that I eat salt. I have nothing against saltines. I don't regularly snack on saltines, but I threw them out because you said something salty, something that's.
And it's got salt in the name, so you're
Yeah,
like, oh,
it was just right immediately where my head went.
I'm not saying that I haven't had saltines, but normally it's like you slice up a little cheese, a little pepperoni, make a little sandwich.
Although
type of-
Glash, we're doing a sim together yesterday. Like we actually did do a sim together yesterday before he came over. Part of his 3 for marathon that he had. He's interrogating me on my soda consumption, which is not egregious compared to some, and is way more than others. Just depends on how you look at it. I have a can a day. That is my soda consumption. And I mean, if I didn't limit it, I'd happily have 3 or 4. I happen to enjoy soda. He's like, yeah, I never drink soda. It's got to be a real like kind of like maybe like late at night, I'm driving through the McDonald's drive-through or something. It's like one of those nights, or after a night out, like, yeah, maybe I'll have a soda. Whatever. Like, never drink soda. And then he's over last night. What's he do? Grabs the soda out of the fridge. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm getting a little tired of a little caffeine to stay awake for the drive home. All right. This guy.
All right. Yeah, it was a special occasion.
Special occasion. Soda on big days.
Now, in the Kaufman household, are you allowed to have like a soda with dinner? Or is it?
I understand the question. Do I report to someone? Am I allowed to have a soda with dinner? Have a soda whatever the heck I want. What are you talking about?
Clues. Pick up the context clues. In the Kaufman household.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm assuming that there are other people there.
Yeah. Well, the kid.
Is it milk with dinner? Water?
Well,
with
I mean,
dinner,
here.
with
Let me.
dinner?
If this is what you're driving at for your context clues, I'll spit it out. I will have a soda whenever I want. My wife will have a soda whenever she wants, and the kids don't drink any soda. Period.
Because they don't like it, or they're not allowed.
No, they're too young. In my mind, they're too young to get them hooked on that train.
Interesting.
So they are, water, Gatorade, chocolate milk, stuff like that. True says they're gonna have a blast when they're teenagers. So much Mountain Dew.
That was the rule in the Lamarca household. It was milk with meals.
Milk with meals.
Or water, I suppose, but I was much more of a milk. Like, I love water, but to me, milk goes better with food. Does that make sense? Are you following that?
I follow that. See, I follow it in what you're saying. I understand. I don't drink milk. I'm not a milk guy. I never have been. So I can't relate to it, but I follow what you're saying.
Okay.
My wife really doesn't drink. She'll have, milk in her cereal, but she isn't a milk drinker either. Really, neither are. So all the kids, when they were really young, obviously progressing from being really young into 2, 3, 4, whatever years old, milk is really all they drink. Or but now that the older boys are 6 and 8, they'll again milk in their cereal. They don't drink milk ever. They just don't, unless it's chocolate milk. They don't have your regular, just out of the carton white milk. It's not their preference.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, do you buy weird milk?
No. I don't know. What's a weird? I don't think.
2%?
What's a weird milk?
Almond milk?
No.
Soy milk?
No.
And by weird, I just mean different. I know that those things are very popular now.
No, we get so for the youngest, especially when he was younger, whole milk. Because it's more nutritional.
Okay.
Nutritional value in there. But as the older boys, when they might have it, let's say, or to mix with some Nestle whatever to make a little chocolate milk, they excuse me 2%. 2%
Okay.
milk.
Little twoper.
Yeah, a little twoper.
Yeah, a little toop.
Yeah.
So Hunter says, Lamarca, it depends on what food. No one wants a steak and milk. I will crush anything with a milk. Anything. Sometimes I'll eat pizza with milk, and my sisters think that's the most disgusting thing they've ever seen.
Sounds gross, but I mean,
I don't understand why though. Why is that weird?
Would you go to a fancy steakhouse and be like, "Yeah, I'd like a..."
No, but I wouldn't order milk at a restaurant
with milk, please.
That's just more because I would feel embarrassed to order milk at a restaurant.
Drew backs you up on this. Says, "Yeah, man, when you grew up drinking milk for dinner every night, you can drink milk with anything."
Thank you, Drew. More reason why me and Drew are Sim soulmates.
Your finest milkshake, sir.
What kind of milk would you pair with this? Can you recommend a vintage? Oh, we got in a wonderful 1% just the other day. You have to try. It's dry. It's a little smoky finish. You are going to love this milk.
We have a wonderful 1%. Wisconsin
Guys,
Fresh
can I
2%
start you with
tonight.
yeah, round of milks for the tables? Get you guys started, or what?
The touchdown, 32-yarder Russell Gage. Round of milks to get you guys started. All right, let me just bring those out. I'll come back when you're ready to order. Oh, gosh. My dude Meager in the chat says, this combo about milk's gone on a while.
And that was about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's true. Is tap milk okay for the table?
Right, you guys want flat or sparkling milk tonight?
We also have a special. It's do-it-yourself milk. The cow is in back.
Yeah.
It's a little extra effort, but it's much cheaper.
I think we've officially milked this topic for all.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
Literal farm to table.
Nailed it. Anywho, 14-7 is the
Bubbles says a big glass of milk at night before you sleep are definitely the best when you wake up in the middle of the night as well. I don't often wake up in the middle of the night
same
craving a drink. Like, you know, maybe I'll roll over or whatever and go back to sleep, or, you know, because I'm getting old now, I'll get up to go to the bathroom and then go back to bed. But I don't usually wake up like, oh my God, I'm thirsty. I will say it's happened. It has happened, but it's very rare. And when it does, it's not milk that I crave.
Oh, I thought you were just saying you don't wake up very often in the middle of the night, which I never do. Very rarely. I mean, occasionally to to water the flowers.
There it is. Yeah.
But that's it.
Yeah.
Do that right back to
bed. Have
bed.
to go to the bathroom. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You don't have to blush. That's normal. It's human nature. Sometimes you got to get up. You got to go to the bathroom. As you get older, I got news for you.
As you get older, for sure. No doubt.
You might need to get up 3 times. Lamarcus, sometimes I'll go to the bathroom, get into bed, and about 3 minutes later, get up to go to the bathroom. Turns out I wasn't ready for bed yet.
Oh, man.
Rossi's Fat Cat. We could talk whole milk the whole sim.
Yeah, this is an all-time favorite for Rossi's Fat Cat.
Must be says if you wear pants to bed, Cobb, you definitely toss and turn.
Oh, up top.
Hello.
Willie Fuller.
Touchdown.
That's good for my lineup that didn't get submitted in time.
Yeah, for sure. 59-yarder. I am doing terribly in this contest. Who's in front? Let's see. Beltway Boy 74. Leading the pack currently. I'm still kind of thinking about the was it
Thinking about the
Obi-Wan?
milk?
No, I'm going back to before the milk conversation, the egomaniac conversation.
Oh boy.
Like, if ever,
that right there should tell you everything you need to know. But go
well,
ahead.
I was gonna say, if ever there were like a great example to prove that point, just think about Madden After Dark last night. Like the idea of like Glash and I doing a sim together in person, or him contributing because he wasn't technically on the schedule, so heaven forbid he invoiced for that. You know, us being together in person, working in part a sim together. The like us being like, well, this is going to be a big deal. Sim, this is a lot of, you know, people are going to go crazy for this. This is going to be now egomaniac central right there.
I'll tell you right now, if he does get paid for that sim, the producers need to be aware, because I'm coming kamikaze in on every stream from now on. You are never gonna. I'm just gonna wait until I see Zoom open in the chat. I'm gonna hop in. I'm gonna bum rush the stream, get my face on camera, and then hop right out.
You guys, you got any room in the Zoom? I'm coming in. Drew says can't set the precedent. Glash is out of luck. Listen, Glash did not for one moment. It never came up. He never, and he's the type that if it were on his mind, he'd ask the question. He never said, "You think I get paid for this?"
Yeah, I mean,
never happened.
He was visiting you when you did this together. It was an activity. You know, normal friends might.
He was happy to let me buy him a burger, though.
Right there, that's a good payment. Oh,
Fumble.
you got a fumble. Big man with the ball. Big
Oh,
man
you
with the
gotta
ball.
love a fat guy touchdown. Hello.
Oh, dancing with JJ.
And with that, the Texans on top. A lot of offense. Even if it comes from the defense. 21-14 as we near halftime.
Mike Bizzle says, coming in to give my like. Sorry, not staying long. Back to the Knicks. Well, we appreciate you popping in while you could.
Totally get it.
Texans just 5% owned.
Bruins up 2-0.
I'm sorry, what do they play?
The same sport as the Islanders.
Don't care, but don't know who they are either.
Bergeron. Hunta says, I got the Texans D. Let's go.
Oh, boy. Another dangerous throw there. Come on, Matty Ice.
Well, Drew's our producer. Another Drew is our technical director. They are not the same person, contrary to what you may think. Jared and Game Ops. Drew, the producer, that is. What would be a fun activity that we could get many of us commentators together for this summer? Whether it's sim related or otherwise, what could we do?
Putt
would be great. Rossi, I think, suggested that. A little wiffle ball. That's the great equalizer.
Drew says water polo.
Again, pool's not open yet. But after Memorial Day.
I say we just, anybody who doesn't come, we TP their house. That's the move. So we say we're doing something, right? Obviously there will be a few people that can't be there.
Yeah.
And when those people can't come,
should there be a real plan, like a true invitational? Like, all right, everyone who's available, get into town. Now, like, we're not going to see Moose. BK probably won't fly in from Denver. You know, those of you like you and Ducey in New York, more realistic, obviously. You know,
I'm coming.
Yeah, Tom Carroll, maybe. I know he's in the Lou, but he's got family in Rhode Island, so it's possible he'd come in. Christian, same deal. You know, he's in Wisconsin, but from Rhode Island, maybe he'd come in.
Softball game would be fun. I mean, we don't
would
have
be
enough
fun.
people for a softball game, but we could do like a home run derby.
Yeah.
Softball home run derby. Bad Boys of Pop says Trivia Hub. I would love that. We don't necessarily even need to be in the same place for that, though. But
who to you are the most likely of the locals, the local, greater Boston area people? Who are the most likely of the locals to you to say they're going to be there, but ultimately not show up?
Emerson.
Yeah, that's number one, right?
I mean, he's a man with a lot of things. He's got to go to farmers markets.
He's got those dogs.
Those dogs probably get about 7 walks a day. Obviously, we can't interfere with his Peloton workout. So, he's got a lot of stuff going on.
He's got a busy Saturday. I'm going to go to Home Depot.
Maybe Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know. I don't know if we'll have enough time.
I don't know if we'll have enough time.
Matt Gainey says, so y'all not going to cover the miss kicked before half? Guess not.
Guess not. Amazing. All right, Ryan, 193. Nice bounce back for him after a lousy first quarter. 133 for Watson. Couple touchdowns for Ryan to the 1 for Deshaun. Of course, he still got that fake bunt from earlier. Anger coming in with 26. On the ground, 32 for Gurley, who was popular today. He is your leading rusher. 17 for Watson, which means the Johnsons have combined for 9 yards on the ground. That's it. Johnson and Johnson. This is ineffective, this particular Johnson and Johnson, unfortunately. For now, we're at the half. We'll find out what is to come. We will look at the receiving numbers for all you folks as well. Oh, Bill says the sumo wrestling tournament. I would love to rent a couple of those fat suits and just absolutely, let's work American Gladiator style. 3 for 64 for Gage, a score. 4 for 48 for Julio. Fuller, 2 for 69. Nice. He's got a touchdown. 57 for Gurley in the air on his 3 catches. And some scattered receptions and yards from there. But those are the big ones to this point. And taking a quick little look-see at our contest, which I am doing dismally in. 130 for me out of the 135. How many people beneath me didn't even set a lineup?
You're still beating me.
Our guy, I'm still ahead of producer Drew. He's right behind me, 131. In front, Justin 3379 is leading this thing with a Gage captained, Watson, Ryan, Hurst, Fuller, and Fairbairn lineup at the moment. Well, the lineup's not going to change, but the leaderboard may.
If we were going to do American Gladiator stuff, easily the number one would be if I could fire the tennis balls at you. You know what I'm talking about?
Maybe we should go paintballing.
That'd be interesting.
But
if I couldn't do that, number 2, I would want to do like the joust. You remember they had like the big Q-tip looking things and they tried to hit each other?
Yeah, you get up on the podium and just...
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I would just dig in that center of gravity.
Nitro, baby.
That was a great show.
It was a lot of fun. I think they
did try to bring it back. It wasn't nearly as good.
Didn't work out.
Yeah, it wasn't as good.
Bummer. Yeah, I remember. I didn't know if that had happened yet, but I remember reading about it way back when.
So Hawk is talking about the Knick fans and how they need to get put in their place. And I will say, this Knicks team is probably a smidge overrated in my opinion. But regardless, it is fantastic to have the Garden back in the playoffs. I had that game on. I watched the first half before this sim started.
Sure.
That place is electric tonight.
What's the capacity now? What are they allowing there?
15,000.
Okay. Out of what? What's normal?
Oh, I don't know what it is full, but it's one of the largest like current crowds. You know, like there aren't teams that are doing more than 15,000 for the most part. So, you know, it was cool seeing Spike on the sidelines stomping around, and the fans were jacked up. So it was it was exciting. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not particularly a Knicks fan. I mean, I root for them. I will say they're my team, but it's not like I'm a diehard. There are much bigger Knicks fans than me. But I was getting into it, just watching, and the atmosphere and the energy on TV. It was great to see.
Well, maybe you can. Obviously, you're more of a Knicks fan than I am. Maybe you can weigh in on this after the Calvin Ridley catch right there. So it's funny you bring it up. All of 10 minutes ago, I was looking at my text messages. A friend of mine who is he's a casual basketball fan. If he had to, express loyalty to anybody, it would be the Celtics. But he's not a diehard NBA fan in general. But he's water cooler. Keeps up with what's going on just so he can be in the conversation.
Sure.
And he sends me a text, says, "It's crazy how much more people care about the Knicks than the Nets. It's sad, but so enjoyable for that mega team." Is it true, despite the just exorbitant amount of talent that the Nets have compared to the Knicks, that so many more people are just on that Knicks train than the Nets train right now?
100%. I mean, I'm sure Knicks fans aren't, at least rational Knicks fans, are going to tell you that the Nets are better, but the Nets would have to have a sustained run of dominance to like seriously make headway and take over the New York basketball market. Like the Knicks have just been too entrenched for too long.
So was this a miss? Obviously, like Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant could have gone to the Knicks. They chose the Nets, but both teams were going after both of them. Was this a miss on their part to pass on that opportunity to put New York, real New York, not Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Nets?
I don't think they care. I don't think that the modern NBA player cares about that so much.
Yeah.
I just think that they like.
I mean, you can. It's just that's if you're great in Brooklyn, if you win a championship or multiple in Brooklyn, it doesn't nearly do for your legacy what winning for the Knicks does.
Yes, but also remember that they didn't have Harden when they first came there. So they had to look at the surrounding core and say, which one of these places is going to give us a better chance to A, win, or B, trade for another superstar. And the Knicks, when these two guys signed 2 years ago, they did not have Quickly. We didn't know Randall was going to be this good. Julius
was Randall.
Sorry, RJ Barrett wasn't great. But Brooklyn had Karis LeVert, they had Spencer Dinwiddie, they had Jared Allen. So like Brooklyn had a lot of interesting young guys.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Brooklyn's core was that much better than the Knicks core. I agree that it was.
I think you're mistaken.
Could be.
I mean, Brooklyn was a borderline playoff team before those guys got there.
It's true, but that was in large part because of D'Angelo Russell, who was then gone with their arrival.
Yes, but again, remember they haven't had Spencer Dinwiddie like at all this season.
True.
Spencer Dinwiddie is a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Allen, very good player. Karis LeVert, very good player.
True.
And they spun those two guys into James Harden. So, front office factor, Drew says, Atkinson. I think you're underrating the talent situation that the Nets had going on and probably overrating what the Knicks had going on.
Absolutely a better organization.
At the time, the Knicks were considered. At the time, the Knicks were considered like the worst franchise in the league, bar none.
That's fair. I mean, everyone's still talking about Karis LeVert. I realize, we're talking about the past, so the past is relevant. But Karis LeVert is gone. I mean, that is...
Right, but they used him to get James Harden.
It's true.
Right? I would say that's a pretty good use of that chip.
Yeah.
I know that as a Celtics fan, you're not used to seeing your team take these assets and actually cash them in.
Actually spin them off to get things.
But that's how you're supposed to do it.
We just let them expire?
Right, exactly.
4th and goal from the 5. Good. Field goal is good. A shorty. Kyle says, Adam, can we bring in Glash for Madden After Dark? I'm not doing Madden After Dark tonight, Kyle, but neither's Glash.
Yeah, I think that was a one night only special. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say it'll never happen again, but
it's not going to be a regular thing.
It's certainly not gonna be regular. It'll be me and Rossi at 10, and my goal is to make that a weird sim.
Listen, last night served 2 purposes. One, chief among them. Let's have some fun. Let's do something a little different. Let's have some fun. So yeah, it's not going to happen all the time. But then the other little side plot there, equally relevant. The other, purpose or master it served there was, if I'm gonna hype up a sim, genuinely hype up, like, don't miss this, it's gonna be something, there actually is going to be something going on. Because I don't do that all the time. I do that almost never. I did that last night. So if I'm going to do it for, if you hear me,
some would say you still didn't need to do it, by the way.
That I didn't need to do it?
Yeah. Some would say that you hopping in while I was working at 6 p.m. and just completely hijacking.
I hijacked nothing. I put something in the chat. That's it.
Yeah. You came in and said, must see sim 10 o'clock. Don't miss it. Be there or be square. These losers stink.
I definitely didn't do any.
And then all the chat wanted to talk about was, ooh, what's going on at 10? You straight up came in, you peed on my stream, and you exited.
I mean, usually that is a stream. One doesn't pee on a stream.
You streamed on my stream, and you left.
Streamed on my stream. I wanted people to be there. So I wanted to alert them that there was a thing happening. I didn't want just, let's just, the people who are there, good for them. And if they're not, they're not. I wanted the people to know. I advertise it a little bit.
I'm just joking. It was completely funny.
Also, when I hopped in the chat and did that, you read it, and then you went back to your conversation and more or less ignored it, which is fine. You didn't owe me or the chat anything about that conversation.
Actually, I did dive into it because I said, Rossi, do you know what the heck is going on? And he said no. The production staff said no. So we're like, okay, Koff's going rogue, and we don't know what's going on. So we were all, I'm trying to say this properly. You adequately titillated all of the DraftKings staff who were curious to see what you had cooked up.
Good. Glad that worked out. Clem? Sure. I mean, who hasn't? 21-17, final minute of this third quarter. DFS Queenie, nice.
No, I was laughing at Bubbles. Bubbles with the classic Jerry Maguire line.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a Jerry Maguire reference. Second 11. John takes off and good enough for a first. From the 45 to the other 44. Richard, thanks. Very kind. Damon, that's life.
That's life.
But speaking of fun things on the Dream Stream, and I hope that you have been able to spend adequate time on this today. We got our Madden season, the new Madden season that is beginning tomorrow. Tomorrow, the brand new Madden season here on the Dream Stream, where we are simming the entire 2021 actual schedule.
That's true.
The rosters are as they are used to. There are no roster updates. However, over the next, we did the math, I don't know, 5, 6, almost 7 weeks, whatever exactly it is, you will have streams and sims that follow the 2021 NFL calendar. So you can see over the course of a year, albeit with, obviously outdated
with
rosters.
last year's roster.
Yeah, how your team would do with that schedule. And we will find out. It'll be fun. We'll keep standings. There's certainly a free-to-play pool available to you on the DraftKings Sportsbook. $5,000 prize pool. Jump in.
Certainly fun,
get involved,
right? Certainly, we're going to be doing The Sims anyway. Why not this angle? I think it's a cool way to approach it.
Mm-hmm.
Free play pool as well, right?
Yeah.
Who doesn't love a free play pool for $5K?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And if anyone is wondering who will be working tomorrow, it's a Monday nooner. So you will have Cowboys and Bucks with Emerson and Christian and Tara Lynn. Seahawks Colts at 2, Kenny and Christian. Jaguars and Texans at 4, Rossi and Kenny. Glash and Rossi for Eagles Falcons at 6. You have the Chargers in Washington. I will be with Glash. Wow, I'm with Glash. I didn't even realize that. Glash and I together again. How about that? This is becoming more of a normal occurrence.
Reminisce.
We will not be in the same place for that one, though. I will tell you that. And then 10 o'clock, it'll be Moose and CDA coming back at you.
Drew says you're literally the only 2 people available.
I don't even understand how that's possible. I'm not doubting him. Like I know I just.
Well, I don't work Mondays.
How is nobody else around for an 8 o'clock sim? It's not like it's a weird time.
You know what, Drew? I'm sorry. I do have the availability for that sim, but I don't want to work it, so I didn't put the X in the calendar. That's why I'm not listed as available.
Drew says that's how it works. You're around, you're not around.
On Mondays, I do my 8-hour news desk shift.
Oof.
10 to 6, and then I completely shut the batteries down.
Dead.
Dunzo.
Shuts it down dead.
Maybe I'll do a little bit of eBay browsing. Maybe I'll play a little MLB The Show.
Ooh.
Maybe I'll watch the Mets. I want some. It's my one special night a week, Kaufman.
Mondays.
I know that's a weird day to have a special day.
Mondays with Matt.
But it's my day. He was my butler.
LaMarca Mondays. Drew says, I'm like Sim Santa. I like giving out Sims. Not a Sim police officer. Don't want to enforce Sim law. Cowboys Bucks to kick off the day tomorrow and, of course, the 2021 season. Good time. First and goal from the 6. Texans up 4, looking for more.
Ooh,
over the top with a pass and a touchdown.
Cooks,
first of the day. With a nice little bow and arrow celebration for none other than Captain Cooks.
Hook Corleone, of course, says Marxist Monday. His new thing is that I'm a Marxist. And I've decided, I was initially a little turned off by it, but I've decided that I'm going to embrace it.
Someone whose YouTube name I will not read, but Glash would, rest assured, Says, Cough, you look like Ferris Bueller.
I don't think even Glash would read that one.
You don't think? I guarantee
No,
it.
it's not clever enough.
Rich says, Cough, what's the story with the tent they've been talking about all day? I have no idea. What tent story? Have you been part of that? Did that come up on the last sim?
A tent story?
I guess.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Me either. I'm gonna need more details. Drew? Jared? Richard says, Cough, you always make me laugh every time I watch, and honestly, you and Matt make the best team. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that is a nice thing to hear. We've heard it before. People
We
like
have.
the Lamarca Cough combo. And I think it's because
winner.
I am not afraid to call out Kaufman for his shenanigans. You know, I'm not afraid to knock him down a peg when he's trying to big time everybody.
Do you think I intimidate people? Because I think most people are not afraid to try and knock me down a peg or two.
I think I'm better at it than most people.
That's fair. That's fair. Not everyone does it as well. It's a good call. Oh, Freak of Nature says Glash slept in a tent in Cough's backyard last night. Maybe that's
Gotcha. I could see Glash as a glamper.
Just refuses to leave, huh? Well, that's life. That's what he would say. Sorry, Cough, that's life. Going to the grocery store for 3 kids and Glash. All right, we got your fruit snacks, buddy. Eat them off the floor. Shampoo Man. Lamarca, what's the status of the Christmas song?
Yeah, he's requested a full Christmas song about the DK Sim fam and staff and the whole team.
I asked for that months ago.
No. That's Sexy Christmas. That has nothing to do with anybody but me.
No, I asked you months ago to write a song about the Dream Stream.
Oh. Well, like I said, I don't take what you say to heart. This man asked for it, and I'm considering it. Plus, if I am going to ever create a hit Christmas album, I'm going to need more than one song. I mean, obviously, we all know Sexy Christmas is a real banger, but we got to have some stuff to fill out the rest of the copy.
It's a real banger. Look, I want to hear it. I want you to write it. I want to hear it. Rich says, Glash put up a tent in your backyard, supposedly LOL, and y'all told ghost stories. Yeah,
Bubble
Glash,
says,
Glash did his morning run here. That's why the picture looked a little different on Instagram when he was posting the photo of his wristwatch.
Bubble Soul says that I know how to throw my weight around. And then he also says we go together like lamb and tuna fish, which is one of my favorites.
What, you prefer spaghetti and meatball?
Yeah, buddy. You don't like spaghetti and meatballs, you can get the heck out of here, okay?
That is one of my favorite...
Don't make me shave your head. Show me your clippers!
I stand for Rob Schneider, as of course I do, and that is one of my favorite Rob Schneider little bit roles.
Oh.
Is that character.
He's a legend in that role.
Yeah. Just tremendous.
Heap
Hop Anonymous?
Hip Hop Anonymous? You give him all the easy ones.
For some reason, he kills me too in the I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry, where he's the wedding officiant. And he just keeps talking about the love being like a wedding ring. He's like, it's a circle.
You know, I've only seen that movie like a couple times, and I don't remember.
It's not a great movie. Don't get me wrong, but I enjoy it. I especially enjoy him in it. So Justin, funny you bring this up. So Glash did a buy stream trash last night. He pulled off the wall, and among the movies he picked was Waiting. Justin says, from someone who bartended in his 20s, the movie Waiting is so perfect for anyone in the customer service biz. Underrated classic. So last night, after the sim and after our Papa Shot, whatever, we're hanging out a little bit, and we decided just like, we're like, yeah, let's throw on a movie for a little bit. And he's like, well, should we put on Waiting?
Oh, beautiful pick along the
I've been
side.
hearing so much about it, and we, of course, we just, as is typical for the two of us, we just put on the first Fast and Furious movie. because we're family.
I don't got friends. I got family.
That's the worst Vin Diesel I've ever heard. The worst.
I didn't roll on nobody. I never rolled on nobody.
One more time.
I never rolled on nobody.
Oh, good God, this is the best. Just the best. This is what I want when I parachute in for the fraud shift. That's what we call the one sim in a day. 11-point lead for Houston. And with the ball, 3.5 to go, fourth quarter. Hey, hit the like. I don't think I mentioned that the whole sim, and we're only a couple away from 200. So smash that
it's
like.
narked. It's narked. I messed up the line. Whatever. It still worked.
Yeah, still worked. Honestly, I kind of like rolled better.
Yeah, I should have been consulted on that script.
Yeah.
Can you?
Can't imagine a lot of people
Can you
were.
make it more gargly, Vince?
Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Much appreciated.
It's never narked. Right, because when he says it, it almost sounds like knocked. Bubbles, I want to know if your name is in reference to the iconic Wire character Bubbles, or maybe it's Michael Jackson's pet monkey.
Maybe you just really love taking tubs.
Yeah, are you a big fan of baths? Maybe you're a rubber duck. I don't know. We have a fat cat in the sim. Maybe we have a rubber duck. So just please, please let me know.
Maybe Rubber Ducky, you're the one. Bill says, what the hell's going on? I went to the bathroom and I heard someone yelling on the sim. Well, we can't tell you, Bill, because
I would
he's
tell
never
you, but I
knocked
never
on-
knocked on nobody. Oh, Hunter throws out another potential Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, and Trailer Park Boys.
Bubbles. Is Bubbles saying I have a smoker's laugh? He says a smoker's laugh is always good to hear.
I'm pretty positive he's referring to me.
Oh, okay.
Because I get a little wheezy sometimes.
Robert says, every day you guys keep saying hit that like button, so I hit it. Nothing happened. Should I call DK customer service? Nope. Something happened, Robert. You touched our hearts. One like at a time. And it feels good. Thank you. Rossi's fat cat. LMAO. Rubber ducky. So Bubbles says, nah, my daughter, I don't even, I know, am I allowed to use that word? I just won't.
Yeah, it just means stall.
No, I know that. I just don't know if I can technically use it, so I won't. Ridley, a long touchdown. Says my daughter took my my YouTube account for her use, so now I've got a Roblox character for my pick and a gangster name like Bubbles.
We got a touchdown, by the way. Little Calvin Ridley. That's going to make this somewhat competitive here. They're going to go for 2, try to cut it to a 3-point game.
Why not, right?
Yeah, last game of the year, Brent. Can't hold anything back now.
We're here. Got to do it. Got it. 3-point game, 95 seconds left into the hands of Julio. Hey, let me ask you, why not mix in a little bit of actual football talk in the final seconds of this thing, potentially?
If we
we'll go
must.
overtime. What do you make of the Julio Jones trade speculation, and do you think it's going to happen?
It would make sense for them to trade him. I don't think they're going to give him away, though. And
meaning just for draft picks?
Well, like, I don't think they're going to trade him for like a 6th just to get him off the books.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
mean,
I'm saying?
Yeah, I got to think you got to get at least a 2nd for him, right? Or a
Well,
3rd.
you say
and
that,
something.
but don't forget that Randy Moss, one of the greatest wide receivers of all time, was acquired for a 4th.
Yeah.
Just because the Raiders are like, we don't want this guy anymore.
Sure.
So I don't think it's gonna be like one of those trades where it's like, all right, whoever bids the highest just gets him and he's gone. And I don't think he does. Do you know? Does he have any sort of no trade? Because I know he has reportedly expressed interest in the Patriots.
He has. I have, of all the things that I've read about the potential Julio Jones trade anywhere, not specifically New England, I haven't read anything about a no trade clause.
Right. So then the Falcons aren't going to really take what he wants to do into consideration. At least I would think.
But there are limited suitors. Like, it's not just one of those, well, who wouldn't want Julio Jones? Like, it's more complicated than that because,
Yeah, I mean, you have to be
gotta
a
be able to absorb
contender.
that salary, which is $15 million. You know, you got to, I would think you're looking for, it's a team that thinks that he puts them over the hump, obviously, like a team that's already, you know, a pseudo contender to where he makes them a true contender. And those are kind of the two. Well, I don't think you're going to have a team that is a cellar dweller. It's like, yeah, let's just pay Julio Jones $15 million and we'll become slightly more relevant. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right. It's got to be a contender. But, like, I think there are more teams that are in that boat than you might realize. Like, I feel like if the Packers could get him, man, that would be some great way to maybe even kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Like, you kind of need to upgrade your pass catchers. And I'm sure that would possibly pacify Aaron Rodgers a bit. DeAndre Hopkins has already come out and said he'll take a pay cut.
I
if
saw
they
that.
wanna
I saw
bring
that tweet.
Julio in.
Yeah. The teams that I have seen attached to him in a potential trade, in no particular order, are the Ravens, Niners, Patriots, Colts, and Chargers.
Raiders, Niners, Patriots.
Ravens.
Okay. Yeah.
Niners, Pats, Colts, Chargers.
Yeah, I think you could make a case that all of those teams need wide receivers.
Mm-hmm. Robert says, when is Ducey coming to the Cough House? That would be must-see TV. He's invited. I mean, don't show up unannounced. Let me know you're coming.
What about me? Can I show up unannounced?
Yeah, you just roll on in, baby.
All right, thank you.
Got your room ready. 343 passing for Ryan. 3 touchdowns. He was 1 shy of a Bundy. A pick. Got a pick. Watson 194. A couple of touchdowns for him. We will look at the rushing and receiving numbers. Again, manual scoring, so do be patient, but we'll get there as we always do, and pretty promptly at that, and then we'll get everything up to date. I can tell you that no matter what way this thing shakes out, I'm going to be in just a terrible spot. Awful. Gurley, 59 on the ground. A touchdown for Watson, 44. He was the leading rusher for Houston. The Johnsons, Johnson and Johnson, combined for 42. David and Duke. and we will check out the receivers and pass catchers in general. As let's see. Seeing what our leading lineups look like here for a moment. So Ridley hit the bonus with his touchdown, 5 for 102. 4 for 71 a score for Gage. Hurst, 4 for 49 a touchdown. 5 for 55 for Julio. And then 3 for 85 and a score for Fuller. Do you, sir, have a favorite for the Krusty Koff player of the game? Is it Calvin Ridley?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Not super highly owned by any stretch, 30%, 8K in the flex, and went for about 25 points. What about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award?
Babysitter Billy, not my kid.
Probably somebody from my lineup.
Yeah, it's hard when you don't have a lineup. I can't really look and see. So why don't you tell me?
All right, let's see. I mean, Julio was not great. Only had 12.5 points, and he was not part of the leading lineup, and the ownership was absurd. 74%, 26% the captain, went 5 for 55 with the 2-point conversion. So maybe for expectations, he had a bad day. You could look at
that works for me.
Yeah. Let's see. What else do we have going on here in the chat real quick? Justin says, when I was a kid in the 80s, an unannounced knock on the door was exciting. Now, requires me to grab a bat.
Well, of course, it's
true.
That's the joke that made Sebastian Maniscalco famous as a stand-up comedian. You know, back in the day, he used to get a knock at the door, and it was, oh, there's company coming over. Now you turn out all the lights. Anyway, if you haven't seen it, look it up. It's pretty good.
Beautiful. Also, want to mention this, folks. So the Fantasy Basketball World Championship, we've been telling you about it the last couple of days. Lamarca and Rossi have been talking a lot about it. Obviously, a great opportunity, great prize pool available for our contenders, our finalists for that competition. I want to take a little look-see here. So we have, with $1 million, of course, going to first place, the NBA $5 million Fantasy Basketball World Championship with 100 entries, 100 qualifiers, or number of entries. I shouldn't say qualifiers, because some people do have multiple seats, including the Whistle Goes Woo, who has a couple entries. We've talked a lot about that individual during football season. A couple entries for him in the top 10, but Petty the something the heft. I don't know.
How about
Petty theft? Is that Petty
89?
theft? God, I can't read. I suck. Petty theft is in front by 2 points, but he's done. Finished lineup. So Bridges really let him down, but he got the fire from Harris, from Jokic, from Simmons, Ayton as well. Standard performances on a Morris, Campazzo, and Gordon. We'll see how that ends up shaking down if that lineup is good enough to hold. But I guess you got to look all the way down to Tinky.
He's got about a
here
50-point cushion, approximately 50 points.
on someone who's got a utility left in the next game.
$6,700 utility. And then a couple more spots down, he's got roughly like a 60-point lead on somebody with 2 roster spots left. So
yeah, a couple of guards.
Gonna be a little sweaty.
Which is what you want. And of course, the shadow contest where you folks out there had the opportunity to play against this collection of very astute NBA fantasy people. I do see a Jets fan in second. Immediately, I thought it was Ducey, but I don't think that's the correct number combo.
I don't think so either.
But there is Jets fan in second place right now playing that contest. $1,000 to first place in the shadow contest with about 4,000 entries, and it is Uncreative Alias who is in front right now, and is actually beating the leading lineup in the FBWC contest, as is that Jets fan. So good for those couple of people. with a
Yeah,
mid-level.
if that holds, that would be an extra 5K a piece right there.
There you go. There you go.
But
So-
obviously, whole nother game.
Whole other game. Yeah, and that top lineup, Lillard, who was awesome, Rose, Gordon, Crowder, Nurkic, Simmons, Harris, and Seth Curry, obviously, with Steph eliminated.
Nice little team.
Nice little team. Good build. It's a good little build. All right, so Lamarca and Rossi coming on back together again. They've done one. Why not two? Madden After Dark in about 40 minutes. Patriots and Dolphins. Maybe you guys can spend more time on Julio Jones potentially landing in New England. I will be with Glash, as it turns out, for 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Chargers, Washington, as at noon we kick off the new Madden season with the full simulated 2021 campaign. Should be a lot of fun. Enter the free-to-play pool before that kicks off so that you can predict who's going to be among the best, the worst, division winners, all that good stuff. It's available to you. And again, free-to-play, $5,000 prize pool. Why the heck wouldn't you? For Jared and Ops, thanks for all of his hard work. Of course, the Drew Stack, as always. And then this guy right here, Matt Lamarca, who, again, is not going anywhere. A great pleasure, sir, being with you. I look forward to doing it again when you decide that you are available.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. Don't narc on anybody.
I never knocked on nobody.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday with Professor Greg Cosell from NFL Films University in class, presented by DraftKings. Hammer the over. You guys know what to do over at DraftKings. It's also a Winners Friday. No, it's a Winners Thursday because it's the last Ross Tucker Football Podcast of the week. But tell them what it is, Mike Singletary.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
Unfortunately, Mike Singletary, I am a loser because I forgot to pick the spread the word winner via social media, the person that either retweets or likes or quote tweets or replies or whatever on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook to either at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. I forgot to pick out somebody who took advantage of one of our sponsors this week and then emailed me, Ross at rosstucker.com. There's a sponsors page over at rosstucker.com. And I forgot to pick out one of the new subscribers on YouTube. And we got a bunch with Andrew Barry yesterday and Warren Sharp and Michael North and Matt Nagy and Micah Parsons and Greg Cosell every week. We are absolutely on fire. People watching and listening and spreading the word about the show. But I forgot all about winners this morning. That is my fault, probably because the Paxtonia Pink Puppies won again last night. And I am the head coach. But no excuses. I've got to be better. We will have winners on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And then again with the last RTFP next week as well. For right now, though, we're still kind of all winners because it's a Greg Cosell day. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
You know, it's funny because we've had a bunch of, bigger name guys or, head coaches, GMs on. Hopefully, a lot of people subscribed, either audio or video or whatever, so that they get the wisdom of one Greg Cosell every single week. You can check out Greg on social media at Greg Cosell. Obviously, people see him all the time on TV on the NFL Matchup Show. And I'm so fired up, Greg, to have you all year because in the offseason, it gives us a chance to get into some more philosophical discussions. And also, I just kind of get your take on the news, and we can extrapolate it into what it means for the trends of the league. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, it came out that at Jags minicamp, the Jags used Travis Etienne exclusively, Greg, as a wide receiver. So I guess question number one is, did you see that? on his Clemson tape? Like, did you see enough there in the passing game that you think it's realistic? And I know that they're just trying to see different ways to use him. We'll get into that part of it. But did you see enough from Etienne in the passing game to think that he could handle such a role?
There were numerous shots at Clemson in which he was detached from the formation, Ross. But being detached from the formation is different than lining up exclusively at wide receiver. This was just their first mini camp or OTAs. I never know what to call them these days. We'll see as it goes forward. But he's a running back. That's what he's been up to this point in his career. And there might be a sense from a lot of people that runners in the NFL, you just give them the ball and they run. You played offensive line. You know that's not true. As a running back, there's much you need to know as far as the play call versus the defense. A running back needs to understand defensive fronts. He needs to understand second and third level defenders, because the specific run play, he has a read, an initial read. And think of it this way. Let's say you know based on the blocking scheme that there's an eighth defender who can't be blocked, which happens very often in the league. The big myth is you can't run against 8 in the box. You and I both know that's a total myth. But the point I'm trying to make is this. You don't want to cut back to the 8th defender because you know he can't be blocked. So you have to understand as a running back defensive fronts in relation to the blocking schemes. You have to understand the alignment of second and third level defenders. You have to understand based on maybe linebacker alignment, if that means the safety is going to drop down to fill in a gap. These are all things you have to understand, and you have to practice that. So again, I don't know what their overall plan is for him. Maybe they're looking to transition him solely to wide receiver. I can't speak to that. But if they plan on using him at running back meaningfully, he's going to have to learn how to play running back at the NFL level.
So this is exactly, Greg, what I was hoping to do with these shows. Exactly. I would say the biggest thing that most of our listeners and fans would be surprised about when it comes to the NFL would be the level of detail and football intelligence required to be able to play it all at that level, let alone excel. Greg, I played 7 years, okay? I'm proud of that, blah, blah, blah. Most of the guys I played with in training camp, I thought probably had more physical ability than I did. A lot of them couldn't really get down the mental part of one position, let alone being able to do all 5 like I could. And there's so much of a cat and mouse game. You know, there's so many little intricate details you can do to really set your defender up. And what you just said is exactly right. You know, let's say it's a stretch play to the right side, okay? You don't just try to knock the defensive end out. All right. You attack the defensive end's outside armpit like you're trying to hook him, because he's going to feel that. And his number one job is to not get hooked. So as he fights you attacking his outside armpit, he's like, oh, I can't get hooked. You are trying, Greg, hook. Actually, bro, I'm not even trying to hook you. Boom. And you wipe him outside. That's how you create space. Like, that's how it happens. And people don't. You'll see guys come in. They think they can just move a guy. You can't. You know how strong these guys are. You can't just move them.
No, and
you have to bluff them.
Yeah, and getting back to the running back position, Ross, because that's where we started with Travis Etienne, is if you call, let's say, outside zone, or let's say, you know, teams have different categories for zone runs. You know, some coaches might just go inside zone, outside zone. Some coaches might go inside zone, mid zone, outside zone, stretch play. It's just how you want to categorize all this, as you well know. But the point is, the running back's initial read is based on the front. So in other words, if it's an over front, which means the line is shifted to the strength of the offense, the defensive line is shifted to the offensive strength, normally the tight end, then he has one read. If it's an under front and the defensive line is shifted to the weakness of the offensive line, which is away from the tight end, then he has another read. You have to learn these things. You don't just give a back a ball and say, let's run around and see what happens. All this stuff has to be taught, and it's much more detailed and nuanced at the NFL level.
Yep, and here's the deal. A lot of times they're looking at the first defensive lineman to that side of the ball or the end defensive lineman to that side of the ball. They are watching to see, do we get him hooked? Do we get leverage on him?
Right.
Or is he going to get pushed outside and I'm going to cut it back inside of him?
Right.
To your point, they need to know exactly who is being blocked and who's not.
And how they're being blocked.
Right. To your point about the eighth guy in the box, a lot of times that down safety, he is getting blocked. The guy that isn't is the D end, the end man in the line of scrimmage. So you can't cut it all the way back because he's coming down the line hard. Let me get to the next point, which is running backs as receivers.
Yeah.
It feels like this is all the rage now, and you hear all the time, he can run every route on the route tree. He runs wide receiver routes. How many of these guys does that really apply to, Greg? Like, are we forcing it, or are there a lot of guys that really can do that?
There's not a lot, because a lot of guys don't have experience doing it. And just because a guy can run a wheel route out of the backfield doesn't mean he can run wide receiver routes. But there's not a lot of guys that can truly run wide receiver routes. You know, detaching a guy from the formation and saying run a go route does not automatically mean he runs wide receiver routes. So there's not many guys who can truly line up on the outside and run a meaningful route tree. So if you do have one of those guys, like I would say that the guy I thought who was the best in this recent draft, who the Eagles drafted in the 5th round, was Kenneth Gainwell, based on his 2019 tape, because he did not play in 2020. But just lining up a guy on the outside doesn't automatically mean he can run wide receiver routes. Now, maybe that's what the Jaguars are trying to do with ATN, is they want to really teach him how to be a receiver. But there's a compromise there. You're lessening his ability to learn how to be an NFL runner. So, but again, they had a 1,000-yard back last year. We know ATN's a highly explosive athlete. They're probably looking to maximize the explosiveness of the players they put out on the field.
Speaking of Jaguars and running backs, they released Raquel Armstead, who really had some COVID complications. Yeah. You know, the one player that was really notable, the Giants picked him up off waivers. I feel like you or somebody else, Greg, a couple of years ago really kind of liked him.
I did. I think he's a certain kind of back. I mean, again, obviously, if healthy, Barkley is the guy. We know that. Armstead's not competing for the starting job. But I think that Armstead, if healthy, and he missed a whole year, and obviously his body got racked a bit, so we don't know. But if he's back to what he was at Temple, I think he's your classic sustaining grinder. I think he's a really nice complement as a runner to someone like Barkley, who obviously can do it all. But I really liked Armstead coming out of Temple for what he is. You know, backs like that, as you know, Ross, are not drafted high because they're not necessarily explosive and big play weapons. And my guess is he's not going to give you a ton in the pass game, but he's a sustaining, inside, urgent, competitive grinder. And I think there's still a place for those backs in the NFL. I think there's always a place for those backs to some degree in the NFL.
What about, you mentioned Barkley, what about his Penn State teammate, Deshaun Hamilton? What a crazy story. He was set to get traded to the 49ers reportedly, and then he tore his ACL. What do you think the Niners saw in Hamilton?
Well, I think Hamilton at his core in the NFL is a slot receiver. I think that he's I wouldn't call him super shifty, but I think given his size and his movement ability, he's a slot. Now, again, you're dealing in an NFL where there's much more formation variation. There's more motion than ever. So a lot of these defined categories that we spoke about 5-10 years ago don't necessarily exist 100% of the time. but for the most part, that's what he is. He would have been an interesting fit on the Niners because we know Kyle Shanahan uses motion well over 70% of his offensive snaps, moves people around. It does a lot with his use of personnel. So he would have been an interesting player if he in fact made the team. I mean, he's one of those guys I think that needs to be in the right situation and truly get an opportunity. But now it's likely he'll miss this season.
While we're on wide receivers, former Panthers wide receiver Kelvin Benjamin signed with the Giants, converting the tight end. It feels like, Greg, everybody and their brother is quote unquote converting the tight end. We had Logan Thomas with success, obviously other success stories, but then you see
Darren Waller.
I think just the Eagles, Tyree Jackson and Hakeem Butler. Let's start with this. What does that really mean when these guys are converting the tight end?
Well, I think people have this sense if you're converting a tight end, he's going to inline block and have to block defensive ends one-on-one. I don't think that's the way the league is now for the most part. If Kelvin Benjamin truly can make the conversion and he's on the Giants roster week 1 as a tight end, he would be much more of a flexed player, detached player. Think of Darren Waller. Darren Waller came out of Georgia Tech, I believe. He was a wide receiver in an offense in which they ran, that was Paul Johnson, where they ran that true option. So he didn't get a lot of volume targets at Georgia Tech. And he became a tight end. And what is Waller in the NFL for the most part? Waller is a player that lines up detached or in a wing position, which is not truly detached, but it's more, he's a wing tight end. I think I remember him catching a touchdown pass last year, beating a corner, Mike Davis of the Chargers. I mean, that's the way you use these players. If Kelvin Benjamin is truly going to make this transition, he'll be a detached, split matchup player. That's what he'll be. He's not going to be an inline tight end who you're going to feature for your strong side run game. So when people say they're transitioning to tight end, you have to understand what that means, Ross. He's not going to be an inline player. He's simply going to be they'll designate him as a tight end because they'll probably still have 3 wide receivers on the field when they go 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight, 3 wide, but he'll really be a detached matchup player.
So I guess what's the difference then between a guy converting the tight, quote unquote, converting tight end or just being a big slot?
Not a ton, depending on usage. Because Kelvin Benjamin, and again, these bigger guys, obviously Darren Waller plays the large majority of the snaps. So he does line up in multiple positions. But Benjamin, this is brand new for him. More than likely, he would not be playing in your quote unquote true base offense. He'd be playing when you go to your quote unquote sub packages on offense, where you go with 3 wide. So yeah, he'd line up anywhere. He could be a slot. You could line him up as the way the Chiefs do more than any team in the league with Kelsey. They line up Kelsey as the single receiver to the short side of the field on the back side of 3 wide receivers. That's the boundary X position. You could see Benjamin, if it works, line up there and then see who plays him. Obviously you're looking for matchups. It's a matchup league. You're looking for matchups.
Couple other questions I wanted to get to because they've been in the news this week. One of which, Steve Fezzik, my co-host on the Even Money podcast, which we usually record on Tuesdays, went crazy. He's a fan of Pro Football Focus, but they had Tom Brady as the number 2 quarterback in the NFL going into the 2021 season. Now, I know he played very well towards the end of the year. They have some statistics that back that up. And I know you're not a list or a ranking guy, Greg, but you know who the quarterbacks are.
Yeah,
you think you can make an argument that Tom Brady is still the second best quarterback in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes?
And you know me, Ross, my question would be, why are we even making this argument? What's the point? Tom Brady played extremely well last year over the last half of the season. And for the most part through the playoffs, he did get a little lucky in the NFC Championship game where he did throw 3 picks. But for the most part, down the stretch, he threw the ball extremely well and he played very, very well. again, Brady falls into that category now, which is a discussion you and I have had about quarterbacks. As you look at young quarterbacks coming into the league, do quarterbacks need to have the ability to make second reaction plays? And second reaction can be defined in multiple ways. Brady is a master at working the pocket, so he can make late in the down pocket throws, which you could, if you really wanted to make the argument, you could argue that those are second reaction plays. They're just pocket plays. But people think of movement when they think of they think of guys getting out of the pocket. But, I'm not going to sit here and get into, well, gee, Deshaun Watson had a better year, or this guy had a better year, just based on numbers. And I can't speak to Pro Football Focus. Those guys do an unbelievable job, but I don't know their criteria. So I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what the tape shows. And Brady played at a very, very high level for the last 10, 12 games of the 2020 season.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it'd be hard for me to put him ahead of Aaron Rodgers or Josh Allen, what some of these guys did last year. Rodgers, Rodgers is one of those guys. I think we lose sight of how great Aaron Rodgers is. So again, I'm not a list guy, and I'm not going to get into, well, Rodgers should be there ahead of this guy or ahead of that guy. I thought Aaron Rodgers was phenomenal last year in every way. I thought he played exceptionally well within the structure of that offense. I thought he threw the ball really well. He still made second reaction plays when demanded. But, if you talk to coaches, I've talked to coaches who've been on the Green Bay staff, and they'll tell you that Aaron Rodgers is just an absolute savant, that he's just a genius. He played at an extremely high level a year ago, and I know he's in the news for reasons that are not related to football, but he's a really, really high level player. Greg, if I asked you in your 42 years at NFL Film, who's the best deep threat wide receiver you've seen, who would you say?
Stanley Morgan.
Really?
I don't know. I just pulled that name out.
That is that's an interesting one.
He played in a little different era. I remember Grogan to Morgan. Morgan was the guy that everybody started saying when he's even, he's leaving. And that was a different era where, he would catch 40 balls for, 20 plus yards a reception, but the game was different. But, we live in a world, I know this has all been in the news. I think people forget a little bit about Deshaun Jackson. Deshaun Jackson has been a major deep threat receiver, never been a true volume receiver. The game is a little different. There's a lot more balls being thrown. So receivers today, obviously this relates to Tyreek Hill, he'll catch a lot more balls because of the nature of pass offense in today's NFL. If Tyreek Hill played 15 or 20 or 25 years ago, you might be talking about a guy that catches 40 balls for 20 yards a catch. It just would be, it was a different game. But it's a social media world. We make judgments every 5 seconds, and people forget, what happened in the past. But there's been a lot of, I go back a long way, Ross, as you know. I think of guys like Cliff Branch.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Cliff Branch, Lynn Swann.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously Randy Moss. I will say this, though. I don't think I've ever seen a faster guy on a football field than Tyreek Hill. I don't think, with my eyes, I never felt that before.
Yeah, and he's a little different kind of fast because he's not a long athlete. So, some of these guys, neither was Deshaun, obviously, but, think back to like a Willie Gault, okay? And Willie Gault played on a team that did not throw the ball very much, but he was a track guy, and you remember Willie Gault. He could run now.
Yeah, he is the man. Greg Cosell, at Greg Cosell on Twitter. Fun conversation. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate Level Select CBD, especially when I know guys like golf legend Ricky Fowler, former NFL quarterback Carson Palmer are using Level Select CBD sports cream and roll-ons to get the relief they need. And now, how about this? Level Select CBD is sponsoring a free-to-play daily fantasy golf contest. Head to DraftKings.com and make your picks in the Level Select Golf Classic for your shot at $5,000 in cash prizes. Level Select has 3 different levels of CBD, so you can find products that's right for you. Visit levelselectcbd.com. Use promo code DK30 for 30% off your entire order. That's DK30 for 30% off your order at levelselectcbd.com. Eligibility restrictions apply. See website for details.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. Let's start with Broncos wide receiver Deshaun Hamilton, unclaimed on waivers, so he reverts back to the NFI list.
Which means he's not going to get paid. They don't need to pay on the NFI list. The Broncos aren't going to pay him, just like they're not paying Jawan James. It's a shame.
Tux Takes.
Philadelphia Eagles signed tackle LaRaven Clark.
They're really not messing around this week, huh? Ryan Kerrigan to play D-end. They trade for Josiah Scott to play corner. They sign LaRaven Clark. The Eagles are making sure that they at every position. They're on the field this week for OTAs, and it seems like they realize there's some positions where they want to make sure they have some dudes.
Tux Takes.
Speaking of having some dudes, the Houston Texans have a couple at quarterback, actually more than a couple. They just signed quarterback Jeff Driscoll.
Well, it seems pretty clear at this point that they don't believe that Deshaun Watson will ever play for them again. I mean, I just don't think you'd have a trade for Ryan Finley and sign Tyrod Taylor with some guaranteed money and draft Davis Mills and sign Jeff Driscoll if you thought Deshaun Watson was going to be there. It seems pretty clear they don't think he's going to be there. I mean, they even gave Jeff Driscoll like some guaranteed money, I think like $750,000 or something.
Tux Takes.
One final note today, Antonio Brown's deal with the Bucs is on hold pending a physical after he had knee surgery.
Yeah, and he's on hold, and it seems like Tim Tebow's on hold too. I don't know why the Jags, if they're going to sign Tebow, they wouldn't have already, because they're on the field right now. And if Tebow's making this transition to tight end, he needs every single rep he can get. As for Antonio Brown, I guess he had that knee surgery, and Bruce Arians is on the Pewter Report with our guys, including John Ledyard, who comes on College Draft Podcast a lot, and said they got to wait till he can pass a physical after the knee surgery before they go ahead and sign him. Hopefully you guys sign up for @RossTuckerPod on social media, Twitter or Instagram, so you can see the highlight clips of our other shows that you may or may not watch. That way it entices you to check them out, or youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL. That way you can always see the highlight clips of all the shows, see what I'm wearing that day, whatever. Other than that, we got time for an email, Bri. I love it. Love some emails. All you ever have to do is take advantage of any of our sponsors over at RossTucker.com. Send me an email, Ross@RossTucker.com after you do, and say, hey, Ross, I took advantage of Level Select CBD or ExpressVPN or DraftKings or whatever, and then ask me any question you'd like. I love it. What do you got, Brian?
Hey, Ross, took advantage of your code on 1-800-Flowers and sent 24 red roses to my fiance using that code football. Hoping to get a question, which is, do you change up your blocking style depending on who's the running back behind you? And also, who is your favorite running back to block for in your career? Love your show. Heard you on Damashek a couple of years ago and have been listening ever since. This is from Nathan.
Thank you, Nathan. I love it. Good question. Thank you for taking advantage of the 100 Flowers order. So the answer is not really, no. And part of that is because you're really blocking the play and you're really blocking the defensive front. If you were listening to Greg and I earlier, we talked about how you have to understand the front, understand how the defense is playing it, and be able to block it based on how they're playing it. You really don't have time to add the running back to the equation. Now, that said, I do think coordinators and play callers at times will call a play or a certain scheme based on the running back them knowing that that running back is better or worse on certain plays. I think that's the reality. However, if you know who the running back is, there are certain guys, I guess you know, that they're better at breaking tackles. They're maybe a little bit more patient in the backfield, like a Le'Veon Bell. But I will tell you, like in Buffalo, that's a good example. I didn't always know who was in the huddle, Travis Henry or Willis McGahee, based on the nature of how we huddled. I didn't know. And they had very different styles. Willis was more patient and sort of always falling forward, really good vision. Travis Henry just hit it hard and was strong and explosive. But it didn't really change how you ended up going ahead and blocking. Good question. I like it. Keep those coming. I hope we haven't gotten a patron in a while. Patreon.com/RTmedia. Love chatting with you guys. We're probably due for another happy hour here soon. Love the I think we're done here members of Patreon.com/RTmedia, like Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Check out Fantasy Feast, Even Money, College Draft, Business of Sports this week. Plenty for you guys to check out over the weekend. And we will be back bright and early on Monday. I think we're done. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome into Madden After Dark. It is your time, really, everybody. This is it. We have made it through our Sunday, but we still got one last chance to make it real. Maybe pop a electrocation in the pocket before we turn the week over, even though technically Sunday is the first day of the week, but it makes too much, doesn't make sense because like allegedly God made the seventh day for rest, but yeah, we call it the first day of the week, but nonetheless. Matt
What do we
LaMarca,
call Saturday and Sunday?
the weekend.
The week end.
Trust me, I get it, but
Last day of the week.
bro, you look at all your calendars. What is the first one on the left? It's Sunday.
Don't care. Don't care.
That's Matt
What's up,
LaMarca.
Rossi? Did you enjoy your break?
Oh, I did almost too much, but almost forgot to come back till about 5 minutes ago. But we're here with you now, baby. I'm excited. I'm refreshed. I'm reborn. I'm happy to be back with you, dude. How was Cough? Was Cough all right?
I'm not gonna lie. We had a good sim, so we've got a high bar to live up to. There was some milk talk. We talked about. Man, my short-term memory is bad.
Bro, don't even worry.
I did a Vin Diesel impression for about 3 minutes, which was just me yelling into the microphone.
Okay.
And we talked a smidge of football.
I like that.
But it was fun. I had a good time. Koff had a good time, and I think the chat had a good time as well. So hopefully we can deliver the same level of content.
I'm sure we can. Listen, man, when we're together, when the fam is all here, we got the Drew Stack, Jared, we're going to end this Sunday night right. Whether it's the first day of the week, the end of your weekend, whatever the heck today is, we're going to enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it together. LaMarca, what'd you do with this one? We got Pats, we got Dolphins. What's your award-winning lineup look like?
Award-winning?
Yeah.
I went with a Cam Newton captain.
Okay, dig it.
Matt Breida. Devontae Parker.
Okay, got him.
Julian Edelman.
Okay, I'm sorry to differ.
The Patriots defense.
Got them.
And Jason Sanders.
Oh, appreciate the kicker shout. We have a very similar lineup, except I went Captain Devin Asiasi. Why? Don't know. But I have Patriots, Breida, Cam Newton, Devontae Parker, but I also threw Hakeem, the Dream, Jaheim Grant. I didn't say that right, but yeah. Jaheim Grant in there. So we'll see. We'll see who takes this one, as we will have the New England Patriots starting with the football. You know what I did during my break, by the way? Well, I wasn't with you. Had my takeout, watched the Bruins. Go Bruins. Just took the Capitals, spanked that behind. See you later. We'll see you. Ovechkin, tears will never dry. Chara probably should have retired. You know what else I did? Watch 2 episodes of The Office, and it just put a big smile on my face. We get a big fumble here, but not going to turn the ball over. Yeah, you really forget. You an Office guy? I don't know if you've ever talked about this.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm still in my first viewing of the show now that it's gone over to the so I've been using that app a lot more. It's not on my TV. I have to actually use it through one of my gaming devices. So obviously I'm a WWE guy. That's where that is. But man, that show is literally like Skittles. You can just pop them and go, dude. You watch it and go. Like you just M&M's, Skittles, any other Reese's Pieces.
I mean, any sitcom is perfectly designed for streaming, because it's just like without the commercials, it's like what, 22 minutes?
Yeah.
You can just run through them. And there are definitely like better episodes of The Office than some.
Sure.
Particularly, I love when Jim and Dwight are getting into their shenanigans, but like, yeah, you're never going to watch an episode of The Office and be like, oh man, that was a bad one.
Yeah. It's for me, like, I forget I think I'm on season 6, or I think so. It was, Secretary Day is one of the episodes I watched. And honestly, I couldn't tell you what the next episode was called, but it's basically where Michael is basically getting, in a way, seduced by a woman trying to buy a printer, but he keeps taking the wrong sign, so he tries to kiss her a lot in the office in front of people. And she keeps dodging the kiss.
Where do you stand on Michael? Because there are some people that hate that character, and those people are just so wrong.
Well, it's funny you say this. So part of the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We've been running our review for the first time.
I'm still offended that I haven't been asked to be on this, but go ahead.
Jeez, okay. We're coming in strong, but we've done it. One of the guys that are in our little like podcast group that we have like a bunch of podcasts that kind of work together, share some content, is one of the guys who's now writing over on DraftKings, does some editing and stuff, and you'll see him on the Sweat from time to time. His name is Nick Fryer. And
Okay.
we had him on early goings, and he said he hated Michael Scott. And this is season 1 and season 2 review, because there's season 1 was 6 episodes. And I literally looked at him like, this is my first time ever seeing all these episodes, knowing about the character. And I just said to him, why do you watch a show? Like, why? You cannot hate a character like that is that prominent. That is like watching Full House and like, I hate Danny Tanner. You gotta shut the show. Or I hate Michelle. Well, Michelle's on like all of it, dude. Those two are so integral. As two almost starts a pick. It's like, dude, then you're done. You shut the show off. Don't even talk. Let's not talk about it anymore. But I am so in on Michael Scott. I think sometimes they've in these past few seasons that I've watched, like after the first season, because that was kind of like just like a figuring it out. But like season 3, season 4, like this dude was next level, and it was just like relatably like somebody like him in your life. Maybe not like to a point, like they're getting all the extremes out, but oh man, he is.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that the character is too annoying in the beginning, I can get that take, but he evolves throughout the course of the show, and like if the Jim and Pam relationship is the heart of The Office, then Michael Scott is the lungs. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't survive without it.
And I will say one thing, now watching for the first time, like I see how it's such an NBC show, because they always have a guy chasing girl. That is like an NBC, like the head of studio, NBC Universal.
I will say, at least it wasn't like a back and forth thing.
No. But it's all you're right. Like but there's always some
Friends was literally 10 years of I like her, she likes him, blah blah, and it's just like, okay, dude, we get it, we know where it's going, just land the ship.
No, stretch that out. We need more. By the way, Rosty's Fat Cat says, how's the feline? We ran out of wet food today, we realized, and we didn't go to the store to get any for him.
Ugh. One of my big like skeeve things is wet pet food, particularly wet dog food, when you like take it out of the can and you like slide it out and it's all like congealed. Kind of the same thing with like cranberry sauce, but for some reason when it's dog food, it just makes my stomach curl.
Dude, I've never had a dog, but even the cat food stuff, like I don't like cat food touching me, but then when I really think about what cat food is, it's probably not that different.
No, I know, and it's the smell. Ugh.
Yeah, it's all bad.
My dog eats dry food and dry food only, and I'm sorry, that's all they're ever getting.
Actually, I saw a weird study about if you're, well, this is about cats. I guess I can't really speak about dogs, but they basically say cats should only poop once a day. If your cats pooping more than once a day, that means they're overeating. Take that for what it's worth. Jared, or Drew Jared, is we still have the Drew Stack rounding out our crew here. Drew Stack, Jared, Lamarca, Rossi, Hugh. Not Hugh is in somebody's name. Hugh is in the royal Hugh.
I was confused.
Yeah, you don't know Hugh's in Ops?
Hugh Grant?
He's here. That's so awesome of him to show up. Twitch fam, YouTubers, we love you. We see you. Appreciate you. Hit that thumbs up. Let's end this night positively amazing. But Jared just comes out with, either of you have an opinion on the How I Met Your Mother ending?
I didn't hate it as much as everybody else, but
dude,
you know that it, like, you could just tell that it was clearly like the ending that they had planned the whole time. You know, they probably shot that when they shot season 1. And then because the show was successful, they were just like, all right, we have to milk as many seasons of this as we can. And with that in mind, I didn't think it was terrible, but I also am a light judge on endings. I don't throw out what I liked about a show just if they, you know, if the ending is slightly disappointing. So it's like, it wasn't a huge deal for me.
Dude, I lost my ever-loving mind when that happened. I went nuts. Like, I lost it. I remember, I'm a big Crocs guy, by the way, so judge away. I took my Croc off. When you're chilling at home, you ain't wearing Crocs. You don't know that leisure life. So I popped the Croc off.
You popped the Croc?
I popped a Croc, chucked it at my TV. Chucked it. I was living with friends at the time because this has to be
flat screen.
It was it was a big boy. It was a big TV. I know it
yeah.
was. But I chucked that thing. I was so upset. And here's why. I believe this, and I'm trying to, going back to the Pop Culture Power Drive, you can subscribe if you like. Would appreciate it. A sub, a 5-star review, all the doodads and Trinidads and all that stuff. But here's the deal. I believe there's very few programs, shows, long-term movies, trilogies, all these things that end really well. That's like universally beloved, because I think it is so hard to end good work. And I will say, How I Met Your Mother, to me, it's my favorite comedy of all time. People can judge that, laugh, don't care. Because I watch it every night. That's my go-to-sleep show. Some people...
Great go-to-sleep show.
For me, it is just light, it's fluffy, the color is just right. I know it sounds weird, and it doesn't look super old. I love Seinfeld.
I hear exactly what you're saying, because I like how every episode is an independent, but there are also some like more overarching storylines, like the slap bet and how there are those 5 slaps just worked in throughout however many seasons.
No.
So I'm with you 100% on that. Please continue.
I get a lot of crap because people are like, how do you know what Seinfeld is? I said, I love Seinfeld. I think Seinfeld is one of the most, maybe the best show, but there really isn't I like stories and I like mysteries. And How I Met Your Mother, technically a mystery in a lot of ways. But my point here is I can't watch Seinfeld when I go to bed because it's just the visual nature of it. Because I don't have to listen to How I Met Your Mother at all times either. I know the show so well, and it's such a comfort thing. But there's something like, I used to try to fall asleep. I remember, this is going to sound strange, Frasier. I used to have trouble sleeping. I'm like, Frasier's so boring. I'm just going to pop that on. And scrambled eggs. You're calling again. Yeah, good intro. Good on you. But that show I thought was just so dull. I'm like, I'll be easy to fall asleep to this. But like the visual and like the art form and how it was pre-HD and like the colorization of the show like that. Everybody Loves Raymond, the Seinfeld, all those shows just are visually unpleasing to watch. The content is very strong, but like imagine popping on a Cheers to fall asleep. I just can't do it. Not the way my brain works. But to answer your question, Jared, absolutely hated How I Met Your Mother's ending. Absolutely despised the entire last season. The whole season was around 3 days. Then we do the final episode, and it's like 10 years. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It was like, yeah, we got this. Let's just get this out. Let's just wrap this up.
That's fair. I mean, that's a fair point.
Muspy says, Rossi, don't you dare talk about Alvin Katmara. This cat, by the way. He is a frequent pooper.
Wait, Rossi's fat cat has a cat?
No, this is Muspy who has a cat. I actually don't know.
Oh, Muspy. Okay, I was going to say, Rossi's fat cat can have a cat.
Is my cat.
That would be like, that would be messed up, yo.
Hunter says The Big Bang Theory is amazing. I'll be honest with you, Hunter. Just wasn't for me. I never watched it.
Yeah, same. Not for me either. I've seen episodes here and there. I'm with the general consensus executive session saying Seinfeld's the best. That's my favorite comedy of all time. But there's a place for different types of comedies, right? Like another great before bed comedy, Scrubs. You ever watch Scrubs?
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm a huge Lamarca, I have a weird feeling we're two alike. I love Scrubs. We both love Lost. But Scrubs is another. You're so right. But like the early seasons, hard visually. Before that HD kicked in, bro, it's a whole different ball game. Just saying. But yeah, I love Scrubs. Best use of music in a comedy television show of all time. Scrubs, baby. We're at the end of one here. You couldn't tell by seeing.
I can't go to sleep.
Oh.
I think about the implication. Sorry.
Oh, please, you could go on all day. Colin, hey, my guy, Overkill song. Talk about a song that hits the chords. Anybody who's ever had any form of anxiety. Zip, zip. You might have some anxiety that we're not going to get any points in this one because we got nothing so far. On the drive here, though, Patriots threatening 3rd and 5 when we get back to it at the 10. Germ, what's up, dude? Haven't seen him in a little bit, in a hot minute. He says, need some Captain Aussie. Hey, dude, following that lead. Love it. First time I see you. Are you jumping on the OB train? I got you. Reed Tease, did you know? Love it.
Reed Tease and Did You Know is in the building?
She's up there. He's chatting it up in the Twitch, and that is going to be a strike into the end zone. But it is
Julian Edelman.
Julian Edelman. Got it.
So Hunter says, do you watch NCIS or anything like that? I do have a taste for the procedural crime drama from time to time. I know that that's like not the most popular show there is, but like I was a big CSI Las Vegas dude. I would say that I watched most of the episodes of that show. I dug on some Criminal Minds for a while, but I haven't watched NCIS.
Yeah, I'm not. I sometimes, you know what gets me? Wait, what's the one? No, Law and Order is the one that starts off with that like.
Bong bong.
Yeah, but it starts off with like. No, not even the audio. The vid, like those words, and they're like 90% of crimes is committed in their sexual assault. I'm like, okay, nope, I'm done. Like, yeah, I'm like, good. Not watching this. My wife sometimes will watch it, and then she'll be like those are the nights when she's just like freaking out. I'm like, all right, we're not watching this crap.
Yeah, no lie. My sister won't eat soup because in an episode of Criminal Minds, one of the bad guys like cooked people and served it to other folks as soup. So now she will not eat soup.
Hey, you know what? I'm actually not going to laugh because for the longest time till my dad had to convince me it's not true. I didn't lick envelopes because of George's wife
because of Seinfeld.
And I'll never forget, I was scarred because I was so young and my parents were laughing while it happened. So like she dies. And then I didn't get the whole thing that like obviously nobody really liked her on the show till I was older and I got to appreciate it. But yeah, that. So like for the longest time and to this day, not that I mail much, I will like spit on my finger. And that's how I will like with our wedding, when we had our wedding invitations. Oof. I don't even know with COVID and everything, do people still, say, how do they did that?
David Georgie, I apologize. I know that I do that from time to time.
Get over it, everybody. We all have our things.
It's a tick. Like some people say, you know what I'm saying? I do that as well. Some people go, or like there are ticks that we all have when we're filling dead air.
Yeah.
So I will make a concerted effort not to do that anymore. Just for you, David Georgie. And that is something that I will be honest about.
I only say it because it's a good way to segue into saying something. And maybe not a good way, it's the way I do it. And the other thing is I have a fear of silence. So I fill words sometimes where that don't need to be there. I'm putting it all in the table.
It's a podcast type thing. Or, like I have a podcasting background. You do a podcast. You have to fill the space. You're always worried about dead air. So
it's my biggest fear.
I am cognizant of it. I know that I do it, and I will try to cut back on it.
There you go.
I also say obviously a lot, which some people find annoying.
Yeah, Jared says I start sentences with yeah. We all do. Everybody has something. The most professional broadcasters, like sometimes they turn it off from when they're quote unquote on, like on air or on television, and they have their quirks too. There was a couple people thrown out. Yeah, Mark Curry says Seinfeld and Third Rock for the Sun, best comedies for me. Dig that. Third Rock, that was a good show.
I've never seen Third Rock, but I have seen 30 Rock, which I find hysterical.
Never watch enough 30 Rock, I can tell you that. Yvonne says It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is the best show of all time. Again, that's your opinion. But good show. Again,
I'm going to let you finish, but Beyonce had the greatest album of all time.
By the way, Billboard Awards tonight. I think Drake was accepting some award for doing something. And then Choker Big Bang Theory is usually overrated. Oh, come on. He says, I can't get past 70s laugh line imposed. No, but see, I like laugh tracks. I'm in on laugh tracks, dude. I grew up on that stuff, so I'm in.
I will say it's weird when Netflix has laugh track shows. I don't know why it's weird, But like they did that show, The Ranch, which I hated, by the way.
I saw that. Never watched it, but I saw it on there.
But it had a laugh track, and I don't know why, but it bothered me.
I like How I Met Your Mother has a laugh track.
Sure. Friends had a laugh track, and I was completely fine with it.
Yeah, you kind of feel like we're past it at this point, right?
I guess so.
Her guy Must Be says Becker. Good show. I hope that's your favorite comedy, by the way. Becker. That was just Ted Danson just doing his thing there for a little bit.
How many TV shows has Ted Danson been on, by the way?
Dude.
I feel like he's on a new one every year. Like he's got this one now where he's like a mayor or something.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think it's called.
He was on, they did a CSI like cyber division that he was on, and then when that didn't work, they moved him over to CSI Las Vegas, and then that didn't work.
He was on
Cheers.
He's been on Curb, he was in Cheers, he was in Becker, he was in
Place.
The Good Place.
Too many shows. The guy's had enough.
Oh, I didn't know this. Drew saying we've already declared him the greatest TV actor of all time. Oh. Is that us right now? Did that just happen?
Oh, I'm in the wrong Slack chat. I was wondering why none of these guys were talking to me. I always do.
You were in the one with coughs, though.
Yeah. When
Yeah,
there's
it's
when
tough
like
when
when it's the sandwich sim, I switch and then I don't switch back.
Yeah. I've been there, dude. I send some of the links over. That's why I have to close up my Slack chat. Like, I don't know if people just have like the crazy amount of Slack. I have to X them out after I'm done. Because I'll just
I've started doing that more, but
dude, your Slack must be
clearly I forgot to do it this time.
You must have 1 million. There's Tua scrambling out. Still 7-0 here. It was a Julian Edelman touchdown. Let's see who else we got here. Anybody else? Anybody else shouting things? Oh. Rossi spits on his hand. Yeah. I smell my finger. Yeah, dude, I'm a strange person, must be. I smell my fingers every so often just because when I'm done doing certain things, I always forget that I wash my hands or not. Number one way you can tell if you're washing hands. Give yourself a little sniff. Just saying.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying. That's how you know. That 70 show and Futurama were solid also, says James. Yeah, good shout on those two. Never watch enough Futurama.
I have not seen enough of that show. I'm not a big animated guy.
Me either. I like Family Guy, don't get me wrong. Like, during a stretch, I get in stretches where I'm like, this show's hilarious. Like, I like Family Guy, that was probably like a 10-year stretch when I watched it all the time. Now it's hard to watch. For me.
I've seen some episodes. I would say I've probably seen more American Dad, just because it's randomly on in the afternoon sometimes when I am like writing and have it on in the background. But I don't go out of my, like, I don't watch The Simpsons. I'm not an animated guy.
It's all good. 2-minute warning here. Was on Fargo. Oh yeah, he was on Fargo. That's right. Ted Danson did one of the seasons of Fargo. Good call. He's that good. That's right. Also, Jordan says that 70 shows in my top 3. That's a very underrated show. That was a good show. Kyle, what's up, man? Kyle says, what's up, Lamarca? What's up, Rossi? How you doing, Kyle?
Kyle, my friend, how are you?
Let's see. Yeah, it must be Sam, Mayday, Malone. Is Tua? Why did he go out of bounds?
Going for the pylon. Trying to set up Matty Breida.
Bad boys of pop. What's up, man? He says, did I close out my Slack? Did I wash my hands? Same thing. I hear you. Hey, dude, it happens all the time. Especially I got multiple work Slacks going.
I actually took a shower in between sims. And so I smell like Dove soap.
Look at you. Fresh, clean. Ooh, stuffed in the end zone, though. Before the end zone, should I say. Look at you, Lamarca. Getting ready. He's getting ready for a good night's sleep in about 4 hours.
Yes, sir. Sunday is typically clean sheet day in my house, so I change the sheets, and I like to get into a nice clean sheets, nice and clean, you know?
Start the week off.
There's another one, another nervous tick, you know?
You know? Yeah, I do know now. I didn't before, so yes, it's proper.
Yes, I do know. After you told me.
Into the end zone. That wasn't a vulture, was it? No, it's Breida, right?
No. 34? I thought Breida was 22.
Pretty sure you're right. Pretty sure you're right. So here's a vulture. Who we got here?
Oh, Jordan Howard.
Jordan Howard, 4.3. Caw-caw! I'm a vulture. Caw-caw! Here in Miami, who would have known the vultures were swarming?
I honestly forgot he was on the team. Damn it, I just did it.
But dude, you honestly did forget.
But that time, it really mattered. Oh, I'm so in my head now.
You know, don't even, just be you. Let it fly, baby. Like a good pitcher, a quarterback that throws a pick.
We all got to get better. You know, we all got to watch the tape.
Yep. And we all don't need to over-criticize ourselves. We're already hard enough on ourselves and each other. A little more peace, a little more love, a little more pick me up, a little less push me down. Germ says, screw off, Breida. Nobody likes you anyway. Miami Misfit says, I hear Rossi when he squints looking up things. Dude, that's a lot. You would be hearing a lot of noise then, bro, because I am blind as a bat. Not that much. I think it's a little stigmatism, a little nearsighted. It's all good. Javier Flores says, Rossi curse. Told y'all you gotta stop blaming me at this point. Blame yourself.
Problem Kid Gaming. You clean your sheets every week? Oh, dang, sir, perfecto. I have 2 sets of sheets. So, yeah, I do the laundry.
Rotate.
You know? Yeah, rotate.
Rotate.
Exactly.
Everybody rotate.
I mean, I'm not in college anymore, guys.
I'll be honest, I don't think I clean my sheets enough. Because you know what happens? This is a weird thing about me. There's nothing better than a clean sheet and then a good broken in sheet. Like, you got like a week in there. It's like, oh,
What the heck is a broken in sheet?
You probably never gotten there, dude. It's about right after that week mark. When like you know everything, like you know it's a little like not as
It's like a
crisp.
form fitting. It adjusts memory foam sheet.
Yeah, it like kind of knows where your groove is, kind of knows where everything goes. And you're like, oh, okay, we finally hit it.
All right, I'll have to give that a shot.
Yeah, you got to give it one extra day next week. Next Monday night, you'll be like, dude, those broken in sheets are something else. I'm like, I told you. Congo Cap says, you make me sick, Rossi. He wasn't talking about that, but I think he's talking about the vulture, but still. Lisa Robbins said, my son said, what the heck when you guys said caca? Well, don't let him know about the sheets. But Bad Boys of Pop says, what's next? Burkhead and Dalton Keene? Could be.
You never know. And if you don't know...
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. He says, I like your calls. Thanks, dude. Did Cam trip over shoestrings? Yeah, sometimes it happens. Those little shoestring tackles, Cam. He gets a little silly with it.
Daniel Jones fell over himself.
That is really what happened. I feel bad for that kid a little bit when that happened. But you know what? I think he's going to have a big year this year. I'm starting to get a little bullish on the Giants. I'm letting everybody know. Starting to get there. I'm cooking up my early forecastings for what I believe is going to happen in 2021. I'm starting to really...
Me and Jeff played the schedule game. And I had them at 5-12, I think.
Oh, I can tell you right now, I have them well over that. And I haven't even played the game. But my vibe tells me I'm sniffing playoffs with that team. I don't like the Eagles very much, and I know Jeff loves the Eagles this year. I don't. I think the Eagles are going to stink. I also think Dallas isn't going to be that much better. And I also think Washington will not be great.
So you have the Giants winning the division.
I'm not officially there. I don't think any team's going to be outstanding. I don't think it's going to be as bad as last year, but I'm not ready. But Lamarck on May 23rd, with plenty of time to change my opinion, I think I'm starting to look at the Giants as one of my teams. To be like, watch out. I think we might have and please don't anybody share this with somebody else that might be in New York because they don't know what context means. But I think we could see a Josh Allen-like jump.
Wow.
With Daniel Jones. And I don't mean going
Hello, New York Post? Yes, this is Matt LaMarca. DraftKings contributor Jason Rossi just told me that Daniel Jones makes a Josh Allen leap in 2021. Yeah. ROSSI. DraftKings contributor.
Appreciate it.
He's about 5'4",
If that.
195. I don't know why you need that for the paper.
195, like 395, dude.
Oh, okay. All right. I love you too. Bye bye.
Oh, we're at halftime here. It was a Jordan Howard caca, baby. Those vultures be flying here in Miami. People getting down and busy on a Sunday night. And it was also for the New England Patriots, Julian Edelman catching a pass from Cam Newton. He's got 86 yards. Breida, 10 for 20. But the touchdown again, Jordan Howard 1 for 3. Probably that's going to be all. Jared says, I feel like that would tick Ducey off. Just going to let you know I had this conversation with him the other day. And I'll just say this is why I can't wait to be with him tomorrow at 4. Because he does. My favorite thing about him, and it's absolutely pun intended, is when he tells me, like, we're not having this conversation. Really like when people tell me that. We're not having this conversation. I'm like, what?
Why? Because you're saying that?
Yeah, like, what? My point was, basically all I asked him was, out of all the third-year quarterbacks, who do you think will make the biggest jump? Who will make I just said a Josh Allen-like jump, and he said that's a dumb thing to say because Josh Allen had all and I'm like, just calm down. Take all your craziness out of it. Who's going to improve the most? He's like, well, you said Josh Allen. I'm like, no, it was Josh Allen just did it. And whatever. But that's what I think Daniel Jones is the guy. That is my point. That's what I like. And the reason is draft a versatile weapon in Tooney. They get a guy like Kenny Golladay, who could be a difference maker when healthy, maybe a top 10 receiver in the league, in my opinion. Maybe flirting a top dozen. Guy is a weapon. It's going to help him. Get Evan Ingram. Seems like he's kind of all plugged in. You got enough weapons there.
The Giants have been hoping for that for the last 4 years.
I know, but they also signed a guy like Kyle Rudolph, who's been an excellent blocker. I don't know, maybe a guy like Saquon Barkley comes back. That might just take a whole lot of pressure off the kid. Because any of the things he does is going to look even better.
True.
So
offensive line should be better.
Should be, and that's where Kyle Rudolph also comes into play with that being more of a blocking style tight end over the past few years. I don't know. He's only blocked for a couple Hall of Famers potentially. Adrian Peterson, maybe Dalvin Cook if things go a certain way.
I thought you meant Kirk Cousins.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not ready for that. I'm saying a lot of potentially crazy things, but I see things for the Giants here. I just see a lot of reasons that's going to go trend up. When I look at all these other teams, as great as you may think Dak Prescott is Dak Prescott, and it's a different type of return. That ankle was going a whole different direction. He was playing, twister over there with his ankle, and it wasn't looking good. So
I do love Dak Prescott, and I hope he comes back strong.
I do too. This is the weird thing, being a New England Patriots fan, as we see them on the field here. Maybe we'll play the game with that because this should be interesting. Because I have numbers in my head for what I think they're going to be. I'll tell you right now, I've already claimed they're going to be 11-6, but I had no idea. That wasn't schedule based. So maybe we'll play it in a minute. But
I don't want to play.
All right, there you go. There it is. I don't want to do that. All right, cool. I should have just stopped talking when he did it. Yeah, see? It doesn't make it uneasy. I bet you he would thrive on it, though. Anyway, so, yeah, but that's where, when you actually look at the schedule, and again, it's so early, so many things are still falling in place. What's going on here? Oh, Kyle says he has his, this summer has a test Tuesday. Dude, Kyle, go ace that thing, all right?
Good luck, Kyle.
Go ace it. And anybody else that has any big projects, calls, sales, pitches, whatever you got going on, work and life, knock them dead this week, all right? This is the week where the world turns around, so let's go. We need everyone to do their part. Kick some butt. Problem Kid Gaming just says, Honey, I Shrunk the Cat featuring Rossi the Squirrel. Oh, the sequel.
Right, he says you're a movie star, and we're just ignoring the fact.
Problem Kid Gaming said that?
Yeah.
Is he on the Rick Moranis train? I think he thinks I'm Rick Moranis.
He says, are we going to ignore the fact that Rossi is a former movie star? Honey, I Shrunk the Cat featuring Rossi the sequel.
I think he thinks because I was talking about getting glasses, which I don't need horribly bad. And he said, you're going to look like Rick Moranis, basically. But I don't see that whatsoever. But
I know this is weird to say because I'm literally wearing glasses right now.
Yeah.
But my eyesight is maybe my best ability of all my remaining senses. Like, they're no it's blue light. That's what these are for.
Dude, those are performance-enhancing glasses. We know it.
It's to stop myself from getting headaches from looking at the computer 12 hours a day.
That would have been helpful about 10 years ago. Thank you. I needed that. Come on. Executive session says, okay, we've been waiting for the Rossi to drop the hot take all night. There you go. Listen, if you really, wait, listen, whatever. You guys take it for what it's worth. And I'm not 100% there yet. I'm putting together all the calculations of these teams that I'm starting to vibe with. I think a lot of people still bullish on the Cardinals, and I look at I put my hypotheses together. I put a little this antidote here, pour this into this thing, see what's bubbling. I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it there with the Cardinals yet. AJ Green, pour that into a little JJ Watt here. I don't know. It's good, very quality players. Like a lot of what they're doing, but I just don't know if I'm ready to be like, oh, they're going to make this huge jump. Division's also very tough.
Drew says if it wasn't for skill and ability, I'd be a great second baseman in the majors.
I'd be a lot of things if that wasn't the case. Bad Boys and Pops says, I had a Daniel Jones moment in high school. I stole the ball at midcourt, broke away, no one around me. I got excited, jumped from the free throw line, and missed the layup. Happens, bro. Dude, happens.
I have had a similar moment. I took a steal, jumped the passing lane. I know it's hard to imagine these things now, but I was actually a pretty good ball player. Jumped the passing lane, took off down court, had a pretty clear lane, and tripped over my feet as I was going up for the layup.
Oh, God.
Now, impressively, why can't I say that word? Impressively enough, I made the layup. I just happened to fall on my face in front of the entire gym.
Bro, it doesn't matter. You hit that layup, people can laugh all they want. By the way, Nick Folk, no chance in God's green simulated creation he's going to hit this 54-yarder.
Oh, that might have the distance.
No,
no, it does not.
Not even close. No, notice, I love kickers, dude. I'm a huge kicker.
It came off the foot pretty good, I thought.
It did, but I'm telling you, I've been watching enough of these sims. They don't hit those. Very few and far between, especially outdoors. Nick Folk ain't got it. But dude, I'm impressed by that. And I never, just so you know, like, oh, you can't see that. I don't play that game. You tell me a story, I listen to you. If you roll your eyes at people, that's on you. You don't want to believe somebody, that's on you. I think I've still told this story before. By the way, Kyle jumping in says Rossi and LaMarca is a dynamic duo. Let's go. Appreciate you.
Nice, like that.
Meager says Rossi, I like the Daniel Jones take. My father-in-law, Caddy. Oh, Caddy. Man, I can't read or write or think. For Jones and Sterling Shepard recently, and they FaceTimed my sister-in-law with Daniel Jones there trying to set him up. Ooh, wow. Nice setup. Oh, that's pretty cool, I think. A little weird, but I like it. Meager, that might help me. So he says, so Jones is my guy in Simland for real life. There you go.
I mean, that would be awesome.
That's pretty cool. But yeah, I think I've told this story a few times in Simland. My famous high school basketball moment was I got in the game like late, bench warmer, city riding the pine for a long time. My butt would go numb. I'd be sitting there so long. So there's like 4 seconds left, and I said, screw it. If I'm getting in this ball game, I'm not like humble. Like we were getting blown out. I'm going in there, and I'm shooting. So the ball comes in, and I thought there was more time, but I hear people going like 5, 4. So I just take the ball, and like I know because I don't have the I don't know how you would say it, like that full body extension, like shooting from the opposite free throw line. So I just take it almost like a discus.
Not even an overhead baseball pass. You went sidearmed.
Dude, I went sidearm, and I'm just going to chuck this thing to see where, I'm like, that's my only hope of getting some points here. So I take it, chuck it. As the ball is in the air, I say, and I'm thinking this is my moment. This is that, everybody dreams of having that one moment where you shine. This ball, LaMarca, goes flying into the stands. My release trajectory on this thing was so late. You're supposed to release, if you're going to chuck it, you have to release it where the hoop is, basically. So you're going to release it right about when your shoulders turned. I threw this thing. My whole body must have been looking the other way. This thing went flying into the stands.
I'm sure your teammates had a good laugh.
Oh, my coach was like, that's why you don't play. Basically, that was it. And I was like, okay, what can I say? It was embarrassing. It went into the away team too, so that, of course people thought there was beef when you do the clap line after. Kid pushed my shoulder, thought I was like throwing at his mom. I'm like, bro, I haven't had a challenge shot in 3 years in high school. I think we can all relax. Which, by the way,
luckily Tony La Russa wasn't your coach, or else he would have backed those other players.
Yeah, he would have been like, you got to be kidding me.
You can't shoot that ball in that
no
situation.
Room for that in the game. No room. Which I want to just give a quick.
He's a young player. He'll learn.
No, he won't. Not from you, you moron. I think that I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Lewis is fired, even if they're in first place in a couple weeks. I thought about this. Like, I think they might have to just move on from that guy.
I mean, they did just get swept by the Yankees, but it's working. They're winning.
They are, but man, the Yankees are surging, and it's making me so uneasy. But yeah, I just feel there's something weird about that. But I think it was my favorite thing in baseball of the year, and I almost wish it was like it's still probably the biggest talker of the season, aside from like there's a no-hitter every like other day. But I really like how many people defended. Like, yeah, if you're gonna be paying me like dollars to play the game, then I'm going out there. Like, of all the hitters to do it on, it wasn't like it was like Tim Anderson. It was like a guy who's been scratching and clawing for years, making a lineup. It's like, no, you go out there and pat those stats, dude. We all know at the end of the year, no one's gonna be like, oh, you didn't hit a home run as you're negotiating or something. Like, it all comes down to numbers. So I think you hit that. And I love Trevor Bauer's my guy, by the way. So he came out and was like, hey, if you want to like pimp a home run on me, go for it. You want to hit a home run?
Because Tatis did.
Yeah.
Well, they've had a great little beef going because apparently Tatis got caught peeking at the catcher to find out where he was set up and then hit a homer. So then Bauer struck him out and said, take a look at that. This is what happens. No peek.
Yeah.
And then Tatis went deep on him again, and they got a good little feud. It's all that's what baseball should be encouraging, that kind of stuff.
1000%. By the way, there is Albert Wilson into the end zone. He is 21%.
Slightly not a vulture.
No, he's not.
Looks like close to a vulture.
It's hard in this team. I'll let the chat tell you, but I don't think he is. I don't think Grant is, because you see him enough with scoring. But I guess But
I just want to know, like, what bird or animal would you say is most related to a vulture? Like a condor?
Sure. I just think they're like a bad-looking eagle. I don't know, like an eagle that isn't bald and beautiful. I can't really think of like a relative of the vulture.
Oh, a buzzard? A buzzard?
Good call. Good pull.
Top 25 birds that scavenge. Who looks up this stuff as I say as I'm looking up this stuff?
Yeah, Rossi's Fat Cat earlier said short alligator arms can only throw so much accuracy. You're right, dude.
Ooh, the turkey vulture. That's a weird looking vulture.
I'll tell you right now, don't like turkeys. I like turkey meat.
Well, then you're not gonna like the turkey vulture. It's a vulture with like a turkey-ish head.
Yeah, Chris Boyd said buzzard as well. Yeah, a raven. Somebody said, Lori said a raven. An eagle. Buzzard, eagle. Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
This is just a list of different types of vultures.
I don't like anything about this list.
It's just many different vultures.
They all make me uneasy. I had two turkeys in my yard the other day. I have more of a front yard than a backyard, but I've never seen turkeys in my area. These things have no fear and don't care. Have you ever come close to a turkey? Like a street turkey, a wild turkey?
I mean, I've never seen a literal street turkey, but I've been at golf courses and seen turkeys.
Yeah, those turkeys are no good. Get them off. Get them out of here. I was told if I hit a turkey with my car, it could be like it's like some sort of offense. Like,
hold on, must be says, and I need to verify this story.
What do you got?
Rossi's best story is how his teammates voted him captain, and the coach refused it and called Rossi an idiot.
Two stories combined, but both 100% true. Yeah, in senior year of high school, I had the biggest coward dope of a coach. So I basically realized what my role was going to be, and kind of in life in this summer. I was like, all right, never going to be the star player. I'm never going to be like the guy, but I can rally people like nobody's business, dude. I got a lot of energy in this life. I'm just going to pour it out.
There's a good energy in the sim.
Shout it out, freak. Shout it out. And I'm just going to pour it out. I'm going to be effort. So like that whole summer, all I did was like work with like obviously the underclassmen, and we were all buddies, and we were just like, I got along with everybody. You know, you remember high school, there was kind of like, you know, if you were the star football player, it's kind of like an elitist style. Like I don't mess around. I don't talk to freshmen. I don't do this. And I went to a Catholic school with 98 people in the whole thing. All right. No, that's not true. 98 people in my class. But
In
still.
your class. Okay.
So anyway, so yeah, I like was chatting with everybody. So they vote captains. We're all sitting in the locker room, and he goes around and picks out the 4, and then he goes, the person with the most votes received. And, you know, so I'm not thinking it's me at this point. I'm like, all right, I didn't get anything. He's thinking it's going to be the popular quarterback. His name was Mike. And they go, the most votes received was Jason Rossi. And the whole everyone's like, yeah, clapping. It was a very nice moment for me, watershed moment. And when he says, Coach, while everyone's cheering, goes, but we're not going to name him a captain. Mike, you're going to be a captain.
Oh, God.
And you could feel the room, just that odd tension. And it's not like I ever did anything to this guy. So I was like, what the heck? And the time I was called an idiot. We'll move on from that embarrassment. We could dig deeper. But just to like,